Rating just released. Will rise later universal class, change invincible refreshing read backed by mom skills, are all high-tech. Transmigrating to a parallel world where everyone awakens their class and monsters roam freely. Wang Hao awakens the sharpshooter class. Due to the stagnation of military technology in this world for centuries, awakened skills are linked to knowledge, making sharpshooters unable to imagine things they haven't seen before. While others are still casting spells, Wang Hao silently pulls out a sniper grenade. While archers are gloating over their eagle eyes, Wang Hao summons drones, easily hunting down enemies thousands of meters away. When the beast tide threatens to siege the city, my family's armored combined arms brigade appears in the city, protecting the safety of the people. J-20 and J-35 fighter jets chase after the Red Dragon. Such a surreal scene appears above the city. What? A city-destroying behemoth is about to reach the city's edge? Eastern 5C nuclear missiles. Want to strike the whole world? Years later, Wang Hao looks at the military heavenly court he summoned with his own hands, and he falls into deep thought. What kind of cutting-edge technology has Mom developed during my time in this world? Chapter 1 Knowledge Awakening Skill. Wang Hao, awakened as a professional sharpshooter. The principal's announcement blared from the loudspeaker, and hundreds of students on the school playground fell into a deathly silence. Standing before the awakening crystal, Wang Hao was completely stunned. What exactly happened? The whole story probably started several days ago. During his holiday, Wang Hao spent 3 days in an internet cafe, playing games with his college roommates until the wee hours. After several days of intense gaming at the internet cafe, he woke up on the 3rd day. That day, he didn't wake up in an internet cafe, but in his college dormitory. At first, Wang Hao thought his roommates had carried him back to school and didn't think much of it. But gradually, he realized something was wrong. His textbooks and the television were filled with content about awakened individuals. News reports included things like spacequakes, monster invasions from other worlds, and the appearance of city-destroying behemoths somewhere. A dazzling array of things made Wang Hao realize he had transmigrated. He had transmigrated into the body of himself in another world. This was a parallel world of Blue Star, a world where a game had come to life, and everyone had awakened a profession. Everyone can awaken superpowers at 18. Isn't this just a plot device from the movie? And me? I've awakened a sharpshooter? Seems like a rather lackluster profession. Wang Hao's thoughts returned to reality. He stood before the awakening crystal, looking at the 3 large characters displayed on it. Sharpshooter. In the blink of an eye, a system panel appeared. Awakener, Wang Hao age, 18 profession, sharpshooter, ****, level, 1 attribute panel strength, 10 agility, 20 stamina, 10 energy, 10. Awakeners can summon a character panel, clearly seeing various stats. Wang Hao noticed that after his profession, sharpshooter, there were 3 asterisks, wondering what they meant. Does everyone else have these asterisks? Wang Hao, a first-time awakener, was unaware of the other students' stats. As Wang Hao withdrew his hand from the awakening crystal, the principal standing beside him sighed with regret. Wang Hao, what a pity. Your judgment was S rank and your simulated combat ability was SS rank in the school's assessments. You were our school's most promising student, someone we were preparing to nurture. What a pity. The principal sighed deeply, lamenting Wang Hao's awakening as a sharpshooter, a loss that cost the school a top-tier awakener. The students below the stage whispered amongst themselves. Some felt sorry for Wang Hao, while others gloated. Having been in this world for a few days, Wang Hao had a general understanding of some things, such as some powerful professions, like cultivators, chi refiners, berserkers, necromancers, and elemental mages. After reaching a certain level, they could become formidable individuals capable of standing alone. And ordinary professions, such as archers, warriors, samurai, assassins, and ninjas. Their growth potential is generally average, but some exceptional individuals emerge, capable of compensating for any shortcomings through hard work. However, the profession of sharpshooter seems inherently flawed. Due to the fact that this world experienced the advent of a game several hundred years ago, while technology continues to advance, military technology has stagnated. Wang Hao learned from history books that since the emergence of awakened ones globally, everyone can use their awakened abilities to fight, eliminating the need for weapon research. Machine guns, cannons, fighter jets, tanks, battleships, and aircraft carriers from Earth's history are all non-existent here. People's impression of sharpshooters is stuck in the 16th and 17th century with muskets and flintlock pistols. In other words, in this world, after awakening, sharpshooters wield outdated firecrackers, firing a shot with minimal impact, their skills being quite mediocre. So much so that everyone felt sorry for Wang Hao when they saw him awaken as a sharpshooter. The principal comforted him. Wang Hao, although being a sharpshooter is weak. But principal, I believe that with your abilities, you can perhaps forge your own path. Wang Hao nodded, saying nothing more. He stepped down from the stage and returned to the playground. Many people looked at Wang Hao with pity and regret. What a pity. He was the most promising awakened one to compete for this year's city's Rookie of the Year. Now, all his female admirers will probably abandon him. He was always the center of attention, with classmates fawning over him. Now he'll be sitting on the sidelines. As he passed through the crowd, Wang Hao could hear their discussions. When he returned to his college roommates, several of them put their hands on his shoulders. How's he? Don't care what others say. We brothers will never abandon you. Don't worry. The three of us will carry you. Looking at these familiar faces before him. Even after transmigrating to a parallel world, his interpersonal relationships remained unchanged. His best friends were still the same as in his original world. Wang Hao smiled but remained silent. He wasn't frustrated. He was studying the awakening interface before him. Why are there 3 asterisks after my profession? Does it have some special ability? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. The people of this world still held a 300-year-old understanding of sharpshooters. Holding a musket, they were considered inferior to archers. But Wang Hao had transmigrated from another parallel world. His home country, Xia, was technologically advanced, and its weaponry was among the world's best. Leaving aside the Dongfeng missiles capable of striking the globe, just consider its domestically produced firearms. Type 54 pistols, Type 95 assault rifles, Type 191 assault rifles. Some might be unfamiliar with the Type 191, but mention its other name, Tunglong, and many would immediately recognize it. Even in Wang Hao's memory, many weapons were enough to elevate the sharpshooter profession. And look at the interface before him. Current skill, summon sharpshooter weapon description. By relying on imagination, you can summon a corresponding weapon. Current awakener level 1. Please think of a weapon suitable for you. Can you summon a weapon you want through imagination? Wang Hao looked at his palm, pondering what weapon to summon. Summoning consumes stamina, and firing bullets also consumes stamina. To conserve bullets and make it easy for beginners to control, a pistol would be ideal. As a military enthusiast, Wang Hao began to imagine the domestically produced pistol he was most familiar with. The Type 54. One of China's earliest and most successful pistols, it entered service in 1954 and remained in use until the early 21st century. Because of the 5-pointed star on the grip, it was nicknamed the Type 54 Black Star. As he concentrated on his thought, his hand began to glow, and a peculiar pistol appeared. Its design was simple and robust, with a typical Soviet style. The entire gun was constructed of steel, with straight and smooth lines, giving it a solid and heavy feel. The gun is 196 millimeters long, with well-proportioned dimensions and a grip designed to fit the hand size of most Chinese people. When Wang Hao summoned this pistol, his roommate noticed something. Huh, Howsy, is this your weapon? It's so small. Other sharpshooters summon muskets that are several times bigger than this. Chapter 2. The arrival of spatial tremors. Those around Wang Hao were taken aback as they beheld the handgun that had materialized in his grasp. However, for the denizens of this world, their understanding of firearms remained antiquated, rooted in centuries past. The sight of Wang Hao summoning this diminutive weapon left his roommates in a state of bewilderment. Could such a thing truly be lethal? Howsy, is your weapon perhaps a tad underwhelming? Although his roommates were reluctant to dampen his spirits, the sight of the 54-style pistol in his hand left them at a loss for words. They were unaware of the weapon's capabilities, merely perceiving its size and questioning its utility as a weapon. As their discussion unfolded, a piercing air raid siren suddenly blared through the school's loudspeakers, accompanied by a woman's voice. Warning! Warning! The National Space Bureau has predicted a spatial tremor occurring 3 kilometers away at Riverbank Park, with a magnitude of level 1. Students who have just awakened their professions, please proceed to Riverbank Park as swiftly as possible. A level 1 spatial tremor? One of his roommates exclaimed with excitement. This is perfect timing. The creatures that emerge will be no higher than level 10. Let's hurry over and hone our skills. If we delay, we might miss our chance at the monsters. While his roommates expressed their enthusiasm, Wang Hao found himself reflecting on the memories swirling in his mind. A spatial tremor was, in essence, a calamity akin to an earthquake, opening rifts through which creatures from other realms would surge forth. Depending on the tremor's magnitude, the level of invading monsters varied. A level 1 spatial tremor represented the weakest tier, offering an excellent opportunity for students to practice their skills. At that moment, the principal, standing on the stage, boomed his voice to the crowd. Students, remain calm and orderly. Form groups of 4 as per the pre-registered lists and proceed to Riverbank Park. The students had already identified their teammates from the registration forms. However, this left 3 of Wang Hao's roommates in a quandary. Howsy, our team is already full. I recall you registered with Su Muching and the others, correct? That arrangement was made in advance. Before awakening to his profession, Wang Hao had been a highly sought-after team member within the school, having been preemptively claimed by others. His roommate, Lao Zhang, could only bring his girlfriend into their group of 4. It was not that they were unwilling to include Wang Hao. It was simply that they had already formed a cohesive unit. After a moment's hesitation, Lao Zhang said, "Haozi, now that you've awakened as a sharpshooter, many teams might not accept you. How about this? I will withdraw from our group, and you can join the 3 of us along with my girlfriend." Wang Hao chuckled softly. "You speak as if that makes sense. If you withdraw to let me join, what will you tell your girlfriend? Don't concern yourselves with me. Go ahead. I will find a team on my own." Though his roommates felt a pang of reluctance, they had already made prior arrangements, and any last-minute changes would be impractical. Wang Hao appeared magnanimous, urging them to leave quickly so as not to keep Lao Zhang's girlfriend waiting. As he watched his friends depart, Wang Hao's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and opened WeChat. "Elite team. Su Mucheng, Elementalist, please gather under the old tree at the school gate. We will head to Riverbank Park together." Lu Ziyu, Berserker, kick Wang Hao out. "I found a new teammate. Liang Wenfeng, Priest, agreed. Our elite team does not require dead weight." "Su Mucheng, Elementalist?" "Su Mucheng, Elementalist, don't go too far. You have been removed from the group chat by the administrator." This group consisted of just 4 members, all previously chosen by Wang Hao during his time at school. Each member was among the best-performing freshmen, poised to compete for this year's title of Newcomer King in Guangnan City. However, after Wang Hao awakened as a sharpshooter, 2 of them wasted no time in finding a replacement and ousting him from the group chat and team. Reading the messages on his phone, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed the people in this world were quite pragmatic. Before his awakening, he had been lauded as the most promising student at the school, believed to excel regardless of the profession he awakened to. Yet no one anticipated that he would awaken as a sharpshooter, a profession many considered beneath them. Since he could not find a stable team, he shrugged it off, deciding that embracing the role of a solitary gunslinger could prove advantageous. There would be no need to share experience points or loot with others. As he made his way to Riverbank Park, he activated the navigation on his phone and began his journey on foot. 3 kilometers was not a daunting distance for those who had awakened their powers. Just as Wang Hao exited the school gates, he instinctively glanced at the old banyan tree at the entrance. A familiar figure caught his eye. It was Su Mucheng, his previously designated teammate, awakened as an elementalist. Su Mucheng was a highly coveted team member. Upon seeing Wang Hao emerge, she promptly approached him. "Wang Hao." Wang Hao interjected. "You don't need to concern yourselves with me. Go ahead. The newcomer king needs to secure kills for points. If you believe I will hinder you, it is best if you disregard me altogether. Furthermore, I recall that you were the group leader, correct?" Recalling his expulsion from the group chat, he had little desire to dwell on the matter. "That is not it, Wang Hao. I wanted to explain." Su Mucheng attempted to reach out, but Wang Hao had already walked past her. Observing his retreating figure, Su Mucheng furrowed her brow. "It must have been the teacher who took my phone in." However, Wang Hao had already distanced himself. Even if he could hear her words, he had no intention of pausing. Although he sensed her goodwill, the other 2 members of the elite team were unwelcoming, and Wang Hao did not wish to impose upon himself. As he traversed the familiar streets, he glanced at the handgun in his hand. "I hope this formidable weapon does not disappoint me." As he continued his trek towards Riverbank Park, Wang Hao could see numerous spatial rifts materializing in the distance. Creatures were being expelled from these rifts, falling from the sky. So, this is a spatial tremor? The fissures created by the tremors connected the realms, allowing monsters from other worlds to invade reality. The creatures emerging during this invasion appeared to be decaying corpses. In that moment, Wang Hao raised his pistol, chambering a round with a crisp click. Utilizing 7.62mm caliber ammunition, the 54 style pistol had a capacity of 8 rounds. Against unarmored monsters, the potential for damage should be substantial. Within Riverbank Park, other student teams had already begun cooperating to hunt the decaying corpses. Although these corpses lacked armor, their rigid and foul bodies made them formidable. Archers' arrows and mages' fireballs required numerous strikes to bring down a single decaying corpse. Witnessing the other students clamoring for the corpses, Wang Hao took a deep breath, gripping his pistol as he aligned his aim. Targeting several decaying corpses ambling across the lawn, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! Chapter 3, Skill, Fragmentation Grenade. As the gunfire erupted, a golden bullet pierced the skull of a decaying corpse. In that fleeting moment when he pulled the trigger, the corpse a mere 10 meters away suffered a fatal blow to the head. Killed a level 1 decaying corpse, gaining 1 experience point. Experience needed for next level, 110. The recoil from the pistol, coupled with the thunderous noise, reverberated painfully in Wang Hao's ears. He had fired a Type 95 rifle during military training at university, hitting 4 bullseyes and 1 8-ring, prompting the instructor to commend him for his marksmanship talent. Having traversed to this world and awakened as a sharpshooter, Wang Hao speculated that this might be intricately linked to his inherent aptitude. Faced with the slow-moving, decaying corpses just meters away, Wang Hao perceived them as living targets. He continued to pull the trigger, creating a series of gunshots that echoed as each decaying corpse fell victim to his precision. At such close range, his accuracy with the pistol was commendable. Each shot found its mark upon the decaying corpses' heads, and as he exhausted the 8 rounds in the chamber, he raised his hand and intoned, "Reload." A radiant white light emanated from his palm, and a new pistol magazine materialized in Wang Hao's grasp. Reloading the pistol consumes 1 point of energy. It seemed my speculation was correct. The powerful 7.62mm rounds were perfectly suited for dispatching these unarmored corpses. With a crisp click, the sound of the bullet chambering resonated in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder that sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that his classmates struggled to fell a single corpse, while he, armed with only a pistol, could efficiently and safely clear the horde. One could only affirm the old adage, a gun is swift beyond 3 steps, yet accurate and quick within 3. His peers endured the fetid stench of decay and faced the menacing corpses, many of them apprehensive of injury. In contrast, Wang Hao wielded his pistol with one hand, shooting from a secure distance. The sheer number of corpses around him meant that, for the moment, no one noticed Wang Hao. Everyone was eager to seize this rare opportunity for trial. The occurrence of Level 1 spatial rifts was frequent, yet this proximity to the school was unprecedented. The new students were eager to slay monsters, level up, and awaken new skills. After loading the magazine, Wang Hao glanced around the riverbank park's periphery. Where the density of students was overwhelming, there were not enough corpses for him to engage. Behind him, several high-level instructors had been dispatched by the school, providing protection. Among them were an archery expert, a female sorceress from the magical department, a healer, and a cool and aloof instructor from the cultivation department. With such a formidable cadre of teachers watching over, the students were free to pursue their kills without restraint. Thus, a bold idea took root in Wang Hao's mind. Rather than compete with others outside, he resolved to delve deeper into the heart of the riverbank park. Navigating through the crowd, he ventured into the park's depths, where indeed, the number of students had significantly dwindled. Only a handful of exceptional students dared to venture alone into this area, including elite teams from the school, such as Su Muching and her companions, who were exploring this territory. In stark contrast to the other teams, who operated in groups of 4, Wang Hao stood alone, a solitary figure with his firearm. Fortunately, everyone was too preoccupied with hunting the corpses emerging from the spatial rift to pay him any mind. He steadied his aim towards the rift, where the grotesque figures staggered forth. As he squeezed the trigger, the deafening gunfire erupted, accompanied by bursts of flame. The mournful wails of the corpses intertwined with the sound of shell casings falling, creating a haunting melody. It was the sound of metal bullets tearing through flesh, penetrating bone, and rolling within skulls. What a thrill! The recoil from continuous fire left his hands aching. Yet the gratifying sensation of earning experience points with each kill ignited a passion within him. Killed a level 1 corpse, gained 1 experience point. Congratulations, Awaken Wang Hao. Your level has risen to 2. Experience required for next level, 20. All attributes increased by 10 points. Additionally, you have received 10 free attribute points. You have randomly unlocked the new skill, Fragmentation Grenade. As golden light enveloped Wang Hao, it drew the attention of other student teams in the riverbank park. Su Muching from the elite team caught sight of him, a look of surprise crossing her face. How could it be him? Shielding her eyes from the swirling dust, her long, dark hair danced with the wind. Clutching a staff and draped in a black magical cloak, her strikingly long and slender legs beneath her skirt were particularly eye-catching. As the first to level up, Wang Hao naturally became the center of attention. Liang Wenfeng and Lu Ziyu exchanged glances, eyebrows raised. Wang Hao? Why is he the first to level up? It makes no sense. The instructors observing the students from a distance wore expressions of astonishment. The female sorceress stroked her chin thoughtfully. I recall him. His name is Wang Hao. He is one of the most promising and worthy students among the newcomers. It seems he has awakened the gunslinger class. A male instructor from the archery department regarded Wang Hao with interest. I had anticipated that if he awakened the archer class, I would personally recruit him as my apprentice. However, he has awakened the gunslinger class. How unfortunate. The celestial instructor from the cultivation department, adorned in flowing moon-white robes, appeared contemplative, tinged with a hint of regret. I had hoped he might awaken as a cultivator and become my direct disciple. Yet even if he has awakened a seemingly less useful class, his excellence is undeniable. Perhaps I could recruit him into my cultivation department. A male instructor chuckled lightly. Teacher Gu, you jest. While he performs adequately now, what of the future? Many skills are tied to knowledge, even at their peak. A gunslinger can only shoot from the backlands. No matter how flashy his skills may become, they are ultimately limited to firing a weapon. In this world, berserkers, mages, archers, and cultivators each have specialized texts documenting their skills. The skills unlocked upon leveling are closely tied to individual comprehension. Some may unlock powerful abilities like fireball or healing spells upon leveling, while others may not unlock any new skills at all. This is why the school favors students with high learning capabilities. They truly can distinguish themselves from their peers. The skills awakened upon leveling are not fixed, but rather linked to a person's knowledge. Yet, the most critical limitation for the gunslinger class is that in this world, firearm technology has only progressed to the 17th century, an era of matchlocks and flintlocks, with breech-loading weapons just beginning to emerge. It is difficult for people to conceive of things they have never seen. Cultivators possess myths that allow them to envision the skills within those tales. Berserkers, mages, and archers all have their own epic stories, from which they derive understanding of their skills. Yet for the gunslinger, the associated narratives remain limited to the grim realities of execution and loading a single round. To date, no gunslinger has ever reached the pinnacle of their craft. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the instructors, Wang Hao quietly retrieved a fragmentation grenade. Chapter 4, Molotov Cocktail, Seal the Gaps. Wang Hao raised his hand, summoning the newly awakened level 2 skill, Fragmentation Grenade. He felt a portion of his energy siphoned away, manifesting as an egg-shaped grenade in his palm. The fragmentation grenade consumes 1 point of energy each time. Uncertain of its power, he decided to throw it at a distance to avoid self-harm. As a military enthusiast, Wang Hao understood the dangers of fragmentation grenades. He had seen videos where new recruits, nervous on their first toss, accidentally dropped the grenades at their own feet. In those videos, seasoned sergeants swiftly moved the recruits to safety. Such safety incidents are not uncommon in military settings. Therefore, caution was paramount when deploying fragmentation grenades, ensuring he did not harm himself or others. His gaze shifted to a newly opened spatial rift a few dozen meters away, from which corpses staggered forth, still disorganized. Wang Hao carefully released the safety pin on the grenade while firmly grasping the safety handle. Slowly loosening his grip, he heard a click. The safety handle ejected, and a countdown timer appeared on the grenade. Not daring to hold onto it for too long, Wang Hao hurled the grenade forcefully at the feet of the approaching horde. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the terrifying lethality of the shrapnel erupted within the horde, showering them in a mist of blood. This was not a high-explosive grenade. It lacked the exaggerated effects seen in films. The lethality of the fragmentation grenade stems from its internal shards being propelled outward. Utilizing the shockwaves generated by explosive detonations and the high-velocity shrapnel, one can inflict casualties upon surrounding living targets, with the aim of achieving widespread and efficient destruction. The explosion releases shockwaves that propel hundreds of iron fragments outward, resulting in extensive lethality. Before the naked eye, one can observe numerous cadavers riddled with shrapnel, some of which have pierced skulls, causing immediate fatalities. In simpler terms, when a grenade is tossed, it produces a tremendous roar and shockwave, accompanied by lethal fragments. A multitude of corpses collapses instantaneously, yielding astonishing results. Witnessing this, Wang Hao silently marveled at its effectiveness against the horde of zombies. As the undead emerged from the fissure, tossing a grenade into their midst allowed for a rapid accumulation of experience points. The commotion Wang Hao created also attracted the attention of fellow students and observing instructors. His gunfire initially captured their notice, and the subsequent uproar made it impossible not to focus on him. What new skill had Wang Hao awakened after leveling up? What was that object resembling a small pineapple? Its power seemed even more exaggerated than that of the fireball spell. Many began to speculate, noting the distinctions between Wang Hao and their preconceived notions of a sharpshooter. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions was undeniably hard to overlook. In fact, the sounds drew even more zombies, encircling Li Yan. The instructors responsible for student safety began to assess Wang Hao's actions. His awakened skill appeared to differ from those of other sharpshooters. However, the noise he generated posed a significant disadvantage in combat. Indeed, this clamor attracted all nearby monsters. Presenting a glaring flaw, teachers began to critique Wang Hao's performance, unaware that in another world, devices such as silencers and sniper rifles existed, capable of taking down targets from kilometers away. At Wang Hao's current level, he could not summon a sniper rifle. But conjuring a silencer for his handgun should pose no issue. While others debated Wang Hao's performance, he found himself surrounded by zombies on 3 sides. Oh, an unexpected delight. Wang Hao noticed that the majority of the undead in the depths of the park had been lured by his gunfire and explosions. He contemplated his next move. Perhaps he should equip his handgun with a silencer. However, with so many zombies present, grenades would be more effective. With this thought, Wang Hao summoned grenades and began to hurl them into the horde. Explosions erupted, accompanied by waves of zombies collapsing, and Wang Hao achieved his second level up. A golden light flashed as his level increased to 3. While other students toiled to clear the zombies and share experience, Wang Hao had already surged ahead. New information appeared on his skill panel. Awakened, Wang Hao has reached level 3 and gained a new skill, incendiary grenade. Wow. Handgun, grenade, incendiary grenade. All set. My brother. Compared to the shrapnel grenade's effectiveness against soft targets, the incendiary grenade is evidently more suited for dealing with zombies. After all, zombies possess tough skin and dense flesh, with hard skulls. However, the incendiary grenade disregards their defenses, inflicting extensive fire damage. Fascinating. Wang Hao realized what his unique advantage was. He lacked a system, but he had a powerful homeland backing him. The people of this world could hardly fathom the might of modern weaponry. They idolized cultivators, sorcerers, berserkers, and magic swordsmen. Yet, Wang Hao hailed from a technologically advanced nation, filled with knowledge of modern arms, howitzers, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, cruise missiles, and drones. Type 99 tanks. Type 100 tanks. J-20, J-35. Type 055 destroyers, electromagnetic catapult aircraft carriers. Not to mention the Dongfeng missiles, ensuring timely deliveries. He had witnessed things that the inhabitants of this world could not even imagine. Given that the awakening of skills is tied to knowledge, Wang Hao, as the weakest sharpshooter, had a bright future ahead. Overwhelmed with excitement, he pulled the pin from the incendiary grenade and hurled it directly into the zombie horde. As flames erupted, the surrounding students were left in awe. Particularly, Su Mucheng, the elemental mage, gasped in disbelief. Why could a sharpshooter set fires? Wasn't he that a skill of cultivators or mages? Wang Hao, as a sharpshooter, was indeed rather peculiar. The widespread flames produced by the incendiary grenade caused the zombies to writhe in agony amidst the inferno. Not only were the students dumbfounded, but the teachers were witnessing such an unusual sharpshooter for the first time. Is this truly a sharpshooter? This doesn't seem right. This is a skill of a mage. Could he be a genius? The teachers began to hesitate about whether to recruit Wang Hao into their classes. After awakening, students could choose their desired profession with the guidance of instructors, or instructors could select them. The school had archery departments, melee combat departments, and also magic or cultivation departments. Yet, there was no sharpshooter department. To date, no sharpshooter had served as a teacher at the school. At that moment, an instructor from the archery department raised a hand. Everyone, please, do not rush. Indeed, some sharpshooters exhibit extraordinary abilities shortly after awakening. However, sharpshooters tend to struggle in the later stages, as their skills increasingly fail to keep pace with their levels. To hastily conclude that Wang Hao is an exceptional student may be premature. Chapter 5. Wang Hao. How selfish you are. The teachers were dazzled by Wang Hao's performance, but grew increasingly sympathetic towards him. The later stages of sharpshooters are universally recognized as the weakest profession. Fragile like mages, yet lacking powerful output skills. The more exceptional Wang Hao's current performance, the more dire his future may become. The reality is harsh. This outstanding student may find his potential stunted from here on. Perhaps this is the pinnacle of Wang Hao's brilliance. Alas, why did he have to awaken as a sharpshooter? The teachers lamented the loss of an exceptional awakener for the nation, and Guangnan City mourned the loss of this year's strongest newcomer. While the teachers expressed their regrets for Wang Hao, he had no time to ponder their emotions. He was too engrossed in utilizing his new skills to set fires and revel in the excitement. An incendiary grenade tossed into the zombie horde swiftly incinerated the corpses into charred remains. It must be noted that incendiary grenades are effective for blocking roads, sealing breaches, or obstructing space fissures. It is widely acknowledged that the spatial tremors causing fissures have led to the invasion of monsters from other worlds. Even the most formidable creatures must pass through these fissures to enter Blue Star. Wang Hao threw an incendiary grenade at the fissure's exit, igniting the undead as they landed. This method of sealing exits not only posed no risks but allowed for an effortless annihilation of the horde. Observing the 3 spatial cracks before him, the zombies jostled their way out. He tossed an incendiary grenade, following a perfect parabolic arc to the ground. Whoosh! Intense flames erupted, mercilessly consuming each zombie. One grenade for each exit, and not a single zombie could escape. As a golden light ascended, Wang Hao's expended energy was replenished, while his classmates remained at level 1. He had already ascended to level 4. However, there was no awakening of new skills this time. It seemed that not every level up guaranteed the acquisition of new abilities. Nevertheless, a higher level naturally resulted in enhanced attributes. Wang Hao raised his hand to summon his panel. Awakener, Wang Hao, age, 18, occupation, marksman level, 4 experience needed for next level, 540. Attribute panel, strength, 40, agility, 50, stamina, 40, energy, 40, remaining unallocated attribute points, 30, skills, summon firearms. Fragmentation grenade, Molotov cocktail. Casting a glance at his attributes, Wang Hao recalled the knowledge gleaned from his textbooks. Strength determines one's capacity for burden and melee combat. As a marksman, he essentially requires no investment in strength. Agility, on the other hand, is paramount for a marksman. It not only enhances speed but also influences critical hit probability. A marksman's headshot inflicts additional critical damage, and agility affects reflexes as well. In simple terms, maximizing agility allows for not only swift movement, but also quicker weapon draws and aiming. As for stamina, it correlates with health and endurance. The greater the stamina, the higher the defense, enabling one to withstand more punishment. However, for Wang Hao's marksman vocation, stamina seems somewhat superfluous. Finally, there is energy, a scarce resource across all professions. Energy can be likened to mana or spiritual power. Each skill utilized consumes energy. When energy is depleted, one can overdraft it, but this results in fainting, leading to unconsciousness. Upon reflection, Wang Hao resolved to split the 30 attribute points evenly. He extended his index finger and clicked to allocate the points. Agility, 5,065. Energy, 4,055. After distributing the attribute points to these two crucial attributes, Wang Hao felt a shift in his body. With the increase in agility and energy, a refreshing sensation surged into his brain. Reflexes heightened. Energy levels surged. His cognitive speed accelerated. His body felt lighter, and the fatigue that lingered in his mind dissipated. The enhancement from the attribute points was palpably felt. Completing this task took Wang Hao merely 3 seconds, while he reveled in his newfound abilities. The other elite teams delving deeper into Riverbank Park were far from pleased. Lu Ziyu, a berserker, glared at the corpses, most of which had been vanquished by Wang Hao. Feeling disgruntled, Wang Hao, why are you so selfish? You incinerated the spatial rift with that fire skill, and the corpses drop dead as soon as they emerge. What are we supposed to fight? The priest Liang Wenfeng echoed his sentiment. Why don't you handle it all by yourself? The rest of us need not lift a finger. Their complaints drew the attention of others. Indeed, you've slain all the corpses. What are we to do now? We rarely have the chance to train together, yet you monopolize so many resources. You've leveled up, but what about us? Each of these elite teams comprised the cream of the crop among newcomers, and they expressed their dissatisfaction with Wang Hao's use of Molotov cocktails to seal the spatial rift, thereby directly annihilating the corpses. Wang Hao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ziyu and Liang Wenfeng. When he had yet to awaken his marksman vocation, these two had treated him as a brother, inviting him out to spend lavishly. At that time, Wang Hao felt somewhat embarrassed, not wanting to let them bear the expense. They insisted on calling him a brother, dismissing the cost. In the future, we shall be comrades in arms. Back then, Lu Ziyu and Liang Wenfeng were genuinely generous. And even when Wang Hao offered to reimburse them later, they refused. Yet, immediately after the awakening ceremony this morning, these two brothers had turned their backs on him, casting him out of their team. Now, they began to grumble about Wang Hao stealing their kills, leaving them with nothing. Wang Hao was not inclined to indulge them and retorted on the spot. Lu Ziyu, Liang Wenfeng, is the spatial tremor your family's doing? The school explicitly states that those capable should bear the labor. How many kills one achieves is solely based on one's merit. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyu and Liang Wenfeng could only grit their teeth and start spewing absurd reasoning. Wang Hao, we are all classmates. Don't be so ruthless. You've hoarded so much experience. Do you understand the value of human relationships? Their banter amused Wang Hao. The value of human relationships? You're lecturing me on not being too harsh. Wang Hao had run out of patience with them. He hurled a few more Molotov cocktails into the spatial rift, intensifying the flames. Not a single corpse would be left for them. The experience was his to claim. Their shameless remarks incited Su Muching, who had been silently enduring, to speak up. Have you two had enough? Lu Ziyu, Liang Wenfeng. The moment you saw Wang Hao awaken as a marksman, you immediately began to look down on him. Now that you see his skills are formidable, you're blaming him for taking experience from you. Why did you switch teams in the first place? Had you not expelled Wang Hao from your team, we could all have completed the trial joyfully. As Su Muching unleashed her words, the expressions of the two men darkened, and they fell silent. After finishing her statement, Su Muching added, I dislike such a team atmosphere. I wish to withdraw. Wang Hao, let us team up. The surrounding peers gazed at her with envy. To team up with the dream goddess of countless students was a wish even greater than becoming a billionaire, residing in a mansion and driving luxurious cars. However, Wang Hao coolly replied, no, I prefer to go solo. Chapter 6. Su Muching's challenge. Su Muching did not anticipate Wang Hao's outright rejection. She understood that the misunderstanding between them had deepened. She was certainly not the type to covet power or hoard experience. She wished to privately clarify matters with Wang Hao. But it was not her doing that had him removed from the group chat. It was the teacher who had seized her phone and unilaterally removed Wang Hao, assigning her new teammates. The new addition to their team seemed to be the teacher's nephew. In any case, Su Muching sought to explain things to Wang Hao properly. Yet, as he turned away, loading bullets into his handgun, he said, Su, let us not squander time on trivialities. We must seize this opportunity. It appeared the spatial tremors were about to cease. They should not waste this chance for training. With that, Wang Hao summoned a Molotov cocktail and continued his search for newly opened spatial rifts. At this moment, all Wang Hao could feel was an insatiable thirst for experience. With no interest in Su Muching whatsoever, holding her staff, Su Muching's eyes glistened with sorrow. Their previous camaraderie had been so sweet, and students at school often whispered that she and Wang Hao were a match made in heaven. Yet now, Wang Hao had changed, becoming a stranger to her. Was it the abandonment by his teammates that caused such a dramatic shift in his demeanor? Reflecting on their past interactions, filled with warmth and shared growth, left Su Muching feeling an ache in her heart. She longed to return to the flirtatious atmosphere they had shared before yesterday. If words could not sway him, then perhaps strength would speak louder. Su Muching raised her hand to summon the team interface and clicked, withdraw from Guangnan City's first elite team. You have exited the team. Experience and loot will no longer be shared. You will fight alone. Experience in a team is shared. Defeating enemies together means that experience is distributed among teammates. Now, she was to fight solo, just like Wang Hao, without any reservations. Element of fire, heed my call. Flames erupted from the staff in her hand, and the surrounding air grew scorching hot. Ordinary newcomers watching from a distance gasped in awe. The demoness of fire is about to unleash her fury. Wang Hao ignored her. If I were you, I would be furious too. No, you are all too shallow. The demoness of fire intends to prove with her strength that she is worthy to accompany Wang Hao. Yet, it seemed that the spatial rifts were multiplying. Didn't anyone else notice? Ordinary students possess limited abilities. Most of them merely participate on the periphery, occasionally finding moments to engage in discussion. Among them, one individual discerned that the spatial rifts were not only failing to diminish, but were, in fact, trending towards an increase. This was perplexing. Logically, after an hour had passed, such minor spatial tremors should have subsided. Once the tremors settled, the fissures connecting to other worlds would vanish, and no more monsters would emerge. Yet, the rifts at Riverside Park continued to proliferate, defying all reason. Observing Wang Hao and Su Muching, one noted their fervent actions. Wang Hao relentlessly lobbed incendiary devices into the rifts, while Su Muching mirrored his fervor, summoning explosive fire spells. Their combined use of flames could be described as a veritable art of explosion. Were it not explicitly stated, onlookers might mistakenly believe they were partners engaged in a joint act of arson. Wang Hao was reaping experience points, while Su Muching was venting her pent-up fury. This rivalry posed a dilemma for their fellow students, who found themselves caught in the crossfire of this competitive couple. The elemental mages were indeed formidable. Their explosive capabilities were terrifying. Leave some for us. I've only managed to slay a few corrupted corpses, they lamented. What were these two quarreling about in their domestic squabbles? Upon hearing others refer to her and Wang Hao as a couple, Su Muching's cheeks flushed crimson. It was uncertain whether her blush stemmed from anger or embarrassment, but the thrill of competing with Wang Hao invigorated her. She believed that by proving her strength before him, he would surely listen to her explanations, and she was determined to resolve their misunderstandings. While her mind was consumed with thoughts of validation, Wang Hao found amusement in the situation. Oddly, as they slaughtered the corrupted corpses, the rate at which the spatial rifts opened accelerated. Could it be that his gaze shifted toward a newly formed rift at the riverbank? According to the texts on spatial phenomena, when monsters were ruthlessly slain, there was a chance of elevating the tremor's intensity, which could lead to the emergence of elite or even boss-level creatures. Was it possible that the competition between Su Muching and himself had inadvertently escalated the spatial tremors? Soon enough, Wang Hao's suspicions were confirmed. A female voice echoed through the park's loudspeakers, issuing a warning. Alert! Level 1 spatial tremor detected, escalating to Level 1. There is a high probability of elite monsters appearing. All minors and the elderly in Riverside Park are advised to seek the nearest underground shelter. The residents nearby, consisting mainly of elderly individuals and children who had been watching the spectacle with telescopes from their windows, began to rush downstairs to find refuge in the nearest shelter. The teachers observing from outside the park prepared for the unfolding situation. Though they would not intervene in the students' trials, they were determined to be ready. Healing teachers, please stand by to assist injured students. Close combat teachers, paladins, or warriors, please ensure the safety of the wounded. Such rare events called for the teachers to be prepared to silently protect their students. This invaluable real-world experience was hoped to provide the newly awakened students with a profound life lesson. The enchanting teacher from the cultivation department conveyed through telepathy. We are now facing a level 1 spatial tremor. Students who do not wish to take risks should quickly exit the park and join the teachers. For those who wish to remain and engage in battle, be mentally prepared for injury. Remember, the teachers will always be your steadfast support. As they beheld the ethereal teacher floating gracefully, several male and female students exhibited infatuated expressions. However, despite the safety net provided by the teachers, most students possessed the self-awareness to retreat from the park. Only a select few elite teams dared to remain. With hundreds of students gone, the remaining group of elite students felt the pressure multiply. The berserker Lu Ziyu's eyes blazed with determination. Come on, no matter what elite monster it is. The remaining students were eager to engage. Just then, an eerie howl resonated from the rift by the riverbank, and a chilling aura seeped forth, instantly freezing the park's fountain. The elite monster had arrived. Chapter 7. Elite Monster, Frost Wraith. The coldness emanating from the spatial rift enveloped Riverside Park, transforming the lush greenery into a glistening frost. In the sweltering 30-degree southern weather, students clad in shorts and short sleeves shivered uncontrollably from the sudden chill. It was indeed an elite monster. Such aberrations signaled the presence of an elite foe. Emerging from the rift was a zombie, its body entirely enshrouded in white. It was a Frost Wraith, a level 5 elite monster documented in the Monster Compendium. Wang Hao, an exemplary student, immediately recalled the knowledge he had learned from his textbooks. Frost Wraiths possess immense strength, tough skin, and exhale frigid air that creates a freezing zone, slowing down anyone who approaches. Close combat professions that draw near would find their muscles stiffening, significantly diminishing their attack power and mobility. Some might suggest utilizing ranged attacks. However, the Frost Wraith's defenses rank among the highest of the level 5 elite monsters. Its icy exterior is exceptionally resilient, requiring blunt instruments to breach its frozen skin. Spells and arrows would struggle to penetrate its defenses, particularly for these newly awakened students. Lacking both equipment and skills, the challenge was daunting. The observing teachers felt compelled to interject. The enchanting teacher from the cultivation department once again communicated with urgency. Students, this level 5 Frost Wraith is likely beyond your capabilities. Engaging it without equipment or skills poses a serious risk of injury. Does anyone wish to withdraw? Among the students present were some of the school's top newcomers, yet the majority opted to retreat from Riverside Park. Why? Because the Frost Wraith was recognized as one of the most formidable elite monsters. Even some level 10 awakened individuals might sustain injuries in its presence. The remaining students, all of level 23, hesitated. As over 20 students exited, only Wang Hao and 7 others remained. Without hesitation, Wang Hao raised his handgun, aiming at the frost-laden zombie. He pulled the trigger. The golden bullet spiraled towards the Frost Wraith's head, accompanied by the sound of the bullet striking ice. The high-velocity round etched a shallow mark in the creature's forehead. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and muttered, the penetrative capability of the 7.62mm round from the Black Star pistol is still insufficient. The defensive strength of this level 5 elite monster exceeded his expectations. Continuing to fire, Wang Hao discharged every remaining round in his handgun. However, all 8 bullets became ensnared in the layer of ice coating the Frost Wraith. The bullet heads could not breach the icy barrier. The pistol's penetration was inadequate to pose a threat. Wang Hao, let us attack together, Su Muching urged, brandishing her staff as she unleashed an explosive fire spell towards the Frost Wraith. Wang Hao, undeterred, hurled a Molotov cocktail, attempting to counter the ice with flames. However, when the fireball from the fire explosion technique and the incendiary bomb struck the frost corpse, the zombie exhaled frigid air, instantly extinguishing the flames. Wang Hao's tried and true incendiary bomb, along with Su Muqing's fire explosion technique, only inflicted minimal damage on this level 5 elite monster. Every conceivable method had been employed. Wang Hao found himself deep in contemplation, pondering whether to abandon his handgun in favor of summoning a rifle with greater penetrating power. As he mulled over this, a voice called from behind, "Step aside, you clowns. Liang Wenfeng, quickly bestow your blessings upon me." Lu Ziyu, the berserker, shouted as he leapt high, wielding his great sword toward the frost corpse. The priest Liang Wenfeng hurriedly chanted incantations to bestow enhancements upon the berserker. Strength enhancement, speed enhancement, ice resistance. It's your turn now. Under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, the berserker Lu Ziyu swung down his sword. The image he had envisioned of the frost corpse shattering under his strike did not materialize. As the blade descended, the frost corpse immediately raised both hands to block. The great sword did slice through the icy layer, but only a mere 3 centimeters deep. It merely grazed the flesh of the frost corpse, failing to inflict any lethal damage. The teachers observing from a distance immediately shouted, "Lu, quickly roll back." Yet it was too late. The berserker Lu Ziyu attempted to withdraw his sword, but it became lodged in the frost corpse's frozen flesh. The frost corpse opened its mouth, unleashing a blast of frigid frost. To the naked eye, Lu Ziyu's arm began to crystallize, and the front half of his body was nearly frozen into an ice sculpture. Fortunately, the teachers were prepared to assist, and a flying sword whisked Lu Ziyu away from the battlefield. Once rescued to safety, the arrogance of the berserker dissipated. He wailed, "My hand, my eyes. Please help me, teacher." His entire face had become frozen, and his eyeballs suffered frostbite. Had it not been for the presence of healing teachers, Lu Ziyu would likely have faced temporary blindness. Fortunately, the healing expert swiftly treated Lu Ziyu's frostbite. Yet, he had sustained a fatal injury and lost his qualification to continue the trial. "Teacher, let me try again. This time I can surely succeed." Lu Ziyu remained as arrogant as ever, unwilling to accept defeat, especially with the teachers ready to support him. The surrounding teachers, however, did not acquiesce to his request. "Lu, you have already failed. In a real battle, you would have perished. You are not qualified to challenge that frost corpse again." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyu gritted his teeth, harboring resentment toward the teachers who had restrained him. It was merely a mistake. Who doesn't err? Observing this obstinate student, the teachers shook their heads. They were all aware that those who awakened the berserker class often possessed difficult personalities, as awakened professions were intrinsically linked to one's character. Among the new students, several of the strongest had already failed, leaving no one else capable of challenging the frost corpse. A teacher from the archery department spoke up. "Shouldn't we take action soon? Indeed, as Zhang says, if we delay further, the surrounding elders will surely complain." Just as the teachers prepared to intervene and resolve the situation, Teacher Gu from the cultivation department raised her hand. "Wait, look at Wang Hao." "Wang Hao?" They turned to see Wang Hao distancing himself from the frost corpse, heading toward the ordinary zombies. Observing this, Lu Ziyu nodded repeatedly. Wang Hao is quite clever. He realizes he cannot defeat the frost corpse and is opting to eliminate the lesser monsters instead. After all, even I cannot breach the frost corpse's defenses. Whether this statement was intended as praise for Wang Hao or a reflection of his own prowess remained ambiguous. However, Teacher Gu from the cultivation department held a different perspective. "No, observe Wang Hao. He is not fleeing, but rather preparing for something." This teacher, with a demeanor as ethereal as a celestial being, spoke with a calm tone. Lu Ziyu, however, dismissed her assertion with disdain. If I couldn't penetrate the frost corpse's defenses, what could he, a marksman, possibly accomplish? Wang Hao dashed over 100 meters away, leaping onto the second floor of the park management office, where he lay prone. The bystanders were perplexed. Why did Wang Hao run so far, specifically climbing up to the second floor balcony? What was his intention? Having made all necessary preparations, Wang Hao silently intoned, "Sniper Grenade Launcher. Summon. Level 5 main skill, Sniper Grenade Launcher. Cost, 5 energy points. Ammunition type, grenades. Ammunition quantity." For moments ago, Wang Hao had thrown an incendiary bomb, incinerating a large number of corpses and leveling up to 5. Achieving level 5 is a significant milestone, with every 5 levels unlocking a random powerful skill. As he ascended to level 5, he awakened his first formidable skill, the Grenade Sniper. With a caliber of 35 millimeters and equipped with a sniper scope, it could eliminate targets in a single shot, truly a sniper's weapon. Prone on the second floor balcony, Wang Hao summoned this robust and powerful sniper grenade launcher. The distant teachers took note of the peculiar firearm in Wang Hao's hands. "What is that? Is it a gun? Why does it have such elaborate features?" It appeared entirely unlike any weapon they had previously encountered. Given that the technology of firearms in this world had stagnated for centuries, no one had ever seen modern or even sci-fi weaponry. Thus, when Wang Hao produced this domestically manufactured sniper grenade launcher from his world, the inhabitants of this parallel universe were entirely unfamiliar with it. Not to mention, even in Wang Hao's original Earth, this sniper grenade launcher was the only one of its kind globally. Just imagine the exhilaration of a group of Chinese superhumans wielding this sniper grenade launcher and obliterating a Humvee with a single shot. Wang Hao could never return to his previous world, but in this realm, he could employ the cutting-edge technology of the grenade sniper developed by his mother. With a click, the grenade was chambered, the safety disengaged, and he pressed his face against the stock, peering through the scope. This sniper grenade launcher was equipped with the YMJL 11005 optical sight, integrating functions such as laser ranging, ballistic calculation, and environmental correction. In gaming terms, it was akin to having auto-aim. This electronic sight could automatically compute the trajectory. Wang Hao merely needed to place the reticle over the level 5 elite zombie. Within the scope of the rifle, calculations of distance, wind speed, and the trajectory of the grenade had already commenced automatically. Fixating on the red dot in the crosshairs, it was aligned perfectly upon the head of the frostbitten corpse. And with a gentle squeeze of the trigger, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the park. The terrifying recoil propelled Wang Hao backward, as if his shoulder had endured a forceful collision. The stout black barrel belched forth flames, and the white smoke, a product of combustion, surged from the muzzle brake. The visible white stream of air swept aside the dust on either side. The golden grenade soared swiftly towards the frostbitten corpse, and all onlookers witnessed the golden projectile hurtling towards its target. Teachers widened their eyes in disbelief, firing a firearm from several hundred meters away. Surely, a sharpshooter's weapon could only reach a distance of a few dozen meters at most. Even the most skilled marksman, using a smoothbore gun, could only achieve accuracy within 100 meters. Most teachers' memories of sharpshooters were of those wielding antiquated firearms, their shots unpredictably dispersed. For those with a keen interest in world history and military affairs, it was well known that several centuries ago, in both the West and in the Xia Kingdom, firing a musket required soldiers to line up and shoot in turns. Musketeers would form 3 ranks and take turns firing, as the guns of that era lacked rifling and standardized ammunition. When fired, one could aim for the head but hit the foot instead. A historical example can be drawn from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, where Ming troops, armed with muskets, faced off against Qing bowmen. The Ming soldiers were compelled to form ranks to fire, yet were vulnerable to the flanking maneuvers of the Qing cavalry, caught off guard by arrows. In this world, the emergence of awakened beings several centuries ago stunted military technological advancement, leaving it frozen in time. Thus, when the teachers observed Wang Hao firing from 200 to 300 meters away, they deemed his actions somewhat juvenile. Surely, even an archer of equal caliber could not accomplish such a feat at that distance. Berserker Lu Ziyu was not mocking, but rather engaging in rational analysis. It was not just sharpshooters. Even a level 5 archer would struggle to strike accurately at a frostbitten corpse from 300 meters. While it was conceivable that a remarkably gifted individual could hit a target at that distance, the arrow would have lost much of its lethality by then. However, just as everyone struggled to comprehend Wang Hao's reasoning for firing, a resounding boom echoed. The golden grenade struck the frostbitten corpse with precision, accompanied by the blinding flash and thick smoke of the explosion. All present, including the frostbitten corpse, were momentarily paralyzed. The solid ice encasing the corpse was violently shattered by the explosion, fissures spreading across its surface as shards of ice cascaded down. With a furious roar, the frostbitten corpse was drawn to Wang Hao, its vendetta awakened, as it turned toward the park management office. At that moment, Wang Hao took a deep breath, readjusted his stance, and aimed at the advancing corpse. He squeezed the trigger once more, sending the grenade hurtling towards the now-moving target. Watching this unfold, Teacher Gu Qinghan from the Immortal Cultivation Department's eyes brightened with realization. He had increased the distance to afford himself ample time to bombard the zombie. A clever deduction indeed. 300 meters was an ideal range. Chapter 9. My Sniper versus the Monster? Why maintain distance? Wang Hao understood that a distance of 300 meters allowed for substantial margin for error. The frostbitten corpse's run from the riverbank to the park management office provided Wang Hao with ample opportunities to fire multiple rounds. Steady aim, hold one's breath, maintain composure, and squeeze the trigger. The dull thuds of gunfire resounded through the riverside park. 3 grenades detonated accurately around the frostbitten corpse, the explosive force shattering the icy shield encasing it. Fractured ice rained down, littering the park's stone pathways. The frostbitten corpse, limping and furious, charged forward, while Wang Hao remained composed, observing his quarry. To the other students, the level 5 frostbitten corpse seemed impervious to blades and bullets, a seemingly insurmountable foe. Yet, with the distance Wang Hao had established, he had sufficient time to unleash a second barrage. Reloading, he muttered the incantation to summon a second magazine, expending 5 energy points. This domestically produced 35mm grenade was more formidable than any so-called Barrett sniper rifle. The bullets from a Barrett would pale in comparison. With a crisp sound, he chambered another round, the delightful click of the mechanism filling him with joy. Does it sound good? A pleasing sound signifies an exceptional sniper. Adjusting the crosshairs once more, he observed the frostbitten corpse, now within a mere 150 meters. Infuriated by Wang Hao's prior assault, it charged recklessly toward him. But what of it? Lying on the second-floor balcony, Wang Hao needed only to leisurely pull the trigger. The closer the target, the greater the accuracy. The robust barrel once again exhaled flames. As the golden grenade tore through the air, striking the frostbitten corpse squarely between the eyes. The grenade erupted upon impact, shattering the icy layer enveloping its form. After 5 strikes, had the frostbitten corpse finally breached its icy exterior? It seemed this level 5 elite creature possessed considerable resilience, enduring 5 explosive rounds. Wang Hao marveled at the creature's tenacity, while the teachers and students present were left in awe of his terrifying offensive power. Despite the collective efforts of many, their skills had failed to pierce the frostbitten corpse's icy shield. Yet Wang Hao, with just 5 shots, had succeeded? What kind of anomaly was he? Was this what they termed a sharpshooter? The weakest of sharpshooters? The students felt an imbalance within. All were newly awakened. Yet why was Wang Hao's skill set so potent? If all sharpshooters were as formidable as Wang Hao, how could this profession be deemed the weakest? At that moment, the elite frostbitten corpse sensed a shift in its fate. With a modicum of intelligence, it refrained from mindless charging upon realizing the threat of death. With a guttural growl, it summoned the surrounding undead to its side. A horde of corpses approached. The frostbitten corpse intended to use them as a shield. With its ice shield shattered, it had no choice but to call upon the horde to absorb incoming fire. Wang Hao's ambition to slay the frostbitten corpse alone was becoming increasingly daunting. Other elite team students were undoubtedly eager to seize the kill. As the onlookers murmured, a few among them began to stir with anticipation. Quick! Wang Hao had breached the frostbitten corpse's icy shield. This was their opportunity. Upon hearing others express their desire to claim the elite creature, Su Muching furrowed her brow in disapproval. Are you all forgetting your humanity? We are all from the same school. Do you have no shame? Faced with Su Muching's inquiry, Liang Wenfeng and a few others chose to ignore her. Who cares? The chance to slay an elite creature was rare, and the potential for premium materials to drop was too enticing to resist. They would seize the opportunity. The allure of treasure from elite monsters was irresistible. Who could resist such temptation? In modern society, while murder for profit was prohibited, competing for the kill was all too common, as long as no one was harmed. Claiming the monster was not illegal. The drop mechanism dictated that whoever delivered the final blow had the right to the spoils. Now, everyone was eager to secure the frostbitten corpse and claim their rewards. But would Wang Hao grant them such an opportunity? Those students yearning to usurp his kill were clearly deluded. As he gazed through the scope, the horde blocked the frostbitten corpse's advance. How naive they were. What weapon did Wang Hao wield? A sniper? Yes, but more than merely a sniper. This weapon was officially known as a grenade launcher sniper. Primarily, it served as a sniper, but it was also a launcher. What, then, was the purpose of the grenade? To explode. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous echoes of gunfire sounded like a drumbeat as 3 grenades were unleashed in rapid succession. The terrifying explosion unleashed a force that directly ripped apart numerous decaying corpses. The breached cold corpses attempted to use the horde to shield themselves from bullets, yet before the might of the grenade sniper, everything was reduced to mere digestible remnants. The corpses crumbled like paper. A single grenade effortlessly shredded a dozen of them. The explosive shockwave sent limbs and entrails soaring in all directions. The second grenade struck the cold corpse with precision, obliterating it entirely. A third grenade delivered the final blow, thoroughly dismantling this level 5 elite zombie. Throughout this endeavor, Wang Hao fired a total of 8 grenades, achieving a remarkable accuracy of 100%. One could not help but marvel at the domestic scope of the aiming device, which automatically calculated ballistic trajectories, allowing even a novice to easily hit targets 300 meters away. This remarkable technology from his homeland, unexpectedly utilized in this parallel world, was a revelation. From the skills he had awakened thus far, it became evident that the military knowledge residing in Wang Hao's mind was his most significant advantage. The skills he awakened were deeply intertwined with his knowledge, and as an avid military enthusiast, he possessed a wealth of information regarding domestically produced weaponry. He had never anticipated that one day, this military knowledge would accompany him into this parallel realm, morphing into tangible skills. Gazing at the level 5 elite cold corpse, now reduced to frozen fragments, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. If level 5 skills were this potent, what might await him at levels 10, 15, or even 20? What new profession might he ascend to upon reaching level 20? The prospect of powerful skills awakening in the future stirred an uncontainable excitement within him, a fervor rooted in his passion for domestic weaponry. Could he summon cannon snipers now, and perhaps even Dongfeng missiles in the future? The thought of launching a Dongfeng missile from the comfort of his home to strike monsters thousands of kilometers away was previously a mere fantasy. But now it seemed within reach as his levels increased. Wang Hao looked fondly at the 11th grade grenade sniper resting on his balcony, treating it with the tenderness one would afford a beloved companion. As the elite monster fell, the surrounding space began to settle, the fissures slowly vanishing, leaving only a scattering of decaying corpses as remnants of the chaos. The riverside park in Guangnan City returned to tranquility, albeit permeated by the stench of decay. With a flick of his wrist, the grenade sniper summoned by his skill gradually transformed into light and vanished. He leaped down from the second floor, exhilarated by his victory over the elite monster, and raised his hand to examine his attribute panel. Level 6 achieved. You have slain the level 5 elite monster Frost Cold Corpse. Please proceed to inspect the body for loot. Chapter 10. This student I shall claim. Defeating elite monsters or boss creatures often yields unique materials, which cannot be found on Blue Star and can only be obtained through conquest. This exclusivity made the prices of equipment materials exorbitantly high, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. He glanced at his attribute panel. Awakened, Wang Hao, age, 18, profession, sharpshooter, level, 6, 2,560 experience points required for next level. Attribute panel, strength, 60, agility, 85, stamina, 60, energetics, 75, remaining unallocated attribute points, 20, skills, summon firearms. Fragmentation grenade, incendiary grenade, grenade sniper. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, it was evident that with each level gained, his 4 foundational attributes would increase by an additional 10 points, coupled with the 10 additional free attribute points awarded at each level. It was clear that as Wang Hao leveled up, his vitality would continue to enhance, widening the gap between him and other newcomers. He waved his hand through the air, dismissing the attribute panel visible only to himself. The park, now a scene of devastation following the recent battle, was strewn with shattered bodies and blood-stained pavement, necessitating the intervention of sanitation workers to restore order. The waiting sanitation workers began employing water-based spells to cleanse the bloodied ground. Some used telekinesis to gather the corpses, igniting them in an open area for cremation. It was said that the ashes left behind were highly suitable for use as fertilizer. Much of the rice and vegetables consumed by Wang Hao and his peers were grown using monster ashes as fertilizer, resulting in rapid and robust growth. He nodded in acknowledgement to the sanitation workers as he approached the cold corpse he had slain. Following the principle of whoever kills, whoever claims, this was his exclusive trophy. From the lifeless body of the level 5 elite monster, a rare metal known as astral iron emerged. Wang Hao's gaze fixated on the astral iron, and information began to materialize before him. Low-tier astral iron, frost attribute, rarity, blue, level, 5, description, a wondrous metal from another world. It can be shaped into desired weapons through mere thought. Wang Hao had encountered astral iron in textbooks before, despite sharing a name. Each type of astral iron possessed distinct qualities, attributes, and levels. There existed exquisite astral iron as well as inferior variants. By merely placing his hand upon the metal and envisioning the weapon he desired, this piece of astral iron would transform into his imagined creation, a truly remarkable material. This particular piece, imbued with the frost attribute, would yield weapons capable of inflicting frost damage, slowing and freezing enemies. As Wang Hao held the astral iron, he contemplated what kind of weapon he might forge from it. There was no rush. The forging process could take place whenever he wished. Following the recent battle, while he maintained a facade of calm and made prudent decisions, the fatigue from the encounter began to seep into his mind. He needed a moment to rest. However, as he turned around, he noticed that his fellow students and teachers were all observing him. Even several of his close friends from the dormitory approached him. "How's he? Wow, that skill you just used was incredible. Amazing, brother. My son Wang Hao possesses the stature of an emperor." His roommates were eager to boast about his achievements. Even after Wang Hao had transitioned into this parallel world, these friends remained unabashedly exuberant. Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "Get lost. I soloed a level 5 elite zombie. You lot should be kneeling." His roommates genuinely rejoiced for him. They understood that even if he awakened as the most basic sharpshooter profession, he would excel beyond expectations. The sharpshooter profession, even in his hands, blossomed into something extraordinary. It was no wonder he was regarded as the strongest among this year's newcomers. Don't be ridiculous. There are no worthless professions in this world. If one cannot succeed, they shouldn't blame the path. You're right, Howsy. His roommates sincerely celebrated his success, while other students gathered around, eager to align themselves with him. A throng of female students approached, inviting him to join their teams. Previously, apart from his roommates, no one had shown interest in teaming up with Wang Hao. Now, witnessing his formidable skills, they all clamored for his inclusion. It is said that throughout history, many have sought to add embellishments to the already fortunate, yet few come to the aid of those in need. Given Wang Hao's current skill level, he felt no necessity to join forces with others. Teaming up would require sharing experience and loot, a prospect that held no allure for him. With a smile, he crafted a polite excuse to decline. "No need. I have other plans." Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. "Wang Hao, are you planning to team up with Su Muching? It seems you two are indeed meant to be together, doesn't he? I used to see you both inseparable in the library." Faced with their speculations, Wang Hao merely smiled, leaving some room for imagination, allowing them to draw their own conclusions. At least after the removal of Su Muching as a shield, no one bothered him again. Wang Hao relished the peace, preferring not to explain himself repeatedly. This time, during the spatial tremor, his performance was documented by the instructors. Meanwhile, the teachers gathered at a distance for a meeting. Although Wang Hao had awakened as a marksman, he appeared somewhat different from the traditional archetype. "Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts? Which department would be willing to recruit this student?" The participating teachers displayed expressions of hesitation. The instructor from the archery department spoke first. "While Wang Hao's performance is impressive, the marksman excels in the early stages but lacks strength in the mid to late game. I acknowledge that his current firearm is formidable, but what will happen as his level increases? Archers can unleash a torrential rain of arrows, creating massive explosions with elemental arrows. Mages can summon meteors, and the strongest among them can obliterate an entire city with a single strike. Berserkers can engage in fierce battles with city-destroying behemoths by draining their life force. Cultivators can utilize powerful formations to protect entire cities. But what about marksmen? As far as I know, even the strongest marksman still wields a gun, unleashing trivial skills." The instructor from the archery department is correct. Other professions have clear and promising futures. What does the future hold for marksmen? Is it merely wielding a gun until death? Nurturing a top-tier student requires significant resources from the school. They dare not gamble or place their resources on Wang Hao. While he appears strong now, what will he do later? Amidst the discourse, a female instructor from the cultivation department, Gu Qinghan, raised her hand. This ethereal teacher spoke slowly. "I wish to recruit this student, Wang Hao." Upon hearing that teacher Gu Qinghan from the cultivation department wanted to select Wang Hao for her class, the crowd fell into shock. The cultivation department is the most resource-rich and prestigious in the school. The cultivator profession is unique to the Summer Kingdom, with few awakeners from other countries achieving this. The professions an awakener can attain are influenced by culture and knowledge. For instance, awakeners in Japan may become unique samurai or ninjas, while those across the ocean in America may awaken as cowboys. The cultivator profession is exclusive to the Summer Kingdom. In domestic schools, the resources in the cultivation department are often the best, and the faculty is recognized as the strongest. Other teachers, hearing that Gu Qinghan intended to recruit Wang Hao into her department, were perplexed. Wang Hao is a marksman. Can he truly enter the cultivation department? The spots are limited, and few aside from cultivators can gain entry. As the discussion unfolded, the enchanting teacher, floating gracefully, addressed the audience. There are no rules stating that only students who awaken as cultivators can enter the cultivation department. In previous years, the department has also accepted students from other professions. Gu Qinghan continued, "Since no one in the school has chosen to recruit a marksman, and other departments have no intention of admitting Wang Hao, why should I not take him? In my educational philosophy, there are no weak professions, only unwilling teachers and students who refuse to learn." Faced with the lofty and ethereal presence of teacher Gu Qinghan, the other instructors fell silent. After all, her argument held merit. The archery department had no interest in Wang Hao. The melee department would not recruit a marksman either. The healing and magic departments were also ill-suited for Wang Hao's admission. Scanning the room, it was clear that no teacher desired to recruit Wang Hao. Thus, teacher Gu Qinghan resolved to attempt to bring Wang Hao into the cultivation department. Once there were no objections, the celestial instructor revealed her innermost thoughts. Before awakening his profession, Wang Hao was a student everyone vied for. Now that he has become a marksman, you have all changed your demeanor. Does that truly befit a teacher? I believe this student possesses immense potential. In the academically demanding cultivation department, Wang Hao will be stimulated by other exceptional students, compelled to compete with them, thereby unleashing his own potential. The senior students surrounding Gu Qinghan began to applaud. She was the goddess in their hearts. Students of both genders idolized her. Her unique teaching philosophy and ethereal aura captivated them. Teacher Gu Qinghan enjoyed considerable popularity within the school. The situation surrounding the spatial tremor concluded with Wang Hao's victory over the elite zombie. The Riverside Park returned to tranquility, restored to its original state through the diligent efforts of the janitorial staff. The new students returned to the school in an orderly fashion, resuming their respective classes. Wang Hao sat in the classroom with a few roommates, while other students whispered about him in hushed tones. Clearly, the battle at the Riverside Park had made Wang Hao a celebrity within the school. In a back row seat by the window, Wang Hao rested his eyes on his desk. He sensed Su Muqing's resentful gaze directed at him. Su Muqing scribbled a note, tearing off the paper and passing it to the person beside her to deliver to Wang Hao. The note circulated among several classmates before finally landing in front of Wang Hao. Drowsily rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, he unfolded the paper. On it, Su Muqing had written, "Is it only when I surpass you that you will listen to my explanation?" The group chat, "It wasn't me who kicked you out." After glancing at the note, Wang Hao crumpled it and tossed it into the trash. Whether to explain or not was irrelevant. He understood Su Muqing's character well enough not to suspect her of such actions. However, at that moment, he did not wish to join any team. Allies would only hinder his speed in drawing his weapon. Seeing Wang Hao discard her note, Su Muqing misunderstood the situation. Angrily biting her lip, she thought, "Wang Hao is as stubborn as a mule. He won't listen to my explanation after feeling wronged. What can I do to make him believe me and calm down enough to talk?" Her female deskmate, witnessing Su Muqing's rare display of distress, stifled a laugh. "Miss Su, you should leverage your family's wealth. An apology will suffice. After all, men can be easily placated. Your relationship was so good before. Surely, it won't fall apart over something trivial?" Upon hearing this, Su Muqing felt it made sense. Indeed, her family possessed wealth. She could use her financial resources to win Wang Hao back. Surely, to grow stronger, he would need to spend money, right? He would need to purchase materials for equipment and hunt monsters to level up. Hunting monsters required buying recovery potions and energy potions for survival. After all, leveling up and battling monsters was undoubtedly costly. Su Muqing lowered her head, contemplating how to use the funds in her bank account to win Wang Hao back. She refused to believe that in the face of wealth, Wang Hao would continue to treat her with cold indifference. Meanwhile, a teacher approached the podium with a list in hand. Clearing his throat, he began to read from the list. Based on the recent spatial tremor, the scores for each student have been finalized. The teachers from each department have pre-selected students. Those whose names are called should come forward to collect their certificates. Upon hearing that the assessment scores were out, the students in the classroom held their breath in anticipation. Typically, assessment scores are released several weeks after enrollment. However, this time coincided with the spatial tremor, providing the newcomers with an opportunity for a practical assessment. Each department's teachers would begin to recruit students based on their recent performances in the field. Su Muqing, rated S, reported to the Department of Magic after class. Liang Wenfeng, rated A, reported to the Healing Department. Lu Ziyu, rated A, reported to the Close Combat Department. The berserker Lu Ziyu furrowed his brows in disbelief. What? I only received an A rating? Feeling somewhat aggrieved about his A-, Lu Ziyu expressed his dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, as the new students were continuously assigned to various departments, Wang Hao's name remained unannounced. Lying on his desk, Wang Hao's expression grew grave. For students awakening their professions, only 1 day a week was spent in the classroom learning. The remaining 4 days were almost entirely dedicated to learning in their respective departments. This meant that if a student did not join the archery department or the magic department, they would only attend classes for 1 day a week, spending the other 4 days in self-study. Those who failed to join a department would generally be left behind by their peers. After the teacher finished reading the names, Wang Hao did not hear his own. This indicated that he had not caught the attention of any department's instructors and had been overlooked. Chapter 12, Rated SS, officially entering the cultivation department. Once the teacher at the podium finished announcing all the names in the class, Wang Hao's name was the only one omitted. All the new students had been assigned to various departments such as archery, close combat, healing, and magic. Only Wang Hao was absent from the list. Confused. He thought that he had at least killed an elite monster. Surely, he would be placed in the archery department, which catered to range professions. At this moment, everyone in the class turned their gaze toward Wang Hao. The berserker Lu Ziyu displayed a puzzled expression and spoke first. Teacher, why wasn't Wang Hao assigned to the archery department? How could he not have received a rating with his strength? Although Lu Ziyu often exhibited arrogance and looked down upon the weak, he genuinely respected Wang Hao's performance in the park. He only admired those stronger than himself, which made Wang Hao's absence from the selection all the more frustrating for Lu Ziyu. The teacher at the podium flipped through the list, confirming several times. Indeed, Wang Hao's name was not present. He had not been selected, much to their regret. Su Muching stood up from her seat, challenging the teacher. Teacher, there must be some mistake. Wang Hao single-handedly defeated a level 5 elite monster. His strength is evident to anyone with eyes. In response to Su Muching's inquiry, the teacher's face grew stern. Su Muching, are you mocking the decision of the instructors? Wang Hao was not chosen by any department's teachers. This is the school's decision, not something to be decided by a handful of students. Lu Ziyu's temper flared as he shouted, aren't you just bullying the honest ones? I will record this and expose it online, claiming your school is discriminating against students and denying them educational resources. Seated in the back, Wang Hao observed Lu Ziyu, who had previously been at odds with him. One must admit that the berserker's straightforward nature was both admirable and daunting. He could stand up for Wang Hao today, but could just as easily become his rival tomorrow. Lu Ziyu was not malicious. He merely possessed a naive arrogance stemming from his self-confidence and his family's influence. As Su Muching and the heir of the Lu family began to press the teacher, the pressure mounted. Yet, these matters were beyond the teacher's control. He was merely an instructor responsible for delivering ordinary lessons to this group of students. Just as the classroom was on the verge of chaos, a well-dressed teacher hurried over. Teacher Zhao, you have forgotten a list. The instructor took the list and realized he had nearly caused an incident. How could I have left this additional list in the office? Everyone, quiet down, please. The instructor held up the new list and announced, Wang Hao, rated SS, report to the cultivation department after class. Upon hearing this, the classroom transitioned from a cacophony of voices to a stunned silence. The cultivation department? Wang Hao had caught the attention of teacher Gu Qinghan from the cultivation department. The cultivation department is known for having the best resources, the fewest students, and a wealth of talent. Generally, only students who awakened as cultivators could enter. A select few fortunate individuals with exceptional talent might also gain admission. The cultivation department is akin to an honors class within the school. Just moments ago, Su Muching and Lu Ziyu, who had been fervently defending Wang Hao, now found themselves speechless. Lu Ziyu gritted his teeth, muttering, damn it. This kid gets a direct pass to the cultivation department, and I was just getting all worked up for him? Meanwhile, Su Muching felt a mix of emotions. While she was happy for Wang Hao's admission to the cultivation department, she also felt a sense of urgency. Once Wang Hao entered the cultivation department, the distance between them would only widen. How could she explain that matter to him later? How could she leverage her financial influence to win him back? Upon hearing the news, Wang Hao's roommates erupted in excitement. Haozi, you must celebrate tonight. You can't just treat us poorly. Hurry and invite your 3 godfathers for a barbecue. Even Wang Hao himself felt somewhat astonished. He had been selected for the school's most prestigious cultivation department. Of course, the pressure within the cultivation department was immense. The students competed against one another, creating a high-pressure environment. It was said that the daily studies in the cultivation department were intense enough to drive ordinary students to madness. Such high costs naturally came with exceptional benefits. Students in the cultivation department could reside in exclusive villas on campus and enjoy the finest resources the school had to offer. Standing up, Wang Hao accepted the badge handed to him by the teacher, under the watchful gaze of his classmates. This was the exclusive badge of the cultivation department at Guangnan University. Wearing it signified a superior status within the school. Holding the emblem that combined the school crest with the flying sword insignia, Wang Hao felt a tumult of emotions, both excitement and complexity. He never anticipated that the cultivation department would want him. He had prepared to join the archery department. The cultivation department wanted a sharpshooter like him? There is an old saying, the trajectory is a path. Marksmanship is also a path. Gazing at the badge in his hand, he felt a whirlpool of emotions. The teacher at the podium congratulated him. Congratulations, Wang Hao. I hope you achieve great success in the cultivation department. All right, class dismissed. As the instructor turned to leave, the classroom returned to its usual relaxed atmosphere. Students began to converse animatedly, with many approaching Wang Hao to extend their congratulations. Congratulations, Wang Hao. Wang Hao, are you interested in joining us? Faced with the eager classmates, Wang Hao smiled politely and declined. His thoughts were solely focused on reporting to the cultivation department to see what the highly regarded teacher Gu had in store. As he walked out of the classroom, Wang Hao cast a sidelong glance at Su Muching, who was following him. He paused and inquired, Su, do you need something? Su Muching bit her pink lips, her eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. Wang Hao, congratulations on joining the cultivation department. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Is that all? You don't have anything else to discuss? The class beauty, visibly flustered, replied, That's it. What else would you expect me to do? Treat you to a meal. Su Muching understood that Wang Hao would not heed any of her explanations for the time being. She planned to take her time, patiently mending their relationship. Wang Hao, contemplative, sensed Su Muching's goodwill and wished to avoid any misunderstandings between them. Unwilling to team up with Su Muching, he felt she did not require a partner. However, it seemed Su Muching had misunderstood his intentions. Thinking he was still upset, he decided to find a moment to discuss this with her. Understanding this logic, Wang Hao spoke up, dinner invitation? That's acceptable, perhaps another day. Chapter 13, Crafting the First Weapon. Upon hearing Wang Hao express willingness to dine with her, a hint of joy broke through Su Muching's taut expression. It's settled then. This Saturday morning, at the tea restaurant by the school gate. Let us not miss it. With that, she tossed her long hair back and turned away with flair. Internally, she marveled, yes. I've finally managed to coax this stubborn mule, Wang Hao, out. The mere thought of meeting him alone on Saturday lightened her step, easing her previously anxious heart. Wang Hao chuckled at the sight of his female classmate's retreating figure. Does this little wealthy girl really need to be that delighted over a dinner invitation? However, now that he had joined the immortal cultivation department, his academic pressure had intensified. He could no longer afford to be as carefree as before. It was time to buckle down. Wearing his immortal cultivation department badge, he made his way deeper into the school. Each department boasted its own facilities, and the immortal cultivation department, being the most elite with the least members yet the most resources, occupied the largest venue. The gymnasium before him was comparable in scale to the National Stadium. Yet it was exclusively for the immortal cultivation department. Entering the immortal cultivation department, Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the distinctiveness of the school's top-tier departments. As he walked toward the gymnasium, several seniors soared above him on flying swords, heading straight for the stadium. Although he envied their ability to fly on swords, he mused that summoning a drone to achieve a similar effect would suffice. Soon, Wang Hao arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. The formation at the entrance scanned the flying sword badge on his chest, and a translucent barrier swiftly opened a door. Stepping into the expansive gymnasium, he observed numerous seniors freely flying in midair. Some were seated cross-legged in the stands, practicing their techniques, while others engaged in friendly competitions on the arena, their flying swords clashing under their control. This was indeed the immortal cultivation department, where the academic atmosphere was most intense and the pressure of studies most formidable. While others toiled diligently, they were literally risking their lives for knowledge. Almost all members of the immortal cultivation department were practitioners, except for Wang Hao, the lone sharpshooter. As Wang Hao entered the gymnasium, a teacher clad in moon-white gauze, Gu Qinghan, fixed her gaze upon him. Dear students, she announced, allow me to introduce our new member. Wang Hao. Though he has not awakened as a practitioner, his abilities should not be underestimated. At her words, all eyes turned to Wang Hao. Many seniors paused their studies to look over. So this is Wang Hao, the one who single-handedly defeated a level 5 elite cold corpse at the Riverside Park this morning? The school chat is abuzz with discussions about him, especially regarding his close ties with the young lady of the Su family. In the vast gymnasium, surrounded by the murmurs of seniors who had long heard of Wang Hao, he maintained a composed demeanor. Greetings, teacher, esteemed seniors, fellow students. Floating above, Teacher Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Please take a seat in the stands, Wang Hao. This afternoon, I will be discussing the first lesson for new students in the Immortal Cultivation Department. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a massive cage that descended from above, revealing hundreds of gale wolves within. Gu Qinghan calmly stated, this afternoon, each new student must participate in this examination. You will face an onslaught of 50 gale wolves simultaneously. Your task is to protect yourself and escape. This is the essence of your learning today. At her words, save for Wang Hao, the 20 or so new students joining the Immortal Cultivation Department collectively gasped, facing 50 level 5 gale wolves at once. Truly, the pressure of studies here was overwhelming. As the murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd, the seniors were accustomed to the intensity. Those who remained in the immortal cultivation department were all exceptional individuals. With an impassive expression, Teacher Gu Qinghan's voice reverberated in every new student's mind like thunder. If any new student continues to complain, you may swiftly apply to withdraw from the immortal cultivation department. We do not harbor idlers here. To enjoy the best resources in the school, you must be prepared to endure the accompanying pressure. Though her tone was calm, her words instilled an invisible psychological burden upon the students. After delivering her message, Gu Qinghan's gaze flickered toward Wang Hao. Among the new students, only Wang Hao appeared remarkably composed. What a pity, she thought. If only Wang Hao had awakened as a practitioner, I would certainly take him as my personal disciple and teach him the various paths of cultivation. Yet in this world, where everyone awakens their professions, one's path was not a matter of personal choice. She had brought Wang Hao into the immortal cultivation department partly to inspire the other students, and partly to witness whether he could bring forth a miracle. Following Teacher Gu's announcement, the new students in the stands began discussing strategies for passing the assessment. While others fretted, Wang Hao lounged lazily on the bench, observing the salivating gale wolves within the cage. Gale wolves, level 5 beast-type monsters, were highly agile and preferred to act in packs, exhibiting a sense of teamwork. He mused aloud. Teacher Gu is certainly starting off with a bang for the new students. It seems that to remain in the immortal cultivation department and enjoy its benefits, one must endure a high-pressure learning environment. But I welcome it. Wang Hao retrieved a piece of Stargate iron from his bag, pondering. The teacher hasn't restricted us. Thus, bringing my own equipment should be permissible. Now, what weapon shall I forge with this ice-type Stargate iron? He contemplated, wishing for a firearm that possessed high armor-piercing capabilities, rapid fire rate, and long-range accuracy. Among domestic firearms, which classic rifle could meet these criteria? Surely someone would suggest the Type 191 assault rifle, codenamed Tunglong. Wang Hao too desired to use this Stargate iron to craft the most effective rifle. As he pressed his hand against the Stargate iron, he declared, "Forge the Type 191 assault rifle." At this utterance, a line of text materialized before him. The Type 191 new assault rifle you wish to forge requires more advanced materials for crafting. Based on your knowledge of firearms, you may currently choose to forge the following weapons: M4A1 assault rifle, A47 assault rifle, Type 95 assault rifle. Please make your selection. Chapter 14, Frosty Type 95 assault rifle. Upon seeing the three options presented before him, the choice was clear. Wang Hao unhesitatingly opted for the domestic rifle. Firstly, it was a matter of sentiment. Secondly, he had only ever handled a real firearm during military training in college, and the only gun he had fired was the Type 95. Choosing the Type 95 was because it was designed for the physique of the Chinese people. Furthermore, he was only familiar with the American M4A1 and the Soviet A47 from movies and games, lacking practical experience with them. From any perspective, he was determined to forge the Type 95 rifle. Placing his hand upon the iron ingot, Wang Hao closed his eyes and envisioned the form of the Type 95 assault rifle. The Type 95 features a bullpup design, characterized by its compact and simplistic aesthetic, exuding a sense of modernity and technological advancement. The rear section of the rifle houses the firing mechanism and stock, designed with a generous base that aligns closely with the shooter's shoulder, effectively mitigating recoil. Additionally, the butt of the stock is equipped with a bolt buffer, further enhancing shooting precision. Having served as a standard weapon in the Summer Nation for several decades, it has undergone numerous iterations of refinement, ensuring its reliability, stability, and accuracy. However, as times progress, and with the rapid advancement of domestic technology, the Type 95 is gradually being supplanted by the newer and more formidable Type 191 assault rifle. Nonetheless, the Type 95 has etched a profound imprint in the hearts of a generation of military enthusiasts. Despite the mixed reviews it receives, with critics enumerating its various flaws, this does not diminish the fact that the Type 95 has participated in countless real-world engagements, safeguarding the majestic landscapes of the homeland. As Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, the iron ingot in his hand began to melt. The molten iron floated in the air, gradually solidifying into the silhouette of a Type 95 assault rifle. Before him stood the Frost variant, a silver-hued Type 95. Grasping this rifle, it marked the first genuine firearm Wang Hao had ever held. During university military training, he had achieved remarkable results with this very rifle. The bullpup design, with its elegant curves and familiar tactile sensation, was captivating. With a series of clicks, Wang Hao pulled the charging handle. The ejection port opened, revealing the interior of the rifle's chamber. As he focused intently on the weapon, Its specifications materialized before him. Frost Type 95 Assault Rifle, Level 5, Quality, Blue. Material, Astral Iron, Ice Element. Attribute, Freezing, Characteristic, High Penetration Freezing Bullets. Trait, when wielding this weapon, your skills will carry the Frost attribute. Upon reading the description of this weapon, Wang Hao was astonished to discover that it could influence his skill attributes. Did this imply that his fragmentation grenades, incendiary devices, and explosive rounds would all possess freezing effects? Yet, how could an incendiary device produce a freezing effect? This piqued Wang Hao's curiosity. Perhaps only by taking this weapon into actual combat would he truly comprehend its capabilities. The freshman trials were set to commence in the afternoon. And as the lunch bell rang, students from the cultivation department began to file into the cafeteria. Among this group, Wang Hao appeared somewhat out of place. While his peers sported swords at their waists, having awakened as cultivators, Wang Hao entered with his Type 95 assault rifle slung across his back. Upon his arrival, both upperclassmen and fellow freshmen regarded him with peculiar glances, as if the cultivation department were not a place he belonged. In a cafeteria predominantly filled with awakened cultivators, Wang Hao stood out conspicuously. No one was inclined to join him at his table, prompting him to retrieve a tray of food and sit alone in a corner. Wang Hao maintained a positive mindset. Even if others viewed him as an oddity, he felt no need to concern himself with their stares. In this world, as long as he focused on self-improvement and enhancing his abilities, he would not lack for admirers. With the awakening of his gunslinger profession, Wang Hao felt a sense of companionship, for within his memories resided the cutting-edge technology of his homeland. What supported him was the powerful technological nation behind him. Seated alone in the corner, Wang Hao relished the generous provisions of the cultivation department. The cafeteria served exquisite meals, reportedly cultivated from the department's medicinal herb garden. The food exuded an ethereal flavor that was hard to describe, yet the meat from pigs raised on spiritual herbs was undeniably succulent. Biting into a crispy pork cutlet, the juices burst in his mouth. Additionally, there was a plate of unknown stir-fry that was refreshingly crisp, invigorating, and effective in dispelling fatigue. One could only declare that the culinary offerings of the cultivation department were the finest in the entire school, all sourced from their own gardens and livestock. As Wang Hao savored his meal, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. Gu Qinghan, a faculty member of the cultivation department, stepped inside. The students, who had been whispering moments before, fell silent at the sight of this ethereal teacher, clad in moon-white gauze, exuding an otherworldly aura. This unique presence was both stern and enchanting, causing the students to hold their breath, fearful of disturbing the ambience with any sound. Noticing the students' awkwardness, Gu Qinghan calmly remarked, "No need to mind me. Please continue your meals. This is a cafeteria, not a classroom. There's no need for formality." Though her profession was that of a cultivator, she was not above the pleasures of the mundane. Having said this, the teacher took a tray and served herself a portion of food. However, her selection appeared to be a special offering for faculty, featuring higher-grade spirit beast stew. Holding her tray, Gu Qinghan scanned the room, her gaze settling on Wang Hao in the corner. Approaching him directly, she asked, "Wang Hao, may I join you? Please, have a seat. There's no one else here." Wang Hao replied, somewhat surprised, but he moved his chair to invite her to sit. Perhaps the other tables were full, but it was evident that the envy of all the students and other teachers was directed towards them. It felt almost like a transgression for Wang Hao to be seated beside Gu Qinghan. However, he paid little mind to the attention, choosing instead to lower his head and continue eating. Yet, Gu Qinghan's gaze remained fixed on him. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Wang Hao asked, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. Was there a crumb on his lip, or something amiss on his face? After a lengthy pause, he finally met her gaze. "Wang Hao, may I take a look at your weapon?" Taken aback by her request, Wang Hao realized her curiosity was directed at the Type 95 assault rifle slung across his back. "Certainly, please have a look." He handed her the rifle, and she examined it meticulously. A strange silence enveloped the cafeteria, with even the sound of chewing rendered distinct. All eyes were now on the two of them. After several minutes, Gu Qinghan spoke, "You truly are the son of the master artisan. You have perfectly inherited your father's traits." Chapter 15. Is Teacher Gu serving me vegetables? Upon hearing Gu Qinghan mention his father, Wang Hao paused. "Teacher, do you know my father?" "Yes, your father is considered my senior. He has assisted me greatly in battle. For instance, he forged this crescent moon sword for me." Gu Qinghan raised her hand, summoning the flying sword she always carried with her. Wang Hao was somewhat astonished to discover that the sword used by his teacher was crafted by his own father, just as in his original world. The parents in this parallel realm remained unchanged. They were still his parents from the original reality. However, in this world, they often worked late and traveled frequently. Wang Hao's memories of them were quite vague, and he could no longer recall how many years it had been since he last saw them. From the teacher's words, he learned that his father was known by the nickname Master Artisan. Moreover, it appeared that his parents had assisted her, making them her seniors. It was no wonder Gu Qinghan had spoken on his behalf and facilitated his entry into the cultivation department. It stemmed from their familial connection. Wang Hao began to take an interest in his parents' identities. Teacher, could you tell me more about my parents? I haven't seen them for at least 15 years. In his original world, Wang Hao's parents were merely engineers at a machinery factory. Yet in this world of universal awakening, it seemed his parents had become esteemed weaponsmiths. As Wang Hao was about to pose some inquiries, teacher Gu Qinghan interrupted him. Wang Hao, time is of the essence. You should focus on the assessment this afternoon and refrain from diverting your attention elsewhere. With that, teacher Gu lowered her head and commenced her meal, not engaging in any further conversation with Wang Hao. It appeared she was avoiding the topic of Wang Hao's parents, reluctant to discuss it at length. Noticing her peculiar demeanor, Wang Hao fell into silence, pondering whether his parents and teacher were preoccupied with matters concerning him. Perhaps they harbored some secrets that were inconvenient to disclose. After all, his parents regularly sent him living expenses and called to check on him, yet they never divulged details about their work. At the very least, he reassured himself that they were alive and well, even video calling him to ease his worries. Given that they might be involved in some confidential work, Wang Hao decided not to inquire further. At that moment, teacher Gu served him more food, saying, Wang Hao, eat well, do not disappoint me in the assessment this afternoon. Thank you, teacher Gu, Wang Hao replied, sensing her care. However, he felt uneasy about this attention, as if his parents had used their connections to secure special treatment from her. Some things, after all, must be earned through one's own efforts to be truly satisfying. Wang Hao was confident in his abilities and did not wish to depend on the privileges afforded by his parents' generation. Such reliance might incite jealousy and unfounded rumors among others. Uninformed students began to murmur quietly among themselves. Why does teacher Gu show so much favoritism towards him? Why is she serving him food? What is their relationship? Is it possible that Wang Hao has some sort of family background? One student remarked, can you believe it? Teacher Gu is serving him food. How is that reasonable? Sensing the scrutiny of his peers, Wang Hao lowered his voice. Teacher, I can manage on my own. Please don't serve me. It's of no concern. Your parents have a good relationship with me, and it is only fitting that I care for you as a junior, Gu Qinghan replied, unconcerned about the opinions of others. Her affection for Wang Hao stemmed from a mentor-esque care for a protege, and regardless of what others said, she felt no guilt. Her primary concern was whether Wang Hao could endure the afternoon's assessment. As the child of two esteemed predecessors, she was tasked with ensuring his proper development while respecting his autonomy. Thus, the lunch unfolded in an atmosphere charged with tension. As Wang Hao exited the cafeteria and made his way towards the gymnasium for the assessment, he noticed several upperclassmen pointing and whispering about him. The palpable jealousy was evident, especially among the female students who envied Wang Hao for dining with their beloved teacher Gu. At that moment, a senior approached, blocking his path. Hey, junior. We have a few questions for you. I'm sorry, but I'm not available. Wang Hao politely nodded and attempted to sidestep her. The short-haired senior, clad in a black t-shirt tucked into high-waisted jeans, raised her hand imperiously, summoning a flying sword to obstruct his path. With her brows furrowed, her tone was unwelcoming. Teacher Gu treats everyone equally and never dines with students. Why is she serving you food? You should explain yourself. Nearby, others quickly intervened. Senior Gao, please calm down. We're here to ask him questions, not to cause trouble. Despite the attempts to defuse the situation, Gao Zhixia maintained her intense gaze on Wang Hao. Unfazed by the flying sword blocking his way, Wang Hao calmly pushed it aside and continued forward. I'm sorry, Senior Gao. I have to participate in the assessment this afternoon. I must be on my way. Wang Hao did not indulge her threats. This was a society governed by law. Was Gao Zhixia truly going to wield her sword against him? Seeing Wang Hao disregard her, Gao Zhixia felt a surge of frustration. Junior, stop right there. The senior's chest rose and fell rapidly, taken aback by Wang Hao's audacity to ignore her. She was among the top students in the cultivation department and had a close relationship with teacher Gu, often assisting her with various tasks. Teacher Gu had never afforded her such treatment. Clearly, jealousy coursed through her, but Wang Hao remained unperturbed. As he stepped into the gymnasium, Gao Zhixia felt a sting of humiliation. Why was it that teacher Gu, who was usually closest to her, showed such favor to him? She sulked, feeling like a neglected child. Wang Hao, having entered the gymnasium, paid no heed to Gao Zhixia. The senior, brimming with indignation, scoffed. How can a sharpshooter like him even join our cultivation department? It seems that Wang Hao is merely a beneficiary of connections. Let us go see how he fumbles during the trials, suggested another student. If he is indeed a privileged individual, will he be given an easy pass during the trials? Gao Zhixia snarled through gritted teeth. If he dares to exploit connections to gain entry into our esteemed cultivation department, I will surely report him to the provincial authorities. If that fails, I will escalate it to the capital. The surrounding students understood that Gao Zhixia had significant influence and could very well make a call to the capital. If Wang Hao dared to cheat during the assessment, Gao Zhixia would ensure he faced consequences. It's almost time for Wang Hao's turn in the trials. Let us hurry, Gao Zhixia declared, her indignation palpable. We absolutely cannot allow those who take shortcuts to tarnish the reputation of our cultivation department. With that, they mounted their flying swords and soared towards the gymnasium. Chapter 16. The 95th Practical Combat Assessment. The gymnasium belonging to the cultivation department was an expansive arena, capable of accommodating 80,000 spectators. At that moment, an exhilarating entrance assessment was underway. On the field, a new student was maneuvering a flying sword, evading the pursuit of 50 gale wolves. The new student appeared frantic as he faced the onslaught of the 50 beasts. His expression was one of terror as he made errors in positioning and execution. Confronted by the 55th level gale wolves, the psychological pressure on the new student was unprecedented. The wolves growled, exhibiting a modicum of intelligence as they herded the new student, toying with him. Despite his desperate attempts to unleash a wide arc of sword energy, most of the gale wolves deftly dodged his strikes, surrounding him from all sides. Witnessing this, Teacher Gu Qinghan coldly declared, "Zhou Fifan, you have failed the assessment. You will be placed on probation." The moment she spoke, the atmosphere plummeted to a frigid silence. The gale wolves, poised to pounce, whimpered in response to Teacher Gu's voice and hastily retreated, their tails tucked between their legs. A mere utterance from her was enough to instill fear in these fifth-level magical creatures. Zhou Fifan, the new student, slumped to the ground, cradling his head in despair. I cannot overcome my fear. When surrounded by monsters, I lose my composure. Fear is a natural human emotion. Yet, conquering fear is a testament to human courage. Gazing at the snarling, drooling gale wolves, he felt overwhelmed. A lone wolf might pose little threat, but when they acted in unison, the terror of being hunted was paralyzing. However, the high-pressure environment of the cultivation department was designed to push every student to their limits. Only through such rigorous training could the nation cultivate formidable cultivators unique to the Xia Kingdom. Globally, the profession of a cultivator ranks among the highest tiers of intensity. Positioned in the elite echelon, Teacher Gu Qinghan showed no mercy to any student, regardless of their background. Even for Wang Hao, she would not relax her expectations. Using her powers, she retrieved the list, announcing, "Next, the new student Wang Hao, whose awakened profession is sharpshooter." Wang Hao is also a newly recruited student in our immortal cultivation department. Although he has awakened as a sharpshooter, the instructors will subject him to even more stringent assessments. When Gu Qingyan cast her cold, sidelong glance at Wang Hao, it was clear that she would not grant him any leniency due to her parental connections. Other senior students in the gymnasium paused their studies, their attention drawn toward Wang Hao. During lunch at the cafeteria, they had all witnessed Teacher Gu Qinghan's favoritism toward him. In light of the examination, would the fairy teacher aid Wang Hao in cheating his way through? At the front of the stands, Gao Zhixia, a member of the immortal cultivation department, stood atop a flying sword, surveying the verdant lawn from a lofty position. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Hao approached the center of the gymnasium. Before him, in an iron cage, were 50 ravenous gale wolves, drooling and eager for a meal. The pack growled, their sharp claws scraping against the metal floor, producing a piercing sound. Holding a peculiar firearm, Wang Hao's expression remained stoic, though a hint of tension lingered. He took a slow, deep breath. "Teacher, let us begin." As Gu Qinghan summoned her spiritual energy, the chains loosened. The 50 gale wolves burst forth like beasts unleashed, saliva dripping as they charged toward Wang Hao. With remarkable agility and nascent intelligence, they understood the tactics of encirclement. The moment the wolves were released, Wang Hao felt the weight of pressure. Truly, this was the entrance exam for the immortal cultivation department, setting the stakes high from the outset. Nevertheless, Wang Hao inhaled deeply once more, raising his Type 95 rifle into a perfectly executed shoulder shooting stance. Aligning his sights on the leading wolf, he squeezed the trigger. Tat 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 tat. The rapid bursts of fire echoed throughout the gymnasium. At a distance of 100 meters, the leading wolf's head exploded instantaneously. The frost attribute of the Type 95 unleashed ice crystal ammunition. Upon striking the wolf's brow, the bullet penetrated its skull and detonated within its cranium. Penetration, explosion, freezing, all in one fluid motion. The alpha wolf met its end without suffering, its skull shattered by the ice crystal bullet, obliterating its brain. This demonstrated the formidable penetrating power of the domestically produced 58mm round. Within 100 meters, the Type 95's bullets could pierce through an 8mm thick steel plate while retaining lethality. Many video games depict the Type 95 as feeble, yet in reality, this rifle fires domestically manufactured ammunition that boasts not only high penetration capability, but also devastating damage. When the 58mm bullet enters a target, it creates a cavitation effect, swirling within the enemy's organs and causing catastrophic internal bleeding. Modern bullets are a far cry from the World War II German Mauser 98 or the Japanese Arisaka. Upon impact, they do not merely exit from the rear, they tumble within the body, inflicting far greater and more terrifying damage. In contemporary warfare, numerous soldiers sustain gunshot wounds to the head, appearing to have only a single entry wound. However, the bullet ricochets within their skull, turning their brains to mush. The frost-imbued Type 95 assault rifle in Wang Hao's hands not only inherits the high penetration and armor-piercing qualities of domestic weapons, but also engenders a freezing effect upon detonation within the enemy's body. Several gale wolves that were struck by the bullets collapsed on the grass, their orifices emitting cold vapors. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Hao noticed the kill notifications. Killed level 5 magical beast gale wolf, gained 5 experience points. Killed level 5 magical beast gale wolf, gained 5 experience points. A total of 30 rounds were fired, averaging 23 shots per wolf. This meant that from this 100-meter distance, Wang Hao could eliminate a staggering 1-0-15 gale wolves. He couldn't help but feel vindicated for choosing to forge the Type 95 rather than opting for foreign firearms. The rifle felt familiar and comforting, reminiscent of the real weapon he had handled during military training in college. Upon grasping it, he felt no need to relearn. He could fire it with ease. His accuracy at this distance exceeded 70%. Wang Hao grinned, relishing the frosty aroma in the air, savoring the exhilarating thrill of hunting as he accurately dispatched the gale wolves. Even Gao Zhixia, who had previously obstructed him, was captivated by his stylish tactical shooting. This is intriguing. Shouldn't a sharpshooter load one round at a time? While he observed other sharpshooters firing powerful rounds, they often appeared overwhelmed by swarms of monsters. Most people's understanding of firearms remains entrenched in the era of primitive gunpowder weapons. The Type 95 assault rifle in Wang Hao's hands momentarily stunned the gathering of cultivators. Chapter 17. Can a sharpshooter cause elemental fission? As a military enthusiast, Wang Hao also delights in exploring various strategies. When confronted by a pack of gale wolves charging head-on, he opted for short bursts of fire rather than indiscriminately spraying bullets. While mindless spraying may seem exhilarating, it is far less efficient. Conversely, aiming for the wolves' heads and firing in rapid succession ensured high lethality while maintaining accuracy. Just as Wang Hao had eliminated 6 gale wolves in succession, he suddenly halted. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, Wang Hao silently intoned, "Summon firebombs. Summon firebombs, consuming 2 energy points. Summoning 30. Current energy level, 85. Summoning 30 firebombs. Consuming 60 energy points. Reloading. Frost Type 95 assault rifle reloaded, consuming 5 energy points. In an instant, Wang Hao's energy was nearly depleted. The spectators in the gymnasium exchanged bewildered looks. Had he truly expended so many skills in one go? I can already guess what he's planning. The seniors, who had earned their place in the immortal cultivation department, were no fools. They quickly comprehended Wang Hao's maneuver and marveled at his ingenuity. At that moment, Wang Hao's experience points stood at 560. He needed only to slay one more gale wolf to ascend to level 7. With each level gained, the awakened one's stamina and energy would be fully replenished. Every upgrade represented a breakthrough in cultivation. Even if one were utterly exhausted, leveling up would restore them to peak condition. Wang Hao strategically utilized this characteristic, draining nearly all his energy before leveling up. He scattered 30 firebombs across the lawn and executed a swift retreat, distancing himself from the explosives. The gale wolves, perceiving Wang Hao's vulnerable back, surged forward in excitement. Possessing rudimentary intelligence, the wolves did not comprehend the concept of a trap. The sight of their prey's unguarded back ignited their hunting instincts. The pack howled and charged toward the field strewn with firebombs. Now, Wang Hao pivoted, holding his breath and focusing intently, aligning his sights on one of the firebombs on the ground. As his index fingers squeezed the trigger, an ice crystal bullet soared forth, spinning rapidly and striking the firebomb with precision. The collision of the ice crystal bullet and the firebomb triggered a spectacular elemental reaction that even Wang Hao had not anticipated. Ice and fire. Ice-fire fission. The exploding firebomb and ice crystal bullet shattered, unleashing a terrifying elemental reaction. Waves of flames surged forth, merging with the ice crystal bullets spewing from Wang Hao's rifle, doubling the lethal impact. Numerous gale wolves perished amidst the conflagration and icy explosion. Amidst the raging inferno on the lawn, shards of ice crystals shattered and exploded, accompanied by the faint golden glow emanating from Wang Hao. 50 wind wolves fell under his relentless assault. Level increased to 7, 8, 9. You require 6,590 experience points to reach the next level. Congratulations. You have awakened the level 8 skill, Quick Roll. Congratulations, you have awakened the level 9 skill, Miniature Unmanned Reconnaissance Drone. Just a few experience points shy of level 10, Wang Hao surveyed the charred remains of the wind wolves, ensuring his firearm was safely secured to prevent accidental discharge. He then slung his Type 95 rifle across his back. Observing the scorched carcasses of the wolves, the freshmen who had previously voiced their dissent against Wang Hao fell silent. The senior students recognized the significance of this formidable newcomer in the cultivation department, realizing that Wang Hao might very well be the dark horse of the year. His presence promised to unsettle the tranquility of this year's freshman. Gao Zhixia, hovering on her flying sword, gazed at the smoldering lawn. Was this junior truly a sharpshooter? The burning spell, combined with his peculiar firearm, had unleashed an elemental explosion of ice crystals. After a long moment of contemplation, Gao Zhixia felt a chill of apprehension. This year's freshmen would likely find themselves overshadowed by Wang Hao. As silence enveloped the arena, teacher Gu Qinghan spoke quietly. Time taken, 1 minute and 53 seconds. Wang Hao has shattered the cultivation department's record for freshmen, as well as the best record in the entire school and even the city in nearly a decade. This achievement can be reported to the province and should secure second place in Guangnan City. Upon realizing he had taken 1 minute and 53 seconds to slay 50 wind wolves, Wang Hao felt a twinge of regret. If only he had known there was a timer, he could have pushed himself harder to break the city record. Initially, he had prioritized stability over speed, resulting in this prolonged duration and only securing the second-best historical record in the city. Reflecting on this, Wang Hao inquired, "Teacher, who holds the first place in Guangnan City?" What was their time? Teacher Gu Qinghan, rarely seen smiling, revealed a hint of a smile. This was the first time the students had witnessed their stern teacher exhibit such warmth. The first place was achieved in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Also by slaying 50 wind wolves. This record was set when I first enrolled 10 years ago. Wang Hao pondered, 1 minute and 30 seconds? If I had been more diligent, I believe I could surpass that senior. I just wonder who that senior is. Hearing Wang Hao's inquiry about the first place, Gao Zhixia, observing from a distance, clutched her forehead in exasperation. This foolish boy, does he not recognize the person who set the record right before him? Gao Zhixia lamented Wang Hao's lack of awareness, feeling frustrated that he could not identify such a prominent figure. Teacher Gu Qinghan maintained her composed demeanor, but her eyes glimmered with mischief. Would you like to know who still holds the record from 10 years ago? Indeed, I am quite curious, Wang Hao replied. The ethereal teacher, with a graceful flick of her sleeve, turned and left him with the words, "That person stands before you." Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the senior he sought was none other than teacher Gu Qinghan herself. 10 years prior, she had set the record of 1 minute and 30 seconds upon entering the cultivation department, a benchmark that remained unbroken to this day. Had Wang Hao known there was a timed competition, he would have exerted himself further. In truth, he was confident that he could have slain 50 wind wolves within a minute. Just as Wang Hao reflected on his recent battle, a sudden tremor shook the earth, and the sky split open, revealing a crimson moon amidst the bright sun. This extraordinary phenomenon, the coexistence of the sun and the red moon, appeared high in the sky. Teacher Gu Qinghan, who had previously jested with Wang Hao, now wore a grave expression, her brows furrowed as if preparing for a formidable adversary. A red moon? This is not good. It's a level 4 spatial quake. All students, proceed to the underground shelter. Senior students, assist the newcomers in evacuating. As she flew on her sword, Teacher Gu Qinghan's demeanor grew serious as she executed a hand seal, summoning countless flying swords that fanned out like a peacock's tail. The increasing frequency of spatial quakes in Guangnan City was alarming. Had the spatial earthquake zone shifted from the ocean to Guangnan province? The spatial earthquake zone was an invisible, intangible natural disaster, unlike the volcanic seismic zones fixed in the 4 islands of the Eastern Realm. This spatial earthquake zone was mobile and would shift over time. When a city fell within its bounds, it would experience a high frequency of spatial quakes. These quakes not only increased in frequency, but also in intensity, ultimately leading to the city's destruction. In the 300 years of humanity's awakening history, 3 major cities had been obliterated by spatial quakes: the foggy city of London, the free city of New York, and the island city of Edo. Each of these cities had succumbed to level 17 spatial quakes, which devastated them and turned them into playgrounds for monstrous entities. The city of London fell more than 200 years ago, occupied by otherworldly creatures, and it took humanity a century of combat to reclaim it. Free city New York fell over 100 years ago to colossal beasts, which razed the city to the ground. Edo was struck 80 years ago by a mysterious spatial explosion, leaving a massive pit in the city's center. Now Guangnan City, the largest city in southern Xia, seemed to be on the brink of a severe spatial earthquake disaster. Teacher Gu Qinghan's concerns were justified, as 2 spatial quakes had occurred within a single day, both with increasing magnitudes. This indicated a significant probability that Guangnan City had entered the spatial earthquake zone. If this were true, the city would soon become unsuitable for human habitation, facing high-frequency invasions by monsters. May this merely be a conjecture. Disaster must not befall my homeland. My hometown. Gu Qinghan resolved to stand firm until the very last moment if Guangnan City truly faced a spatial quake. Recalling the 3 cities that had been destroyed by spatial quakes, Teacher Gu Qinghan clenched her fists tightly. Teachers, we must remain here and ensure no students are left behind. Other instructors from the cultivation department ascended into the air. Rest assured, teacher, we will do everything in our power to ensure the safety of the students. However, a concerned male teacher added, this spatial quake is projected to affect a 10-kilometer radius. I hope my family remains safe. The state has entrusted every teacher with the mission to safeguard their students, and in the face of significant natural disasters, teachers across Xia stand ready to rise to the occasion. While some may falter and abandon their students to save themselves, the vast majority of Awaken Academy's instructors deserve the honor of being called educators. Formation of the sword array, commence. Colleagues, I entrust you with the safety of our students. Understood. A dozen teachers from the cultivation department soared into the sky. The sun and the red moon coexisted, and a massive fissure appeared in the clear sky, resembling a wound in the heavens, torn open by an unseen force. Countless winged creatures emerged from the 10-kilometer-long rift, their black wings beating as they swarmed towards the city in droves, including gargoyles, man-eating bats, and birdmen. Not only within the academy, but high-ranking awakeners throughout the city vigilantly guard their respective territories. In the face of a 4A grade spatial tremor, students find themselves largely powerless, their only course of action being to seek the nearest refuge and avoid burdening their teachers. Wang Hao gazed skyward, where a moon-white figure charged forward. Teacher Gu, I sincerely hope you navigate this crisis unscathed. As a student, Wang Hao could only silently pray for the safety of his esteemed teacher. Junior, you should focus on your own safety. The audacious senior, Gao Zhixia, appeared beside him. Teacher Gu possesses the strength to deftly manage this disaster. You needn't worry for her. With a playful pat on his shoulder, Gao Zhixia boasted confidently, as if in her eyes, Teacher Gu Qinghan was omnipotent. This sparked Wang Hao's curiosity. Just how powerful is Teacher Gu? You rascal. Upon hearing Wang Hao's inquiry regarding Gu Qinghan's level, Gao Zhixia immediately reprimanded him sternly. The ranks of teachers are classified. Their true abilities and levels must not be disclosed to outsiders. Haven't you learned about confidentiality in your years of study? Wang Hao quickly retorted, Senior Gao, why are you so pedantic? I am merely expressing my admiration for Teacher Gu's prowess. Realizing her overly serious demeanor, Gao Zhixia softened. All right. I apologize. I shouldn't have scolded you for such a trivial matter. My duty is to escort you newcomers to the nearest shelter. Come, follow me and the seniors. Wang Hao initially thought that Gao Zhixia would be haughty and unreasonable, but to his surprise, she promptly apologized and took the initiative to lead them to safety. With a wave of her hand, a flying sword gracefully hovered before Wang Hao. Junior, step onto the flying sword and hold onto my waist. Understood. Without hesitation, he climbed aboard the flying sword, his hands resting on her slender waist. Up, the seniors guided the inexperienced newcomers towards the nearest shelter near the gymnasium. The state places great importance on the safety of its citizens, and shelters are abundant. However, each shelter has a maximum capacity, and upon arriving at the nearest A043 shelter, they encountered a tense scene. The shelter is full. Senior Gao, you should check the 044 shelter. When they reached the 044 shelter, they received the same response. It's already crowded with 100 people. Senior Gao, perhaps you should try the 045 shelter. Each shelter is equipped with food and water arrays. But they cannot accommodate everyone indefinitely. Many sought refuge at the first opportunity, leading to overcrowding in nearby shelters. As Gao Zhixiao searched for a shelter with Wang Hao, anxiety began to creep in. The first wave of monsters was approaching. If they didn't find a refuge soon, they could be in grave danger. Another senior, wearing a tense expression, chimed in, Senior Gao, we've checked 3 nearby shelters. I've heard that the 047 shelter still has space. Cold sweat began to bead on Gao Zhixia's forehead. But that location, she looked toward the teaching building, where high-level gargoyles had appeared. Creatures far beyond the capabilities of their group. As the seniors deliberated on how to circumvent the gargoyles, Wang Hao raised his hand. Senior, I may have a solution. What kind of solution? Gao Zhixia asked, astonished. Wang Hao quietly chanted, drone. A small reconnaissance drone materialized in his palm. Chapter 19. Unmanned reconnaissance drone. Wang Hao had just awakened the skill to summon a reconnaissance drone. The peculiar object in his hand left everyone puzzled. What is that? In this world of Blue Star, no company named DJI had yet emerged. While fixed-wing commercial aircraft existed, quadcopters like this were still rare. With a thought, he activated it. Summoning small reconnaissance drone, consuming 1 point of energy. Skill description. The drone has a special signal connection with you and can be controlled through thought. Consuming 5 points of energy per hour of flight. The images captured by the drone will appear in your visual membrane. It felt as though a neural interface chip had been implanted in Wang Hao's mind. With a thought, the drone's propellers began to hum. As the small drone took flight from his hand, a small screen appeared in his visual membrane, displaying real-time footage from the drone. As it ascended, Wang Hao could clearly discern whether the path ahead was safe or fraught with monsters. The drone even boasted a scanning function, successfully identifying a creature. Low-tier gargoyle, level 35, danger level, high, to you. With this reconnaissance drone, he could directly ascertain the monster's levels. Most of the creatures pouring from the rift in the sky had been contained by the teachers, leaving only a few stragglers within the school grounds. Senior, there's a gargoyle above the teaching building. We should avoid it. The other seniors exchanged astonished glances. The teaching building was at least 500 or 600 meters away, and Wang Hao could see the threat through that little gadget. Since there's a gargoyle over there, let us not head to the A047 shelter. Instead, we should divert to the farther A049 shelter. Gao Zhixiao immediately made the call, guiding Wang Hao and the others eastward. With his hands resting on Gao Zhixiao's slender waist, Wang Hao utilized the drone to scout the path ahead. Senior, there are over 100 gale wolves lurking in the woods, waiting to ambush us. It would be prudent to gain altitude to avoid their surprise attack. There are no high-ranking monsters nearby, so we can fly with relative safety. As they navigated through the school's wooded area, the group grew increasingly impressed by Wang Hao. Lowering their height to traverse the trees was a strategic move to evade aerial monsters. The seniors exchanged glances, uncertain. Can we trust this junior? Should we really risk flying out in the open? Just as they voiced their concerns, Gao Zhixia decisively stated, if we pass through the forest and get ambushed by gale wolves, while they pose little threat to us, the bloodshed could attract gargoyles and other creatures. We should heed the junior's advice and ascend. Gao Zhixiao's decisiveness led the group of over 10 to soar above the treetops. Indeed, the gale wolves, having escaped their confines due to the spatial tremor, were lying in wait, as Wang Hao had described, as they skillfully evaded the monsters. The seniors ceased their doubts about Wang Hao. Gao Zhixiao, steering the flying sword, couldn't help but exclaim, are you truly a sharpshooter? Your skills are unlike anyone else's. I'm genuinely curious about what's in that mind of yours. Wang Hao chuckled lightly, opting not to elaborate. He couldn't very well disclose that this technology stemmed from the formidable nation behind him. The drone's automatic scanning and thermal imaging could detect any living creature lurking within the forest as long as they emitted heat. The thermal imaging lens of the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft can clearly reveal the lurking gale wolves concealed among the leaves. With the assistance of the drone, Wang Hao need not fear ambushes from these beasts. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of shelter number 049. Gao Zhixiao called out to those inside. Are there any spots available? The heavy iron door of the shelter bore several prominent inscriptions. Guanyin City Advanced Awakening Academy, Shelter No. A 049, capacity, 100 individuals. A narrow gap in the iron door opened, revealing a pair of eyes peering out. It was Senior Gao. Senior, there's still space inside. Hurry and come in. The group exchanged relieved glances, their expressions brightening. With the sound of gears turning, the thick steel doors slowly creaked open. The student standing at the door began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Senior Gao, including your group, we have already exceeded 111 individuals. According to regulations, the shelter could not accommodate more than 10 additional individuals beyond the 100-person limit, making the absolute maximum 110. Now, with Wang Hao and Gao Zhixia standing outside, they could only select one person to enter the shelter. Exceeding 110 individuals would surpass the shelter's limit. The student displayed a troubled expression. Senior Gao, what should we do? Which of you two should enter? Senior Gao appeared equally conflicted. Outside loomed the perilous 4A level spatial quake, where monsters like gargoyles, man-eating bats, and birdmen, all possessing flight capabilities, thrived. Leaving a new student outside would undoubtedly spell doom for him. After 3 seconds of contemplation, Senior Gao nudged Wang Hao. Let the new student enter the shelter. I will check out shelter number 050. Wang Hao, pushed to the entrance of the shelter, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the assertive Senior Gao would relinquish her spot in the shelter for him. However, Wang Hao's drone had already detected the increasing number of monsters surrounding them. Even for Gao Zhixia, being alone outside was perilous. Should he enter? The instinct for survival urged Wang Hao to seek refuge in the shelter. Yet, possessing a drone, he believed he could easily evade the monsters. As Wang Hao pondered, Gao Zhixia pushed him again. Hurry inside, don't worry about me. After all, you are the newcomer, while I am a senior and a member of the cultivation department. My duty is to ensure your safety, so go on. The students inside also urged him, quickly come in. The shelter's door cannot remain open for too long. Under their watchful gazes, Wang Hao suddenly clapped his hands against the door. Close the door. Senior Gao, let us go check shelter number 050. The new student's unexpected decision to forego safety and accompany her to find the next shelter left Gao Zhixia momentarily stunned. Yet, she quickly grasped Wang Hao's intention. With a light laugh, she said, Junior, lead the way. From here on, I will sprint at full speed, so hold on tight. Chapter 20, Level 10 Skill. Strike range of 10 kilometers. The students inside observed Gao Zhixia and Wang Hao's choice to leave, their faces etched with concern. Senior Gao was typically responsible in her actions. They hoped she would not encounter any misfortune. That new student seemed quite capable, having chosen to forsake the opportunity to enter the shelter and accompany the senior instead. They wished them good fortune. With that, the students pressed the button to close the shelter. As the mechanical gears turned, the heavy door gradually sealed shut. Wang Hao and Gao Zhixia turned their gazes eastward toward shelter number 050, which was more secluded and likely had many vacancies. Junior, hold on tight. Gao Zhixia summoned her flying sword, and they both mounted it together. Wang Hao, however, intentionally kept his distance, which did not go unnoticed by the senior. What are you afraid of, Junior? I would never harm you. Come, hold on. Gao Zhixia reached out to take Wang Hao's hand, placing it on her flat abdomen. With that, she began to channel her energy into the flying sword, propelling them toward the distant shelter number 050. The sudden acceleration nearly sent Wang Hao tumbling off. It felt akin to riding a motorcycle that suddenly surged forward. Many boys enjoy taking girls on motorbikes, relishing the thrill of twisting the throttle to startle them, compelling them to cling closer to avoid being thrown off. Gao Zhixia's technique of accelerating the flying sword was reminiscent of that thrilling motorcycle experience. Wang Hao had no choice but to press closely against her back to avoid falling off the sword. The senior, seemingly pleased with the situation, laughed. How's that? Exciting. Isn't it? I didn't expect you to be so bold as to venture out with me, senior. Junior, confess honestly, are you secretly in love with me? Although Gao Zhixia's teasing seemed more playful banter directed at her endearing junior, the sentiment held a hint of truth. Senior, do be cautious. About 300 meters ahead, there's a swarm of man-eating bats, level 30, numbering over 20. We should weave through the trees to evade them. As Gao Zhixia rode the flying sword, her impression of Wang Hao shifted significantly. Junior, let us go. I'll guide you through the thicket. Incredible. Wang Hao had not anticipated Gao Zhixia's fiery enthusiasm, nor her inclination to tease her junior. Yet her words rang true. They indeed needed to navigate through the trees to evade the swarm of man-eating bats. Proceed straight for 100 meters, then turn left to avoid the gale wolves in the woods. After that, continue east for another 300 meters. Wang Hao continuously utilized his drone to circumvent the high-level monsters, striving to avoid combat to prevent attracting attention due to the scent of blood. Just as everything seemed to be going smoothly, a sudden explosion erupted from the left. Boom. The deafening noise caught Gao Zhixia's attention, and she glanced over. That's the fire explosion technique. There's a lone newcomer. We should investigate. Without hesitation, Gao Zhixiao maneuvered the flying sword toward the source of the explosion. Wang Hao also scanned with his drone, the small screen revealing a familiar figure. Su Mucheng, a student from the magic department, had awakened as an elemental mage. Su Mucheng, what is she doing here? Shouldn't she be in the magic department as shelter? Although perplexed, Gao Zhixiao was already steering the flying sword closer. They soon spotted Su Mucheng, wielding a staff and battling a pack of gale wolves alongside several new students from the magic department. They were relying on fire magic to fend off the gale wolves, but with the wind attribute of the gale wolves countering their flames, the beasts emitted low growls, unleashing sound waves to create turbulent air currents. Bloodstains marred the white shirts of the new students, clearly indicating their struggles. This pack of beasts had escaped from their cage during the spatial quake. Die. As Gao Zhixiao prepared to intervene, Wang Hao quickly stopped her. Wait, if you strike, it would easily decimate the wolf pack, but the blood will attract the man-eating bats. Let me handle it. Gao Zhixiao raised an eyebrow. You? Wang Hao grasped his Type 95 rifle, closing his eyes. He focused, and the metallic liquid began to flow from the muzzle of his Frost Type 95 assault rifle. Under Wang Hao's mental command, a silencer formed at the gun's tip. This was a characteristic of Star Realm Iron, which allowed modifications to the weapon's details, showcasing its remarkable properties. Although a weapon typically could not undergo significant changes once shaped, however, equipping the Type 95 rifle with a silencer or a scope is a minor modification that can certainly be accomplished. The man-eating bats are sensitive to sound, and the gunfire will undoubtedly attract more formidable monsters. Yet, with the addition of this silencer, combined with the frost effect of the Frost Type 95 rifle, it becomes a flawless combination. Standing on the flying sword, Wang Hao continuously pulls the trigger as the icy crystal bullets pierce down through the heads of the gale wolves. Gao Zhixiao immediately comprehends Wang Hao's strategy. Your weapon is ice-based, and killing the gale wolves can temporarily freeze their blood. I understand now. Junior, you are remarkably clever. Gao Zhixiao realizes that she had previously misunderstood Wang Hao. This fellow has a quick mind and is capable of reconnaissance with that four-winged drone while knowing how to avoid attracting more monsters. Impressive. No wonder her idol, Teacher Gu Qinghan, takes such special care of this freshman. Indeed, Teacher Gu's judgment is never mistaken. Junior, you must stay in our cultivation department. Unperturbed by Gao Zhixiao's praise, Wang Hao is now engrossed in the act of killing. There is another reason for not allowing Gao Zhixiao to take action. He desires experience. On the flying sword, with the silenced Type 95 rifle, he systematically eliminates the gale wolves. Moments later, a faint golden light illuminates Wang Hao as he breaks through level 10. Your level has surpassed 10, awakening the primary skill. Cruise missile launcher. Weight, 9 kilograms. Range, 10 kilometers. Navigation method, infrared and visible light dual mode guidance. Compatible with drone reconnaissance. Energy consumption, 20 points. Huh? Wait, what skill awakened at level 10? Cruise missile? Hold on. With this incendiary projectile paired with the cruise missile, doesn't that make me, Wang Hao, a formidable force? Never mind. This level 10 primary skill truly resonates with me. The strike range can actually extend to 10 kilometers. That seems a bit exaggerated. Just imagine, Wang Hao hiding in the shelter, launching a cruise missile at monsters within a 10-kilometer radius. He could comfortably remain in the safest spot, leisurely sipping soda while claiming the heads of monsters within that range. Chapter 21. I cannot stand idly by while freshmen perish before me. Standing on the flying sword, Wang Hao fires the Type 95 assault rifle in rapid succession. The silenced Type 95 produces a muffled sound akin to a dull gong. The gale wolves fall one after another, and this group of beasts with rudimentary intelligence begins to sense fear. Those gale wolves that attempted to attack Su Mucheng are promptly eliminated by Wang Hao. In this scenario, the pack of wolves, known for their propensity to bully the weak, starts to scatter in panic. Su Mucheng and her companions, previously surrounded by the gale wolves, breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Saved. Thank you, Senior from the cultivation department. Just as Su Mucheng expresses her gratitude and looks up at the flying sword hovering in midair, she is momentarily stunned upon seeing Wang Hao and a senior standing on the sword together. Wang Hao, Gao Zhixiao, standing on the flying sword, looks down at Su Mucheng and the other freshman. This spirited short-haired senior raises an eyebrow with a slight smirk. What? This junior, do you know them? As she speaks, Gao Zhixiao deliberately sways the flying sword, causing Wang Hao to instinctively grasp her waist. Junior, you must hold me tightly to avoid falling off. Su Mucheng feels a flicker of irritation. This senior from the cultivation department is rather shameless, resorting to such crude tactics to bring Wang Hao closer to her. Senior, Wang Hao was once my teammate. so we certainly know each other. Oh, Gao Zhixiao raises her voice a few notches. A former teammate, you say? So, during the awakening ceremony, because he awakened the sharpshooter profession, you abandoned him. Is that correct? Su Mucheng, struck at her vulnerable point, feels her face flush. It's not like that. My phone was taken by the teacher, and then, just as Su Mucheng attempts to explain, Wang Yi interrupts their conversation. Senior Gao, let us save any discussion for after we reach the shelter. These freshmen lack flying skills and must walk to shelter 050. Gao Zhixia, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, observes that this junior, Su Mucheng, seems to care quite a bit about Wang Hao. However, this is not the time for frivolity. She knows they should head to the shelter. Shelter 050 is just ahead, not far from here, and it will only take 3 minutes to walk there. 3 minutes? The group smiles with relief, grateful to be so close to shelter 050. It's just ahead. It appears empty inside. Because shelter 050 is located in the back mountain of the school, it is quite distant from the teaching buildings and various departments. Nestled within the mountain, it seems Wang Hao and the others are the first students to arrive at this shelter, and there is plenty of space inside. Having reached the entrance without incident, Wang Hao pulls out his student card and places it against the card reader. Beep, student card. The door emits a synthesized female voice, accompanied by the sound of mechanical gears turning as the massive iron door slowly opens. Everyone hurry inside. Gao Zhixiao adopts a senior-esque demeanor, urging the freshmen to enter the shelter first. Just then, Gao Zhixiao perks up her ears to listen intently. It seems there are still people 1 kilometer to the north. Wang Hao, send that peculiar little drone to investigate the situation. Gao Zhixiao has grown accustomed to allowing Wang Hao's drone to scout ahead. Drones are incredibly useful. They are small and agile, making it difficult for monsters to notice them. Even if the drone is destroyed, it merely results in a loss of energy points. Understood. Wang Hao places 2 fingers on his temple, controlling the drone with his mind. To Su Mucheng's astonishment, the small drone buzzes and flies northward. What is this? After just a brief separation, it seems Wang Hao has grown significantly stronger. Su Mucheng feels a vague sense of crisis. The gap between her and Wang Hao is continuously widening. His skills do not resemble those of a typical sharpshooter. No one has ever seen such a thing. Meanwhile, Wang Hao is focused on controlling the drone to survey the situation ahead. When he views the scene through the drone, his heart jolts. He sees a man-eating bat pursuing a group of freshmen. It is a level 30 man-eating bat. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Gao Zhixiao becomes tense. This is bad. The freshmen are in danger. Hurry and get into the shelter. I will go rescue them. Gao Zhixiao leaps onto the flying sword, determined to rush over. However, she is halted by Wang Hao, who warns her. Senior, there are 5 more man-eating bats approaching from that direction. It's dangerous if you go. Gao Zhixiao shakes off Wang Hao's hand and speaks in a commanding tone. Don't worry about it. You freshmen, quickly hide inside the shelter. Saving people is my responsibility. As a member of the cultivation department, I cannot stand by and watch freshmen perish before me. Wang Hao attempts to persuade her, but senior. Gao Zhixiao gives no chance for Wang Hao to speak, directly stepping on the flying sword and dashing off to save the people. Her zealous nature leaves Wang Hao feeling somewhat helpless. He watches Gao Zhixiao as she stands on the flying sword, her striking figure receding into the distance. Wang Hao sighs inwardly. Forget it. It is precisely her gallant character that prompted me to help her earlier. Yet, how should I assist her? Through the drone, Wang Hao sees Gao Zhixiao flying toward the group of freshmen. Freshmen, head south for 1 kilometer. Shelter 050 is right ahead. Quickly. I will hold off this man-eating bat. You all hurry and go. With a single hand, Gao Zhixiao performs a hand gesture and intones, bamboo greensword box, draw the flying sword. High-ranking student Gao Zhixiao summoned her sword box, releasing 6 flying swords. With deft control over the blades, she rescued a group of freshmen from the clutches of the man-eating bats. Among the crowd were familiar faces, including her roommate Zhang and former teammates Lu Ziyu and Liang Wenfeng. They appeared battered and bruised, yet their faces brightened upon seeing Gao Zhixiao, gliding gracefully on her flying sword. A senior. She belongs to the cultivation department. We are saved. The fierce warrior Lu Ziyu gazed at her retreating silhouette with admiration. Senior. There are 5 more man-eating bats behind you. Gao Zhixiao, perched on her flying sword, coldly urged, you all should flee without concern for me. Lu Ziyu gripped his massive sword. But senior, staying here means certain death for you. I must stay and assist you. Gao Zhixiao cast a sidelong glance at him. So it's the young scion of the Lu family. You freshmen need not remain. Hurry and escape. But there are 5 man-eating bats heading this way. Lu Ziyu protested, unwilling to abandon her. Though a freshman, he bore the pride of a warrior. Senior, I am a berserker. I can challenge monsters beyond my level. Trust me. Let me stay to help you. He waved his hand, urging the other students to leave quickly. At that moment, a peculiar booming sound resonated from a kilometer away. A flying missile was hurtling toward them. Chapter 22. The Flying Missile, a Lifesaver for All Students? Wang Hao, standing at the entrance of the shelter, watched as Gao Zhixiao intended to remain behind to buy time for the freshman's escape. He began contemplating how to ensure his safety while also saving others. After all, his close friend Zhang was among the crowd, and he could not simply stand by while a senior was besieged by 5 man-eating bats. Bats are sensitive to sound. Wang Hao's eyes brightened with realization. He raised his hand and silently intoned, "Missile launcher." Spending 20 points of energy, he summoned a missile launcher. Its effective range was 10 kilometers, sufficient to cover most of the academy. Moreover, the missile would create a loud noise, fast enough to draw the bats away. Without hesitation, Wang Hao summoned the launcher. It resembled a hefty rocket launcher, containing a small missile. He placed his face against the aiming panel, peering through the scope. Flicking the switch, he disengaged the safety and pressed the trigger with a firm touch. Boom! The missile shot forth from the launcher, ascending into the air. After a few meters, it spread its wings, and the miniature turbojet engine at its rear roared to life, producing a deafening low hum. As the missile soared, it left a long trail of white smoke in its wake, resembling a small aircraft overhead, creating a cacophony that immediately captured the attention of the man-eating bats. The bats, nearly blind, relied heavily on echolocation to locate their prey. The louder the noise, the easier it was to attract these creatures. The buzzing of Wang Hao's missile incited the man-eating bats to fury. The 5 bats hurtling toward Gao Zhixiao were entirely drawn to the sound. What is that? Gao Zhixiao turned in disbelief, catching sight of the missile's trail of smoke. In an instant, she deduced its purpose. What an extraordinary device. The noise perfectly lured the bats away. Is that Wang Hao? This junior has come to my aid. Nearby, Lu Ziyu was taken aback upon hearing the name Wang Hao. Wang Hao? He saved me? His expression soured, recalling his earlier suggestion to expel Wang Hao from the elite team. Now he owed his life to him. A wave of shame washing over him. Yet, despite his reluctance to accept it, the flying missile had indeed diverted the 5 perilous bats, saving everyone. The missile's range was extensive, and Wang Hao intentionally made it spiral, attracting even more bats. Unbeknownst to him, countless students who would have perished at the claws of the bats were spared. Meanwhile, at the rift in the sky, teacher Gu Qinghan, engaged in battle with the horde of monsters, glanced back. What is that? The female healer assisting her pointed toward shelter 050. Teacher Gu. It appears to be your student Wang Hao, launching a skill. Wang Hao? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Qinghan's eyes. She had not anticipated his rapid growth. He was already capable of aiding his peers. In truth, Wang Hao remained unaware that his missile had inadvertently saved even more students. The man-eating bats and gargoyles flying around the campus were drawn to the missile's immense noise. Observing this, teacher Gu Qinghan unleashed a wave of sword energy, dispatching the monsters attracted by the missile in one swift stroke. With that, hundreds of creatures were reduced to ashes. The scattered gargoyles and bats across the campus posed a challenge. Indeed, the teachers were already stretched thin, fighting the overwhelming monster army, leaving no one to manage the stragglers infiltrating the academy. Thanks to Wang Hao, his skill had effectively lured the solitary man-eating bats and gargoyles into one place. The other teachers marveled at Wang Hao's ingenuity, praising him profusely. They had exerted every effort to fend off the monstrous tide, and now, Wang Hao's missile had truly saved countless lives. At that moment, Gu Qinghan conceived a plan. Her delicate lips parted as she transmitted her voice over 1,000 miles. Wang Hao, make use of your skills and direct them toward the academy. Lure out the bats and gargoyles that have entered the teaching buildings. I will arrange for some potions to be sent to you. Upon hearing her voice, it felt as though the ethereal teacher was whispering in his ear, sending chills down Wang Hao's spine. Minutes later, a Bernese mountain dog from the healing department approached, carrying a backpack filled with 10 precious energy potions and 5 healing potions. Beholding the blue and red vials, Wang Hao was met with a message. Basic energy recovery potion, restores 500 energy points. Basic healing potion, restores 500 health points, all received. This is a reward from the school. Once this spatial quake concludes, your heroic actions will be duly recognized by the academy. Gu Qinghan's melodious voice resonated once more in Wang Hao's ear. He had not anticipated that his loudly explosive missile skill would yield such commendation. Moreover, with the school's rewarded energy potions, he effectively obtained the missile for free. He had no need to fear exhaustion. The missile would suffice. With a backpack laden with potions, Wang Hao hefted the weighty missile launcher. What more was there to say? Come forth, beasts. Within the campus, some students, unable to find shelter, trembled beneath their desks in classrooms. Outside, the man-eating bats prowled, continually emitting sound waves to locate the students. Should the bats pinpoint their targets, their fates would be dire. Standing 2 meters tall, with wings spanning 6 meters, the man-eat the frail bodies of the students. In the face of the claws of the man-eating bats, resembled tofu. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed, a distinctive sound emanating from the cruise missile-S engine. It was akin to throwing firecrackers into a cesspool. The man-eating bats and gargoyles that roamed the campus buildings were incensed by this jarring noise. The cruise missile was indeed a source of animosity, causing many bats to shriek in agony as they were pierced by the sound. As it flew by, numerous man-eating bats and gargoyles took flight, fervently pursuing the source of that thunderous anomaly. The students, trembling beneath their desks, cautiously peered out. What could that be? Chapter 23, Shelter 050. The cruise missile, launched under the guidance of a drone, recklessly darted through the skies above the academy. Under normal circumstances, this would surely invite a reprimand from the academic office. Yet, at this moment, Wang Hao could legally indulge in his thunderous cruise missile. It was quite exhilarating. Initially, he found it somewhat challenging to control the cruise missile using the drone's visuals in conjunction with his thoughts. However, after firing 10 rounds, he gradually mastered the art of maneuvering the missile, achieving pinpoint accuracy within half a meter. This device flew rapidly, and its control was not particularly nimble. It required substantial skill. Fortunately, with the school's rewarded potions, he sipped a small amount of blue elixir before his energy depleted. The energy potion tasted sweet, reminiscent of a sports drink. If one were to describe its flavor, Wang Hao would liken it to a beverage called Scream. A single sip restored a significant 500 points of energy, allowing for gradual replenishment. As Wang Hao unleashed his missiles, the remaining threats were swiftly dealt with by the teachers. The rifts in the sky were gradually healing, and the number of gargoyles and man-eating bats emerging from them was diminishing. Only then did the teachers find a moment to breathe. Floating in midair, teacher Gu Qinghan exhaled a heavy breath. The spatial tremors seemed to have temporarily subsided. However, it was not yet over. Such tremors would persist. At this juncture, teacher Gu addressed the entire faculty and student body telepathically. Although the spatial tremors had calmed for the moment, they had not ceased entirely, and aftershocks would continue. Students were advised to remain in the shelters and await further instructions from the school. Those who had yet to reach a shelter were urged to hurry to the nearest one. The healing department teachers were attending to the injured students. The school would send text messages to guide students to available shelters. Upon hearing teacher Gu's voice, a palpable sense of relief washed over everyone. The spatial tremors had temporarily abated, allowing them to catch their breath. Senior Gao Zhixiao arrived at Shelter 050 with the new students she had gathered from outside. Upon her return, she rushed to Wang Hao and playfully pinched his handsome face. Well done, Wang Hao. If it weren't for you, who knows how many would have perished at the hands of those man-eating bats. Here, a kiss as a reward. She blew a kiss to Wang Hao, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Looking at the rescued crowd, Wang Hao chuckled. Senior, don't joke around. I'm serious. If it weren't for you, I'd have had to battle those bats myself and likely gotten injured. After saying this, Gao Zhixiao boldly proposed to Wang Hao in front of everyone. I think we make a great team. At this declaration, the dozens of students standing at the entrance of the shelter were taken aback. This was the daughter of the Gao family, granddaughter of a prominent figure in Guangnan City. Gao Zhixiao's ancestors had shed blood for the nation during the Beast Tide, sacrificing for the people. The Gao family was no ordinary household. They shone brightly in prominence. Beside them, Su Muching and Lu Ziyu were stunned by Gao Zhixiao's proposition. Could she be publicly declaring her intentions towards Wang Hao? Wang Hao's eyes reflected confusion. Senior Gao, what do you mean? She leaned closer, her eyebrows raised, her eyes glimmering with excitement as she grinned widely. I mean, how about you become my partner? I'll help you level up, and you can be my second in command. Upon hearing this, everyone realized it was not what they initially thought. Su Muching sighed in relief but felt a twinge of concern. They say that time fosters affection. Wouldn't teaming up inevitably spark romantic feelings? Gao Zhixiao, a captivating beauty with a vivacious personality, was quite sought after within the academy. Both male and female students clamored to team up with her. Reports suggested some female students had even confessed their feelings to her. Numerous girls harbored secret crushes, seizing every opportunity to approach her. Faced with Gao Zhixiao's offer, Wang Hao fell into contemplation. Teaming up with her had its pros and cons. Initially, he could rely on her assistance to defeat monsters far beyond his level. The temptation of leveling up and gaining experience was enticing. Yet, partnering with Gao Zhixiao who was involved in the immortal cultivation department, meant he would also have to engage in various administrative tasks that consumed much of her time. Wang Hao thought, "Let me ponder this matter a bit longer." Still considering, the bystanders displayed expressions of dismay, lamenting his indecision. This was an opportunity to have the senior personally guide him through battles and level up, and he was hesitating. This kid truly does not recognize the value of a senior. He mistakenly regards the junior as a treasure. Frustration mounted among the nearby students, who wished to push Wang Hao into accepting immediately. Despite Wang Hao's reluctance, Gao Zhixia, though surprised, generously patted his shoulder. "No worries, take your time. I'll be waiting for your answer." Wang Hao nodded, gesturing towards the shelter. "The spatial tremors are not over yet. Aftershocks are still to come. Let us head into the shelter to recuperate." The group of students, saved by Gao Zhixia, followed her into the shelter. Each shelter could accommodate 100 people, with a maximum capacity of an additional 10. Shelter 050 was a large dormitory situated within a cave. Inside, there were sleeping areas, separate showers for males and females, and restrooms. Most importantly, the shelter featured a cultivation chamber. The chamber not only nurtured fruits and vegetables, but also raised edible insects. After being dried and ground into powder, these insects could be transformed into dough-like food. This meant that as long as the doors remained securely shut, the students could survive safely in the shelters for decades until rescue arrived. Gao Zhixia quickly assessed the conditions within Shelter 050. Most facilities were functioning normally, except for an issue with the water supply system. The magical device seemed inoperative. In the water room, Gao Zhixia and Wang Hao observed the water-generating apparatus. Normally, this magical device absorbed surrounding water elements, continuously providing students with clean water. However, the device in Shelter 050 appeared to be malfunctioning. "Shall I create a water source?" Su Mucheng, the elemental mage, raised her hand to propose. She could use water magic to supply water. Wang Hao, however, rejected this idea. Providing water would expend a significant amount of your energy. It's not a sustainable solution. As the group began to ponder the issue, Gao Zhixia pointed to a nearby well. Thus, the alternative water source in the shelter was activated. The well connected to the underground spring allowed us to draw groundwater first, enabling everyone to take a shower and cleanse themselves of the blood and grime. Later, I would summon the teacher to repair the magical devices. That works. Wang Hao, feeling particularly uncomfortable with his sticky body, approached the well, opened the cover, and began to operate the pump. As the pump started to function, several dark shadows flickered beneath the seemingly bottomless water. Chapter 24. Level 5 Skill Crystal. With the pump now in operation, Shelter A050 within the academy resumed its water supply. In the shower area, students began to enjoy warm showers, washing off the monster blood and grime that clung to their bodies. Each shelter was equipped with formations or magical devices, ensuring hot water was available around the clock. The male and female shower areas were separated by stone walls, while only simple partitions divided the individual shower stalls. In the men's shower area, other students were grimy and disheveled, except for Wang Hao, whose clothing was merely slightly soiled. Standing under the showerhead, he reveled in the warm water, washing away his sweat and dirt. At that moment, his former teammate, Lu Ziyu, who had awakened as a berserker, entered the shower area. He glanced around and walked directly to the stall next to Wang Hao. Lu Ziyu unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles, marred by numerous scars on his bronzed skin. Wang Hao, casually glancing next door, anticipated that Lu Ziyu had something to discuss. The buzz-cut student leaned against the wall, allowing the cold water to wash away the blood from his body. The dried blood streamed down, tracing the contours of his muscles. After a lengthy silence, Lu Ziyu spoke. "Wang Hao, regarding the incident of expelling you from the team, I have no hard feelings." Wang Hao interrupted him, having expected this topic to arise. However, the past was of little consequence now. Thanks to their decision to oust him, he no longer had to share the experience of slaying monsters with them, and he was grateful for their swift action. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find a reason to leave the team. Lu Ziyu, under the cold water, turned his head to look at Wang Hao. "Indeed, with your strength, you are above associating with us. We misjudged you and became the fools in this situation." He self-deprecatingly made a jest, drawing the attention of other students in the shower area. However, Lu Ziyu quickly shifted his tone. "But I've come to tell you something." Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. "Speak plainly." Lu Ziyu's brows furrowed tightly, radiating an indomitable spirit, his gaze fixed like a nail on its target. "I, Lu Ziyu, intend to compete with you for this year's Rookie King." Surprised by the unexpected challenge for the title of Rookie King, which could refer to the Academy's new student champion, the city's best newcomer, or even the provincial or national level, Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Suit yourself. Well then, I have said what I needed to. You saved my life, and I do not wish to owe you anything. With that, Lu Ziyu retrieved a crystal from the pocket of his towel. This is a level 5 skill crystal. A token of my gratitude for saving my life. From now on, we are even. Wang Hao accepted the skill crystal, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Lu Ziyu, much like his berserker class, had a wild personality, which often determined the nature of one's awakening. Sometimes, one could infer a person's character merely from their profession. Although not entirely accurate, the nature of a berserker typically aligned with Lu Ziyu's. Upon receiving the gift, Wang Hao was somewhat taken aback. A level 5 skill crystal? Does this mean you defeated a level 5 elite monster? Noticing Wang Hao's surprise, Lu Ziyu snorted. Is it so strange that I single-handedly took down a level 5 elite? I am Lu Ziyu, a berserker, the pinnacle class capable of challenging monsters beyond my level. Do not underestimate me. With that, Lu Ziyu wrapped himself in a towel and exited. In the shower area, Wang Hao gazed at the level 5 skill crystal in his hand. Then at the departing Lu Ziyu. I shall accept this token of thanks. He immediately clenched his fist, shattering the level 5 skill crystal. You have used a level 5 skill crystal. Your level 5 skill, Sniper Grenade Launcher, has been upgraded to LV2. The Sniper Grenade Launcher skill has been enhanced, increasing its magazine capacity from 4 rounds to 15 rounds. New ammunition type, large caliber armor-piercing round added. What? Not only had the Sniper Grenade Launcher upgraded to a 15-round magazine, but a new type of ammunition had also been introduced. It appeared that skill upgrades resulted in improved weaponry summoned by the skill. This meant that the Sniper Grenade Launcher could indeed be enhanced to a transformative state. Similarly, the level 10 primary skill, Cruise Missile, could also have its level and power increased. If one were to obtain the corresponding level 10 skill crystal, the Cruise Missile skill could be upgraded. These skill crystals were exclusively dropped by elite monsters. Once shattered, they could elevate the corresponding primary skills. Each level corresponded to a specific skill crystal, such as level 5, 10, 15, 20, and so forth. Skill crystals were exceedingly precious, and most individuals would opt to use them immediately. Lu Ziyu had intentionally set aside this skill crystal as a token of gratitude for Wang Hao's life-saving act. Looking at the upgraded LV2 Sniper Grenade Launcher, Wang Hao silently admired Lu Ziyu's thoughtfulness. It seemed he too must take this competition for Rookie King seriously, as a mark of respect for his rival. Meanwhile, in the adjacent women's shower area, Senior Gao Zhixia tied up her short hair as the warm water flowed around her, cascading down her snow-white back and curving along her waist, creating a fluid silhouette. As droplets rolled off her shoulders, her skin glistened with a radiant glow. A few girls nearby stared at Senior Gao Zhixia's flawless figure, drooling in admiration. Senior, your figure is incredible. I envy you. Senior, not only are you beautiful, but your physique is also enviable. Gao Zhixia had grown accustomed to the compliments and chuckled lightly in response. You all should focus on your studies instead. The younger girls leaned in, lowering their voices to inquire. Senior Gao, what do you usually drink? Milk? Or do you eat papaya? Hearing their questions, Gao Zhixia glanced down at her most enviable assets. Well, perhaps it's just genetics? I haven't made any special efforts. Honestly, being overly endowed can be a burden. It's better to be a bit smaller. Upon hearing this, Su Mucheng, who was bathing diagonally opposite, could hardly contain herself. She glanced at Gao Zhixia's figure and then at her own. Su Mucheng felt a twinge of insecurity. How infuriating. Does Wang Hao prefer girls like Gao Zhixia? I've been diligently drinking milk and eating papaya milk pudding. Watching Gao Zhixia continue discussing her supposed burdens and contemplating surgery to alleviate them, Su Mucheng felt her teeth clench in frustration. Just as the female students were engrossed in their favorite topic of gossip, a figure flitted past outside the shower area. Who? Gao Zhixia's eyes flashed with fury. Who is peeking at the door? Chapter 25. Is Senior Gao a monster in disguise? Upon noticing a figure lurking outside the women's shower area, Gao Zhixia immediately formed a hand sign. Her body trembled, and the droplets of water scattered and evaporated. Then, with a flick of her lips, she donned a set of white sportswear that magically appeared on her. One of the most convenient abilities of a cultivator is the power to manipulate spiritual energy to change attire in an instant. After changing her clothes, Gao Zhixia rushed out from the partitioned area, pursuing the shadow she had glimpsed. However, by the time she emerged, the figure had vanished without a trace. How peculiar. I distinctly saw a shadow flit by. It cannot have been an illusion. Just as Gao Zhixia pondered this, Wang Hao emerged from the neighboring men's shower area. Clad in a black tracksuit, Wang Hao appeared even more spirited. His neatly cropped hair, high nose, and slightly upturned lip corners, coupled with the half-open zipper of his tracksuit revealing his well-defined collarbone, painted an impressive picture. As their eyes met, Su Muching and the others also emerged in pursuit. What is going on? Wang Hao wondered, noticing their strange expressions. A few female students could not help but speculate aloud. Could he have been peeping just now? Upon hearing their accusations, Wang Hao's brows furrowed. Before he could defend himself, Gao Zhixia promptly interjected, "No, it wasn't him. The person who just pushed the door open had long hair. It was a girl." A girl? Their discussion attracted the attention of other students in the shelter. A girl spying on the senior girls bathing? Surely there was no need for that. If it were a girl, she could simply enter boldly. Everyone was baffled, questioning what kind of girl would dare to watch the seniors bathe. Meanwhile, Wang Hao stroked his chin, calmly analyzing the situation. Although the spatial tremor had subsided, the crimson moon still hung in the sky. It was plausible that the tremor had induced an illusion, or perhaps a monster had infiltrated the shelter. At this revelation, the gathered crowd displayed expressions of fear. A monster in the shelter? A humanoid monster? That seemed impossible. Gao Zhixia recalled the fleeting shadow. In any case, Wang Hao's reasoning held some merit. Everyone perked up, resolving to avoid acting alone. I propose that from now on, we travel in pairs within the shelter. I urge everyone to find partners and refrain from wandering alone. The students nodded in agreement, praising the senior's wisdom. In the next moment, Gao Zhixia grasped Wang Hao's hand. Thus, Wang Hao and I will be a pair. We shall not act alone from now on. Wang Hao hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. You, Senior Gao, are quite thoughtful, aren't you? Not wanting to let go of the little brother, I see. At this point, Su Muching stepped forward and placed her hand on theirs. I shall join your group as well. Gao Zhixia hadn't anticipated Su Muching's involvement. Yet Su Muching boldly declared, when heavy lifting is required, the senior can go to the warehouse with Wang Hao. But when the senior needs to use the restroom, Wang Hao can't accompany you, right? I will keep you company then. This argument was indeed sound. Given the circumstances in the shelter, it was essential to have a partner. Having another girl along would certainly be more convenient. Gao Zhixia and Su Muching exchanged glances, each perceiving the underlying rivalry in the other's eyes. Nearby, some students looked at Wang Hao with a hint of envy, astonished that he could be in the company of both the esteemed Gao Zhixia and the enchanting Su Muching. The air was thick with a sense of competition and jealousy. Wang Hao clapped his hands, breaking the strange tension. All right, everyone, let us begin preparing dinner. The warehouse in the shelter is stocked with enough rice and frozen meat to feed 100 people for a year, along with dehydrated vegetables. We must remain here until the spatial tremors cease. Indeed, everyone was exhausted from the day's events and had yet to enjoy a proper meal. They were beginning to feel the pangs of hunger, yearning for a warm dish. Gao Zhixia's lips curled into a smile as she spoke authoritatively. There are no teachers in this shelter, so I will take charge of organizing the tasks. Is that agreeable to everyone? The dozens of students behind her, mostly devoted followers of Gao Zhixia, eagerly raised their hands. We wholeheartedly support Senior Gao. If Senior Gao directs us east, we shall not wander west. Observing her fellow students display such unwavering commitment to the senior's leadership, Su Muching realized she could not compete with Gao Zhixia in the shelter. Soon, Gao Zhixia began to allocate tasks. Wang Hao, and the rest of you, come with me to the warehouse. Su Muching, you lead the other female students in washing the dishes. Su Muching replied weakly, understood. She felt a surge of reluctance as she watched Wang Hao being taken away by the senior. But what could she do? In such unique circumstances, junior students had to obey the seniors. In the shelter, Gao Zhixia had the most seniority, and everyone had to heed her. A shelter could not afford to harbor dissenting voices. This was a lesson learned through bloodshed. Most of the shelters that succumbed to chaos had done so due to internal conflicts. The state and the school had regulations that the leader of a shelter must be someone of the highest rank, who commanded the respect of all. Upon entering the shelter, everyone was to elect the current administrator. It was evident that Gao Zhixia was the sole candidate fitting to be the administrator of Shelter 050. As Gao Zhixia led Wang Hao toward the warehouse, he turned to her and asked, Senior, do you think the figure you saw was a monster? Gao Zhixia, her smile fading, engaged Wang Hao earnestly in discussion. Yes, it's possible. If it were a humanoid monster, we would be in trouble. Humanoid monsters. The spatial tremors could summon various creatures, including humanoid ones. Such entities would possess high intelligence. They might resemble humans perfectly, posing a significant danger. Ordinary monsters could be identified at a glance, but a humanoid monster blending into the crowd would be a formidable challenge. Gao Zhixia continued her analysis. Wang Hao, you want us to prepare a meal first, right? To lure out the humanoid monster? Indeed, Wang Hao nodded, citing knowledge from their studies. While humanoid monsters might look exactly like humans, creatures from another realm would not enjoy the cuisine of Blue Planet. As soon as they tasted the food, their true identities would be revealed. At that point, we would discern who among the students was the humanoid monster lurking among us. After hearing Wang Hao's insights, Gao Zhixia's gaze toward him grew increasingly fervent. Little brother, are you truly not considering becoming my deputy? Wang Hao swatted away Gao Zhixia's playful hand. Senior, please. There are others watching. Gao Zhixia leaned in closer, a mischievous smile on her face. Oh, are you afraid I might devour you? Wang Hao, you don't suspect that I am the monster hiding among the crowd, do you? As she uttered these words, the surrounding students recoiled in fear. What? Could it be that Wang Hao had uncovered something? Was Gao Zhixiao truly a monster in disguise? Chapter 26. The mermaid of the shelter. As the crowd displayed expressions of terror, Wang Hao promptly dismissed Gao Zhixia's suggestion. If I were a monster, I could never impersonate Gao Zhixia. She shines too brightly, always surrounded by admirers. Even if a monster wished to imitate her, it would find no opportunity. Upon hearing Wang Hao's reasoning, Gao Zhixia pressed her fingertip to her lips but couldn't suppress her laughter. Junior, your calm analysis is truly commendable. For now, let us proceed with your plan to uncover the humanoid monster lurking among us. Gao Zhixiao approached the warehouse and placed her finger on the fingerprint lock. One by one, the students began retrieving supplies and necessities from the warehouse, preparing for the evening meal. Although the shelter had a nurturing chamber for cultivating insects to grind into flour for consumption, it also stocked a year's worth of regular food to ensure the students' nutritional needs were met. It would only be when absolutely necessary that they would resort to eating insects, and that would be a year from now, in the worst-case scenario. With the students working together harmoniously, dinner was swiftly prepared, a large pot of fragrant rice accompanied by pre-prepared dishes. After the meal, each individual received a vitamin effervescent tablet to supplement the essential vitamins needed by the human body. In the shelter's cafeteria, Gao Zhixia directed several male students in serving the food. Wang Hao exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Zhixia, both nodding in agreement as he began to count the number of attendees. There were a total of 59 students in the shelter, representing various departments. Many newcomers had never met before and were unfamiliar with one another. Identifying any lurking monsters among them would require a meticulous approach. All right, everyone may take a seat and commence dining, Gao Zhixia announced, prompting the students to pick up their chopsticks. It remained unclear why they had to wait for all to be seated before starting their meal, yet no one voiced any objections, as it was Gao's arrangement. At the long dining table, Su Muching cast a curious glance at Wang Hao behind her. Wang Hao, aren't you eating? I already had some earlier. You all don't need to wait for me, Wang Hao replied, waving his hand as he stood back, observing the students for any signs of abnormal behavior. Most humanoid monsters from another world could not adapt to the cuisine of Blue Star. Ingesting rice or vegetables would instinctively provoke nausea and vomiting. However, after thorough observation, Wang Hao and Gao Zhixia noted that all 57 students, aside from themselves, were dining normally, savoring their meals without any peculiar reactions. This compelled Gao Zhixia to lean closer, whispering into Wang Hao's ear, "What is going on? Could it be that I misjudged? There are no disguised monsters among these students." Wang Hao began to question whether Gao Zhixia had been overly sensitive. Nevertheless, their instincts aligned. They both sensed an unsettling presence lurking within the shelter. At that moment, Wang Hao noticed a student furtively glancing around. This person? Wang Hao squinted, recalling a memory. During the afternoon's cultivation department assessment, this individual had been frightened by a fierce wolf and failed the evaluation. His name seemed to be Zhou Fifan. Zhou Fifan. He is from our cultivation department. Why does he look so shifty? There is something off about him. Wang Hao and Gao Zhixiao exchanged glances, choosing to quietly follow Zhou Fifan without alerting others. What drew Wang Hao's attention to Zhou Fifan's odd behavior was that he had only consumed half of his meal. Subsequently, he took his plate and left with the leftover food. This behavior resembled a child trying to sneak leftover food from home to feed a pet. Zhou Fifan, wearing glasses and appearing rather unassuming, cautiously stepped into an empty corner. After ensuring no one was following him, he pushed aside a shelf, revealing something hidden behind. "Here, eat," he said, as a stunning blonde emerged from the shadows. Her beauty rivaled that of a goddess, rendering any Western celebrity pale in comparison. With perfectly sculpted features appealing to Eastern aesthetics, she was completely bare from the waist up, her alluring form leaving one parched. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that she had no legs. Below her abdomen, she possessed the body of a fish. This was undoubtedly the fabled mermaid, with a human upper body and a fish tail. The nude mermaid used her long hair to cover her modesty and gazed at Zhou Fifan with a sweet smile. Seemingly devoid of human speech, Zhou Fifan adjusted his glasses, swallowing hard as he looked at the voluptuous mermaid. "Eat," I want to hurt you. I will help you return to your original world. This bespectacled youth, embodying the essence of innocence, was intent on aiding a creature of myth. The mermaid's stomach rumbled, clearly hungry. Accepting the plastic bag, she brought the rice to her mouth. Yet, upon tasting the human food, she grimaced and began to cough violently. Zhou Fifan, witnessing the mermaid's distress, flusteredly exclaimed, "Wait, I'll get you a bottle of water." He turned to rummage through his backpack for a bottle of mineral water. Meanwhile, the mermaid set aside the bag of food and began to salivate as she watched Zhou Fifan's back. Just then, Wang Hao and Gao Zhixiao emerged from around the corner. The sight of Zhou Fifan clutching a bottle of water startled him, causing him to shiver. "Senior Wang Hao, please, let me explain." Before Zhou Fifan could finish, Gao Zhixiao struck him with a punch, sending his glasses flying, and seized him by the collar. "You little rascal. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? You are harboring a monster in the shelter." Wang Hao immediately drew his Type 95 assault rifle, aiming it at the trembling mermaid in the corner. His expression was devoid of emotion. Having studied, he was well aware of the nature of mermaids, creatures that ensnared humans with their beauty and enchanting songs, ultimately leading them to their demise. As a prospective member of the cultivation department, Zhou Fifan had fallen under the mermaid's spell. Upon seeing Wang Hao raise his weapon, Zhou Fifan shouted, "Wang Hao, stop. She is not like the others. She means no harm. She just wants to return home." "Not like the others?" Wang Hao scoffed, unable to suppress a laugh at such absurdity. Chapter 27, Raising Monsters? Do you wish to endanger us all? Their argument drew the attention of other students, prompting Su Muching, Lu Ziyu, and others to rush over. Upon arrival, they found Wang Hao aiming his gun at Zhou Fifan, who was desperately shielding the mermaid with his body. Lu Ziyu, wielding a large knife and chewing on a toothpick, regarded Zhou Fifan with disdain. Is he out of his mind? Raising monsters? Su Muching instinctively tightened her grip on her staff, contemplating a critical question. A mermaid? How did it even get into the shelter? In the face of the crowd's scrutiny, Zhou Fifan spread his arms protectively around the mermaid, blood trickling from his lip as he lamented, "She is a life too. Can you truly bear to harm such beauty?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Strangely enough, without her fish tail, the mermaid could indeed be consumed. With her striking features and voluptuous form, it was hard not to be captivated. Among the group of young students, many had never encountered such a sight before, primarily having seen similar images only in Western educational materials on their computers. Zhou Fifan, the innocent boy, continued to defend the creature. "I understand that after my failure in the assessment, you all looked down on me. The girls who promised to team up with me have blocked me. But she doesn't disdain me. She just kissed me and hugged me. No one has ever treated me with such kindness. She is not a monster. She merely wishes to survive and find her way home." As he spoke, the mermaid wrapped her arms around Zhou Fifan, resting her beautiful face against his shoulder. Among the onlookers, some began to envy Zhou Fifan, whispering among themselves, "That mermaid isn't totally unacceptable, is she? After all, beauty often sways one's judgment. After all, she is an intelligent humanoid being, a stunning beauty. Who could bear to harm her?" As the students engaged in their discussions, the mermaid clung to Zhou Fifan. Inhaling the scent emanating from him, her stomach began to growl, and she gradually opened her mouth. Her delicate lips stretched from the corners to her ears, revealing a mouth full of serrated teeth akin to those of a shark, reminiscent of the slit-mouthed woman from Tokyo urban legends. The students were instantly struck with fear, their faces paling, desperately wanting to scream, yet their voices were trapped in their throats. "Zhou Fifan, you hurry," they stammered, gazing at the mermaid's menacing grin. However, Wang Hao's eyes hardened, and he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The narrow corridor echoed with deafening gunfire, the sound reverberating painfully in everyone's ears, producing a persistent buzzing. Firing a gun in a confined space was enough to render one temporarily deaf. Wang Hao's bullets struck the mermaid's gaping mouth, freezing it in place with ice crystal projectiles from his cold frost Type 95 assault rifle. When Zhou Fifan turned to look, the mermaid, who had just appeared as a Western goddess, now bore a monstrous visage, her mouth agape in a hunger for flesh. In that instant, he felt warmth spread in his pants, a consequence of sheer terror. Thankfully, he wore black athletic pants. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. "Ah!" Zhou Fifan screamed in fright, attempting to escape the mermaid's deadly embrace. Though her mouth had been frozen shut, her hands clung tightly to him, using him as a human shield. In a split second, Senior Gao Zhixiao summoned her flying sword and swiftly severed the mermaid's head. As the head rolled away, the mermaid still clung to Zhou Fifan. Berserker Lu Ziyu rushed over and dragged Zhou Fifan out, who at that moment lacked the strength to even walk. Trembling, he leaned against the wall, overwhelmed with fear, recalling how he had been kind to her, finding food, and promising to take her home. Wang Hao, gun in hand, scoffed. Wake up. Mermaids prey on humans. She is not one of us. Her beautiful facade is merely a lure for her prey. In nature, many creatures ensnare their victims. Take the pitcher plant, for instance. It emits enticing scents to attract insects, which then slip into its funnel-shaped trap, only to be ensnared. The mermaid is no different. Her true form is that of a fish, with her upper body merely an evolved deception to seduce humans. Unlike the others, Berserker Lu Ziyu had no patience for Zhou Fifen's foolishness. You brainless fool, he exclaimed, delivering 2 sharp punches that sent Zhou Fifen sprawling to the ground. You nearly doomed us all. If the mermaid consumes a human, her strength increases. Do you wish to bring about our demise? Zhou Fifen, scrambling for his glasses, cried out. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. Wang Hao, still holding his gun, intercepted Lu Ziyu, who glared at him, teeth clenched. What? Wang Hao, do you intend to save this idiot? Amidst the chaos, Wang Hao remained composed. No, knocking him out won't help. Zhou Fifen, where did you encounter this mermaid? Mermaids typically do not act alone. They are pack creatures. Trembling as he adjusted his glasses, Zhou Fifen pointed into the distance. I saw her near the water room. The water room? The underground well. Wang Hao's eyes widened in realization, warning everyone. The well connects to an underground river. The spatial shock must have sent the creatures into the subterranean waterways. The water room is likely overrun by mermaids. We must alert all students in the shelter. Gao Zhixiao wasted no time, rushing to the nearby microphone. Pressing the red button, she announced, all students in the shelter, please close the corridor iron doors immediately. Do not open the door for any strangers. Take cover. A humanoid monster, a mermaid, has infiltrated the shelter. In an instant, the shelter resonated with the sound of doors slamming shut. The heavy iron doors effectively sealed off the corridors and passages, preventing the monsters from entering the living quarters. After all, most freshmen lacked combat capabilities to confront mermaids of level 20 or higher. Even Wang Hao dared not face the mermaid head-on. Senior Gao, there are still a few students. We need to contact the teachers. As Wang Hao spoke, a strange crawling noise echoed through the corridor. Emerging from around the corner were mermaids, moving on all fours, their disheveled hair and toothy grins reminiscent of a horror film specter. Chapter 28. The first battle with armor-piercing bullets. At this moment, the iron doors of the living area in the shelter had sealed shut. They were sufficient to repel the level 20 mermaids. Wang Hao, Gao Zhixia, Su Mucheng, Lu Ziyu, and Zhou Fifen found themselves in the corridor. Witnessing the mermaids crawling on the ground like vengeful spirits, Gao Zhixia summoned her flying sword and instructed, Wang Hao, take them to the control room and use the phone there to contact the teachers. The underground shelter lacks signal. We can only reach the school through a landline. Nowadays, many youths, accustomed to mobile phones, might never have seen a landline. In the enclosed mountain, signals cannot penetrate, making landlines the sole means of contact with the school. Understood. Follow me. With Gao Zhixia's level and strength, everyone felt reassured. After all, she was a second-stage awakener. What does it mean to be a second-stage awakener? It signifies that upon reaching level 20, an awakener must strive for a second awakening. Upon success, they can undergo a second job change, surpassing level limitations and becoming even stronger. For instance, a cultivator's first awakening is termed the Qi refining stage, while the second is the foundation establishment stage. Wang Hao's marksman class name would also change after his second awakening. The group felt secure seeing Gao Zhixiao remain to combat the mermaids, confident in her safety. However, the sheer number of mermaids would require time for her to manage. Without Gao Zhixiao's support, Wang Hao and the others raced against time towards the shelter's control room. As they sped down the lengthy corridor, Wang Hao fixed his gaze ahead. There was the control room. They needed to call the teachers for assistance. Su Mucheng began to worry about the safety of other shelters. The underground river connected many shelters, and she wondered how the other students fared. Berserker Lu Ziyu cast a cold glance at Zhou Fifen. I still intend to report this fool to the school. Damn it, raising mermaids in the shelter? You truly are a living saint. Aware of his mistake, Zhou Fifen lowered his head, unable to retort, repeatedly apologizing. I admit my fault. I willingly accept punishment. I'm sorry, everyone. What good are those empty words? Lu Ziyu glared at the timid, bespectacled boy. Hurry up and open the door. We need to call the teachers. Just as Lu Ziyu yanked open the control room door, a massive, gaping mouth lunged from the darkness, charging at him. Had Lu Ziyu not instinctively raised his blade to block, he would have likely become a headless corpse. The mermaid's serrated teeth shattered his weapon. The fearsome creatures of level 20 and above possess terrifying biting power. The berserker's great sword crumbles like a soda cracker before the mermaid's sharp teeth. Wang Hao, with a swift kick, sends Lu Ziyu sprawling, then raises his gun and unleashes a barrage of fire upon the mermaid's gaping maw. Despite the mermaid's thick skin and robust flesh, it endures over 20 rounds of ice crystal bullets without succumbing. However, its bloodthirsty mouth has been frozen shut, rendering it incapable of devouring its prey or uttering a sound. Having been saved once more by Wang Hao, Lu Ziyu gasps for breath, his chest heaving violently. He turns to Wang Hao and says, "You saved my life again. Rest assured, I, Lu Ziyu, will not owe you this favor. But that kick you delivered was rather harsh, don't you think? Was there a hint of personal emotion behind it?" Lu Ziyu can't help but jest, recalling the moment Wang Hao had kicked him fiercely in the side. Even though he had been rescued, that kick seemed tinged with personal vendetta. Wang Hao merely smiles, remaining silent, deftly reloading his weapon. With a series of clicks, the bullets are chambered, and he continues to suppress the mermaid with relentless fire. The bullets rain down like their no cost, leveraging the ice element's advantage over the mermaid, effectively immobilizing it. Witnessing that even after 2 magazines and over 50 shots, the mermaid remains unvanquished, Lu Ziyu cannot help but exclaim, "Monsters above level 20 truly have formidable health. No, it's because my level is too low, and my attack power insufficient to penetrate its skin," Wang Hao replies, his brow furrowing. Although he has managed to freeze the mermaid, the penetrating power of his bullets is inadequate to strike its vital areas. The Frosty Type 95 assault rifle is merely a blue-grade weapon of level 5, utterly ineffective against a creature of level 20 or higher. To slay such high-level monsters, one requires superior armor-piercing capabilities, the ability to strike critical points such as the brain or heart. However, the skull and ribcage of a level 20 mermaid are exceedingly tough. Wang Hao's rifle cannot inflict damage upon its vital areas. Freezing it is not a long-term solution. With that realization, he declares, "Everyone, fall back." Su Muching and Lu Ziyu quickly retreat. At their current levels, they are unable to contend with the mermaid effectively and can only place their hopes in Wang Hao. He intones softly, "Summon sniper grenade launcher. Ammunition type, 35mm armor-piercing round. You have activated your primary skill, sniper grenade launcher LV2. Selected ammunition type, 35mm alloy armor-piercing round. Ammunition count, 15 rounds. Energy cost, 20 points. An imposing, exaggerated sniper grenade launcher materializes in Wang Hao's hands. Previously, the sniper could only fire grenades, which posed a risk of collateral damage in enclosed spaces. To combat high-level monsters, Wang Hao has switched to armor-piercing rounds, which do not explode but offer superior penetration capabilities against armored or high-level creatures. As Lu Ziyu observes Wang Hao hoisting that hefty, elongated weapon, he muses, "Is that a blunderbuss from a history textbook? Wang Hao, what kind of gun is that?" Su Muching interjects, "Wang Hao, continue utilizing your ice weapon to suppress it. We can call for a teacher." Her concern is not rooted in disbelief, but rather a desire to shield Wang Hao from peril. Yet, having seized the opportunity to potentially defeat a level 20 mermaid, how could Wang Hao relinquish it? "Can I succeed? Let us give it a try." With the 20-kilogram sniper cannon readied, Wang Hao aims at the frozen mermaid mere feet away and pulls the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. As he fires, the deafening sound reverberates throughout the shelter. The gunfire erupts like thunder, forcing Su Muching and Lu Ziyu to cover their ears. Each shot's tremendous recoil pushes Wang Hao back a step, with brass casings as thick as his forearm clattering to the ground. The 35mm alloy armor-piercing round brutally penetrates the mermaid's skull. At only level 10, Wang Hao shatters the mermaid's gaping maw before the astonished crowd. Chapter 29, Power Outage. With the colossal grenade sniper in tow, those who relish shooting games have likely heard of the Barrett sniper rifle, renowned for its large caliber and one-shot kills. However, the Barrett's caliber is 50 inches or 127mm. In military terms, anything below 20mm is classified as a gun, while anything above is termed artillery. Thus, the 127mm Barrett is dwarfed by Wang Hao's 35mm sniper grenade launcher, which can be likened to a sniper cannon. Once loaded with its ammunition, the weapon weighs several dozen kilograms, and its terrifying recoil is not something the average person can withstand. Thankfully, in this world of awakened beings, Wang Hao can shoulder this formidable weapon with his superior physique. When he fires the 35mm armor-piercing rounds, the thundering sound reverberates, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling above. The sound waves echo through the entire shelter, audible to all within as the cannon sniper discharges. The level 20 mermaid, frozen by Wang Hao's gun, meets its demise as he obliterates its brain with the cannon sniper. The tremendous recoil leaves Wang Hao's shoulder aching. Yet he feels no fatigue, only exhilaration. The mermaid, vulnerable to ice attributes, has its defenses halved upon freezing. This is the simplest elemental calculation one learns in textbooks. Being a water-type monster, its defenses are drastically reduced when frozen. Thanks to its fear of ice attributes, Wang Hao can effortlessly defeat it despite the level difference. The others, still covering their ears, emerge from behind him, gazing at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. The mermaid's head lies in shattered pieces. A mosaic of red and white ice scattered about. Wang Hao stands with the smoking barrel of his cannon sniper, having achieved a remarkable victory. Slaying the mermaid grants Wang Hao a significant boost in experience. You have slain a level 21 mermaid, a common monster, and received 1,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 11, with 905,1000 experience points needed for the next level. At level 11, you awaken a new skill, Shockwave Grenade. Wang Hao's character panel appears before him. Awaken being, Wang Hao, age, 18, class, sharpshooter, level, 11, 905,1000 experience points needed for the next level. Skills, summon firearms. Fragmentation Grenade, Incendiary Grenade, Grenade Sniper, LV2, Cruise Missile, Shockwave Grenade. As for his attributes, Wang Hao allocates all his free attribute points to agility and energy. As these are the primary traits for a sharpshooter, he reaches out to click on the attribute points. Attribute panel, strength, 110, agility, 175, stamina, 110, energy, 165, in addition to the standard increase of 10 points to each base attribute per level. Sharpshooters inherently gain an additional 10 points in agility. Furthermore, each level grants 10 points to freely allocate, which Wang Hao has dedicated to agility and energy. Given the current extraordinary circumstances, he believes there is no reason to hold back on attribute points. Every one of them must be utilized. One cannot deny the substantial experience provided by high-level monsters. Slaying a mermaid yields a staggering 1,000 experience points. Wang Hao wipes away the character panel before glancing back. Muching, have you managed to contact anyone? While Wang Hao was allocating points, Su Muching and the others had already entered the command center. She picked up the landline phone from the table, attempting to dial the principal's hotline. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, the call simply could not go through. What could be the matter? It seemed as though there was no signal. Su Mucheng set the phone down, her expression one of confusion. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao furrowed his brows in disbelief. Impossible. This was a landline phone, unless the phone line had been tampered with. Wang Hao immediately followed the line with his gaze. The phone line on the wall had been torn down. Someone had deliberately severed the connection. This was troubling. Mermaids are intelligent creatures. They seem to know how to cut the power lines. If that were the case, they might even go as far as to disable the main power supply in the shelter. Just as Wang Hao's words fell, the lights in the entire shelter began to flicker. In an instant, the surroundings became dim. The once brightly lit corridor of the shelter was now intermittently illuminated by feeble glimmers of light. With a furrowed brow, Wang Hao murmured, "Is the power unstable?" Those monsters are well aware of how to wreak havoc. This group of monsters was clever, using their beauty to elicit sympathy while knowing how to sever telephone and power lines. Wang Hao stroked his chin in contemplation. I fear we may have a classmate who has had their brain devoured by a mermaid. These creatures read memories through consuming brains, thus understanding the rules of human society. Upon hearing this, the few students in the control room did not feel fear. Instead, Lu Ziyu and others clenched their fists in anger. See, this is the monster, Zhou Fifan. It is because of your pathetic compassion that so many have perished. Zhou Fifan, wearing broken glasses, bowed his head in shame. It was all due to his moment of weakness, deceived by the mermaid's appearance. He had foolishly believed that humans and monsters could coexist peacefully. If only he had informed everyone sooner that the shelter had been infiltrated by mermaids, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Zhou Fifan bit his lip, blood staining his pristine teeth. It is my fault that a classmate has perished, that everyone has suffered. With that, he drew the sword at his waist, intending to take his own life. Just as this bespectacled man was about to end it all in atonement, Wang Hao blocked his blade with the barrel of his gun. Save your strength for the battle. No one is without fault. Suicide is merely a coward's excuse to evade reality. It is an irresponsible act. Only by living can you seek redemption. Wang Hao's words left everyone present in stunned silence. Indeed, while suicide may seem like a swift resolution, who would amend the mistakes he had made? Only by allowing him to live, To constantly feel the torment within would serve as his greatest punishment. Through the shattered lenses of his glasses, Zhou Fifen's eyes gradually ignited with determination. Looking at Wang Hao, a fellow freshman in the cultivation club, he clenched his fists. Wang Hao was right. He must atone. Death is an evasion of responsibility. I must fight. The others exchanged glances, resolute in their decision to carve a path through blood. Wang Hao, wielding a powerful sniper rifle, gazed towards the control room's entrance. The unmistakable sounds of mermaids crawling on the ground reached his ears. They were coming. I will freeze them with bullets. The rest is up to you. Wang Hao drew his Type 95 assault rifle, the sound of the icy bullet chambering echoing ominously. Just as everyone braced themselves, a melodious song wafted through the corridor. Chapter 30, Hypnosis? Speak to my gun. As everyone prepared to confront the incoming mermaids, a captivating melody echoed from outside the corridor. In the blue sky of the Milky Way, there is a small white boat. On the boat, there is a sweet osmanthus tree and a white rabbit at play. The oars are invisible, and there are no sails, drifting toward the western sky. The sudden lullaby sent chills down Wang Hao's spine. A wave of drowsiness began to envelop his mind. No, this was not good. The others started to sway, desperately holding onto the table for support. So sleepy. Accompanied by the mermaid's enchanting voice, entwined with the unique melody of Little White Boat, they felt themselves succumbing to sleep, almost collapsing. Wang Hao glanced at his energy levels, rapidly plummeting. The mermaid was sapping their energy with her song. Realizing this, Wang Hao quickly retrieved the energy potion hanging at his waist, gulping it down eagerly. It was this very potion that revitalized him. He raised his head to find a golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty standing outside the control room, smiling and holding flowers, singing the nursery rhyme. Sleep now, my dear baby. Her sweet smile and pure, icy blue eyes resembled a goddess untouched by the stains of the world, beautiful from afar, yet untouchable. With her stunning appearance, captivating voice, and hypnotic song, countless souls would long to succumb to her gentle embrace. With a dazed expression, Wang Hao watched the mermaid approach him, flowers in hand. He swallowed the energy potion and gently stroked the silver-white barrel of his Type 95. The figure before him was nothing but a pink skeleton. Monsters will never understand a man's wastefulness. Wang Hao's eyes brimmed with affection as he gazed at his Type 95 rifle, even if it were not the best rifle in the world. Its emergence had captivated his youthful heart. The elegant lines of the Type 95 far surpassed that of the mermaid. Removing the suppressor, Wang Hao raised his rifle and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. If you could transform into an assault rifle, I might find you intriguing. But alas, your beauty pales in comparison to my gun. As the Type 95 exhaled icy vapor, the deafening gunfire shattered the mermaid's song. What hypnosis! What enchanting melody! Speak to my Type 95 assault rifle. The thunderous gunfire roared like a wild stallion, drowning out the mermaid's siren song. Want to hypnotize me with a lullaby? Come, listen to how the Type 95 sings. The cacophony of gunfire roused those around him from their stupor. Wang Hao's Type 95 roared like a war drum, injecting a surge of courage into everyone. The icy bullets sealed the mermaid's mouth, silencing her song. Wang Hao then swung the Type 95 behind him, shouldering the heavy sniper rifle to unleash its thunderous roar. Now, this is true music, do you understand? Everyone could hear the sounds of da-da-da, dong-dong-dong resonating from the control room. The continuous gunfire of the assault rifle intertwined with the deep rumble of the sniper rifle, creating a stirring battle anthem. As the second mermaid fell, Wang Hao leveled up to level 12. You have slain a mermaid, earning 1,000 experience points. Your level has risen to level 12. Experience needed for next level, 9,052,000. Level up to 12, randomly awakening skill, Intelligent Broadsword Mine. Intelligent Broadsword Mine Introduction. This mine can be placed anywhere, possessing enemy and ally recognition capabilities. When a monster passes by, it will automatically detonate. A broadsword mine? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. With this, he could guard against monsters attempting to sneak up from behind. In the labyrinthine corridors of the shelter, placing a broadsword mine behind him would alert him to any approaching monsters. Amid his excitement, Wang Hao's calm mind swiftly assessed the situation. Judging from the distant song, there were likely many more mermaids nearby. They are intelligent and tend to operate in groups. If we intend to reach the entrance, we must proceed with caution. No sooner had he spoken than the mermaid's song echoed once more from outside the door. The enchanting melodies of the mermaids are inescapable, even if one is slain. Those lurking will persist in their serenades. Once the haunting tunes resonate, even the likes of Su Muching and Lu Ziyu, despite their efforts to cover their ears, find it utterly futile. The singing has resumed. In this refuge, sound amplifies severalfold, rendering it unbearable. The group struggles in agony, pressing their hands against their ears. In this elongated, confined space, the terrain serves as a natural acoustical amplifier. On ordinary days, even the fall of a needle can be heard with crystal clarity. A chorus of mermaids fills the shelter with their dulcet tones, the sweet lullabies morphing into a hypnotic song. Zhou Fifan, in a fit of rage, bellows, "I'll take them on." These mermaids hide and sing, seemingly without end. Lu Ziyu, equally vexed, feels the fury of the berserker surging within him, his arms swelling into monstrous appendages. Only Wang Hao, relying on an energy elixir to invigorate himself, contemplates an idea. The mermaids adore singing, and their hearing is remarkably acute. Ah, they relish their melodies, do they? Aha, the shock grenade. Wang Hao silently muses as an unassuming stun grenade materializes in his grasp. He gazes towards the source of the song, discerning a mermaid concealed around the corner, serenading. Silently, he pulls the pin from the grenade and tosses it forth. The small device rolls a distance before settling at the mermaid's tail. The mermaid, lost in her nursery rhyme, instinctively glances over. Boom! A blinding flash of light erupts, accompanied by a thunderous sound, rendering the mermaid instantly unconscious. Although the stun grenade is a non-lethal weapon, its efficacy in such a confined space is remarkable. The explosion produces an intense brilliance of approximately 2 to 5 million candelas, far surpassing the brightness of midday sun. This dazzling light causes the mermaid's pupils to constrict sharply, rendering her temporarily blind for 10 to 30 seconds as her retinal cells cease to function. The deafening blast reaches up to 160 to 180 decibels, far exceeding the human threshold for hearing. The resounding noise assaults the inner ear, resulting in transient deafness and tinnitus, while also inducing dizziness and nausea, disrupting balance. It appears that a diligent study regimen proves invaluable in the battlefield. Wang Hao recalls from his textbooks that mermaids, in their mimicry of human song, have evolved a highly sensitive auditory system, with hearing capabilities 1,000-fold stronger than that of an ordinary human. Thus, the explosion's cacophony is akin to a direct assault on their eardrums. The uproar not only interrupts the mermaid singing, but plunges them into a profound silence. They are all rendered deaf. Seizing the opportunity, a figure bursts forth from the control room. Wang Hao, wielding a cannon sniper, exudes a fierce hunger for the hunt. Chapter 31, Lord-level monster? Slay. The cannon sniper belches flames, obliterating the mermaid with an opening maw before him, shattering her into fragments. The armor-piercing rounds are satisfying to use, but deplete his resources significantly. Fortunately, 9 energy elixirs remain in his backpack. Were it not for the school's rewards, he would scarcely dare to wield his skills so recklessly. The cannon sniper delivers a formidable punch with each 15-round burst of alloy armor-piercing ammunition. However, due to the level disparity, the mermaid's skull can withstand the onslaught. Oftentimes, Wang Hao must expend an entire magazine to vanquish a single mermaid, sometimes requiring the combination of stun grenades and Frost 9-5 to subdue them. The entire endeavor consumes 50 to 60 points of energy. Facing multiple mermaids simultaneously is a staggering drain. Thankfully, the energy restoration elixirs, along with the replenishment of stamina and energy upon leveling up, offer some reprieve. Had it been any other student, they would likely have become a meal for the mermaids. Emerging from the control room, Wang Hao declares, "Let us first rendezvous with Senior Gao Zhixia, then we shall carve our path to freedom." I concur. I have no objections. Su Mucheng and Lu Ziyu, among others, express their allegiance to Wang Hao's decision. Initially skeptical of him, the others gradually shift towards unwavering compliance. The fact that level 10 Wang Hao can single-handedly slay mermaids over level 20 speaks volumes. Lu Ziyu gazes at Wang Hao, who leads the charge, feeling a twinge of resentment. To have a sharpshooter charge ahead of him is a dishonor to the berserker. He cannot deny that Wang Hao has become the target of his pursuit. The blood of the berserker within Lu Ziyu begins to boil as he brandishes a brand new greatsword. Joining the fray, with Wang Hao's stun grenade providing suppression, the mermaids, sensitive to sound, often succumb to disorientation. As the group presses forward unitedly, they turn a corner and spot a familiar figure. Wang Hao's gun collides with the blade of another, and as they regain their bearings, they recognize each other. Senior Gao? Wang Hao notices the white tracksuit worn by Gao Zhixia is torn, with several gashes marring her shoulder. Blood trickling down and staining the right side of her once pristine attire. Without hesitation, Wang Hao produces a healing elixir. Senior Gao, apply this to staunch the bleeding. Thank you. Gao Zhixia accepts the elixir, disregarding the pain from her torn shoulder. She pours the potion directly onto the wound, biting her lip in agony as her brow furrows. As the healing elixir soaks into the injury, the wound visibly heals and scabs over, leaving a faint scar. Senior Gao, what happened? Su Muching inquires, her expression laden with concern. What monster could have inflicted such injuries on their senior? It's a level 25 Lord monster, the Mermaid King. Level 25. For the newly enrolled students, that level is utterly despairing. To add insult to injury, it's a Lord-level beast. Lord-level monsters are inherently more terrifying than their lesser counterparts. No wonder Gao Zhixia sustained injuries. Possessing high intelligence, the ability to command an entire pod of mermaids, I should have suspected it was the Mermaid King. Wang Hao clenches his fists, lamenting his oversight. The enemy's strategic prowess, demonstrated by their ability to sever power and telephone lines, indicates that they are no ordinary foe. At least an elite monster. Yet the grim news Gao Zhixia bears, that their opponent is a Lord-level monster, is disheartening. The 4A spatial tremor has indeed summoned a plethora of formidable entities to Blue Star. In the presence of the man-eating bats, Gao Zhixia emerged unscathed. Yet facing the level 25 Lord Mermaid King, she bears wounds. This illustrates the enhanced combat capabilities and special skills of Lord-level monsters. Once her injury is tended to, Gao Zhixia pats Wang Hao on the shoulder. Give me all your elixirs. That Lord monster is about to pursue us. I will hold it off. Wang Hao raises an eyebrow. Senior, what do you intend to do? Are you seeking to sacrifice yourself? Not sacrifice. Gao Zhixia places her hands on Wang Hao's shoulders. I will delay it while you escape through the refuge's exit and seek out the teachers. At present, the monster blocks the doorway, fully aware that it is the only exit from the shelter. From Gao Zhixia, Wang Hao learns that the Lord-level monster, the Mermaid King, guards the exit. As a humanoid creature, it possesses extraordinary intelligence, able to absorb human memories through consumption, making it acutely aware that it cannot allow the students to escape. Gao Zhixia resolves to utilize the elixirs in Wang Hao's backpack to engage the Mermaid King in a fierce battle, providing Wang Hao and the others a chance to flee the refuge. However, just as Gao Zhixia attempts to retrieve Wang Hao's backpack, he firmly clasps her hand. Senior sister, can you trust me? I have a way to deal with the Sea King. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Gao Zhixia displayed an expression of disbelief. I don't have the confidence to face it. How can you? Don't joke around. As she remained skeptical, Wang Hao leaned closer and whispered in her ear, alone. I cannot defeat the Sea King, but if we join forces, I am 99% certain of our success. We team up, share the experience. And after we slay the Sea King, I will take the core. What do you say? Gao Zhixia's eyes were filled with suspicion. You have 99% certainty? Indeed. Wang Hao nodded resolutely. Here's the plan. Listen closely. Meanwhile, at Shelter A050, a brutal battle was underway. Inside the academy, teacher Gu Qinghan from the Immortal Cultivation Department was diligently eliminating the remaining threats. After she dispatched the last of the man-eating bats with a wave of her sword energy, she calmly sheathed her blade. Thanks to Wang Hao, who had previously lured most of the monsters with that strange device, our cleanup efforts were remarkably smooth. Gu Qinghan took a moment to commend Wang Hao in front of her colleagues, who all nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it weren't for the noise he made attracting all the monsters together, we would have spent 10 hours cleaning up these scattered creatures after the previous spatial tremors. Speaking of which, Wang Hao has awakened as a sharpshooter, but why does his skill seem so different from others? As the discussion continued, Gu Qinghan suggested, perhaps his unique abilities stem from the influence of his father, the renowned craftsman, Wan Ji. The teachers were taken aback. He is Wan Ji's son? That couple has not appeared on television for over a decade. Just as the conversation about Wang Hao's father was unfolding, a beam of golden light shot into the sky above Shelter A050. The teachers were drawn towards the brilliance, where they beheld a grand announcement in the sky. Sharpshooter Wang Hao and Immortal Cultivator Gao Zhixia have teamed up to slay the level 25 Sea King. Chapter 32. The shock of the Gao family when the notification of the defeat of a Lord-level monster appeared above Shelter A050. All the teachers in the academy were captivated by the radiant light. The Sea King, a Lord-level monster, appeared in the shelter? These two students managed to defeat it together? The educators exchanged incredulous glances, as they understood that Lord-level monsters far surpassed their level. Even a level 30 awakener might struggle to challenge a Lord alone. Yet, Wang Hao and Gao Zhixia had somehow succeeded in slaying the Sea King together. At that moment, a teacher began to praise, as expected of the daughter of a military family. Elder Gao once repelled maritime beasts to protect the safety of Guangnan City. Gao Zhixia, being Elder Gao's granddaughter, possesses the strength to single-handedly defeat the Sea King. truly deserving of the Gao family name. This matter should be reported to the media. Gao Zhixiao single-handedly saved all the students in the shelter. The surrounding teachers began to believe it was she who had slain the Sea King alone, and this achievement deserved to be reported widely. They hoped she would be recognized among the top 10 most inspiring figures of Guangnan. The literature department teachers were already drafting a report on site, celebrating Gao Zhixiao's bravery in leading her fellow students against a Lord-level monster. Ultimately, she alone vanquished the Sea King and saved the entire shelter's students. Hearing the literature department's remarks, the other teachers nodded in agreement. Yes, that is how it should be written. Gao Zhixiao should be commended for her selflessness and courage in protecting her classmates. Let the entire city, province, and even the nation know of Guangnan Academy's students' noble character. While everyone praised Gao Zhixiao, only teacher Gu Qinghan fixed her gaze on Wang Hao's name. Let us not forget that Wang Hao's name also appears on the kill list. As she spoke, the teachers who were trying to laud Gao Zhixiao were momentarily taken aback. But teacher, Wang Hao is just a freshman, a sharpshooter. Even if he has displayed exceptional skills, he remains merely a newcomer. They did not believe Wang Hao deserved any credit for this achievement. Wang Hao was merely riding on the coattails of experience. Gao Zhixiao likely wanted to include him in the shared experience and rewards out of kindness. Teaming up allows for shared experience and rewards, which everyone interpreted as a senior caring for a junior. The consensus was that it was Gao Zhixiao alone who had slain the Sea King, while Wang Hao was simply a newcomer seeking assistance. Gu Qinghan, seeing her students being dismissed in such a manner, maintained her composure and gently shook her head. No, Wang Hao is my student. Knowing him as I do, he would never compromise his dignity to ride on someone else's coattails. Open the shelter door. Let them come out and clarify the situation. As the monsters within the academy were nearly cleared, the teachers approached shelter A050. Before they could unlock the door, the sound of mechanical gears turning echoed from within the shelter. With a series of clanking noises, the heavy iron door slowly creaked open. Wang Hao, Gao Zhixiao, Su Muqing, and other students emerged from the shelter, the boys clad in black athletic wear and the girls in white. Blood stained their clothing, yet they appeared mostly unscathed, save for minor injuries. The teachers sighed in relief. Though some may have been motivated by a desire to align themselves with Gao Zhixiao or simply admired her as a good student, they rushed forward to congratulate her. Gao Zhixiao, well done. Thanks to you, the other students were able to resist the monsters in the shelter. Had you not slain the Sea King, the consequences for the students would have been dire. If dozens of students had perished within the shelter, the blow to the academy's reputation would have been immense. Feeling a bit bashful under the teacher's praise, Gao Zhixiao scratched her head. Actually what? The teachers were puzzled, questioning if they had misjudged the situation. Gao Zhixiao pointed to Wang Hao beside her. The survival of most students in the shelter is actually due to Wang Hao's efforts. He was the first to notice something was wrong, and it was with his help that I was able to successfully slay the Sea King. Upon hearing this, the teachers who had just praised Gao Zhixiao fell silent, as if they had been choked. Soon, they exchanged awkward smiles. Gao Zhixiao, you are too humble. We all know it was you who defeated the Lord-level monster. Indeed. We all acknowledge your contributions. You need not be modest. Look, reporters and media personnel have already come to interview you. The teachers pointed towards the distance. Defeating a Lord-level monster was a significant event. The golden text that appeared in the sky could be seen from hundreds of miles away. This was big news, and local television stations and social media influencers would be eager to cover it. A large crowd had gathered 100 meters away, armed with cameras and smartphones, aiming to capture Gao Zhixiao on film. Gao Zhixiao, look here. As the young lady of the Gao family, we are local media with millions of followers. We would like to interview you. Clearly, it was not only the teachers who were eager to celebrate the slaying of the Lord-level monster. It is widely assumed that it was Gao Zhixiao, the daughter of the Gao family, who vanquished the Mermaid King. At this moment, within the grand estate of the Gao family in Guangnan City, Gao Zhixiao's father, along with her uncles, sat before the television, engrossed in the local news broadcast. A 100-inch LCD screen displayed images of Gao Zhixiao standing alongside Wang Hao. Several uncles had just returned home, their faces adorned with smiles as they remarked, "We brothers have just cleared the monsters from the city. Look at our beloved daughter, who single-handedly defeated a Lord-level monster. Third brother, your precious daughter has truly brought honor to our family." As the brothers discussed Gao Zhixiao, her father beamed with pride. "Just look at who my daughter is. She is undoubtedly a dragon among humans." Both the Gao family members and the local citizens had already concluded that Gao Zhixiao's heroic act of saving others would surely earn her accolades from the city and be reported throughout the province. At this juncture, the brothers pointed at Wang Hao, who stood next to Gao Zhixia. How did this young man end up next to our little darling? Who is he? Is he trying to take advantage of our Gao family's precious daughter? Chapter 33. Third brother, you are about to become a grandfather. Watching the television where his beloved daughter stood beside a stranger, Gao Zhixia's father felt a surge of irritation. Who is this boy? Does anyone know him? The brothers of the Gao family instinctively felt that Wang Hao might belong to some influential family. Other uncles stroked their chins, scrutinizing Wang Hao. He doesn't look bad. His appearance seems somewhat suitable for our little darling. Does Zhixia have a preference for this type of boy? Third brother, it appears you are about to become a grandfather. Teased one uncle. Gao Laosan, unable to conceal the murderous glint in his eyes, retorted, my daughter is still young. Do not jest. If this boy dares to approach my daughter, I will not spare him. At this point, Gao Laoda, wearing sunglasses, cleared his throat. All right, enough teasing our third brother. Did you not hear? Our little darling has said that it was that boy named Wang Hao who deserves the credit for slaying the Mermaid King. Upon hearing this, the brothers leapt from their seats in disbelief. How can this be? This boy? What is his background? Wang Hao? Which Wang family in Guangnan City does he belong to? He cannot be attempting to steal Zhixia's glory. In the living room, the Gao brothers erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Gao Laoda pounded the table for silence. Enough. The school would not show favoritism toward any student. Let us continue watching. Their gazes returned to the television screen, where Gao Zhixia boldly took Wang Hao's hand. The sight shattered her father's heart. How could his daughter so eagerly hold hands with this boy, especially on live television? Gao Zhixia publicly proclaimed, Dear media friends present, you have misunderstood. I, Gao Zhixia, do not possess such remarkable ability. It was my companion, Wang Hao, who led us through this ordeal and emerged victorious. As the camera focused on Wang Hao, his smile was a mere facade, his discomfort palpable as he was thrust into the spotlight. However, the media and social media influencers were relentless. You claim Wang Hao was the one who led the students to victory. Do you have any evidence? Moreover, it had been revealed that Wang Hao was a freshman. Isn't a sharpshooter considered a lowly profession? Some influencers with millions of followers broadcasted their skepticism live. Their chat filled with doubts about Wang Hao's contributions. A round-faced influencer boisterously inquired, Does Wang Hao have any background? Gao, do not be afraid. The credit is undoubtedly yours. As the influencer rallied support, others chimed in, Do not worry. If Wang Hao has stolen your credit, we will ensure he is held accountable. What right does a freshman, especially one with a seemingly inferior profession like a sharpshooter, have to claim your glory? In an instant, the influencers erupted in support of Gao Zhixia, declaring that any reasonable observer could see that the Lord-level monster had been defeated solely by her efforts, and that Wang Hao had played no role in it. Gao Zhixia, feeling her anger rise, clenched her fists and rebuked, What is your attitude? Can you not speak respectfully? Calling a sharpshooter trash is crossing the line. The round-faced influencer, taken aback by her fierce retort, stammered, What? What did I do? Gao Zhixia snatched the influencer's phone, exclaiming, Stop filming. You are merely a societal leech, inciting discord and spreading conspiracy theories without caring for the plight of ordinary citizens. She could no longer tolerate the slander against Wang Hao, especially in his presence. Even if teachers may look down upon the sharpshooter profession, they would express it with subtlety. Yet, these influencers, lacking even elementary education, merely spouted derogatory remarks, publicly insulting Wang Hao. Gao Zhixia's fury surged within her, and her defense of Wang Hao on live television led the Gao brothers to a grim conclusion. This is it. It's over, third brother. Your precious daughter, our cherished little darling, seems to have been taken by this boy named Wang Hao. She is defending him as if she is protecting her husband. Gao Zhixia's father seethed, Why is my daughter so protective of this boy? She is truly bringing shame upon our family. While it is wrong to insult others, the sharpshooter profession has its limitations. How could my daughter possibly be enamored with a sharpshooter? What misfortune has befallen our family? Yet, from the television, other voices emerged. Su Muching, Luziyu, and other classmates began to stand up one after another. We bear witness. Su Muching raised her hand. It was Wang Hao who saved us. Gao Jie did not lie. Luziyu, a berserker wielding a massive sword, boldly grasped the influencer's collar. Do you enjoy insulting others? Do you know who I am? I could have your live stream shut down in an instant. Do you believe me? I, Luziyu, assure you that Wang Hao is solely responsible for the successful slaying of that Lord-level monster. I also bear witness. Me too. It was Wang Hao's assistance that allowed us to escape. As more students stood to testify, affirming that Wang Hao, the sharpshooter, had played a pivotal role. Even those who initially harbored biases began to reconsider. The Gao brothers slowly set aside their prejudices. Isn't this Su Muching from the Su family? And that one, Isn't he from the Liu family, named Lu Ziyu? They are all willing to affirm that Wang Hao was the one who defeated the Lord-level monster. As viewers at home tuned into the live stream, curiosity about this freshman, who awakened the supposedly least desirable profession of sharpshooter, began to build. How had he accomplished such a feat? Amidst the speculation, teacher Gu Qinghan stepped forward, stating, "Uncovering the truth is not a difficult task." In the sanctuary, surveillance footage exists that could verify the truth of the student's claims. Shall we review the recordings? Indeed, if Wang Hao and his companions are deceitful, their fabrications will crumble before the undeniable evidence of the surveillance footage. Chapter 34. The Qualifications of the New King. The school administration has summoned reporters and broadcasters to the college's screening room, which can accommodate over 1,000 attendees. This grand assembly underscores the significance the institution places on this matter. Firstly, many online conspiracy theories have emerged, suggesting that Wang Hao's background is anything but ordinary, claiming he is the son of a prominent figure, a so-called second-generation heir. Secondly, the act of saving students from the sanctuary and vanquishing a Lord-level monster is indeed a momentous event, deserving of special coverage. If Wang Hao's assertions are true, he will not be deprived of provincial and municipal rewards. This situation not only pertains to a student's reputation, but also to societal discourse. Thus, the school is taking this very seriously by gathering everyone here. Wang Hao, accompanied by teacher Gu Qinghan, took a seat in the front row, alongside Gao Zhixia, Su Mucheng, Lu Ziyu, and others. Apart from being participants in this incident, these individuals also hail from notable families. The principal, with his mane of silver hair, stood at the podium. Dear friends from the media, many have raised doubts regarding Wang Hao's claims of heroism. This matter is pivotal to a student's reputation and the rewards he may receive thereafter. Without further ado, let us view the footage. The principal produced a USB drive and inserted it into the projector, calling up the surveillance video from 9:34 p.m. when the Lord-level merman was slain. As the footage played, the audience gasped in astonishment, witnessing Gao Zhixia wielding 6 flying swords to vanquish the Merman King. Behold, Wang Hao is nothing but a fraud. The truth is clear, it was Gao Zhixia who delivered the blow. Why should the students and the school defend Wang Hao? What background does he possess? As the crowd erupted in outrage, Wang Hao remained composed, observing the raucous broadcasters with the gaze of one watching a jester. In their quest for views, these broadcasters relentlessly magnified the ugliness of human nature, fabricating conspiracy theories that painted society in bleak hues, setting everyone against one another while profiting from the spectacle. As chaos reigned in the screening room, the principal simply uttered a single word: silence. The authoritative presence of the esteemed principal quelled the din, leaving the uproarious broadcasters pale and sweating profusely. Was this the pressure of a high-level awakened one? Indeed, it was terrifying. The principal clicked the mouse to rewind the footage. Sometimes, one should not hastily draw conclusions based solely on a single frame. Let us review the preceding moments to see what efforts Wang Hao made. The video rewound 10 minutes, revealing Wang Hao and Gao Zhixia standing side by side, advancing towards the sanctuary's entrance. 10 minutes before the demise of the Lord, Wang Hao led a group of students toward the sanctuary's gates. Gao Zhixia, her anxiety palpable, grasped Wang Hao's hand. "Junior, do you truly believe this plan will work?" Wang Hao's gaze was resolute. "Rather than have Senior Gao risk herself to carve a path for us, let us attempt my strategy." Upon hearing Wang Hao's desire to shield her from danger, a faint blush graced Gao Zhixia's cheeks. This junior was thoughtful. Typically, it was she who protected her classmates. This was the first time a junior had considered her safety. Wang Hao's plan was straightforward, requiring no one to face peril. The Merman King was surely lurking just beyond the sanctuary's entrance. "All right, everyone, cover your ears." With that, Wang Hao raised his hand. Skill, Shockwave Bomb 10. Summons 10 shockwave bombs, consuming 20 energy points. A bundle of 10 shockwave bombs materialized in his palm. Mermen are sensitive to sound, and in the confined space, as long as I keep throwing shockwave bombs at the Merman King, Senior Gao will have the opportunity to strike. Commence. With a deft motion, Wang Hao pulled the pins from the shockwave bombs, hurling them into the fray. The 10 bombs detonated simultaneously at the narrow entrance. Everyone covered their ears and turned away. Accompanied by blinding light and deafening noise, the sound waves reverberated through the corridor. The sonic blast distorted the air, visible even to the naked eye. The terrifying cacophony, coupled with brilliant illumination, forced the Merman King out of hiding. Roaring in anguish, the Merman King, who had been lurking near the door, clutched his ears. Yet, Wang Hao offered him no respite. 20 bombs, 30 bombs, 40. As he consumed energy restoration potions, he relentlessly summoned more shockwave bombs. Wang Hao's strategy was simple: to overwhelm. With a lethal barrage of shockwave bombs, he targeted the narrow entrance, amplifying the power of the sound waves manifold within the corridor's confines. The blinding light and ear-splitting explosions tormented the Merman King, pushing him to the brink of insanity, causing his eardrums to rupture and blood to seep from his ears. Now, Wang Hao shouted, and Gao Zhixiao immediately directed her flying swords to strike the dazed Merman King. Just as the Merman King attempted to retaliate, Wang Hao unleashed another wave of shockwave bombs. This relentless assault of blinding light and thunderous explosions transformed the Merman King into a shadow of his former self. Ultimately, as Wang Hao continued to consume recovery potions while tossing more shockwave bombs, the beleaguered Merman King succumbed, collapsing under Gao Zhixiao's blade. In the screening room, teachers, students, and reporters observed Wang Hao's tactics, unable to stifle their gasps of astonishment. This was akin to a modern-day torture method. This skill, indeed, proved invaluable in such confined quarters. It became apparent how he could defeat a lord. Credit for this achievement rightfully belonged to Wang Hao. The footage depicted him persistently suppressing the lord with an unyielding stream of shockwave bombs. Mermen are inherently sensitive to light, and the intense illumination precipitated photosensitive seizures. The cacophony disrupted the Merman King's song, preventing him from bewitching the students with his melody. As this recording unfolded before the media and live audiences, the consensus gradually shifted in favor of Wang Hao. Despite some dissenters, who remained obstinate in their opinions, the legitimate journalists began to voice their support. Wang Hao remained composed in the face of danger, demonstrating decisiveness in critical moments. He truly deserves to be recognized and commended throughout the province. Scholarships and various accolades await him. This year's new king of Guangnan City, he certainly qualifies for the competition. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, teacher Gu Qinghan, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood. She addressed the principal and the other faculty members, stating, "Principal, I believe Wang Hao should be considered for the title of new king, representing our school in this year's competition." Teacher Gu had been meticulously strategizing for this moment, ensuring Wang Hao's eligibility to compete for the new king title. Chapter 35, The Banner, the Space Ring. Following the conclusion of the press conference, everyone had come to understand the sequence of events. As for teacher Gu Qinghan's proposal regarding Wang Hao's candidacy to represent the academy in the new king competition, the principal and the school's higher-ups began deliberating. The slots for the new king are inherently precious, and the competition is fierce. Discussions regarding Wang Hao's participation in the new king contest were now underway. Each school possesses merely 10 slots, and the notion of allowing a sharpshooter to participate seems rather audacious. However, Wang Hao's performance has undeniably been remarkable. Yet, are we truly willing to squander such resources in nurturing a sharpshooter? The uncertainty surrounding his future makes it a gamble our school cannot afford, as placing all our resources on him would be unwise. The teachers from various departments engaged in fervent discussions, primarily seeking to secure advantages for their respective teams. With only 10 slots available, Wang Hao's inclusion would inevitably mean a reduction in representation for other departments. As the chatter intensified, the principal interlaced his fingers and gently tapped the table, instantly silencing the room and directing everyone's attention towards him. Regarding the qualifications for participating in the citywide Rookie King competition, I believe Wang Hao deserves an opportunity. Upon hearing the principal's words, dissatisfaction rippled through the other teachers. But, principal, they protested. The principal raised a hand, signaling for silence, and continued, "However, before participating in the Rookie King competition, there will be a preliminary simulation match. The qualifications for this simulation are relatively lenient, allowing Wang Hao to give it a try." With that, the principal turned his chair to gaze out at the playground. Let us not forget that Wang Hao currently possesses a Lord Core. He is but a step away from a second awakening. In Shelter 050, within the communal dormitory, Wang Hao sat on the floor, toying with the golden core in his hand, a level 25 Merfolk King Lord Core. If I acquire just one more Lord Core, I can utilize it to attempt my second awakening. Recalling the events of the previous night, when he and Gao Zhixia collaboratively defeated the level 25 Merfolk King, they had agreed on the distribution. The core would belong to Wang Hao, while the equipment and materials dropped would be taken by Gao Zhixia. The experience earned from slaying the Lord would be split evenly. He had used a stun grenade to suppress the Merfolk King, while Gao Zhixia seized the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow, demonstrating their effective teamwork. The defeat of the Lord granted them 10,000 experience, which translated to 5,000 each, coupled with the experience from slaying other mermaids. Wang Hao's level soared from 12 to 14. Raising his hand, he summoned the character panel to check his status. Your level has risen to 14. Experience required for the next level, 19,054,000. Only a couple of thousand more experience points were needed to unlock the level 15 primary skills. If he could execute another spatial shock, he estimated he could reach the first stage's limit of level 20. Beyond level 20, two paths to breakthrough existed. One could gather 2 level 20 or higher Lord cores, a perfect method that would likely awaken top-tier skills. The other, a more common route, involved collecting 10 level 20 elite cores for a regular second awakening. Though both paths led to awakening, the differences were profound. A perfect awakening would significantly enhance skill potency, and some skills would undergo qualitative transformations, heralding a promising future. Yet, most lacked the conditions for such breakthroughs. Lord-level monsters were rare, and many students awaited their awakenings, with cores in the market being scarce. For an ordinary student like Wang Hao, whose parents were often away and provided a meager monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan, acquiring a level 20 Lord core through financial means was an impossibility. Holding the golden Lord core in his hand, he felt an attachment to it. Just one more? And perhaps participating in some competitions could lead him to that second Lord core for a perfect awakening. As he played with the core, Lu Ziyu approached him. Wang Hao, how about selling me that core? I'll offer 300,000. Lu Ziyu, known for his straightforwardness, aimed to purchase the core outright, ensuring his second awakening would come sooner. Other classmates quickly chimed in. Brother Hao, sell it to me for 350,000. I'll give you 360,000. A swarm of classmates enveloped him, eager to buy the core. Just then, Su Muching interjected firmly. No sale. Wang Hao, do not sell it, no matter what. She stood resolutely in front of him. We must have integrity. We cannot sell this Lord core. It is crucial for your perfect awakening. If you need money, I can lend you some, no interest. And you can pay me back whenever. Su Muching initially intended to offer him money outright, but reconsidered, knowing his pride. After all, her family's business was prosperous, and she could easily lend him 50,000 without interest and with no time limit for repayment. She believed that money was merely a number compared to Wang Hao's future potential. As the other students crowded around Wang Hao, Gao Zhixia's commanding voice cut through the noise, asserting her authority and clearing a path. Listen up. This Lord core was obtained through my collaboration with Wang Hao. Anyone who dares to have ulterior motives will face my wrath. The crowd, wary of both her strength and her family's influence, dispersed. Once the crowd had thinned, Gao Zhixia's expression shifted to one of playful intrigue. The short-haired senior bore a sly smile in her eyes. Wang Hao, the school's reward for you has been approved. I personally arranged it. Curious, Wang Hao inquired. What reward, Senior Gao? A banner, she proclaimed, revealing a flag she had hidden behind her back. The inscription read, students also possess the courage of heroes. They dare to protect their classmates in times of peril. The power of example. Very well, I accept it, Wang Hao said, somewhat bemused, having anticipated something of greater value. However, noticing his disappointment, Gao Zhixia relished in teasing him. Look closely, what is tied to the banner? What is it? Wang Hao leaned down to inspect, discovering a ring. A spatial ring? Chapter 36, Simulation Match, Provocation. Wang Hao could hardly believe that the school had gifted him such a precious spatial ring. For a student from an ordinary family, a spatial ring could purchase a home in his hometown. Your calmness in the face of danger and your efforts to rescue dozens of classmates have made the news. After discussions among the faculty, it was decided that this ring, adorned with the school emblem, would serve as a reward. At that moment, Gao Zhixiao adopted a serious demeanor. Moreover, it has been decided that you will have one of the 20 slots in the upcoming simulation match at Baiyun Mountain Park. Wang Hao, I've heard that a Lord-level monster will be introduced in this match. You must seize the opportunity to obtain that second Lord core. The simulation match? Wang Hao immediately focused, realizing its significance. The Guangnan City simulation match would serve as a preliminary trial before the official competition. Each school would send forth 20 new students, each vying to showcase their strength. Achieving a commendable rank is secondary. The paramount aspect of the simulation match lies in the emergence of a formidable Lord-level creature. These creatures are captured by the hunting team from external realms, subsequently sealed away. As the competition commences, the organizers will unleash these beasts, providing the students with an experience closely resembling real combat. Although the contest is confined within the confines of Baiyun Mountain Park, the monsters are indeed genuine, particularly the Lord-level core, which serves as the target for nearly all competitors, resulting in fierce rivalry. Moreover, the simulation match will be broadcasted live throughout the city, prompting Wang Hao to reminisce about his parents, whom he has not seen for many years. Perhaps his father and mother might tune into the live stream? If he were to appear on screen, would they feel joy on his behalf? Junior, here is the map of Baiyun Mountain Park. You must study it diligently over the next few days, adjust your schedule, and prepare for the simulation match next week. Let us not bring shame to our school and ensure that our cultivation department earns some respect, encouraged his senior. Wang Hao nodded affirmatively. I will certainly do my utmost. A week later, in Baiyun Mountain Park, Guangnan City, students from various esteemed institutions gathered in the square. Before them, a large screen displayed several lines of text. Guangnan City 2039, the 159th freshman simulation match. The host stood on stage, addressing the select students from across the city's colleges. The female host, dressed in a qipao, smiled warmly. Greetings, students. Behind me, you can see the list of colleges participating in this year's simulation match. Last year's champion, Canaan Private College. The runner-up, Guangnan City Public Awakeners College, Huanan College, Southern College, and Yangqing Women's College. As the host announced the names of the participating colleges, Wang Hao stood amidst the crowd, representing Guangnan City Public College alongside Su Muqing, Lu Ziyu, Liang Wenfeng, and a total of 20 students. He learned from the host that their college had secured the second place last year, while the champion was the well-funded Canaan Private College, often regarded as an elite institution. The school's board comprises a collective of highly ranked awakened individuals, and their students typically hail from affluent backgrounds, predominantly the offspring of private business owners, security conglomerates, and local families. Wang Hao glanced at the Canaan students nearby, noting their distinct demeanor and the air of superiority that surrounded them. Last year's champions were resolute in their aspirations for victory this year. Armed with the finest resources, the best educators, and top-tier equipment, these students might very well be heirs to vast fortunes or descendants of exceptionally powerful elders. The Canaan students, brimming with arrogance, regarded their peers with disdain. He overheard them casually discussing this year's Lord-level core. Who do you think will secure it? I believe it will be Su Tianrui from the Su Corporation. Indeed, Su Tianrui is formidable. I hear his sister is just over there. Look. All eyes turned toward Wang Hao, who stood beside Su Muqing, her head turned away, seemingly disinclined to acknowledge her brother. The Canaan students chuckled. I heard Su Muqing is the illegitimate daughter of Chairman Su. She returned to the family at the age of 10 after growing up in an orphanage. Half-siblings and an illegitimate child. No wonder Su Tianrui shuns his sister. As Su Muqing endured their derisive comments about her family, she clenched her fists, trying to suppress her anger. Wang Hao noticed Su Tianrui, her brother, regarding her with a look akin to that reserved for a cockroach. His eyes filled with contempt towards the illegitimate child his father had brought into the world. Isn't this my beloved sister? Wang Hao sensed Su Muqing's body tremble with agitation. He grasped her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Do not let their taunts affect your composure. Su Tianrui, noticing Wang Hao, seemed to recognize the unusual bond between him and his sister. His tone dripped with arrogance. Oh, you found a boyfriend so quickly. Having been enrolled for less than a month? Good for you. Perhaps you should marry soon to spare me the sight of you at home. Our happy little family does not require an outsider. Faced with her brother's incessant verbal assaults, Su Muqing's expression grew increasingly pained. Wang Hao shot a sidelong glance at Su Tianrui, retorting, Are you here to compete, or merely to engage in verbal sparring? Instead of wasting time on trivialities, why not demonstrate some actual prowess in the competition? For a moment, Su Tianrui was taken aback, his composure faltering. Soon, recognition dawned on him. Ah, so it is you. How intriguing. You are the one known for employing clever tricks as a marksman. I have seen you in the news and was hoping for a chance to measure my skills against yours. With that, Su Tianrui brandished a bow and arrow. Allow me to demonstrate what true precision is and what it means to possess absolute strength. Marksmen are but relics of the past, unworthy of competing alongside other professions. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Competition fosters growth. I trust you are not merely a loudmouth. The host on stage also took note of the unfolding situation. Excitedly, she seized the microphone. Oh, we can see a provocation unfolding between last year's champion team and the runner-up. We encourage our students to embrace a competitive spirit. It is what drives us all to improve. Though the competition has yet to commence, the atmosphere is already charged with excitement, and we eagerly anticipate the performances to come. It appears that the leading contender for this year's championship, Su Tianrui, has engaged in a dispute with a student. Oh, this student is, in fact, a marksman. This marks the first time a marksman has participated in the simulation match. We hope this student, Wang Hao, can astonish the citizens of our city. Chapter 37. A perfect score, leading by a wide margin. The host, adorned in a qipao, gestured toward the table ahead. Please, all students, affix your scoring rings. It is worth noting that these rings are equipped with a physical strength monitoring system. Should any contestant's stamina decline to a critical level, a protective shield will automatically activate. Wang Hao, along with Su Muching and the others, approached the table and donned their scoring rings. The screen on the rings illuminated, displaying various information. Contestant, Wang Hao, affiliation, Guangnan City Public Awakeners College, current score, 0, current notifications, none. The female host, beaming with enthusiasm, continued, students, please be aware that the rules of this competition may change at any moment. Keep an eye on the notifications displayed on your rings. This year's simulation match rules differ from previous ones. We will still employ a monster slaying scoring system, with 2 champions to be crowned, one for individual excellence and another for team achievement. The highest scoring individual and team will each receive distinct champion rewards. Taking a deep breath, the host added, having said so much, I'm sure our students and friends from the city are eager to begin. Now, please raise your hands and look at your scoring rings. Wang Hao lowered his head to examine the screen of his scoring ring, where the numbers displayed 095. The host continued, contestants, proceed to the locations on the map corresponding to the numbers on your rings. The large screen revealed a series of numbers. Upon seeing this, the students began to grasp the situation. In this simulation match, all teams would be dispersed across different areas. For instance, with his number being 095, Wang Hao was assigned to a location known as the Octagonal Pavilion. Su Muching's number is 059, and she is separated from Wang Hao by a mountain. The 20 students from the school have been assigned to various corners of the park. This arrangement tests the students' ability to operate solo while also assessing the teamwork among those scattered across the area to gather together. All right, students, please proceed to your designated locations according to your numbers. The scoring wristbands possess communication functions, enabling contact with all team members. Having understood the rules, Wang Hao exchanged glances with his teammates. Su Muching glanced at the large map and said, Wang Hao, I'll come find you. Wait for me at the Octagonal Pavilion. Everyone else, let us gather there as well. Strength lies in numbers. Lu Ziyu hefted a large sword, eager for action. Sure, the Octagonal Pavilion is at the park center. Let us meet there. Wang Hao had no objections. Everyone headed to their respective positions based on the numbers on their scoring wristbands. Once several schools, numbering in the hundreds, were dispersed throughout the park, a female host's voice emanated from the wristbands. The monster release begins. The first wave consists of level 15 frenzied goblins, including an elite monster, the lightning goblin. Standing in the Octagonal Pavilion, Wang Hao listened to the announcement. 1 minute until the competition commences. In the park, the captured goblins began to emerge from their cages. Wang Hao contemplated the tactics he would employ to achieve high scores. At that moment, a figure approached, Su Muching's brother, Su Tianrui. He wielded a uniquely designed longbow, clearly a valuable piece crafted from some monster's bones, likely of purple grade or above. As he passed, Su Tianrui smirked. What a coincidence, sharpshooter. We've been assigned to the same area. Since fate has brought us together, you won't earn a single point from me. The competition between our schools is fierce. I hope you won't hold it against me. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao calmly replied, I hope you remember your words. Su Tianrui was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Wang Hao's intent. As the wristband counted down the final 3 seconds, it announced, 3, 2. The simulation match begins. With the host's voice echoing, the beasts were unleashed. The first wave of monsters burst forth from their restraints and charged into the park. As an archer, Su Tianrui possessed the passive skill Eagle Eye, allowing him to quickly locate monsters hidden in the grass. Lightning Goblin. Ha, what luck. This 100 points are mine. Killing monsters grants points. Regular monsters yield just 1 point, while elite monsters award a hefty 100 points. Su Tianrui swiftly knocked an arrow, displaying remarkable skill. With his top-tier longbow, he activated the rapid-fire skill, launching 3 arrows in a single second, piercing the elite Lightning Goblin. The blue-skinned goblin, standing at 132 meters with a hooked nose and small eyes, screamed in terror as it fled from Su Tianrui's onslaught. Trying to escape? You are mine. Su Tianrui sprinted towards Wang Hao, initiating the chase. Meanwhile, the cameras scattered throughout the park were broadcasting this scene live. The excited host exclaimed, as the competition kicks off. Canaan Academy's Su Tianrui has already spotted the elite monster, the Lightning Goblin. It seems Canaan Academy aims to secure 100 points and take an early lead. Wait, what is Guangnan College's Wang Hao doing? On the screen, Wang Hao raised his hand, releasing a quadcopter drone. As the drone ascended, Wang Hao, still at the Octagonal Pavilion, locked onto the fleeing goblin. He then silently chanted, Cruise Missile. Wang Hao lifted a uniquely designed launcher. What is this? Is this a sharpshooter skill? As the first competitor from Guangnan College, Wang Hao truly stood apart. Su Tianrui, who was pursuing the lightning goblin, glanced back at Wang Hao in the pavilion. Why is he just standing there? That 100 points will be mine. Just as Su Tianrui was about to pull back his bowstring and aim at the injured lightning goblin, a sudden roar erupted from the octagonal pavilion as the cruise missile's engine hummed ominously, startling him. His shot went awry, missing the target. Conversely, Wang Hao, over 300 meters away, accurately struck the lightning goblin with the guided missile. With a resounding explosion, all students' wristbands received the announcement. Guangnan College's Wang Hao has killed the lightning goblin, earning the first 100 points. Current ranking, Guangnan College 100 points, in first place. Personal ranking, Wang Hao 100 points, in first place. Chapter 38, Reward Explosion. Su Tianrui stared in disbelief at the remnants of the lightning goblin obliterated by the missile. What is happening? That was clearly my prey. Clenching his teeth, he turned to glare at the octagonal pavilion several hundred meters away. Inside, surrounded by greenery, Wang Hao leisurely set down the missile launcher. Having located the monster through the drone and launched a missile with unprecedented ease. From afar, Su Tianrui could only watch helplessly. What kind of sharpshooter skill is this? Where's his gun? And what s with that flying drone and the missile he just fired? Wang Hao's equipment was from another world, leaving the Blue Star inhabitants utterly perplexed. Drones and cruise missiles? This is hardly the mark of a sharpshooter. To modern soldiers from Blue Star, drones are standard issue, and shoulder-mounted launchers are commonplace. Particularly in domestic military units, it is almost expected for each squad member to have 2 rocket launchers. For those familiar with our military equipment, none of this is surprising. As the saying goes, in poverty, one must maneuver. In wealth, one employs overwhelming firepower. With the explosive production of domestic equipment, Wang Hao's summon gear was nothing remarkable. It is merely those from this world who find it curious. Indeed, he is the sharpshooter of the Republic, with a large caliber. A single shot kills. The cruise missile is the sniper's weapon, no doubt about it. The park's cameras captured Wang Hao's feat of slaying the lightning goblin. The large screen displayed Su Tianrui chasing the goblin, only to have the final blow snatched away by Wang Hao's peculiar missile. As the screen revealed this scene, the female host became increasingly animated. This year, the rivalry between Guangnan College and Canaan Academy is palpable. Canaan Academy's captain Su Tianrui has been bested for 100 points by Wang Hao. The gap between the two teams has widened from the very start. The competition had transformed into an exhilarating contest. Who would claim the championship this year? In the park square, principals, teachers, and students from various schools stood watching the events unfold on the large screen. Senior Gao Zhixiao observed as Wang Hao scored 100 points in his debut match. She joyfully grasped the hand of teacher Gu Qinghan. Teacher, look quickly. The junior, he has snatched the elite monster from Su Tianrui. A faint smile graced teacher Gu Qinghan's face. As Wang Hao's mentor, she naturally felt elated for him. The principal straightened his back, proudly holding his head high in front of the other principals. Oh dear, keep it low-key. This Wang Hao is our Guangnan Academy's secret weapon this year. Who would have thought he would reveal his strength right from the start? This is not good. Youngsters these days just don't know how to be humble. Despite the principal's modest words, his face beamed with delight. Principal Zhao of Jinan Academy, however, wore a gloomy expression, his old face creased in discontent. This is just the beginning. Who can say who will laugh last? He scolded Zhang. Don't be so smug in front of me. The silver-haired Principal Zhang displayed a mischievous demeanor. Hey, last year you played tricks to steal our championship. This year, I have arranged for our Wang Hao to deliver a little shock to you. Just wait and see. Wang Hao has even more surprises in store for you. Watching the old trickster from Guangnan Academy revel in his triumph, Principal Zhao clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. The host strategically highlighted the two principals, amplifying the tension of the competition. Meanwhile, Su Tianrui, who had lost 100 points, began to feel anxious. That brat stole 100 points. This is bad. At that moment, several students from Jinan Academy gathered around. Captain, how did that Wang Hao manage to take the lightning goblin? Su Tianrui tightened his fists. That kid is suspicious. Something is off. We don't have time to discuss this. We must focus on hunting the goblins. We need to close the 100-point gap quickly. Yes, they dared not delay. Wasting even a second could allow other teams to catch up. Last year, Jinan Academy's freshmen took the championship. This year, as captain, Su Tianrui could not allow Wang Hao and his team to claim the title. While everyone else was tense, Wang Hao in the octagonal pavilion appeared calm and collected. He glanced at the system prompt before him. You have slain the level 15 elite monster, Lightning Goblin. Experience gained, 1,500 points. Current level, 14. Experience required for next level, 34,054,000. With just over 500 experience points needed to reach level 15. The kill of the level 15 elite Lightning Goblin had also yielded some materials. According to the competition rules, the spoils belonged to whoever made the kill. Wang Hao waved his hand, mentally directing a small drone to fly over. Using the hook beneath the drone, he retrieved the materials dropped by the Lightning Goblin back to the octagonal pavilion. The drone hovered steadily in front of Wang Hao, who reached out to take the salvaged materials. Level 15 Skill Crystal, Level 15 Blue Star Realm Iron, Lightning Attribute. The two materials that dropped before him invigorated Wang Hao. He was on the verge of reaching level 15, and these items would be perfect. The Skill Crystal could enhance skills at level 15, while the Star Realm Iron could be used to forge a new gun. This would significantly increase his chances of winning the simulation match. At that moment, on the live broadcast, Wang Hao appeared entirely different from the other competitors. While everyone else rushed about, he remained in the octagonal pavilion, deep in thought. He seemed out of place, as others scrambled chaotically, while Wang Hao exuded an air of composure. The octagonal pavilion was positioned at a high point in the park. Ideal for sniping. Perfect, combined with the drone, this is just right. Wang Hao sent the drone up into the sky and quietly murmured, "Summon the sniper grenade launcher." In the next instant, a long, robust grenade launcher appeared in his hands. He positioned it on the railing, adjusting the scope. Meanwhile, 600 meters away, Su Tianrui and several teammates were herding a group of goblins. Quick, drive these goblins into the encirclement. I'll eliminate them with one explosive arrow. Under Su Tianrui's command, several warriors drove a horde of small green-skinned goblins into a corner, preparing to use explosive skills to dispatch them, the most efficient method to slay monsters. Just as Su Tianrui drew back his bowstring, preparing to shoot the explosive arrow, bang! From the octagonal pavilion 600 meters away, the sound of a gunshot echoed. A grenade landed squarely among the goblins, the explosion instantly tearing them to shreds. Only Su Tianrui remained, bow drawn, his face darkened by smoke, caught in disarray by the wind. Wang Hao. On the other side, Wang Hao focused on his newly unlocked level 15 primary skill. Chapter 39. United against Wang Hao. Let's discuss artillery strikes. Seeing his teammates laboriously drive the goblins into position, Su Tianrui was about to unleash his explosive arrow when a single grenade from Wang Hao obliterated the goblins they had so painstakingly gathered. At that moment, Su Tianrui felt as though he might explode with frustration. Wang Hao, I was so far away. How could his weapon be so accurate? And its power rivals that of an elemental mage-s firestorm. At that moment, Su Tianrui began to realize that Wang Hao was no ordinary sharpshooter. The competitor for the championship this year was a monster. Atop the octagonal pavilion, smoke wafted from the barrel of the sniper grenade launcher as Wang Hao, his face pressed against the stock, leisurely aimed at his target. Watching them scurry about while I snipe from this hillside is truly delightful. While others were engaged in a frantic struggle against the goblins, Wang Hao relied solely on the assistance of his scope to effortlessly eliminate monsters from 600 meters away. As he fired the grenade, his score began to rise. Personal leaderboard. First place, Wang Hao, Guangnan Academy, 111 points. Second place, Su Tianrui, Jinan Academy, 8 points. Third place, Lu Ziyu, Guangnan Academy, 5 points. Fourth place, the staggering difference in scores left both the participating students and the principals and teachers outside the arena astounded. Principal Zhang from Guangnan Academy was grinning from ear to ear. It had been ages since he felt such joy, especially after his school had suffered a loss in the championship last year. He had been unable to hold his head high in front of Principal Zhao. Yet now Wang Hao had allowed him to revel in his pride. Oh Zhao, don't be disheartened. Our Wang Hao simply doesn't know how to hold back. Oh, it's all right. Finishing as the runner-up is quite commendable. The old trickster principal's exuberance amused teacher Gu Qinghan and Gao Zhixia. His gleeful teasing felt like adding salt to the wound for Principal Zhao of Jinan Academy, who coldly replied, "Don't be so smug in front of me. It's not just one elite monster. The competition has only just begun, and you're already popping the champagne?" Outside the arena, some rejoiced while others despaired. Inside the octagonal pavilion, Wang Hao examined his skill interface. Your level has risen to 15. Experience required for the next level, 5,055,000. Unlocked level 15 primary skill. Call for artillery strike. Skill description. Target an area and call for 3 rounds of artillery fire, totaling 54 shells, consuming 50 energy points. Shell type, 120mm mortar shell. The new skill, calling for artillery support, pleasantly surprised Wang Hao. Feeling like a sharpshooter, Wang Hao found himself equipped solely with military hardware from his previous world. He believed that upon reaching level 20 and undergoing his second awakening, he would be able to summon even more formidable equipment, such as armored vehicles, tanks, and fighter jets. The thought of this filled him with determination. He was resolute in his intent to conquer the Lord of this simulation match. Securing the Lord's core would grant him the opportunity for a flawless second awakening. With a clear sense of purpose, Wang Hao remained unhurried. He had no interest in competing with others for a few minor monsters. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered his drone to scout for prey in the park. Ideally, he envisioned a horde of goblins grouped together, which would allow him to unleash a devastating strike, yielding a bountiful reward. Defeating a level 15 goblin would net him 100 experience points, and if he could strike down a large cluster of them, he could soar directly to level 20, achieving the pinnacle of his first awakening. As Wang Hao focused intently on the drone's feed, an unexpected group of intruders appeared outside the octagonal pavilion. Su Tianrui, bow in hand and a scowl on his face, stood defiantly at the entrance. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, observing Su Tianrui and his entourage blocking the way. Yet, he felt no fear. The rules of the competition prohibited attacks on fellow students. Regardless of the methods employed to claim monsters, any direct assault on another student would result in automatic disqualification. It seemed unlikely that they would be foolish enough to jeopardize their standings by attacking him. Wang Hao also noted that Su Tianrui was accompanied by students from other academies, including those from South China Academy and Southern Academy. While he was not intimidated, the sight of so many gathered outside the pavilion added a touch of pressure. Su Tianrui exchanged glances with his peers, suggesting, "Let us leave a few people here to disrupt Wang Hao. Is that agreeable?" The response was unanimous. "We can't let him continue racking up points. We must unite against him." Consequently, some of the less formidable students positioned themselves outside the pavilion, intending to obstruct Wang Hao's shots and hinder his scoring. This scene was broadcast live on the large screen via cameras installed throughout the park. The female host exclaimed, "Oh, it appears that students from various academies can no longer tolerate Wang Hao's lead. They have organized themselves to disrupt him here at the pavilion." Although this tactic bordered on underhanded, it fell within the competition's rules. The heads of several prestigious schools watched with sly smiles, recognizing that Wang Hao's conspicuousness had inevitably made him a target. While some might argue that the situation was unfair, the essence of the competition was to adapt and strategize, an integral component of tactical victory. With his shots obstructed and unable to gain experience or points, Wang Hao remained unfazed as others surged ahead in the scoring. The leaderboard displayed clear rankings. Personal leaderboard. First, Wang Hao, Guangnan Academy, 111 points. Second, Su Tianrui, Canaan Academy, 27 points. Third, Lu Ziyu, Guangnan Academy, 19 points. Fourth, Chen Qingsong, South China Academy, 18 points. Fifth, Li Rushuang, Yangqing Women's Academy, 18 points. While other scores climbed, Wang Hao remained composed. Did they truly believe that surrounding him would effectively hinder his progress? It seemed a touch naive. With 2 fingers pressed against his temple, he directed his drone outward, unperturbed. The reason for his calmness lay in the fact that his artillery skills were immune to interference. With a mere thought, he could call upon bombardment to blanket a designated area. At that moment, the drone's camera captured dozens of goblins emerging from their confines. Wang Hao intoned, "Call for bombardment." Chapter 40. Has Wang Hao failed the exam? Meanwhile, all participating students received a broadcast via their scoring wristbands. The second wave of monsters has officially entered the arena. Contestants, please exercise caution. Mechanisms distributed throughout Baiyun Mountain Park began to activate. The nearest entrance to the octagonal pavilion emitted the sounds of gears turning as an elevator ascended with a chain full of monsters. The iron cage opened, and a flood of crimson-eyed green-skinned goblins, armed with clubs, curved blades, and bows, surged forth, drooling and screeching. Among them were elite variants, including goblin shamans. The second wave comprised a greater number of monsters than the first, significantly increasing the danger level. However, this also meant more opportunities for scoring. To dethrone Wang Hao from his first-place position, and even to widen the gap, they needed to secure more kills swiftly. Su Tianrui, bow in hand, glanced back at Wang Hao, who was currently besieged by students from several academies. He wouldn't be able to fire a single shot. Oh, this is the sharpshooter's vulnerability. When obstructed, how can one shoot? Su Tianrui lamented, adding, "Sharpshooters struggle in close combat, lacking the agility of archers. Unlike us, who have close-quarter archery techniques." One of his teammates pointed toward the distance. Su, the second wave of monsters is emerging from the cave. We must seize this opportunity to surpass Wang Hao. With a confident smile, Su Tianrui replied, of course. The one who holds first place will inevitably become a target for the other academies. Once I claim the top spot, they will unite against me as well. The heir of the Su family began to envision the scenarios that would unfold after he overtook Wang Hao and subsequently found himself in the crosshairs of his peers. How might he evade becoming the focal point of their collective ire? Yet, it was clear that Su Tianrui was overestimating his strategy. As the horde of monsters emerged from the cave, Wang Hao closed his eyes, fingers pressed to his temple. In that moment, the drone's footage materialized before him. The drone became his eyes, granting him a bird's eye view of Baiyun Mountain Park. It seemed that the bombardment skill had no range limitations. As long as the drone could reach a location, he could deploy the ability. Wang Hao's gaze shifted, and the drone's camera followed suit. Yes, that will do. He spotted a horde of monsters exiting a cave several hundred meters from the pavilion, led by goblin shamans and numbering over 100 poisonous goblins. You have guided a bombardment via drone. Artillery fire will cover the designated area, consuming 50 energy points. The first round of bombardment is expected to arrive in 10 seconds, with a 3-second interval between rounds, totaling 54 shells across 3 rounds. Indeed, Wang Hao's assumptions were confirmed. As long as the drone could reach a location, he could target it for bombardment. When he activated the strike, the drone dropped a red smoke grenade among the goblins. As it hit the ground, it began to emit a billowing cloud of crimson smoke, standing out vividly against the lush greenery of the park. The gaze shifted towards Su Tianrui, who had readied his explosive arrows, poised to unleash devastation. Yet, an ominous premonition suddenly gripped his heart. What could it be? He discerned the red smoke grenade descending from the drone. Was that perhaps Wang Hao's small aircraft? What was the object dropping the crimson smoke? This group, unacquainted with modern warfare, was utterly oblivious to the implications of the red smoke grenade. They speculated whether Wang Hao was deploying poison gas. Could he be airdropping toxic gas with a small plane? Amidst the murmurs of his teammates, Su Tianrui scoffed. That is a highly toxic goblin. They carry goblin shamans within. Goblin shamans are adept in the art of poison, always equipped with antidotes. Wang Hao poisoning poison-type creatures? Isn't that laughable? To the denizens of this world, the red smoke was undoubtedly indicative of a lethal toxin. Such a conspicuous plume of smoke drew the broadcast director's attention. The live coverage of the competition in the park square focused intently on the smoke grenade released by the drone. The vibrant red fog was too striking to ignore. On screen, a goblin shaman with an elongated, pointed nose was seen pinching its nostrils. Clearly, even the monsters believed that Wang Hao had unleashed poison gas. This revelation caused Principal Zhang in the audience to struggle to maintain his composure. Wang Hao, that rascal, is he truly attempting to poison-type monsters? Other spectators began to whisper among themselves, amusement evident in their conjectures. Principal Zhao from Canaan Academy, with a grin, remarked, Old Zhang. It seems your student has failed his elemental class, hasn't he? However, the jovial Principal Zhang found little to smile about at this moment. After all, poison-type creatures possess significant resistance to toxins. Even a 3-year-old would know that. This was a kindergarten-level question. How could Wang Hao possibly be unaware? It seemed implausible. Given Wang Hao's scores consistently hovered between A and S, his nearly perfect score in elemental studies rendered it impossible for him to be ignorant of the high toxin resistance of poison-type monsters. Puzzled, Principal Zhang was further distressed by Senior Xia, an intellectual, who expressed her concern. Wang Hao is desperately throwing caution to the wind. After being targeted by students from other academies, he seems to have lost his rhythm. Teacher, what should we do? Wang Hao is being bullied by a group. Senior Xia yearned to rush in and assist Wang Hao, for it was unbearable to see her beloved juniors surrounded by adversaries. These individuals, in their fervor to win the competition, were shamelessly besieging Wang Hao. During those 10 seconds of artillery preparation, both the audience and the competitors, even the toxic goblins themselves, were captivated by the red smoke grenade, entirely unaware of the imminent danger. Initially, the goblins pinched their noses, but upon realizing the red smoke posed no threat, they began to mock the humans' tactics. While the smoke was indeed pungent, it inflicted no harm upon them. The toxic goblins began to relax, exposing their jagged teeth, their beady eyes glinting with derision. But in the next moment, an unusual sound reverberated from the distant sky. For the inhabitants of this world, and the invading monsters from Blue Star, this peculiar sound was entirely unfamiliar. It was the distinctive sharp whine of shells slicing through the air. The sound echoed like the chilling wail of death, descending upon the goblins. The first barrage of 18 120mm mortar shells accurately struck amidst the throng of goblins. Immediately, a deafening explosion startled flocks of birds into flight, akin to Thor drumming in the heavens, as the earth trembled. The relentless explosions and their terrifying power instantaneously shredded numerous goblins to pieces. The shock was felt not only by the toxic goblins, but also by Su Tianrui and his companions nearby. What sort of skill is this? Chapter 41, Swarm Drone Unlocked. The first wave of 18 120mm shells brought an unprecedented shock. They had never witnessed such a skill before. Is this the marksmanship skill? That Wang Hao. Are you certain he isn't a mage? This seemed akin to an elemental mage summoning a meteor shower, yet distinctly different. Surrounding spectators buzzed with chatter, while Su Tianrui's pupils trembled wildly. No, this skill surpasses the meteor shower of an elemental mage. Meteors annihilate monsters through impact, while this skill causes explosions. Su Tianrui bore witness to the terrifying might of modern firepower. The bombardment erupted ahead, the shockwave visibly rippling through the air. Leaves in the park were sent spiraling through the air, vast swathes of green fluttering in the wind. The goblins caught in the bombardment never even laid eyes on Wang Hao, who relaxed hundreds of meters away in a pavilion, reclining with his legs crossed, appearing nonchalant. In truth, it was not his intention to appear so. He merely closed his eyes to connect his consciousness and view the footage captured by the drone. However, to others, Wang Hao's demeanor seemed excessively ostentatious. With his eyes shut, leaning against the pavilion's pillar, he had merely to exert a slight effort to astonish the entire crowd. This image of him slaying monsters with closed eyes was too pretentious. To make matters worse, the camera broadcast his image of closed eyes onto the large screen. Across various screens in the park, competitors could see Wang Hao, eyes shut. That fellow. Is he mocking us? Damn it, he is showing off. We toil and struggle below, while he slumbers in the pavilion. But wait, look at his score. The leaderboard in the scoring ring displayed 139 points, 159 points, 183 points, 201 points. The constantly rolling scores sent jolts of excitement throughout the audience. The elegantly dressed female host, adorned in a qipao, could not suppress her astonishment. Oh, as the first competitor in the match, Wang Hao has emerged like a bolt from the blue. Who could have anticipated that the frontrunner, Su Tianrui, would be outpaced by Wang Hao by over 100 points? My heavens, this year's cohort is already exceptionally formidable, and now, with the emergence of this dark horse, Wang Hao, it is unfathomable how the others will catch up to his score. As the audience gazed at the large screen, where Wang Hao leaned against the pillar, eyes closed, one could only remark that his attire was slightly soiled. His image of closed eyes was poised to be nominated for Guangnan City's top 10 visuals of the year. Faced with the misunderstandings of others, Wang Hao chose not to clarify. The 3 rounds of artillery had effectively decimated the majority of the goblins. He reaped tangible rewards. While resting in the pavilion, the 3 rounds of bombardment had claimed 90 toxic goblins. A notification panel appeared before him. Your bombardment has successfully eliminated 90 toxic goblins. Each toxic goblin slain grants 200 experience points. You have accrued a total of 18,000 experience points. Level 15 has ascended to level 18, with the next level requiring 5,058,000. It must be said, this bombardment skill is remarkably effective for mass extermination of soft targets. Goblins often win through sheer numbers, clustering together in groups. Their slender bodies clad in mere leather armor may be agile, but under the barrage, escape is futile. The competition screens replayed the recent events. The goblins, fond of clustering, trampled over one another amidst the bombardment. A swarm of goblins scurried about like headless flies, with several still clinging to life being trampled by their own kind. Shells effortlessly shredded the goblins' frail bodies, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs and entrails. Indeed, the bombardment proved divinely efficacious against this armorless, clustered mass of goblins. As Wang Hao reached the illustrious level of 18, a window materialized before him. Your level has risen to 18, randomly enhancing a secondary skill. Drone LV1 upgraded to LV2. New drone type, Swarm Suicide Drone Cluster. You can summon numerous swarm drones to execute suicide attacks on targets. Upon witnessing the enhancement of the secondary skill, particularly with the swarm drones, Wang Hao felt a sense of exhilaration. In the grand scope of the world, no one dares to claim superiority over our drones, right? Many ordinary individuals may lack understanding, yet they likely recall the festive display drones that grace city skies during celebrations. In times of peace, Those drones illuminate the night with fireworks, synchronizing thousands to form intricate patterns. Beautiful, isn't it? But ponder this. What if those festive drones were transformed into machines of death? Imagine, what if one day a hacker infiltrated a drone display, commandeering thousands to assault the audience? Wang Hao had once stumbled upon a short video on Douyin, showcasing a swarm of rogue drones plummeting to the ground, a truly horrifying sight. Or consider deploying those thousands of performance drones to the battlefield. At this juncture, with his awakened secondary drone skill, as long as his energy reserves permitted, he could theoretically summon tens of thousands of such drones. Wang Hao mused, swarm drones? They indeed align with the identity of the Republic's sharpshooters. Sitting in the octagonal pavilion, he turned his gaze towards the cave. Most of the goblins that had just suffered artillery fire lay dead. Only a few goblins had survived, alongside a severely injured goblin shaman. The thick smoke from the bombardment lingered, while flames raged through the forest. Some might worry about the environmental damage from Wang Hao's powerful skills in the park. However, there was no cause for concern. Cultivators and druids would restore the park once the competition concluded. While others remained in a daze, a figure dashed into the smoke. Su Tianrui, bow in hand, hurried towards the explosion site. Quick! The goblin shaman has been injured by Wang Hao. Let us seize this opportunity for 100 points. Through the smoke, the elite goblin shaman appeared, its body riddled with shrapnel wounds, blood spilling profusely, its face a mask of terror. The intelligent goblin shaman understood the essence of fear. The artillery shells raining down like hail had claimed its kin, amplifying its terror immeasurably. When fear reaches its zenith, only rage remains. The death of its kin ignited the goblin shaman from sheer panic to fury. Its green skin began to morph, shifting from green to a deep crimson. A red-skinned goblin? The voice of the female host echoed from the scoring wristbands. Attention, all students. A level 20 elite shaman has evolved nearby the octagonal pavilion, evolving from a level 15 elite creature to a level 20 red-skinned shaman. It roared, expelling a torrent of toxins, forcing Su Tianrui and the others to retreat. Subsequently, the red-skinned shaman's gaze fixated intently on Wang Hao in the distance. Perched on the mountainside, Wang Hao met the shaman's glare. Facing a level 20 elite creature was indeed troublesome, yet he felt no fear. It seemed he was contemplating something. Chapter 42, The Terrifying Shaman. The first batch of eliminated contestants. The red-skinned goblin shaman opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellowed fangs. Its expression was grotesque, drool stretching from its tusks. Its eyes bloodshot and enraged. Monsters possess an innate fear of death, and those gravely injured and near death may often undergo mutation and evolution. As the goblin shaman underwent its second evolution, the air thickened with the scent of death. With a deafening roar, the goblins that had perished in the explosion began to rise again as undead. The slain goblins returned. Not only those felled by Wang Hao, but also those slain by other students became undead. Resurrected from death, the shaman employed a necromancy spell to revive the fallen creatures, enhancing their strength. Waves of goblin zombies crawled forth from the ground. The air was thick with a pungent, metallic scent, and blood mist began to spread, staining the flora of the park crimson. What was once a vibrant green had devolved into a hellish red. The visual shock profoundly impacted the students. This is bad. The goblin shaman's evolution is equivalent to a pseudo-lord level. After its evolution, it resurrected with full health, making it even more difficult to defeat. After being forced back by the toxins, Su Tianrui quickly retreated. With the shaman's furious roar, countless undead surged towards the students. The goblin zombies, their flesh torn and bones exposed, emerged from the blood mist, swinging their spiked clubs at the surrounding students. Those who had hoped to claim the kill and seize Wang Hao's points were caught off guard, suffering grievous injuries from the goblins' onslaught. If this continued, dozens of students might perish here. Yet Wang Hao remained remarkably calm, fully aware that the students would not meet their demise. The organizers allowed them to partake in this perilous adventure precisely because of the scoring wristbands. When students sustained serious injuries and their energy reserves dwindled, the wristbands activated. For instance, if a student were to be pierced through the heart by an arrow shot from a goblin, one would assume such a wound would be fatal. However, at that moment, the wristband began to glow. The scoring wristband deployed a protective barrier, shielding against external attacks. The goblin zombies, intent on hunting the injured students, were repelled by the translucent shield. Despite the goblins hacking and stabbing, they could not breach this protective bubble. Furthermore, the wristband's built-in injection system began to function. The wristband, affixed to the skin, detected the student's near-death state, ejecting a syringe that pierced the skin. An emergency recovery potion yanked the dying student back from the brink of death, saving their life. Witnessing the entire process, Wang Hao raised his hand to examine his own scoring wristband. This device was not merely for tallying scores, it also empowered students to embrace risks. Otherwise, the organizers would not permit them to participate in such a hazardous competition, where the threat of losing one's life loomed large. However, once the scoring wristband activated, it signified that the student had been eliminated and lost their qualification to compete. The numbers of participating students fluctuated on the wristband. Current number, 593. Current number, 584. Current number. As the digits on the wristband's screen rolled, the terror of the goblin shaman became evident. With a sweeping necromancy spell, it resurrected all the previously slain goblins as zombies. Many students, caught off guard, were ambushed by the resurrected corpses, leading to their elimination. The female host's voice resonated from the scoring wristbands. Oh, an unforeseen circumstance has arisen. The goblin shaman, enraged by Wang Hao, has evolved into a zombie shaman. Numerous students who had just slain goblins were suddenly backstabbed, resulting in the elimination of 37 students. From the large screen, it was clear that most of the eliminated students had overlooked the corpses, falling victim to the resurrected goblins' treachery. The host's tone grew more animated. The first wave of slain goblins has transformed into zombies, exponentially increasing the number of monsters on the field. The student's situation is becoming increasingly perilous. The goblin zombie shaman is rallying an army to besiege them. Moreover, its target is unmistakably Wang Hao. Of course, other students are also affected, suffering dire consequences. However, there is no need for concern among the parents of the students. Our rescue personnel have already commenced their operations, retrieving those unfortunate students who have been eliminated. Within the park, powerful cultivators steadily glide upon verdant leaf boats, carrying away the severely injured students. Each protective bubble is escorted away from the competition grounds by the rescuers. After receiving urgent medical attention, the eliminated students awaken, immediately venting their frustrations. That Wang Hao. He failed to obliterate the goblin shaman, allowing it to evolve. Wang Hao has brought me to ruin. In response to the lamentations of these students, Gao Zhixia, a senior in the audience, began to mock them with a sardonic tone. Oh dear, some individuals, in their eagerness to seize the monsters injured by others, recklessly charged in. As a result, they were met with their own demise, and now they blame others. Gao Zhixia's words effectively silenced the complaints of those who had just been bemoaning Wang Hao's actions. Indeed, most of them had been driven by greed, attempting to claim the points for the wounded elite monster while Wang Hao dealt damage to the goblin shaman. Now faced with unexpected consequences, their attempts to shift blame onto Wang Hao were deftly exposed by Gao Zhixia. No matter how thick-skinned they were, they dared not continue their accusations on camera. With a cold smirk, Gao Zhixia remarked, "You think you can challenge me and tarnish Wang Hao's reputation? You are sorely mistaken." With that, she found herself worrying about Wang Hao again. Teacher, the target of that zombie shaman is Wang Hao. Could he be in danger? The celestial teacher remained composed, sipping her tea with an unperturbed expression. After taking a sip of her hot tea, she replied leisurely, "I cannot predict, but based on Wang Hao's expression, he likely possesses a trump card." Hearing teacher Gu Qinghan's assessment, Gao Zhixia still felt a twinge of anxiety. Though you say that, I can't help but worry. Looking at the large screen, those goblin zombies resurrected by the zombie shaman were encircling the octagonal pavilion from all directions. The students on the ground were also struggling to escape. The revived goblin zombies had significantly enhanced defenses. Their bodies were rigid and could withstand blades and flames. Lacking pain and unafraid of death, these resurrected monsters had become exceedingly troublesome. Wang Hao was now trapped within the octagonal pavilion. How could a sharpshooter manage in such a predicament? Sharpshooters are not adept at close combat, and with monsters encroaching from all sides, his escape routes were completely blocked. Observing the live broadcast, Gao Zhixia felt more anxious than Wang Hao himself. Chapter 43. Joining forces with Su Tianrui? I shall take my leave first. Standing amidst the octagonal pavilion, Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings. A multitude of fallen goblins had transformed into zombie goblins, surrounding him from all directions. Su Tianrui and other students from various academies were struggling against the goblin zombies, retreating as they fought. This encirclement seemed to be herding the students towards the octagonal pavilion, akin to shepherding sheep, forcing them to retreat until they were ultimately cornered. Wang Hao remained passive, calmly observing the situation. That zombie shaman was clever. It had concealed itself to avoid my sniper fire. Moreover, that creature harbored a grudge and sought vengeance against me. Given a little more time, it could even evolve into a lord-level monster. Wang Hao sighed inwardly, noting the rapid evolution of these monsters, which had dramatically altered the course of the competition. The balance of power between humans and monsters had shifted significantly. Just then, the encircled crowd began to converge in front of Wang Hao, brought to the octagonal pavilion. Su Tianrui, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Wang Hao, look what you've done. Your actions provoked the monster's evolution." In the face of Su Tianrui's accusations, Wang Hao appeared indifferent, as if my not killing it would prevent its evolution. "It's surprising that you, Su Tianrui, a top student from Canaan Academy, are wasting your time here." Su Tianrui's expression faltered, and he glared at Wang Hao. "What do you mean by that?" "It means you are a mediocre talent." Another voice emerged from the crowd. The berserker Lu Ziyu forcefully pushed through the throng. With no filter, Lu Ziyu bluntly stated, "Su Tianrui, are you living off the Su family's wealth, turning into a useless individual? Don't you understand that the monster's evolution is a result of it already having accumulated the energy required for evolution?" This was clearly orchestrated by the organizers, sending in a goblin shaman on the verge of evolving. Upon hearing Lu Ziyu's words, the students, previously blinded by their desire to win, gradually calmed down. Indeed, the goblin shaman's evolution was not Wang Hao's fault. It was a deliberate act by the organizers. The prerequisites for a monster's evolution are that it must have already been at the threshold of evolution. Even if Wang Hao hadn't provoked it, other students would have done so. It was unreasonable to place the blame squarely on Wang Hao's shoulders. Su Tianrui felt a bit embarrassed. He had merely sought to vent his frustrations. He certainly understood the complexities surrounding monster evolution. To put it plainly, Su Tianrui merely wanted to incite a public outcry against Wang Hao. Such malice was evident in his intentions. Yet, Su Tianrui did not dare to confront Lu Ziyu, as the Lu family's martial arts school in Guangnan City was quite substantial. Lu Ziyu was the eldest son of the Lu family, someone whom Su Tianrui could not afford to offend. Wang Hao could see that Su Tianrui was the type to bully the weak while fearing the strong. He dared not provoke the Lu family. He only sought to oppress ordinary individuals like Wang Hao, who lacked a backing. At that moment, another voice emerged from the crowd. Holding a staff, Su Muching navigated through the throng and approached Wang Hao. "The pressing matter is not to bicker here. If we do not join forces, we may all face elimination." Su Muching's words served as a wake-up call to the students. The goblin zombies were as resilient as iron, proving difficult to dispatch. Even if they were slain and reduced to fragments, the zombie shaman could revive their bodies. The goblin zombies that everyone had painstakingly defeated would rise again within mere seconds. They could only fight while retreating, and there was no more ground left to give. The female host also turned the camera towards Su Muching. "Oh, Su Muching's perspective is indeed quite insightful. If the students from various academies continue to fight individually, like scattered soldiers, then the 59 students trapped in the octagonal pavilion will be overwhelmed by the relentless tide of zombies and ultimately perish. They would inevitably face elimination." With that, the playful female host clad in a qipao left a tantalizing cliffhanger. What fate awaits the 59 students trapped halfway up the mountain? Will they unite and carve out a path of blood? Or, the principals from various academies in the audience also observed the students with stern expressions. Everyone speculated that the students would ultimately have to unite and confront the monsters together. Yet, just as Su Muching proposed forming an alliance to combat the encroaching horde, Wang Hao calmly stated, "I refuse." "Huh, not at all." The 50-plus students from various academies near the octagonal pavilion turned to Wang Hao in disbelief. Why was he suddenly opposing the idea? Wang Hao's unexpected refusal left those eager to join forces against the zombie shaman in shock. Su Tianrui clenched his fists. "Since you do not wish to join us, please leave. Yes, if you do not wish to contribute, we shall push you out. You can face the countless unyielding zombies alone." Facing the ire of the crowd, Su Muching quickly grasped Wang Hao's hand. "Wang Hao, what are you doing? We must unite now to carve a path through this encirclement." Su Muching's eyes were filled with concern as she shook her head, signaling Wang Hao not to provoke the others. Everyone was like grasshoppers on the same line. Inciting them further would only render them targets. It would not bode well for Wang Hao to invite more dissatisfaction from others. However, Wang Hao counted the people around him and said, "How many are there from our academy? You, me, and Lu Ziyu, just the three of us nearby?" Upon hearing Wang Hao counting heads, Su Muching, though puzzled, replied honestly, "There are only the three of us near the octagonal pavilion." "That's acceptable. Let us proceed." Wang Hao gestured for Su Muching and Lu Ziyu to follow him. Lu Ziyu immediately hefted his large blade, exclaiming, "Wang Hao, shall we fight our way out? If you wish to break through, I, Lu Ziyu, will accompany you to the end. We shall not endure this humiliation." There is nothing left to say with this group. As a berserker, Lu Ziyu was already sharpening his blade, ready to carve a bloody path. He had no fondness for Su Tianrui and his crew, who were not just selfish but also enjoyed putting pressure on others. Su Mucheng, however, remained relatively calm. Wang Hao, relying solely on our three strengths to break out is too risky. Sometimes, even an alliance with those we despise is unavoidable. The group, led by Su Tianrui, wore expressions of arrogance, as if to say, either you remain obediently or face the horde of level 20 undead zombies alone. Wang Hao regarded them with the eyes of a fool. What was there to negotiate? He snapped his fingers, summoning 3 medium-sized drones. Chapter 44, Medium-Sized Drones. The scenery above is marvelous. When the 3 drones appeared before Wang Hao, everyone was captivated by their unique design. What is this? They had never encountered such a medium-sized quadcopter drone, its appearance strikingly futuristic to them. This drone was a manifestation of Wang Hao's enhanced skills. The level 2 drone skill allowed him not only to summon swarms of drones, but also to upgrade the original small reconnaissance drones to medium size. Some of his military drones could not only provide reconnaissance, but also transport supplies when necessary. The medium-sized drone before him could carry up to 80 kilograms, or 176 pounds, sufficient to lift Wang Hao, who weighed 145 pounds and stood at 193 meters tall. Su Mucheng, being slender and standing at 17 meters, naturally weighed less than Wang Hao. The only concern was Lu Ziyu. His muscular build made it a challenge for the drone to lift him. Let us go? Just grab hold of the drone's landing gear and wait for takeoff. Wang Hao instructed as he maneuvered the 3 drones into the air. He grasped the landing gear, waiting for the drones to elevate him. Su Mucheng was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, Wang Hao, I truly do not know whether to call you a genius or a madman. Using a drone to lift a person is brilliant. In Wang Hao's original world, drones were already widely utilized, for instance, transporting cement at construction sites or spraying pesticides in agricultural fields. In emergencies, medium-sized drones could deliver instant supplies like instant noodles and bottled water to disaster-stricken areas, and even evacuate injured individuals when necessary. Though such measures were typically reserved for dire situations. Now that the entire vicinity of the octagonal pavilion was surrounded, Wang Hao wished to evade being trapped. Killing those zombies would yield no experience points. These resurrected monsters existed solely to drain the students' energy, leading them to exhaustion. Wang Hao's plan was straightforward: escape first, then locate the hidden zombie shaman. Thus, he ascended with Su Mucheng and Lu Ziyu, utilizing the 3 military drones to extricate them from the encirclement. Lu Ziyu was left dumbfounded. Wang Hao, you have saved me once more. I owe you yet another favor. Su Mucheng, soaring alongside the drones, was equally exhilarated. Wang Hao, why did you not say so earlier? I was just trying to appease the situation. Moments ago, she had to lower her head in front of her half-brother to maintain harmony. Little did she know, Wang Hao's skill would facilitate their escape. Had she known, she would not have endured the humiliation of appeasing Su Tianrui. Meanwhile, Su Tianrui below was seething with rage. As he watched the 3 suspended beneath the drones being lifted away, the expressions of the crowd below were undoubtedly a mix of disbelief and anger. While they were struggling for survival, Wang Hao and his companions had effortlessly made their escape. What emotions would the 56 individuals below feel upon witnessing Wang Hao and his friends ascend into the sky? Outside the octagonal pavilion, goblin zombies continued to swarm in, rising again and again even after being blasted into pieces. It seemed that the remnants of their bodies had a magnetic quality, reassembling themselves. The best approach to deal with the relentless undead goblins was to eliminate the shaman leading them. However, without Wang Hao's formidable assistance, they would have to confront the terrifying Quasi-Lord Shaman alone. From his aerial vantage point, Wang Hao surveyed the hillside, where countless goblin zombies lurked, arrows raining down upon them. Yet, their altitude allowed them to evade the attacks below. The view from above was splendid. In stark contrast, Su Tianrui and the other academy students were embroiled in a bloody battle. Wang Hao remarked, if only they had a more amiable attitude. Perhaps I could have fought alongside them. Su Mucheng beside him could not resist retorting, you never intended to cooperate with them, did you? You only aimed to use them to exhaust the zombie shaman. Wang Hao chuckled softly, who can say? Witnessing the private academy students' haughty commands to others, I could never align with them. Watching their suffering is quite enjoyable. Lu Ziyu, grasping the drone with one hand, laughed heartily, This feeling is exhilarating. Like a deity observing a swarm of ants below. Wang Hao, your strategy of using the tiger to swallow the wolf is indeed brilliant. watching the struggles of the 56 individuals below as the private academy students paid the price for their arrogance was immensely satisfying for Lu Ziyu. Yet, Wang Hao remained unconcerned with the misfortunes of others. His focus lay on the hidden zombie shaman. The shaman was shrouded in blood mist, complicating matters. Whenever the drones attempted reconnaissance, they were swiftly destroyed by the goblin shaman. Underneath the dense fog, the reconnaissance drones had to take risks, descending to investigate the ground. However, the cunning shaman would ensure Wang Hao's drones were taken down. How could they locate the elusive creature? Wang Hao squinted his eyes, observing the blood mist for an extended period. Suddenly, he noticed something. The mist was thinning. Could it be that the battle at the octagonal pavilion had drained the shaman's mana? This suggested that by allowing Su Tianrui and his group to engage in a fierce battle, they could eventually benefit from the situation. A flash of insight struck Wang Hao, and he swiftly formulated the next strategy. Wait until Su Tianrui and his comrades fought valiantly, exhausting the goblin shaman's mana, and then seize the opportunity. All they needed to do was wait for the mist to dissipate to pinpoint the shaman's location. As Wang Hao's words echoed, Su munching beside him stifled a laugh. Is this not a bit unethical? However, considering my brother's arrogant demeanor, it is indeed time to teach them a lesson. Below, students were continuously being eliminated. Su Tianrui, wielding a bow and arrow, was darting about with increasing desperation. The previous air of confidence he exuded had dissipated, replaced by a state of utter disarray. One by one, his companions fell, and he himself had been struck by several arrows, blood soaking through his black athletic wear. Damn it, Wang Hao is using us. But what of it? Even if Su Tianrui realized that Wang Hao was exploiting them, the scheme was laid bare before him, and he found himself unable to break free from it. Chapter 45, which is faster, an arrow or a bullet? In Baiyun Mountain Park, at the octagonal pavilion, the 56 students abandoned by Wang Hao were being relentlessly dispatched by the zombie goblins. Their energy was depleting, and their stamina had reached a freezing point. Wang Hao, gazing down from above, could see shield after shield rising. These students, exhausted to their limits, were being eliminated one by one. The emergence of the protective bubbles signified their safety, yet it also meant they had lost their qualification to compete. The students trapped within the translucent shields could only watch helplessly as they were escorted away from the arena. Behind the semi-transparent barrier, they glared at Wang Hao in the sky, their frustration palpable. That sharpshooter from Guangnan Academy truly shows no regard for us. We are trapped here, and he remains indifferent while our allies are in peril. In response to the grievances of others, Wang Hao feigned deafness. After all, they were mere rivals. Who would show mercy? If it were Wang Hao facing elimination, what expressions would they wear? At this moment, Wang Hao was singularly focused on one task, hunting the zombie shaman. Meanwhile, on the ground, Su Tianrui had arrows lodged in his shoulder, gritting his teeth as he forcefully pulled them out. Priest, heal me quickly. The priest following Su Tianrui hurriedly cast a healing spell. A soft green light enveloped Su Tianrui, visibly mending his wounds without leaving scars. However, his bloodstained black athletic wear bore several holes, testament to his earlier injuries. This cannot continue. Su Tianrui was no fool. His position as captain of Canaan Academy was a testament to his strength. He set aside his arrogance and began to analyze the situation calmly. The blood mist began to thin. This is my only chance to surpass Wang Hao. With that thought, he finally unleashed his ultimate skill, Raven. As he activated the skill, a black raven swooped down, perching on his arm. Go. While the mist is dissipating, find that shaman. The raven, with its beady eyes brimming with intelligence, cawed twice and soared into the air, searching for the goblin shaman amidst the blood fog. Su Tianrui then called out, if you do not wish to be eliminated, protect me. I will deal with that goblin shaman. The students from other academies were also at their breaking point, their energy reserves depleted. It was well known that exhausting one's energy could lead to fainting. Should they faint during the competition, they would face elimination. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Among the remaining 20 or so, all hope rested solely on Su Tianrui. Protect Su Tianrui. They had no choice but to heed his command. Students from Canaan Academy, South China Academy, and Southern Academy encircled Su Tianrui, forming a defensive formation. Taking a deep breath, Su Tianrui silently chanted, tracking arrow, infused with 50 points of energy. He intended to make one final stand, pouring all his energy into this tracking arrow. He then looked up at the sky. Wang Hao was up there, for the moment. He wouldn't be competing for the kill. Thus, the goblin shaman was his for the taking. The thought of defeating a level 20 goblin shaman and scoring high points invigorated him. Fully alert, he listened intently as the distant caw of the raven reached his ears. Found it. The goblin shaman was hiding in the bamboo grove, its blood mist fading, precisely located by the raven. This score is mine. Su Tianrui drew his bow, an arrow poised to unleash its explosive tracking potential. This arrow embodied his last vestige of energy. It would determine his fate. As he released the arrow with all his might, a relaxed smile emerged on Su Tianrui's face. First place is mine. After all, Wang Hao was in the sky, unable to intervene. Defeating a level 20 elite goblin would yield an impressive 500 points. It would ensure his lead over Wang Hao, widening the gap by 200 to 300 points. Yet, just as a smile graced Su Tianrui's face, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. All eyes were immediately drawn to the source of the gunfire, and they looked up at Wang Hao. There stood Wang Hao, gripping the drone's legs with one hand and wielding a sniper cannon with the other. This is absurd. Not only was he holding a massive sniper rifle with one hand, but he was also airborne. The director had no choice but to broadcast this scene on the big screen. The audience was left dumbfounded, witnessing the spectacle. Is this kid not afraid of falling to his death? The drone was designed to carry a maximum weight of 80 grams, and Wang Hao's weight was nearing that limit. Now, as he summoned a sniper cannon to fire at the goblin shaman, the immense recoil sent the drone swaying dangerously, threatening to plummet with him. The overloaded drone wobbled precariously as it descended, and Wang Hao swayed along with it. Teacher Gu Qinghan and senior sister Gao Zhixiao in the audience watched with bated breath, anxious for Wang Hao's safety. Crazy. Gao Zhixiao cursed silently, wishing she could rush over and scold Wang Hao for his reckless disregard for safety. Such behavior was utterly irresponsible. Though teacher Gu Qinghan appeared composed, her clenched fists betrayed her inner tension. Yet, only Wang Hao understood and trusted the military's technology. While the stated weight limit was 80 grams, that figure was conservative. The actual limit was likely higher. The data for our weapons is always understated. Foreign weaponry tends to exaggerate their capabilities. Why was Wang Hao so confident in our weapons? Anyone who participated in the 57 air combat would know that our weapon data is often conservative, yet they perform exceptionally in real combat. Moreover, at this height, even if he fell, Wang Hao's current physical strength would only result in a broken leg at worst. In this awakened world, not only could one recover from a broken leg, but with sufficient wealth, one could even seek high-level cultivators for a miraculous rebirth. The myth of Neza's rebirth from lotus roots is entirely feasible among cultivators in this world. The competition organizers had provided insurance for all students. Even if Wang Hao accidentally broke a leg, he would receive free treatment. Wang Hao's seemingly reckless actions were, in fact, the result of careful calculations leading to the optimal choice. Rather than watch Su Tianrui claim the elite monster, he would summon the sniper cannon to deliver a swift blow to the shaman. As Su Tianrui released his tracking explosive arrow, Wang Hao simultaneously pulled the trigger, firing an armor-piercing round. The contrast between the arrow's flight speed and the bullet's descent was stark. Before Su Tianrui's arrow could reach its target, Wang Hao's bullet had already struck the goblin shaman. The female host, excitedly clutching her microphone, gazed at the big screen. Wang Hao was a moment too late to act, but his bullet struck the goblin shaman first. Congratulations to Wang Hao for defeating the goblin shaman and earning 500 points, establishing a commanding lead over the other contestants. Chapter 46. The Electric Viper 191 Assault Rifle. The audience erupted in excitement. They had witnessed it all. Although Su Tianrui had been the first to strike, his arrows traveled at a languid pace. In contrast, Wang Hao, who released his shot a second later, sent a penetrating round crashing down, skewering the goblin shaman. A small hole appeared atop the crimson-skinned shaman's head, while a gaping wound tore through its back. A gruesome sight drenched in blood. The 35mm armor-piercing round had pierced through the goblin shaman's forehead, creating a large laceration on its back. By the time the goblin shaman succumbed to its injuries, Su Tianrui's tracking arrow had yet to arrive. The large screen opposite the audience displayed the current personal rankings. Personal rankings. First place, Wang Hao from Guangnan Institute, 701 points. Second place, Gu Qinghuan from Yangqing Women's College, 405 points. Third place, Su Tianrui from Canaan Academy, 68 points. Fourth place. The crowd suddenly noticed that in another corner of Baiyun Mountain, Gu Qinghuan from Yangqing Women's College had also amassed an impressive 405 points. The female host couldn't help but exclaim, "Let us turn our attention to Gu Qinghuan from Yangqing Women's College, a practitioner of the cultivation arts. She has single-handedly slain 3 level 15 elite monsters." To our surprise, besides the dark horse Wang Hao, another formidable student has emerged. Gu Qinghuan. Gao Zhixiao in the audience looked curiously at her teacher. "Teacher, your sister has secured second place." Gu Qinghuan glanced up at the familiar name on the big screen. Indeed, the Gu Qinghuan of Yangqing Women's College was her own sister. Yes, she is indeed my sister, teacher Gu Qinghan confirmed without denial. However, Gao Zhixiao was puzzled as to why the teacher's sister chose not to attend Guangnan Institute, but instead enrolled in the women's college. May I ask, why did your sister? The enchanting teacher smiled faintly, a hint of bitterness in her expression. My sister is quite competitive. She did not want to be seen as relying on my connections at school and facing idle gossip. Gao Zhixiao understood to some extent. For daughters of high-ranking officials like them, it was easy to be accused of coasting on the achievements of their parents, relying on family rather than personal merit. To avoid such implications, and to prove herself, they often distanced themselves from familial associations. Teacher Gu Qinghan's sister, also a practitioner of the cultivation arts, likely wished to avoid being a student under her sister's shadow, hence her choice of the women's college. Nevertheless, it was evident that the teacher's sister possessed considerable skill, having independently slain 3 level 15 elite monsters, an impressive feat. The emergence of another dark horse rivaling Wang Hao stirred excitement among the spectators. This year's students were astonishingly strong. One more formidable, yet previously unknown contender had appeared, Gu Qinghuan, a female student who had awakened as a practitioner of the cultivation arts. Remarkable. Watching her soar on her flying sword, cutting through a horde of monsters to claim the head of their leader, she resembled a contemporary female, Zhao Zilong. The attention of the crowd quickly shifted to Gu Qinghuan. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had just vanquished the level 20 goblin shaman. With the shaman's death, all the goblins resurrected by its summoning spell collapsed as well. The crisis at the octagonal pavilion had momentarily subsided. As 3 drones descended gently, Wang Hao, Su Muqing, and Lu Ziyu landed steadily. He could feel the simmering resentment of the students trapped within the protective barrier. Yet, they could do nothing but await their teacher to escort them away from the scene. Despite their jealousy and anger, they could only watch from the stands as Wang Hao and the others continued to compete. The most affected was undoubtedly Su Tianrui. He had wagered all his energy on a single arrow, hoping to secure victory. Little did he know that his arrow flew much slower than Wang Hao's armor-piercing round. Even though he had acted a second earlier, he had failed to secure the kill due to the sluggish flight of his arrow. Now, with his energy depleted, he needed to rest in place to recover. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at Wang Hao with a mix of emotions. He had underestimated him. Amidst the media's praise, Su Tianrui had become the frontrunner for this year's rookie champion in the simulation match. Yet, like a river teeming with heroes, the students bore hidden talents. Beyond the anomaly that was Wang Hao, another contender named Gu Qinghuan had emerged. Consequently, Su Tianrui found himself relegated to 3rd place, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The most painful blow came from Su Muqing, who taunted him. Brother, I remember before the competition, you were bragging about your marksmanship in front of Wang Hao. You even claimed that sharpshooters had become obsolete. Do you recall that? Her words pierced Su Tianrui's wounds like arrows. The sting of being mocked by a sister he held in disdain was unbearable. Anger surged within him, exacerbating his earlier injuries, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Su Tianrui remained silent, refraining from retorting. This was the bitter fruit of his own making. Displaying anger would only serve to embarrass the Su family. Taking a deep breath, he sought to stabilize the turmoil within. Wang Hao, the competition is not over yet. I still have a chance to catch up to you. Do not celebrate too soon. I have not lost. However, Wang Hao remained indifferent to Su Tianrui's plight, focusing instead on the rewards he had reaped from his recent victory. You have slain the level 20 elite monster, Goblin Shaman, and earned 5,000 experience points. Experience needed for the next level, 55, 058, 000. As 1's level increased, so too did the experience required for advancement, necessitating the defeat of even more monsters. At that moment, Wang Hao directed the drones to retrieve the materials dropped by the Goblin Shaman. The drones descended, using their claws to deliver the spoils of victory back to Wang Hao. Level 20 Skill Crystal, Level 20 Voodoo Star Iron, Blue Grade. Gazing at the 2 rewards before him, Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel at his fortune. The Skill Crystal did not guarantee a drop. It was entirely reliant on luck. With this, his level 20 skills could be enhanced. Speaking of which, he had yet to utilize the level 15 Lightning Star Iron and the level 15 Skill Crystal he had obtained earlier. What if I were to forge a new firearm using 2 different attributes of Star Iron? An idea suddenly sparked in Wang Hao's mind. He possessed 2 pieces of Star Iron. One was the level 15 Lightning Star Iron, and the other was the freshly acquired level 20 Voodoo Star Iron. By combining them into a single weapon, he could create a dual attribute firearm. Although the two pieces of star iron were 5 levels apart, the disparity was not significant enough to affect the weapon's performance. Many favored the method of pairing high and low-grade materials to craft their weapons. With a flick of his finger, Wang Hao retrieved the materials from his space ring. He held the level 15 lightning star iron in his left hand and the newly forged level 20 voodoo star iron in his right. Merging the two pieces of star iron, Wang Hao closed his eyes, envisioning the weapon he desired, the QBZ-191 assault rifle. It utilized a 58mm caliber, the standard Chinese caliber, offering a more stable trajectory and greater power than the American 5.56 and Russian 5.45 calibers. For those unfamiliar with military affairs, the 191 may seem obscure, as it only made its formal debut during the 2019 military parade. However, for enthusiasts of shooting games, its alternative name is well known, the Tunglong assault rifle. Wang Hao's long-cherished dream of possessing this Chinese assault rifle was finally coming to fruition. He placed two pieces of astral iron together, envisioning the perfect contours and sleek body of the Model 191 rifle in his mind. You have chosen to forge the Model 191 assault rifle, using level 20 voodoo astral iron as the base, fused with level 15 lightning astral iron. Commencing the forging of the dual attribute weapon, the electric venomous dragon Model 191 assault rifle. The forging process will take 30 minutes. He watched as the two pieces of astral iron began to melt into molten metal, gradually merging together. The fusion of the two distinct attributes of astral iron required a certain amount of time. At this moment, the voice of the female host resonated from the scoring wristband. The third wave of monsters would arrive in 20 minutes. Random supplies began to appear throughout the park, urging all contestants to remain vigilant. After 2 intense rounds of battle, the students were utterly exhausted. As per tradition, the organizers would start to distribute some energy recovery potions or healing potions. Due to the competition rules, contestants were not allowed to bring their own potions and could only receive them from the organizers. Glancing at the weapon being forged, Wang Hao looked outside. Supplies? He noticed the organizers commencing the distribution of supplies in the park. A bold idea sprang to life in Wang Hao's mind. Chapter 47. Whose sky is it anyway? At that moment, in various corners of the park, pre-prepared potion supply packs began to rise from the ground. Each backpack filled with potions, propelled by mysterious forces, appeared in front of stone tables, fountains, and sculptures throughout the park. There were no rules for claiming these supply packs. They were simply a matter of quick hands. Thus, if Wang Hao could seize them, he could take as many as he desired. With this in mind, Wang Hao raised his hand, contemplating his recently restored 100 points of energy. With 100 points of energy remaining, it should suffice to summon a swarm of drones. Summoning 45 swarm drones. As he silently chanted this command, a large number of small drones materialized before him, summoning 45 swarm drones, consuming 90 points of energy. Swarm drones can fly for 1 hour. He retained 10 points of energy to prevent himself from fainting due to exhaustion. The moment Wang Hao summoned the 45 small swarm drones, he immediately attracted the attention of those around him. Su Muching glanced over with curiosity. Wang Hao, what are you doing? Meanwhile, in the distance, Su Tianrui, dragging his fatigued body, prepared to reach for a supply backpack. In the next instant, a drone buzzed by at high speed, using a hook to snatch away the supply backpack. Su Tianrui, who had just intended to grab the supplies, was momentarily stunned. Wang Hao, don't take it too far. He had not anticipated that the little device controlled by Wang Hao would swoop in and steal the supply backpack. The swarm drones, being small military drones, could not compare in cargo capacity to medium-sized drones. However, they were still capable of lifting objects weighing up to 10 kilograms, making it easy to carry a backpack filled with potions. Su Tianrui and the others had intended to seize supplies while taking a breather, but now they were utterly exhausted and in disarray. In stark contrast, Wang Hao appeared untouched by the competition, as if he had not participated at all. While others were stained with blood, Wang Hao remained pristine and unblemished. It was as if he had come for a leisurely outing rather than a fierce competition. Just then, Wang Hao began to control the drones to search for more supply packs within the park. He silently commanded, activate intelligent mode, select supply backpacks. Upon issuing this command, the 45 small drones, like diligent bees, began to flit around the corners of Baiyun Mountain Park, tirelessly searching for supply packs. Nearby, Su Tianrui and dozens of students watched as the swarm drones continuously fetched backpacks. This is outrageous. The expressions of students from other academies were beyond discontent. Wang Hao is beyond reason. Under Wang Hao's command, the swarm drones swiftly scoured the surroundings, returning with 14 supply packs filled with energy recovery and healing potions. Wang Hao, in front of Su Tianrui, opened a small blue vial and drank deeply. The sweet and tangy energy recovery potion flowed down his throat, gradually revitalizing his exhausted mind. After consuming half a bottle, he felt invigorated. His energy points soared, dispelling his fatigue. Generously, he shared 2 supply packs with Su Muching and Lu Ziyu, understanding that they were all part of the same team. As Su Muching received the supply pack from Wang Hao, she suppressed a smile, casting a furtive glance at her brother Su Tianrui. Su Tianrui, parched and with cracked lips, longed for a sip of the energy recovery potion to replenish his state. Yet, the predicament was that all the nearby supply packs had been seized by Wang Hao, who stashed them directly into his space ring. This meant he could hoard as many potions as he desired. The surrounding students felt akin to individuals stranded in a desert for days, their lips parched and desperately thirsty. Yet, they watched as Wang Hao indulged himself, drinking freely and audibly relishing the potion. Ah, refreshing. With the recovery potion consumed, Wang Hao's spirit transformed entirely. Just when everyone believed this was the limit of his prowess, he raised his hand once more, summoned swarm drones. Another 50 swarm drones appeared, buzzing around like industrious bees, scouring the park for more supply packs. It was evident that these swarm drones were bringing back even more supply packs for Wang Hao, nearly exhausting all the areas that could be searched. Su Tianrui, who had previously tolerated the situation, was now thoroughly incensed by Wang Hao's actions. I protest. Organizers, we protest. This is unfair. Wang Hao has taken dozens of backpacks, leaving us no chance. This scene was captured by cameras in the park and relayed back to the audience. The spectators, including principals and parents watching the match, were in an uproar. How could Wang Hao monopolize so many supply packs? What would happen to the other competitors? Such a scenario had never occurred in previous competitions. Yet, his actions did not violate any rules. They were permissible within the competitive framework. This young man was ruthless. Among the audience, reactions were mixed. Some cheered while others lamented. A portion of the uninvolved crowd shouted in excitement, appreciating the intensity of the competition. The quality of this year's students surpassed that of previous years. Principal Zhao from Canaan Academy trembled in indignation. Old Zhang, look at the students you've produced. In contrast, Principal Zhang from Guangnan Academy proudly stroked his beard. Oh, this lad is truly unscrupulous. He embodies the spirit of my youth. Ha ha ha. Who asked you to play dirty last year and snatch our championship? This year, let Wang Hao teach you a lesson, you shameless scoundrels. I'm fighting fire with fire. None of you can mock the other's integrity. The principals naturally sided with Wang Hao, reveling in the situation. Last year, Canaan Academy had colluded with several other schools against them. This year, Wang Hao's harsh retaliation against these private academy students was a gratifying release of pent-up frustration for the principal. Wonderful. Marvelous. The silver-haired old trickster beamed with delight. Steal well. Gather more. Let our school gain more resources. This is fair competition. Old Zhao, don't be upset. Can you not handle it? The smug demeanor of the principal only served to further infuriate Principal Zhao. Under the auspices of the competition's rules, Wang Hao's actions were entirely legitimate. He did not contravene any regulations. Observing the multitude of people denouncing him, the elegantly attired female host in a cheongsam reluctantly grasped the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, and parents, please remain silent. Wang Hao's conduct has not breached any competition rules. Our competition upholds the belief that growth stems from competition. Thus, any behavior within the established guidelines is permissible. On the large screen, Wang Hao was seen sipping an energy recovery potion while summoning a swarm of drones. His flock of drones buzzed chaotically, resembling a swarm of locusts. Those attempting to seize supply packs found themselves outmaneuvered by Wang Hao. With a swift motion, one drone locked onto a target, soaring down to retrieve a supply pack from the ground. The other competitors could only vent their frustration and watch helplessly as their desired packs vanished. According to the competition rules, whichever participant retrieves a supply pack first claims it. Seizing from another's grasp is prohibited. Wang Hao's drones merely collected unclaimed supply packs, remaining within the confines of the rules. As Wang Hao accumulated more supply packs, the number of drones he summoned steadily increased. The act of snatching supplies was merely the initial step. Wang Hao's true strategy lay in vanquishing monsters. Sipping on his energy recovery potion, he monitored the countdown on his scoring wristband. 10 seconds remaining. The third wave of monsters was about to emerge. Before him, over 500 drones hovered in a dense formation. Did the spectators believe that these drones were solely for commandeering supplies? That would be a grave misunderstanding. Let us not forget the full designation of these drones: suicide drones. Who owns the skies? observing the growing mass of drones above. The tension escalated as the third and final wave of monsters was imminent. The countdown on his watch ticked away. 5, 4, 3. As the third wave approached, the atmosphere shifted palpably. A dark cloud loomed over the park, a portent of the Lord-level monster's arrival. Even more captivating was Wang Hao, whose head was already surrounded by over 1,000 drones. All contestants in Baiyun Mountain Park could see the swarm buzzing overhead. Having amassed a considerable quantity of energy recovery potions, Wang Hao had begun to reveal his potential as a mechanical overlord. The drones swirled around him, forming a protective shield. As the countdown reached 0, the ominous cloud above crackled with electricity, unleashing a thunderous roar. The third wave of monsters surged forth from myriad caverns. Yet, the crowd remained bewildered as to Wang Hao's intentions behind summoning such an army of drones. In this world, the concept of suicide drones was foreign. They were perceived merely as reconnaissance tools. What profound meaning lay behind Wang Hao's command of 1,000 reconnaissance drones? The camera zoomed in on Wang Hao and his surrounding swarm, while the female host in the red Cheongsam inquired curiously, "Is Wang Hao planning to use these drones to locate the Lord?" Indeed, Wang Hao could employ this multitude of drones to pinpoint the Lord's position. Coupled with his skills, the purpose of his strategy became clear. The host's conjecture resonated with the consensus of many onlookers, employing a vast array of reconnaissance drones to locate the Lord and then swiftly eliminate it to claim victory. At that moment, Wang Hao slowly raised his left hand and uttered, "Go." The thousands of drones hovering above him, resembling a swarm in motion, swept across the students' heads with a resonant hum. What unfolded next astonished everyone in attendance. The swarm descended upon a cavern teeming with hundreds of goblins and elite goblins. As they emerged, they were met with the overwhelming sight of the drone swarm advancing toward them. Each drone was akin to a miniature projectile, comprehensible as flying shells armed with wings and eyes. Wang Hao closed his eyes, his fingers pressed against his temples, observing the footage transmitted back from the drones. Each drone captured the final image of the goblins' horrified expressions. Following the explosions, the screen was filled with static. Each captured moment represented the loss of multiple lives. The grotesque visages of the goblins revealed sheer terror. This scene evoked memories of the modern warfare footage Wang Hao had previously witnessed. For those attuned to military affairs, one would recall the harrowing sights of suicide drones targeting soldiers. The soldiers in those images displayed a range of emotions: struggle, fear, and pleas for mercy. Yet when the footage devolved into static, it signified the loss of lives nurtured over 2 decades by devoted parents, snuffed out by a cheap drone costing mere thousands or tens of thousands. No matter how skilled a soldier might be, or how invaluable their equipment, once targeted by a swarm of drones, their life could vanish amidst the static. Modern warfare is starkly brutal. A well-trained elite soldier requires vast sums to cultivate, with years of training funded by parents and the nation. Yet, to extinguish their life, a mere inexpensive drone laden with explosives suffices. However, Wang Hao felt a sense of relief. In this world, these drones were no longer harbingers of death for humanity. Their targets were not humans, but the monsters emerging from spatial rifts. The purpose of the suicide drones was to eliminate these creatures, safeguarding humanity. The cutting-edge military technology he had brought from another realm was no longer intended for mutual destruction, but rather to counter the invasion of monsters. The drones cascaded down like raindrops, each explosion resonating throughout the park. The grotesque little green creatures found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of drones. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's scores surged uncontrollably on the personal leaderboard. The female host, witnessing the escalating score, was the first to react. This is akin to stars falling from the sky. Wang Hao has redefined the archetype of a sharpshooter. My heavens! What knowledge does this student possess that sets him apart from others? As the drones descended, the fiery explosions sent the monsters tumbling in disarray. Wang Hao's score had surpassed 1,000 and continued to rise. As long as he had energy recovery potions, the swarm of drones could be deployed indefinitely. No manual control was necessary. With a simple command, the drones would autonomously lock onto monsters and charge forth. In the preceding moment, the goblins, drooling and eager to feast, had emerged from their lairs. In the next instant, they were sent sprawling by Wang Hao's swarm of drones. And what of the resilient elite monsters? 100 drones bombarded them incessantly, reducing them to mere dust, having no opportunity to retaliate. This exemplifies the power of technology. The dominance of drone swarms defines modern warfare. It delivers a shock to the invading goblins of Blue Star. At this moment, Wang Hao had reached the pinnacle of his level. The pinnacle of the first awakening reaches a maximum level of 20. In order to surpass level 20, one must undergo a second awakening to continue their ascent. As of now, Wang Hao has already overflowed with experience. Your level has risen to 20. Awaken level 20 main skill, bullet time of the sharpshooter. Your level has reached its limit. To break through to level 21, please undergo a second awakening. After the swarm of drones was released, the big screen displayed Wang Hao's score. Personal leaderboard. First place, Wang Hao from Guangnan Higher Institute, 2,583 points. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes glued to the score on the screen. Meanwhile, Su Tianrui, the brother of Su Muqing, was engulfed in despair. 2,583 points. Even if I slay the Lord and earn 2,000 points, it would be difficult to surpass him. 2,583 points. How absurd. What kind of monsters are competing this year? Human emotions can crumble in an instant. Su Tianrui felt like weeping, reflecting on the taunts he had hurled at Wang Hao before the competition began. This only intensified his embarrassment, making him feel like a fool. Then, the score of the second place caught everyone's attention. Look, the second place, Gu Qinghuan, has an impressive score of 1954. She is closing in. The third place also surged. Su Muqing, in third, had a score of 489, rapidly climbing. Chapter 49, a match of equals, the strongest newcomer. In the final phase, nearly everyone began to reveal their true strength, fervently racking up points. Even the previously unremarkable Su Muqing, after acquiring a supply backpack, began to showcase her prowess. As an elemental mage, she had always struggled with a lack of energy restoration potions. When Wang Hao gifted her a backpack, she unleashed her full magical potential. A colossal meteor streaked across the sky, and the meteor shower skill obliterated a horde of goblins. In this climactic stage, both humans and specters displayed their skills, each competitor showcasing their best abilities. They vied for points, eager to secure their final standings. Su Tianrui never imagined that his underestimated sister would suddenly unleash her full power and surpass him. Wang Hao had bestowed upon her a potion backpack. If only I had one too, I wouldn't find myself in such an embarrassing predicament. Su Tianrui was now out of options. Despite Wang Hao's outwardly forgiving demeanor, he had effectively pilfered all the nearby supply packs with his drones. This left Su Tianrui depleted of energy and unable to act. Without restoration potions, no matter how powerful his skills, he could not utilize them. Meanwhile, Su Muqing, sipping from her small blue potion, expressed her gratitude. Wang Hao, I must treat you to a nice meal later. Without this supply backpack, I wouldn't have dared to use my skills. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble. I aim not only to claim the championship, but also to secure the victory for our team. We cannot allow others to take it. A dual championship brings substantial rewards. Both the individual and team champions enjoy lucrative prizes. Currently, Guangnan Higher Institute firmly holds the first position. However, Yangqing Women's Institute is relentlessly pursuing them. Distributing supplies among teammates is also a strategy to contend for the team championship title. What is the background of the second place, Gu Qinghuan? Why is she pursuing so fiercely? Wang Hao raised his hand and glanced at the scoreboard. Gu Qinghuan's profile indicated that she was a cultivator. Gu Qinghuan. Wang Hao pondered whether this student had any relation to the teacher. Su Muqing, currently unleashing her fiery meteors, alerted Wang Hao. She is the younger sister of teacher Gu. I seem to have heard of her. She is the newly crowned beauty of Yangqing Women's Institute and is recognized as the strongest newcomer. The teacher's sister? Although it seemed peculiar that the teacher's sister did not attend Guangnan Higher Institute, her rapidly increasing score instilled a sense of urgency in Wang Hao. With such formidable talent, had she been concealing her strength, planning to make a final push for points? Her score had already soared to 2,500. Wang Hao quickly dispatched a drone to survey the situation on the other side of the park. He observed Gu Qinghuan, standing on a flying sword, skillfully wielding dozens of flying blades. Wherever she went, hordes of goblins were pierced through. The flying swords, under her command, precisely struck each goblin's head. To control dozens of flying swords simultaneously, even if she relied on energy restoration potions, such talent was formidable. From the footage transmitted by the drones, it was evident that Gu Qinghuan possessed extraordinary combat prowess. She unleashed a wide-ranging sword formation, decimating a multitude of monsters. Indeed, as a T0 level profession, cultivators in Xia country far surpassed ninjas, onmyoji, cyborgs, and paladins from other nations. The cultivator class is undeniably superior. It could be said that during the third wave of monsters within the institute, the majority were vanquished by Wang Hao and Gu Qinghuan. Wang Hao's drones acted like harbingers of death, perfectly matched by Gu Qinghuan's sword formations. This evenly matched rivalry ignited Wang Hao's competitive spirit. She had also acquired a significant number of restoration potions. But did she have more than I do? I have collected over 100 energy restoration potions with my drones. I refuse to believe she possesses more. Opening a small blue bottle, Wang Hao drank deeply, silently chanting, "Summon 150 swarm drones." Continuously summoning drones. Wang Hao joined the fray to seize monsters. On the other side of the park, Gu Qinghuan stood atop her flying sword. Clad in a white sports outfit with a single ponytail. Though she had turned 18, she exuded a youthful aura, her bright eyes revealing a fervent desire for first place. She radiated the vitality of a spirited athlete. She noticed Wang Hao's score rapidly climbing. Glancing at her scoring wristband, Gu Qinghuan bit her pink lip. This Wang Hao is impressive. Thankfully, he's in the east while I'm in the west. We were allocated to distant starting points. Gu Qinghuan felt a sense of relief. Had every competitor not been placed in different locations, she would have faced a daunting challenge had they matched up in the same area at the start. How is it that such a strong student was previously unknown to me? A fellow cultivator teammate nearby reminded her. He was on the news. He saved many classmates during the space quake. Gu Qinghuan was taken aback. Really? I don't follow the news much. Qinghuan, Wang Hao seems to be your sister's student. Upon learning that Wang Hao was indeed her sister's student, Gu Qinghuan was astonished. I recall my sister is the head of the cultivation department at Guangnan Higher Institute. How could a sharpshooter be her student? The teammate pondered for a moment before offering a guess. Perhaps the sharpshooter was too weak, and other departments were unwilling to accept him, leaving only your sister willing to let him into the cultivation department. Hearing this, Gu Qinghuan chuckled lightly. That does sound like my sister's style, her overly kind nature. But since he is my sister's student, I must contend with him for that first place. The other female teammates from Yangqing Women's Institute, hearing this, began to hand over their backpacks. Qinghuan, you are our only hope. Take these potions. You must secure the championship for us. As her classmates entrusted their backpacks to her, Gu Qinghuan clenched her fists. Rest assured, everyone. I will carry your hopes and secure the top rank. The students understood that winning the team championship might be a formidable challenge. They placed all their aspirations on Gu Qinghuan alone. She is a prodigious cultivator, her skills unparalleled, and all her classmates willingly surrender their supplies to her. The competition between Wang Hao and Gu Qinghuan is intensifying. The female host has also noticed something. It seems that the champion will emerge solely from these two contenders. Although Su Muching, in third place, is closing in, she cannot match their prowess. The outcome between the two will hinge upon the final encounter with the Lord-level monster. At this moment, Wang Hao is keenly observing, for his ultimate goal is the core of the Lord-level monster, which is crucial for his potential second perfect awakening. Suddenly, a notification echoes from the scoring wristbands. The Lord has descended. Chapter 50, The Goblin Sword Master, Domain of the Lord. As ominous clouds swirl in the sky, violet lightning flickers within the layers of clouds. The entirety of Baiyun Mountain Park is engulfed in darkness, with purple lightning intermittently illuminating the park, casting an eerie atmosphere. Everyone is curious about what kind of Lord-level monster the organizers have unleashed at this critical juncture. As the cameras hidden in the park focus on the Lord monster emerging from the cave, the principal and the audience gasp in astonishment. The Goblin Sword Master? It is indeed the Goblin Sword Master. Is the difficulty of this year's examination truly so steep? The principal and teachers, having calculated extensively, never anticipated that the challenge this year would surpass previous years by several folds. While past Lord-level monsters were also at level 20, their quality differed. Generally, beast-type lords possess lower intelligence, while humanoid lords exhibit higher intellect. Different types of lords, even at the same level, present varying degrees of difficulty. Goblins, as cunning and treacherous beings, embody traits of greed, malice, deceit, and cruelty. Should these little green-skinned fiends appear in a city, they would abduct humans, treating them as both food and playthings. They are exceedingly brutal, sadistic, and perverse creatures. Other monsters may kill for sustenance, but goblins relish in the torment of humans, finding pleasure in witnessing their anguished struggles. This implies that goblins not only seek to consume humans, but also fulfill their twisted sense of amusement. Their penchant for play indicates that their intelligence far exceeds that of ordinary monsters. As a lord, the Goblin Swordmaster's ferocity is terrifyingly magnified compared to typical beast-type monsters. When the Goblin Swordmaster emerges from the cave, its sharp nose and beady eyes exude a malevolence. Its serpentine tongue sickly licks the edge of its razor-sharp sword, the blade slicing through its tongue, staining it with blood. The Goblin Swordmaster's entrance is rife with provocation toward humanity. aware of its inevitable demise. It recognizes its captivity within the arena. Before meeting its end, the Goblin Swordmaster releases a cacophony of maniacal laughter, uttering a simple phrase, death. It swiftly charges toward the students. The Lord-level monster randomly appears at the entrance of a cave, and the unfortunate students who encounter it are clearly in dire straits. The Goblin Swordmaster, utilizing its diminutive form, deftly evades arrows and spells cast by the students. It rolls and lunges, piercing the heart of one student. The crimson of the student's athletic attire quickly blooms as blood pours forth from their mouth. Were it not for the emergency assistance activated by the scoring wristband, that student would have surely perished, as the protective shield envelopes the student, forcing the sword away. The Goblin Swordmaster does not hesitate to pivot and strike at another nearby student, aiming for a swift execution. However, this competition has been held for over 100 iterations, and the organizers are well versed in the proceedings. The wristbands automatically deploy protective shields when a student's life is in jeopardy, preventing lethal strikes. Though the students' lives are spared, within 3 seconds, the Goblin Swordmaster has already claimed the lives of over 10 participants, signifying that numerous students from various academies have been tragically eliminated. Trapped within their protective bubbles, the surviving students are drenched in cold sweat. If this were a real battle rather than a competition, it would mean they had already been slain by the Goblin Swordmaster. Some are so terrified that they soil their pants, dark stains spreading across their black athletic wear. The Goblin Swordmaster, observing the shielded students, disdainfully spits at them. Even though the spit is blocked by the protective bubbles, the act remains a grave insult. Some students tremble in fear, while others are consumed by embarrassment and fury. Yet, despite their emotions, they have already forfeited their eligibility to compete. The female host's voice resonates through the scoring wristbands. In just seconds since the Goblin Swordmaster's appearance, 17 students have been eliminated. Fellow students, do not underestimate the Goblin Swordmaster. Meanwhile, in the octagonal pavilion, Wang Hao presses his fingers against his temples, eyes closed as he reviews the footage relayed by drones. This Goblin Swordmaster is indeed formidable. Should it target me, I would likely be dispatched in an instant. Nevertheless, Wang Hao must secure its defeat. This is not merely a matter of scoring. The core it possesses is critical to his advancement. 2 Lord Cores could facilitate his perfect second awakening. Such an awakening is pivotal for his subsequent skills. And a single Lord Core is priceless. At times, even possessing wealth does not guarantee acquisition. The Lord Cores circulating in the market are typically pre-ordered by the elite and influential. The flow of Lord Cores into the market is scarce, making it difficult to seize opportunities. With few Lords available and many aspiring for perfect awakenings, the demand far exceeds supply. Given Wang Hao's family circumstances, procuring a Lord Core seems a fanciful dream. Thus, he is resolute in not relinquishing this hard-won core. Wang Hao ponders deeply. The Goblin Swordmaster has just emerged, and its momentum is surging. I shall avoid its wrath and allow others to deplete its stamina. Resolute in his decision, Wang Hao resolves to act as a composed hunter, ensuring he can successfully claim the coveted Lord Core. Meanwhile, the Goblin Swordmaster is in a frenzy, relentlessly pursuing students through the northern part of the park. The number of eliminated students plummets from over 500 to below 300, continuing to dwindle. It appears that any contestant targeted by the Goblin Swordmaster is utterly unable to escape. This level 20 Lord is akin to a second awakening individual. The disparity in strength between second awakened individuals and newly awakened students is colossal. Indeed, the Goblin Swordmaster is utterly dominating the students. In facing such a terrifying Lord, Wang Hao's strategy is straightforward. Exhaust it. Let others tire it out while he remains in the shadows. Moreover, the more students that are eliminated, the fewer competitors will remain to contest for the kill. Fewer rivals will enhance his likelihood of successfully obtaining the Lord Core. However, Wang Hao is taken aback by the rapid pace of student eliminations. Something is amiss. This Goblin Swordmaster is not ordinary. In merely 5 minutes, it has already eliminated 70 of the participants. Within those 5 minutes, hundreds of contestants have been dispatched by the Goblin Swordmaster itself. The number of remaining participants in the park dwindles alarmingly. Wang Hao raises his gaze to the tumultuous clouds above. Something is wrong. This is a sign of spatial distortion. At that moment, the bloodied Goblin Swordmaster suddenly lets out a howl toward the heavens. The domain of the Lord has descended upon Baiyun Mountain Park. Chapter 51. New Gun. Bullet time. As the Lord's domain unfolded, anyone who had completed high school in this world understood its implications. It signified that the Goblin Sword Saint would grow stronger, its energy doubling significantly. Furthermore, it indicated that as long as it could find enough blood, it could open a rift and escape this place. The female host, grasping the microphone, exclaimed, "This is dire. The Lord's domain has unfolded. This goblin sword saint intends to use the contestant's blood to open a spatial rift and flee. It seeks to break free." It was evident that the goblin sword saint possessed a fierce desire to survive. It refused to be reduced to a prisoner, a mere target for human students. It yearned for escape. Yet, before it could flee, it needed to collect ample blood to facilitate the opening of the rift. Although it could not kill the students, by using its blood-drinking sword to gather enough human blood, it could sacrifice that blood to carve out a path for its escape. However, the event's guard showed no inclination to intervene. The host, clad in a red cheongsam, surveyed her surroundings and noted that the guards remained motionless. It seemed the organizers had no intention of disrupting the competition. Could the contestants restrain this goblin sword saint? The large screen shifted to focus on the two most likely contenders for victory, Wang Hao and Gu Qinghuan. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, surprised that the goblin sword saint would attempt to escape. This was his only opportunity to seize the Lord's core for free. He could not simply watch as the goblin sword saint made its escape. Yet now that the Lord's domain had been activated, the goblin sword saint's energy had quintupled, and its recovery rate had also increased fivefold. It sought to gain energy through the sacrifice of the contestant's blood, planning to use that blood to open the rift. The plan to exhaust the goblin sword saint through others was evidently futile. If he did not act now, and the creature gathered enough blood, it would certainly escape. At that moment, a line of text appeared before Wang Hao. "Your weapon, the electric venomous Serpent 191 assault rifle, has been completed. Electric venomous Serpent 191 assault rifle. Caliber, 58mm Chinese standard round. Level, 20. Quality, blue. Attributes, dual attributes of poison and electricity. This weapon can bestow your skills with poison and electric attributes. Special attribute, high armor penetration, headshot damage increased threefold." Wang Hao raised his hand and summoned the newly forged assault rifle from his spatial ring. Upon seeing the black iron texture, with electric currents and green luminescence flowing across the body of the 191 assault rifle, many referred to it as the Soaring Dragon. With triple headshot damage and high armor penetration attributes, along with the enhancements of poison and electricity, Wang Hao gently caressed the pristine rifle, savoring its feel. This was truly suited to the ergonomic needs of an Asian individual. As he toyed with his freshly crafted weapon, a thought struck Wang Hao. He had to make his move. He absolutely could not allow the goblin sword saint to escape. With that resolve, he brandished the new firearm and waved his hand. Following his gesture, hundreds of swarm drones were summoned, swarming densely overhead. Through the perspective of the drones, one could see the goblin sword saint moving as if in a realm of its own, with contestants falling before its blade, eliminated one by one. Its blood-drinking sword had already absorbed enough blood. It only needed to slay a few more contestants to sacrifice their blood and carve open a spatial rift, escaping the fate of being imprisoned by humans. Before the goblin sword saint stood students from a women's academy in Yanqing. Several female students fought side by side, providing mutual cover, barely holding their ground against the goblin sword saint for a moment longer. Yet, bloodstains had already marred their white sports uniforms. The female contestants from the academy, unwilling to yield, urged one another to hold on just a little longer. Gu Qinghuan's formation was nearly complete. They could hold out for just a bit more. The group was on the brink of exhaustion, glancing at their empty potion vials, devoid of any restorative liquid, completely out of supplies. The goblin sword saint, with a sickly lick of its lips, uttered, "Humans, delectable. Young women, exquisite." Its small, beady eyes gleamed with a sinister hunger. Beneath its hawkish nose, stained yellow teeth grinned as its tongue licked the bloodied sword. In the next moment, it prepared to strike at the female contestants. Suddenly, the goblin sword saint halted, its murderous intent sensing danger. It leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the drones plummeting from above. The explosion of the drones created a thick cloud of smoke, obstructing its vision. Following that, a torrent of swarm drones rained down like hail, leaving no opportunity for respite. Yet, the goblin sword saint wielded its sword, unleashing a whirlwind of sword energy. The visible white sword aura scattered outward, obliterating the approaching swarm drones from all directions. Within the Lord's domain, the goblin sword saint possessed quintuple energy, and it could replenish that energy by absorbing human blood. The blood-drinking sword had amassed sufficient blood energy for it to expend. The hundreds of swarm drones Wang Hao had deployed were all cut down by its sword energy. Drones that had been sliced by sword energy disintegrated midair, unable to approach due to the relentless sword aura. On the other side, a commanding voice rang out. A series of sword formations materialized beneath the goblin sword saint as Gu Qinghuan, currently ranked second, skillfully maneuvered her favored sword formations to assault the goblin sword saint. Faced with the flying swords and drones from all sides, the goblin sword saint's eyes reddened, its swordplay accelerating. Any flying sword or drone that dared venture near was swiftly cleaved away by its sword energy. In the audience, the female host gasped as she observed the large screen. In the Lord's domain, the goblin sword saint was successfully defending against the attacks of Wang Hao and Gu Qinghuan. Oh, even the third-ranked Su Muching has joined the fray, she exclaimed. She summoned a colossal fiery meteor. Flames ignited within the dark clouds, resembling a red sunset. A massive flaming meteor descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the goblin sword saint. Su Muching had also entered the hunt for the Lord, pouring all her magical energy into the spell. The goblin sword saint abruptly looked up, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes. It suddenly discarded its blood-drinking sword and executed a sweeping strike towards the sky. The immense flaming meteor was severed in two by the goblin sword saint's blade. Despite the trio's combined efforts, they struggled to contend with the goblin sword saint. If it continued to draw blood from more students, it could indeed succeed in escaping right under the contestants' noses. However, the host noticed something. Amidst the meteor and countless drones, a figure appeared suspended in midair. Wang Hao grasped the drone's framework with one hand, hanging high above. In his left hand, he aimed his freshly forged electric venomous Serpent 191 assault rifle. Wang Hao's lips moved slightly as he silently intoned, "Bullet time, activate." As Wang Hao initiated bullet time, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. This was the ultimate skill of the awakened sharpshooter. Time slowed, and the scene before him unfolded as if in slow motion. Wang Hao aimed at the goblin sword saint's head and pulled the trigger. The bullets visibly burst forth, spinning through the air, golden projectiles speeding towards the goblin sword saint. Yet, the creature attempted to resist, displaying astonishing reflexes. He brandished the bloodletting sword, executing a precise parry. The bullets collided with the blade. Each projectile cleaved asunder by the sharp edge. In this moment of bullet time, Wang Hao observed with remarkable clarity. The goblin sword saint, through sheer determination, managed to deflect 30 bullets aimed at him. To Wang Hao, the experience felt interminable, yet to an outsider, it transpired in a mere instant. The rifle's base firing rate was 750 rounds per minute, and Wang Hao expended the 30 rounds in his magazine over the span of 24 seconds. In those fleeting 24 seconds, which unfolded in Wang Hao's bullet time, it felt akin to an eternity. He witnessed the goblin sword saint's extraordinary skill, deflecting bullets with his blade, a sight he had only ever beheld on the silver screen, now vividly materializing before his eyes. The live broadcast revealed to the audience the chaotic dance of the goblin sword saint's sword energy. The elegantly attired hostess, clad in a cheongsam, smiled coyly and remarked, "Ah." Our contestant Wang Hao attempted a sneak attack, but fell short. The goblin sword saint is dominating this group of unawakened students within its lordly territory. This year's newcomers were considerably stronger than in previous years, yet the final boss was also more formidable than ever before. The strongest newcomer faced off against the most powerful lord in history, who would emerge victorious. The audience was astounded to witness the goblin sword saint's ability to parry bullets with its sword. The projectiles split upon contact with its blade, showcasing an alarming degree of agility. Among the spectators, Professor Gu Qinghuan and Gao Zhixiao exchanged surprised glances. Gao Zhixiao gazed at the nearly invincible goblin sword saint displayed on the large screen and remarked, "Teacher, this year's competition seems unusually intense." Professor Gu Qinghuan, the ethereal instructor, felt a twinge of anxiety for her student Wang Hao and her younger sister. It was indeed peculiar. The difficulty level this year was the highest ever recorded, with 85 of students already eliminated. Could it be related to that particular incident? The teacher furrowed her brow, contemplating in silence. Was it possible that this event had caused the assessment difficulty for newcomers to escalate dramatically? Gao Zhixiao, intrigued, inquired, "What incident are you referring to?" "Shoo. This matter is not to be discussed lightly, especially in public." Gu Qinghuan gestured for silence, signaling for her to remain quiet. This incident was, in fact, the space seismic zone. If this zone were to shift towards Guangnan City, it would face ongoing spatial seismic disasters, potentially leading to an influx of monstrous creatures. As the southern gateway of the Celestial Empire, Guangnan City, with its population of 30 million, stands as a world-class metropolis. Historically, cities like London, New York, and Edo were razed to the ground by the ravages of spatial seismic zones. Contemplating the spatial quake alongside the increased difficulty of this year's competition, Gu Qinghan surmised that perhaps the authorities intended for students to experience high-pressure situations early on, preparing them for intense combat scenarios. After all, this was the homeland of 30 million people, the ancestral home of many expatriates. Gu Qinghan recalled the venerable instructor who led the people in their battles against invading monstrosities, who once declared, "Every inch of our territory, every piece of land, every citizen shall never be forsaken. Should disaster loom, foreigners might abandon their homeland, fleeing from their homes. But we are different. We are a civilization of governance, having contended with the Yellow River for millennia. We have a saying, man can conquer nature." Another states, "Fighting against heaven is an endless delight." Given that every leader throughout history resolutely battled against the invading monsters, should the spatial quake truly descend upon this populous city, the Xia kingdom would undoubtedly refuse to relinquish it. They would never bow to the tyranny of the spatial quake, nor would they retreat in the face of an invasion. With these thoughts, Gu Qinghan's gaze hardened. "I will elaborate on this matter when we return to school. For now, let us focus on the competition." Hearing her words, Gao Zhixiao redirected her attention to the live broadcast screen. As they both turned their eyes back to the display, they gasped in horror. The Goblin Sword Saint had delivered a swift strike, sending the second-place contestant, Gu Qinghuan, hurtling away, her blade sent flying from her grasp. While she herself was launched several dozen meters away, the Goblin Sword Saint, with its beady eyes, grinned maliciously, sensing that the students present posed no threat. It resolved to eliminate this female student before turning its attention back to Wang Hao. The audience tensed as they saw Wang Hao suspended in midair. Was he merely watching from the sidelines? Did he intend to survive by witnessing Gu Qinghuan's elimination? The Goblin Sword Saint was indeed formidable, a lord beyond the capabilities of mere students. Whispers spread through the audience. The ethereal teacher felt the tension rise. Was Wang Hao truly choosing to stand idly by as her sister faced peril? Though this was a competition, with so few contestants remaining, Wang Hao appeared to be retreating. The hostess, still clad in her cheongsam, curiously asked, "Oh, has our contestant Wang Hao lost his nerve?" As Wang Hao refrained from intervening, some judges from the organizing committee displayed expressions of disappointment. They whispered among themselves, "Have we set the difficulty too high for the students?" Yet, with the intensifying spatial quake, they can no longer be sheltered like delicate flowers. Is Wang Hao truly going to let us down? Have we been overly ambitious in nurturing elite talent among the younger generation? Amidst the ongoing discussions, Wang Hao, suspended by a drone, retrieved a skill crystal. With a decisive motion, he shattered a level 15 skill crystal. "You have utilized a level 15 skill crystal. Your level 15 primary skill call artillery has been upgraded to LV2. He swiftly followed with a second crystal. "You have utilized a level 20 skill crystal. Your level 20 primary skill bullet time has been upgraded to LV2. Call artillery LV2 now includes call smoke bomb cover. Bullet time LV2 now includes bullet speed." Wang Hao had initially wished to conserve his strength for the formal competition ahead. However, it appeared that he had no choice but to unleash his full power against this lord. He snapped his fingers, smoke bomb, barrage cover. Instantaneously, dozens of smoke bombs cascaded from the sky, enveloping an area of several hundred meters in dense fog. Gu Qinghuan, lying on the ground and barely conscious, struggled to sit up. Was Wang Hao using smoke to protect her? No. Everyone mistakenly believed Wang Hao was deploying smoke bombs to save her. But that would be a grave misunderstanding. Let us not forget the attributes of the electric venom serpent rifle. Inscribed above was the phrase, "Imbues skills with dual attributes of poison and electricity." These smoke bombs were laced with toxins and electricity. Chapter 53, Second Awakening, Armorer. The entire live broadcast was shrouded by the smoke bombs Wang Hao had unleashed. The call artillery skill now featured the addition of smoke bomb deployment. If a typical individual were to use these smoke bombs, it might be to create an opportunity for escape, as their intended purpose was to cover allies. However, Wang Hao's unconventional thinking led him to tighten his grip on his assault rifle, silently invoking, "Activate weapon characteristics," imbuing smoke bombs with poison and electric attributes. As he uttered this command, his assault rifle glowed with a dual hue of green and blue. From within the white smoke, countless blue electric serpents flickered. As the white mist gradually turned green, poisonous electric corrosion and paralysis. Traits: reduces monster movement speed, diminishes reaction time, erodes their energy and stamina. Anyone who had attended high school on Blue Star would understand the elemental reactions produced by dual attributes with a mere passing grade in elemental studies. As Wang Hao unleashed a vast array of smoke grenades, these devices served as perfect vessels for corrosive attributes. The extensive coverage of the smoke grenades enveloped a wide area. When the monster inhaled, it also absorbed the toxic and electrified mist, resulting in a corrosive paralysis effect within its body. The Goblin Sword Saint, shrouded in smoke, exhibited a noticeable decrease in both reaction and movement speed. Simultaneously, the noxious fumes weakened its stamina. Realizing the toxicity and electrical properties of the smoke, the Goblin Sword Saint felt a paralyzing sensation akin to electrocution and was filled with terror, desperately attempting to escape towards the smoke-free zone. As the live broadcast unfolded, the audience erupted in applause. "Well done, Wang Hao," they cheered. At a critical moment, he had saved the other contestants, embodying the true essence of competition. Initially, we thought Wang Hao would merely watch Gu Qinghuan's elimination, yet this young man proved to be both brave and cunning. Surprised by the accolades from the crowd, Wang Hao mused to himself, "I merely intended to weaken the Goblin Sword Saint with the toxic mist." Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuan, struggling to rise from the thick fog, cast a grateful glance towards Wang Hao in the sky. "He was indeed a student nurtured by my sister. I had hoped to escape her grasp, yet I was ultimately saved by her student." Gu Qinghuan found a certain irony in this. She had enrolled in the Women's Academy to avoid relying on her sister. Who would have thought that during the freshman competition, she would be rescued by her sister's pupil? Had it not been for Wang Hao's smoke grenades, the ailing Goblin Sword Saint would have surely tormented her severely. Wang Hao's intervention spared her from considerable suffering. Amidst the audience's praise, Wang Hao was not inclined to offer any explanations. He sought to seize the moment and act swiftly. "Excellent. The Goblin Sword Saint was forced into the open. Now I can finally unleash my power." Previously, while the Goblin Sword Saint mingled among the contestants, utilizing my artillery skills was impractical, as attacking other participants would be against the rules. Now that most students had been eliminated, Wang Hao need not worry about collateral damage from the explosions. Having recently upgraded his artillery power, he was eager to let it taste the wrath. Raising his hand, a skill interface materialized before him. Ammunition types: 120mm mortar, 155mm howitzer. Smoke grenade. In addition to the existing 120mm shells, he had now acquired the formidable 155mm howitzer. Positioned beneath a drone, Wang Hao gazed towards the distant Goblin Sword Saint, which had been driven into an open area by the toxic mist, falling right into Wang Hao's meticulously laid trap. If you can slice bullets, you should be able to slice shells as well. As Wang Hao retrieved a restorative potion, it signified his intent to unleash his firepower to the fullest, summoning 155mm howitzer strike, consuming 100 energy points. Summoning 155mm howitzer strike, consuming 100 energy points. Summoning 155mm howitzer strike, consuming 1 energy point. While drinking the energy restoration potion, Wang Hao called forth the artillery skills. This was an enhanced barrage. As he summoned an unrelenting barrage, the distant horizon echoed with thunderous roars. The 155mm howitzer shells screamed through the air, tearing it apart with a piercing wail. Upon witnessing this, the Goblin Sword Saint immediately drew 2 blood-draining swords, preparing for battle. A dual sword style? Suspended in midair. Wang Hao regarded it with the disdain of one looking down upon mere insects. Previously, with other contestants present, he had refrained from using artillery, but now, observing that only a few remained in the arena, he felt liberated to unleash his full might. At this moment, the Goblin Sword Saint still contemplated using sword energy to intercept the shells. Upon spotting the descending 155mm howitzer shells, a smug grin spread across its face, akin to a crooked-toothed dragon king. However, as it beheld the sheer number of incoming shells, a look of horror began to dawn in its small, bead-like eyes. Realizing fear had set in, too late. The upgraded barrage, with the terrifying explosive power of the 155mm howitzer, combined with the corrosive paralysis of the toxic electricity, was overwhelming. Each shell detonated, releasing electric serpents and toxic fog in a chaotic explosion. The Goblin Sword Saint attempted to slice the shells with sword energy. But with hundreds of shells raining down, what could it use to intercept them? Its own head. The spectators witnessed a display of modern firepower coverage for the first time. A staggering 100 shells per second descended upon this basketball court-sized clearing. Even throughout the entirety of World War I and II, no one had ever experienced such devastation. 155mm howitzer shells raining down every second. What a brutal scene that must have been. The Goblin Sword Saint, despite its heinous crimes, did not deserve such a fate. The judges and university presidents present fell into a hushed silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they watched the terrifying onslaught summoned by Wang Hao. In the audience, students, Judges and eliminated contestants alike were engulfed in a profound silence. This was akin to a post-mortem humiliation, wasn't it? When the first round of explosions commenced, it appeared that the Goblin Sword Saint had already met its demise. Students gazed at the live stream, where the Goblin Sword Saint's smile had become a frozen mask of regret, fear, and confusion as the 100 shells descended. The final image captured the Goblin Sword Saint's expression, evoking both laughter and sympathy. A multitude of desperate emotions converged upon its face. When the judges declared that the Goblin Sword Saint had been obliterated by Wang Hao's artillery, the bombardment continued. The Goblin Sword Saint, once a formidable leader, had been reduced to mere powder, its former territory ravaged by the repeated strikes of artillery. The soil of that place had been turned over countless times. When the bombardment concluded, the Goblin Sword Saint had saved itself the cost of cremation. The sensation of over 100 shells impacting the ground reverberated throughout the park, an utterly terrifying experience. Even 10 minutes after the competition ended, the audience had yet to recover from the recent bombardment. Su Mucheng, Lu Ziyu, Gu Qinghuan, Su Tianrui, and others, present on site, wore expressions of shock, their minds in turmoil. Su Tianrui pointed at Wang Hao, exclaiming, "Are you saying this kid is merely at the first awakening? Are you certain he isn't at the second awakening?" Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao approached the steaming pit, retrieving the coveted item, the Lord's Core. "You have collected 2 Lord's Cores of level 20 or higher. You will be able to undergo a second awakening." Gunslinger advances to Armorer. Chapter 54, Power Exoskeleton, Activate. Do you choose Perfect Awakening? As the Mermaid King and Goblin Sword Saint's cores rested in Wang Hao's hands, he did not hesitate and chose to advance. The Lord's Cores were meant for his own use. Wang Hao had no intention of selling them for a mere pittance. He directly opted for a perfect second awakening. First awakening, Gunslinger. Second awakening, Armorer. You have achieved Perfect Awakening, gaining an additional 100 free attribute points and unlocking the 20-level Armorer skill, Power Exoskeleton. Unlocking Military Vehicle, Armored Vehicle, and Tank Manufacturing. Perfect Awakening. This was precisely why Wang Hao insisted on achieving a Perfect Awakening instead of using an Elite Core. A Perfect Awakening grants an additional 100 attribute points and a new skill. This hurdle of a second awakening represents the divide between ordinary individuals and the affluent. Families like the Gao and Su clans need not worry about awakening issues. Their families had already prepared Lord's Cores for them upon their entrance into the academy. For a student like Wang Hao, who subsists on a meager monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan, the pursuit of perfect awakening rests solely upon his own efforts. 3 parts depend on skill, while 7 parts rely on fortune. Fate plays its hand. Fortunately, in recent days, he has encountered a Lord-level monster and participated in this competition. Otherwise, for students from ordinary families, achieving perfect awakening might necessitate the sale of their homes just for a chance. As the core of the Lord surged from Wang Hao's hands into his body, the energy consumed caused 2 Lord crystals to dissolve like melting ice, transforming into the nourishment required for his advancement. As a mechanist, I possess the ability to fabricate military vehicles, armored cars, and tanks. Gazing at the mechanist panel before him, Wang Hao reflected that while a sharpshooter could create firearms from materials, a mechanist's prowess lies in the production of army equipment. Much like crafting guns, as long as sufficient resources are at hand, Wang Hao could conjure a heavy armored composite brigade from thin air. If the sharpshooter embodies the lone gunslinger or mercenary, the mechanist's role is more akin to that of a commander, a military enthusiast at heart. The prospect of forging tanks and armored vehicles with his own hands ignited an ineffable excitement within him. Would it not be prudent to fabricate an array of economical Type 59 tanks for a transitional phase? To experience the thrill of the Type 59 descending the mountains with these commendable machines? Additionally, within military circles, a humorous legend persists. From a distance, the turret is fearsome. Yet up close, one sees the 5 load-bearing wheels. The foundation of all is based on the improved Type 59. With tales of the Type 59 taking to the skies and the Type 59 Star Destroyer. This stems from an era of economic hardship for the Republic, where the elder researchers could only modify this antique-grade Type 59 tank repeatedly. Terms like Type 59 Modification, Type 59 Magical Modification, and Type 59 Ultra Modification emerged from the limitations of that time, when older military workers could not present better conditions and merely tinkered to produce tanks. Veteran enthusiasts could only indulge in daydreams on forums, imagining the Type 59 countering advanced Western main battle tanks. However, times have changed. The younger generation now enjoys better conditions, rendering our domestic Type 96 unimpressive, and the Type 99A tank is hardly exceptional. Only the newly released Type 100 tank garners the admiration of military aficionados. The Type 59? It has become a relic, forgotten in the corners of history. Wang Hao, however, is acutely aware that he has just awakened as a mechanist, and his resources are insufficiently abundant. He too must follow in the footsteps of the Republic's elder generation, first focusing on producing inexpensive and durable equipment. Only when resources are ample can he consider the latest and most advanced tanks and armored vehicles. A cursory glance at the newly added mechanist manufacturing interface revealed that creating tanks and armored vehicles requires a significant amount of astral iron, a matter to be deliberated upon later. Wang Hao could not help but muse. They say mages and cultivators are wealthy professions that demand considerable financial investment. Yet, I find my mechanist role to be an insatiable money pit. Despite his inner reflections, he recalled that having secured both the individual championship in the simulation match and the team championship for his academy, the rewards acquired should suffice to procure some military equipment. With competition rewards, the situation would improve significantly. Shifting his gaze from the mechanist panel, Wang Hao waved his hand, dismissing the virtual screens before him. As the joy of his second awakening subsided, he turned to his companions. Gu Qinghuan, the younger sister of his teacher, had exhausted her magical energy during the previous battle and appeared somewhat weakened. Beside her, Su Muching was in a similar state, having just summoned a colossal flaming meteor. It could be said that both had wagered everything, depleting their magical reserves. Now, Gu Qinghuan and Su Muching could only sit upon the grass, feeling an overwhelming dizziness from their drained energy. Having finished their recovery potions, they endured the nausea, suppressing the urge to vomit. Wang Hao, feeling their plight, heard Su Muching's voice tinged with desperation. My magic is depleted, and I feel the world spinning. Please, let me have a sip of that small blue potion. Gu Qinghuan, sitting nearby, pulled out her phone. Could you sell me a bottle of energy recovery potion? I can transfer the funds. After battling thus far, the group was utterly fatigued. However, Wang Hao was not one to be stingy. He immediately produced the small blue potion. After all, Teacher Gu had cared for him, and as the sister of his teacher, it seemed unreasonable to charge her for a sip of recovery potion. The teacher had advocated for his inclusion in the cultivation department. It would be ungracious to ask for money from his teacher's sister. Just as Wang Hao was about to extend the potion, a sudden tremor rippled through Baiyun Mountain Park. What? This tremor instantly alerted everyone present. The seasoned fighters quickly realized the implication. A spatial quake was imminent. All contestants, evacuate the park immediately. The scoring wristbands of the contestants lit up with red alarms. A large number of staff rushed into the park, rescuing students trapped within the protective barriers. However, the sheer number of students needing assistance rendered the park chaotic. Oh no, it's a spatial quake. Su Muching's legs felt like jelly as she struggled to crawl away. My legs are dead. We must escape. Yet, at that moment, the spatial quake struck. Both Su Muching and Gu Qinghuan lacked the strength to rise. Wang Hao, witnessing this, shouted, "Quickly, I will carry you." Gu Qinghuan and Su Muching hastily shook their heads, rejecting Wang Hao's offer. Just give us the recovery potion. We will find our own way out. You need to go, don't worry about us. Without a second thought, Wang Hao scooped both of them up, one under each arm. Even if you drink the potion now, it may be too late. Meanwhile, the live broadcast focused on Wang Hao. The female host urgently warned. Wang Hao, time is of the essence. You must flee. You cannot save others now. Everyone understood that in a life or death situation, carrying two people made escape challenging. Yet, Wang Hao silently chanted, "Powered exoskeleton, activate." Summoning powered exoskeleton, consuming 20 energy points. Powered exoskeleton, movement speed increased by 50, strength increased by 50. The exoskeleton can operate for 6 hours. A silver-black exoskeleton materialized from Wang Hao's back, connecting to his thighs. Fans of science fiction, military enthusiasts, or gamers would be familiar with exoskeletal armor. The exoskeletons from the film Avatar, those utilized by modern military units, and the powered exoskeletons from certain games are all forms of this technology. The exoskeleton allows individuals to lift heavy objects with ease and move swiftly. It has even begun to find applications in medicine, enabling paralyzed patients to walk like able-bodied individuals. The first skill granted to the mechanist is the powered exoskeleton. And as this skill evolves, it is likely to become even more formidable, transforming into armored exoskeletons. Wang Hao's determination to carry both women stemmed from his unwavering confidence. Once the exoskeleton activated, combined with the sharpshooter's high agility attribute, and bolstered by the added stamina from the exoskeleton, Wang Hao effortlessly lifted Su Muching and Gu Qinghuan. With the exoskeleton's enhancement, Wang Hao's strength rivaled that of a warrior. The powered exoskeleton perfectly compensated for the sharpshooter's stamina attribute, enabling him to carry both women with ease. As Wang Hao, adorned in this curious machinery, sprinted out of the park with the two female students in tow, onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. What new skill had this young man awakened? How could he carry two individuals and still move at such astonishing speed? The 50 increase in movement speed made him as swift as lightning, accelerating from 0 to a remarkable speed in mere seconds, launching him forward with a powerful leap that covered dozens of meters. Embracing two individuals, Wang Hao descended from a height of 3 stories, landing gracefully with the assistance of his external mechanical exoskeleton. Run swiftly. Such remarkable strength. Is this still the essence of a sharpshooter? Many held on to the outdated notion of sharpshooters as fragile beings, limited to crawling in the shadows. Yet, Wang Hao's speed and vigor rivaled that of a warrior. Harnessing the acceleration of his exoskeleton, he leaped from heights of over 10 meters, making his way from the mountainside to the valley below, all while cradling 2 people and fleeing at breakneck speed. Minutes after Wang Hao had successfully vacated the perilous zone, Lu Ziyu and Su Tianrui emerged, breathless and exhausted. Lu Ziyu, the berserker, was utterly fatigued. He lifted his gaze to Wang Hao, exclaiming, "Are you even human? You ran faster than us while carrying 2 people. I'm a melee fighter." Overwhelmed with envy, Lu Ziyu pondered the nature of Wang Hao's equipment. What extraordinary gear did he possess? He longed for a similar set. That power exoskeleton appeared both futuristic and striking. As the group exited the danger zone, Teacher Gu and Senior Gao jogged over. "Wang Hao, are you alright? I saw you jump down the mountain with 2 people. Did you sustain any injuries?" Senior Gao approached to inspect any wounds on Wang Hao. Truth be told, jumping from the mountainside inevitably led to some scrapes from branches. Wang Hao's black athletic attire bore several cuts, leaving slender scars upon his hands. Nonetheless, these minor abrasions were inconsequential. "I'm fine," Wang Hao waved dismissively. However, Teacher Gu hastened forward, seemingly perturbed. "Wang Hao, just because she is my sister, you cannot recklessly put yourself at risk to save her. In times of danger, you must prioritize your own safety. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your parents?" Rather than expressing joy for Wang Hao's rescue of her sister, her expression was stern. She wished for Wang Hao to remain unharmed. Her tone resembled that of a guardian, yet Wang Hao discerned the underlying gratitude within her admonition. After all, she had but one younger sister. However, in the face of peril, students must prioritize their own safety, leaving the rest to the teachers. Should Wang Hao fail to save others and instead jeopardize himself, it would inflict unbearable pain upon both families. In response to Teacher Gu's evident concern, Wang Hao quietly explained, "Teacher, I acted with confidence. I have undergone a perfect second awakening." Upon hearing of Wang Hao's second awakening, particularly a flawless one, Teacher Gu's demeanor softened considerably, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. "So that's the case. No wonder your attributes have surged." Being assured of saving others is indeed commendable. She recognized her previous urgency may have led to a harsh tone and hoped he would not take it to heart. Acknowledging the warmth and kindness in Teacher Gu's concern, Wang Hao smiled, radiating the exuberance characteristic of youth. Overall, their escape from the spatial tremor without injury was indeed a stroke of fortune. Turning back, they observed the tremor had been brief, subsiding after a few shakes. However, such aftershocks should not be underestimated. Although no monstrous invasion of Blue Star occurred, being caught in one could lead to irreversible consequences. Annually, millions of individuals go missing globally due to spatial tremors, often disappearing into alternate realms. When such tremors arise, it is crucial to maintain distance and avoid being swept away by spatial rifts. Teacher Gu glanced at the subsided tremor before turning her attention to her sister, Gu Qinghuan, seated on the ground with a rosy complexion. This young woman, clad in a white athletic outfit and sporting a single ponytail, blushed profusely, witnessing her sister's flustered state. Teacher Gu couldn't help but smile wryly. Female students in a women's academy are prone to such emotions. Perhaps allowing her to attend a girls' school had been a misstep, as being surrounded solely by female peers was not conducive to her well-being. Having attended girls' schools since middle school, Gu Qinghuan rarely had opportunities to interact with male peers. After all, who could remain unaffected at her age when Wang Hao had just rescued her and others from the tremor? Meanwhile, Su Muching experienced a thrilling rush. Soaring from heights with Wang Hao carrying them both, the wind howling in their ears, and the exoskeleton's mechanical sounds igniting excitement within. At that moment, the voice of the female host resonated once more. What a fortunate turn of events. The unexpected spatial tremor has not resulted in any missing persons. thanks to the timely efforts of rescue personnel who evacuated most contestants. Let us extend a warm round of applause for contestant Wang Hao, who bravely intervened to save others. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. The host, adorned in a qipao, beamed as she announced, with the tremor quelled, "It is time for the awards ceremony." Let us congratulate contestant Wang Hao for securing the individual championship and winning a scholarship of $1 million. $1 million scholarship? Wang Hao's eyes gleamed. This sum could certainly be utilized to construct tanks or armored vehicles. As Chapter 56 unfolds, President Su graces the awards ceremony with her presence. Wang Hao ascended the podium amidst a throng of thousands and the live broadcast of a local television station. Clad in black athletic wear and sporting a stylish haircut, the tall figure of Wang Hao stood alongside the female host, who donned a red embroidered qipao, appearing diminutive yet charming beside him. In her high heels, the host presented a large check for the $1 million scholarship before Wang Hao. Let us congratulate the champion, contestant Wang Hao, for receiving the $1 million scholarship awarded by the Education Bureau of Guangnan City. The audience erupted in applause, honoring Wang Hao's selfless act of bravery during the competition. Additionally, the event organizers announced a bonus of 200,000 yuan for Wang Hao's commendable act of valor. Taken aback by the news, Wang Hao understood that contemporary societal values held those who acted heroically in high regard. In humanity's struggle against the incursion of creatures from alternate realms, fostering unity and resilience was paramount. Such selfless acts of assistance naturally warranted official recognition. Holding the scholarship and bravery bonus checks, Wang Hao faced the rapid clicks of reporters' cameras, maintaining a calm and composed smile as he received his accolades. Below, teacher Gu watched with pride as Wang Hao accepted his award, filled with satisfaction. No one had anticipated his rapid ascent since his awakening. Even she had never dared to imagine he would one day claim the championship. Nearby, Senior Gao nodded in agreement. Back then, I thought Wang Hao was merely a privileged student placed in our department. Yet, I must ask, why has this year's scholarship doubled compared to previous years? Gao Zhixiao expressed her curiosity, noting that the usual scholarship for the individual champion had been 500,000. This year's award had astonishingly reached 1 million. Indeed, for the affluent, $1 million may seem trivial, barely enough to procure even a dilapidated property in the city center. However, for a newly awakened student, earning $1 million scholarship through one's own merit was a source of immense pride. Upon hearing Gao Zhixiao's inquiry, teacher Gu fell silent, sensing an underlying premonition. This year's competition has significantly increased in difficulty, with the number of eliminated contestants surpassing 90. It seems that those in higher positions are also preparing in advance to resist the spatial tremors. Teacher Gu's mutterings evoked a sense of alertness in Gao Zhixia. Teacher, do you mean? Shu, Gu Qinghan gestured for silence, indicating that it was best for everyone to keep this knowledge to themselves to avoid inciting panic among the general populace. Attention shifted to the awards ceremony. Wang Hao stood at the champion's podium, clutching checks for 1,200,000. The second place, Gu Qinghuan, teacher Gu's younger sister, represented Yangqing Women's College, securing 50,000 in scholarship. At the last moment, Su Muching surged into third place, also earning 20,000 in scholarship. The trio on the podium saw Gu Qinghuan sneak glances at Wang Hao. Her guilty expressions, caught on camera, elicited laughter from the audience. Teacher Gu could only smile wryly at her sister's lack of composure. My sister's feelings are written all over her face. It's as if Wang Hao has captured her very soul. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuan, blushing from the laughter below, found herself at a loss for words. The female host approached with a microphone. Gu Qinghuan, I believe you have something you'd like to say to the first place winner, Wang Hao? Gu Qinghuan, nervously tucking her hair behind her ear, felt her cheeks flush as she struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. Memories of the recent spatial tremor flooded her mind, particularly the strength of Wang Hao's arms wrapping around her. It was her first time experiencing such close contact with a male figure. She wanted to express her gratitude for his rescue, yet the sight of him left her flustered and stammering. The astute female host seized the moment to fill the silence. It seems Gu Qinghuan wishes to convey her heartfelt appreciation. Words cannot capture the depth of her gratitude. It's all right. We all understand that Wang Hao bravely led you to safety during a life-threatening moment. Now, let's invite the other contestants to the stage for their awards. After presenting awards to the top 3, the next 7 contestants from 4th to 10th place received the Endeavor Award, each with a cash prize. Among them, Su Tianrui observed his sister and Wang Hao with a complex mix of emotions, lowering his gaze in shame, unable to meet her eyes. Before the competition, he had presumed victory was assured, even popping champagne early and dismissing the marksman as a past prime profession. Yet, this cohort of newcomers had proven far stronger than anticipated, many of whom had kept their abilities under wraps prior to the contest, including Su Muqing and Gu Qinghuan, who rarely appeared before the media. Wang Hao himself had hardly made an impression before the competition began. However, once the contest commenced, they all revealed their true prowess, while he, the scion of the Su family, had garnered media attention as the predicted champion, only to finish in a disappointing 5th place. His failure to secure supplies due to Wang Hao's interference had hindered his performance. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and accept the 5th place medal. The female host resumed. Next, we will present the awards for the team competition. Let's give a warm round of applause to the students of Guangnan College, who have clinched this year's team championship. Their mutual support enabled them to achieve outstanding scores. This year's prize is exclusively sponsored by the Su family business, a level 20 close combat suit. A group of attendants approached the podium, carrying boxes containing the championship prizes for the contestants. The female host began to advertise. The level 20 purple quality close combat suits, crafted from crystal powder fabric extracted from monster crystals, provide exceptional protection against piercing, tearing, and spatial radiation. They ensure both comfort and durability, allowing for unhindered movement during high-intensity activities. Wang Hao, along with his fellow students, Su Muqing and Lu Ziyu, stepped forward to collect their prizes. Su Muqing's expression was somewhat amusing as she received the combat suit sponsored by her own family. However, as she accepted the garment, she suddenly noticed her father intently watching Wang Hao from the crowd. A chill ran down her spine. Could my father be harboring resentment towards Wang Hao for targeting my brother, Su Tianrui? While Su Muqing pondered this unsettling thought, her father, Su Wei, the president of the Su family business, unexpectedly approached Wang Hao on stage. The crowd was abuzz with curiosity, speculating on the president's intentions. Was he there to confront Wang Hao regarding the troubles faced by his son during the competition? After all, Wang Hao had utilized drones to seize most of the supply packages, leaving Su Tianrui at a disadvantage. Seeing his father approach Wang Hao, Su Tianrui began to relish the thought of his father confronting Wang Hao. As the sponsor of the competition, perhaps he intended to reprimand Wang Hao to relieve his own frustrations. But as everyone wondered what Su Wei would do, he reached into his pocket. Wang Hao felt a surge of tension. Was the man about to pull a gun on him? However, considering this world was different from his own, such violence seemed improbable. Still, Su Wei's serious demeanor created a palpable pressure. To Wang Hao's surprise, Su Wei withdrew a VIP card and handed it to him, saying, "Thank you for risking your safety to save my daughter. This is our Su family's black gold card, which entitles you to a 50% discount in all Su family stores." Wang Hao could hardly believe his ears. A black gold card? 50% off? What a concept. If he wished to purchase materials worth 1 million, he would only need to spend 500,000. This would allow him to acquire even more items. The Su family's business empire included everything from wholesale materials to various industries, including equipment trading, potions, hotels, resorts, and training grounds. Having access to half-price shopping at the Su family stores was an incredible opportunity. Around him, envious gazes fell upon the card, which undoubtedly stirred longing in many hearts. Meanwhile, Su Tianrui's expression turned sour, feeling an indescribable sense of frustration. After being targeted by Wang Hao throughout the competition, his father had given Wang Hao a prestigious black gold card. Was he even truly his father's son? Wang Hao had saved his sister, yet his father rewarded him with such a high-level token of gratitude. Su Tianrui felt as if he had swallowed 1,000 flies, uncomfortable and unable to voice his feelings. Su Muqing, eager to ensure Wang Hao did not miss this opportunity, swiftly took the black gold card from her father's hand, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for, Wang Hao? Take it." She practically shoved the card into Wang Hao's pocket, her actions reflecting her desire to ensure he benefited from this remarkable gesture. This scene unfolds in a public setting, where Su Muqing behaves as if she were a self-serving little wife, diverting her family's resources to support her beloved. President Su, the cunning old fox, could not possibly overlook his daughter's intentions. The burly middle-aged man in a suit shook his head with a smile. "My dear daughter, you haven't even married yet, and you're already." Su Muqing's cheeks flushed as she defiantly placed her hands on her hips. "Dad, stop talking nonsense. I am merely expressing gratitude for Wang Hao's life-saving help. The things you provided, he feels too embarrassed to accept, so I am taking them on his behalf." Such is Su Muqing's character. She disregards any sense of embarrassment, seizing the opportunity to ensure the black gold card reaches Wang Hao, securing it before her father changes his mind. With the card already in her possession and casting meaningful glances at Wang Hao, urging him to claim it, Wang Hao indeed desired the card and did not appear overly hesitant. With a solemn expression, he clasped his hands in gratitude. I sincerely thank President Su for your generous support. I shall use this card wisely, striving for growth to better serve society and our nation in the future. President Su applauded enthusiastically, praising the young man. This youth, such awareness, such ideology. With young individuals like you in Guangnan City, our nation will be strong. And humanity will have hope, contributing to the defense against the invasion from another world. After a round of pleasantries, the awards ceremony concluded. Students from various colleges boarded buses to return to school, while the organizers commenced the restoration of Baiyun Mountain Park, erasing all traces of battle. At the park entrance, President Su watched his daughter and Wang Hao board the bus, waving goodbye to them. Once Wang Hao had departed, Su Tianrui, his son, stepped forward with indignation. Dad, how could you give the black gold card from the Chamber of Commerce to him after the way he treated me? Observing his son, who carried an air of arrogance, President Su sighed. Tianrui, look at Wang Hao. He is graceful and well-mannered. Now look at yourself, always mingling with that crowd of miscreants who flatter you endlessly, making you increasingly arrogant. Su Tianrui retorted, I didn't expect him to seize the supply pack. Dad, don't you find Wang Hao's outward gentility conceals a dark and despicable heart? President Su responded with exasperation, a competition is a battlefield. Any means necessary to win must be employed. Compassion towards others equates to cruelty towards one's own. His actions are entirely justified. You, however, should return and reflect seriously. The upcoming formal competition will be more challenging than in previous years. Upon hearing his father mention the formal competition, Su Tianrui became intrigued. Dad, I heard this year's formal competition will be different. Can you share any details? President Su firmly declined. I have signed a confidentiality agreement. Violating it would lead to consequences. I cannot divulge a single word. You must cultivate a good relationship with Wang Hao to gain entry into the provincial competition. Tianrui was left perplexed by his father's words. He needed to ingratiate himself with Wang Hao to remain in the formal competition? What did that mean? What exactly was the content of the formal competition? Why did his father adopt such a serious demeanor? Despite his arrogance, Tianrui trusted his father's judgment. In a few days' time, he would indeed need to forge a connection with Wang Hao. On the school bus returning to campus, Wang Hao sat in the back row by the window, revealing the black gold card from the Su family commerce. He now possessed 2 million in startup funds, with the scholarship already deposited into his personal account. The black gold card would allow him to purchase materials at a 50% discount. Wang Hao's mind began to formulate plans for the items he intended to manufacture, wondering what effect the tank he would create would have against the monsters. As he contemplated his upcoming procurement, Wang Hao turned to Su Muching, seated beside him. Su Muching, do you have time tonight? Upon Wang Hao's inquiry, every ear in the bus perked up. Senior Gao Ji from the summer program also turned her gaze, staring intently at Wang Hao. What was he planning? Was he asking Su Muching out for a date? Perhaps he was drawn to the Su family's wealth and sought to win her over. Seated next to him, Su Muching perked up immediately. Yes, I am free. Chapter 58, The Spacequake of Praise. Upon hearing Wang Hao's invitation, Su Muching readily agreed. After all, they had previously arranged for her to treat him to dinner and clarify the misunderstanding regarding their earlier team. Now that they had the chance to be alone, how could she let it slip away? She must seize this opportunity to explain everything to Wang Hao, hoping to restore their relationship to the atmosphere it had before their awakening. Furthermore, Wang Hao had saved her during the spacequake, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude privately. As Wang Hao, seated by the window of the bus, noted Su Muching's agreement, he continued, Come with me to Suning Plaza tonight. Suning Plaza? The other students on the bus leaned in to listen. Was Wang Hao inviting Su Muching to a shopping center for a night of dining and entertainment? However, it did not seem surprising. Before Wang Hao's awakening, Su Muching and he had maintained a close relationship. They were both high achievers, recognized as a natural pair among the newcomers until the incident of his awakening as a sharpshooter had created a rift between them. Su Muching saw this as the perfect opportunity to clarify things with Wang Hao. Delighted by the invitation to Suning Plaza, she readily accepted. She picked up her phone, her mind racing with thoughts of which restaurant to reserve for dinner. After the meal, she wanted to explore the area with Wang Hao. How could she arrange it to convey her sincerity in apologizing? While Su Muching was lost in her thoughts, Wang Hao was preoccupied with plans for tank production. With limited funds, he pondered what materials to purchase. He invited Su Muching because it was her family's property, and she would likely be familiar with the shopping center. He needed her guidance on where to procure high-quality materials, thus relying on her expertise. As they both sat together, their thoughts were entirely divergent. The school bus soon returned to campus. There, Wang Hao, along with the new contestants, received commendations from the school administration. Each student was awarded campus cards valued at several $1,000s for use within the academy. After a lengthy speech from the principal, Wang Hao stretched and stepped out of the school gate. Beside him, Su Muching had already changed into a stylish little dress, exuding a vibrant youthful charm. It was evident she was taking tonight's date seriously. Beneath her short skirt were her slender, fair legs, and the dress accentuated her petite waist. Carrying an elegant designer handbag, she wore high heels that accentuated her long legs, an entirely different image from her usual athletic attire at school. Standing at the school gate, Su Muching's exquisite outfit attracted many curious glances. Wow. Usually, Su the sorceress dresses so plainly. I didn't expect her to look so stunning. Of course. She is a genuine heiress. Those cheap celebrities can't compare. Seeing Su the sorceress dressed up so elegantly is quite unusual. I'm not sure how to react. At the school gate, both male and female students were captivated, unable to look away from Su Muching's exquisite attire. The girls were curious about the brand of her dress and the shade of her lipstick, while the boys were so entranced that they nearly collided with lampposts. As for Wang Hao, he was currently engrossed in checking material quotes on his phone, his mind consumed entirely with tanks. Tanks. And more tanks. Press F to enter the tank. He was utterly oblivious to Su Muching, who had dressed up meticulously for their date. Ahem. Wang Hao. I'm here, she cleared her throat, attempting to capture his attention. When Wang Hao finally glanced her way, she shyly turned her cheek. What do you think? She timidly inquired. As she rarely dressed up like this, today was a significant occasion for her to go out with Wang Hao. Were it not for this outing, she would scarcely have bothered with lipstick. Wang Hao merely glanced at Su Muching before returning his gaze to his phone. The car was nearly there. It should arrive in a minute or two. Suddenly, Su Muching felt the air around her thicken, rendering her somewhat breathless. She had intended to ask Wang Hao for his opinion on her appearance, but he misinterpreted her question as an inquiry about the car's arrival, assuring her that it was on its way. Suppressing her rising irritation, she inhaled deeply, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. I was asking about something else. Oh, Wang Hao suddenly recalled something and stepped closer. As he approached, Su Muching's heart raced, and she felt a surge of nervousness. Look, how about these materials? They're reasonably priced and offer great value. Should we consider this? He leaned in, showing her the shopping page on his phone. Observing Wang Hao's earnest demeanor, Su Muching couldn't help but laugh, a sound of pure delight escaping her lips. Haha, it struck her then. The very quality she admired about him was his intense focus. This boy, so engrossed in his own world, possessed an inexplicable charm. Her spontaneous laughter bewildered Wang Hao. Only then did he catch a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Su Muching, finally noticing that her attire was different today. You're not in sportswear anymore. This outfit suits you quite well. The compliment made Su Muching's cheeks flush with warmth, a wave of joy washing over her. Wang Hao's praise brought her more happiness than acing an exam. She playfully twirled a lock of hair around her finger, bashfully lowering her gaze. Of course. Who do you think I am? How could I not look good? Let's go to Su Ming Square. I've already made a reservation at the restaurant. Wang Hao interjected. Dinner? I actually wanted you to take me to the material trading market. The moment those words left his lips, Su Muching's smile froze. Oh, so you want me to be your shopping guide? It became clear to her why Wang Hao had suddenly taken the initiative to invite her out. Though a bit displeased, she couldn't help but retort, is that all? Finally, Wang Hao uttered something that resembled human conversation. Let us have a meal together to treat the esteemed Miss Su. Now that's more like it. Miss Su beamed, shooting him a flirtatious glance as she took his hand. Let's go. The car has arrived. The two of them boarded the taxi amidst the envious gazes of their classmates, heading towards Su Ming Square. As the perspective shifted to Su Ming Square near the school, atop a towering building, a mysterious figure clad in black was gazing at the city's nightscape from the edge of the railing. The figure grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, excitement coursing through their veins at the thought of what was to come. Chapter 59, Armor, Choose Your Tank. On the rooftop of Su Ming Building, the cloaked figure, perched precariously at the railing, remained unnoticed in the darkness. Below, a ride-sharing vehicle gradually came to a stop. Wang Hao and Su Muching stepped out. Upon exiting the car, Wang Hao lifted his gaze towards the commercial plaza, a sight he was witnessing for the first time. This shopping center belonged to the Su family consortium, and he was there to utilize his black gold card to purchase materials necessary for tank construction. However, he noticed something unusual above the building. Am I seeing things? Is someone about to jump? As he voiced his concern, Su Muching also looked up. Is there? I don't see anyone, she replied, blinking curiously, unable to spot any figures on the rooftop. Perhaps I was mistaken, he pondered, thinking fatigue from recent competitions might have caused a mirage, given that this was a world where everyone could change professions. It was not uncommon for peculiar individuals to appear on rooftops. Dismissing the shadow from his mind, he smiled and gestured for Su Muching to lead the way. Miss Su, it's my first time at a shopping center. Please guide me. Naturally, Su Muching placed her delicate hand in his palm. What? I meant for you to lead the way. But you took my hand? What are you looking at? It's crowded on weekends. Holding hands prevents us from getting separated, she replied confidently, pulling him along. It must be said that this place was unlike any other world. Here, people preferred shopping in person rather than online. Many equipment, materials, and potions required direct interaction and selection. The shopping centers on Earth seemed deserted compared to the bustling crowds here in Blue Star, where eager customers filled the space. The atmosphere was enchanting. Despite being the same location, the parallel worlds revealed stark differences. The once quiet shopping center now buzzed with activity, reminiscent of the lively temple fairs of his childhood. In his original world, the prime storefronts on the first floor housed luxury brands, jewelry, and automobiles. In this realm, the ground level featured awakening counseling, occupational consultation stores, and awakening preparatory classes, alongside magical and warrior shops that dazzled Wang Hao. Su Muching was not deceiving him. They indeed held hands, for one careless moment could lead to being swept away in the crowd. On weekends, people preferred to engage in activities rather than remain at home. Unlike his previous world where individuals often lounged at home, glued to their phones and games, the events in this world were far more engaging. Within the shopping center, real-life competitions took place, featuring boxing and sword fighting. It was genuine combat, overseen by medical professionals. The visceral thrill of the matches drew enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Various activities and contests allowed the youth to expend their excess energy. Wang Hao realized that venturing out was indeed more enjoyable. In this world, the games felt lackluster compared to the live-action scenarios where one could embody a wizard, warrior, or cultivator. It was akin to a real-life fighting game. The thrill of witnessing live battles was far more exhilarating than merely engaging in online disputes. At some point, Su Muching handed him a skewer of candied hawthorn. Here. For you. It's been ages since anyone accompanied me to the mall. It's so lively, and everyone seems so happy. She observed the smiling faces of the customers around them. The shopping center was filled with people from the first to the fourth floor, watching the battles unfold within the arena. The essence of a prosperous nation, where citizens lived in happiness and abundance, materialized before their eyes. Su Muching and Wang Hao leaned against the railing, observing the bustling crowd in the shopping mall. She indulged in cotton candy, her sweet smile illuminating her face. What a delightful feeling. How wonderful it would be if life could be lived happily without the disturbances of spatial tremors. Wang Hao chuckled softly. While that may be true, we've had our fun, Mississippi. It's time for you to take me to the material market. All right. Your mind is only on your own affairs, she teased. Let's go. Although Su Muching felt a hint of melancholy, blaming Wang Hao for his lack of romanticism, she also admired his dedication to completing a task. Hold my hand. Don't get lost in the crowd. She winked playfully as she led Wang Hao to the fifth floor's material trading market. Just as they stepped onto the escalator, a buzzing sound erupted. The lights in the shopping center flickered, and the escalator suddenly ceased to function. Curious, Wang Hao and Su Muching looked around. Is the power unstable? Just as he voiced this thought, darkness enveloped the entire shopping center. Gasps erupted from the crowd. A power outage? How long has it been since we last had one? What is happening today? It's likely a tripped circuit breaker. The streetlights outside are still on. Amidst the murmurs, several individuals summoned light spells to dispel the darkness in the square. At that moment, an observant person pointed towards the large glass windows. Look outside the parking lot. The crowd followed his gaze and beheld a dark purple barrier rising outside the shopping center. A collective gasp filled the air. What is that? I've never seen anything like it. It looks like a seal. Are they trying to trap us here? Listening to the discussions around him, a sense of foreboding washed over Wang Hao. Su, let us not stay in the crowd. We should find a less crowded place. Yes, let us go upstairs. The material trading center on the fifth floor is less populated. Su Muching grasped Wang Hao's hand, navigating through the throng towards the fifth floor. As they neared their destination, shrieks erupted from below. It's a spatial rift. There are monsters, 3,040 level undead crawlers. The shopping center was now shrouded in the ominous purple barrier, with several rifts opening in the parking lot. The hideous, twisted undead crawlers from the netherworld were scrambling towards the shopping center, using all four limbs. Chaos ensued as people jostled against one another, some losing sight of their families in the frenzy. Children cried out in fear, while frantic parents searched for their missing ones. Meanwhile, the security personnel began to set up barriers to block the entrances, the scene descending into pandemonium. The formations erected by the guards managed to stave off the monster's onslaught. The crawlers began to scale the glass, their forms battering against the structure. Fortunately, the shopping center had been designed with defenses against monster invasions, and the glass held for the time being. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Wang Hao marveled at the array of materials before him and approached without hesitation. Upon seeing Wang Hao taking supplies, the staff mistook him for a looter amidst the chaos. Just as they were about to intervene, Su Muching produced a red card. This is a special circumstance. Allow him to take what he needs. Miss, is that you? The staff, unfamiliar with Wang Hao, certainly recognized their own young lady. They ceased their attempts to stop him, permitting him to gather the finest materials from the shelves. In this exceptional situation, Wang Hao was grateful for the understanding shown by Su Muching, knowing she would not hold it against him. Nonetheless, he cautiously inquired, Miss Su, I hope you won't mind if I use these materials for emergencies? Su Muching waved her hand graciously, feel free. I'll cover the costs. It's better that these materials are in your hands than in those of the monsters. With her generous words, Wang Hao felt at ease to proceed. He waved his hand, and the unique manufacturing templates of a gunsmith materialized before him. Detected a large quantity of celestial iron and other metal resources nearby. Gunsmith, please select the weaponry you wish to create. Unmanned robotic dog, unmanned terrifying spider, unmanned armored vehicle, unmanned tank, AI turret as a gunsmith. Wang Hao was presented with numerous options. Your current level is 20. The available materials are level 20 celestial iron, blue, and netherworld iron, purple. It appeared that the level of equipment he could create was tied to his own level. Everything available to him was within level 20. He glanced back at the shopping center's glass doors, where the grotesque, twisted undead crawlers were battering against the tempered glass with their large, bloodied hands. Thanks to the protective formations, the glass doors could withstand the assault for a while longer. Given the confined space within the shopping center, he understood that creating a few tanks to block the entrances might be beneficial, though tanks would be less effective in such an environment. He decided instead to opt for more nimble units like robotic dogs, and the terrifying spiders seemed particularly well suited for navigating the building. He selected tanks, robotic dogs, and terrifying spiders as his 3 units. You can currently produce Type 59 tank, Type 62 tank. Note, older tanks can be manufactured faster and require fewer materials. Producing a Type 59 tank takes only 5 minutes, requiring 10 celestial iron and 5 magic cores. You can currently produce robotic dog, type options, machine gun, flamethrower, grenade launcher. Each robotic dog requires 2 celestial iron and 1 magic core, with a production time of just 30 seconds. You can currently produce terrifying spider, type options, machine gun, flamethrower, grenade launcher. Each terrifying spider requires 1 celestial iron and 1 magic core, with a production time of only 10 seconds. Seeing this, Wang Hao began calculating how many units would be necessary to block the entrances. He immediately placed his hand on the celestial iron on the shelf, deciding to manufacture 12 Type 59 tanks. Manufacturing 12 Type 59 tanks consumes 120 celestial iron, 60 magic cores, and takes 5 minutes. Consumes 12 of your energy points. Before his eyes, the celestial iron began to melt into molten metal, commencing the casting of the 59 tanks. Magic cores were typically required for puppetry or mechanist crafts. But the tanks crafted by Wang Hao, a sharpshooter, served as constructs akin to those of other professions. As the initial form of the tank emerged, it exuded a palpable sense of pressure. Fortunately, the spacious material trading center on the 5th floor could accommodate the size. Otherwise, a single tank would dominate an entire tea shop. Wang Hao waved his hand, storing the tanks currently in production within his spatial ring, with a 5-minute manufacturing time. It wasn't too long to wait. Tanks, however, were not ideal for indoor combat, so he turned his attention to producing terrifying spiders. These robotic spiders, with 8 legs and nearly the height of a desk, were equipped with weapon modules that could house either light or heavy machine guns. Producing a terrifying spider required only 1 celestial iron and 1 magic core, with a swift manufacturing time of just 10 seconds. Tapping on the virtual screen in the air, Wang Hao directly chose to produce 300 terrifying spiders. As he confirmed the production of 300 terrifying spiders, he decided on 3 variations: 100 machine gun spiders, 100 flamethrower spiders, and 100 grenade launcher spiders. A prompt appeared on the virtual screen. Notice, Armorer, your energy level is 345 points. The number of units you can control must not exceed 345. Excess units will cause confusion in your mind. Wang Hao glanced at the notification. This meant that his current energy level was limited, and he could not command more military units than this value. He looked again at his attribute panel. Awakened, Wang Hao, Second Awakening, Perfect Awakening Marksman Armorer, Level 20, Attribute Panel. Perfect Awakening grants an additional 100 attribute points, Strength, 200, Agility, 355, Stamina, 200, Energy, 345. He had allocated all his attribute points to agility and energy. The higher his agility, the quicker his thoughts, allowing for smoother command delivery. The higher his energy, the more units he could summon. This was also the reason why, upon awakening and facing an unforeseen crisis, Wang Hao had to study this new profession while simultaneously responding to the immediate threat. He produced 12 tanks and 200 terrifying robots, depleting all the astral iron displayed on the counter. The value of these materials was beyond the means of an ordinary family. Fortunately, the affluent lady graciously offered to cover the expenses for everyone present. Su Muching, witnessing the materials on the shelves vanish, transformed into a series of puppet-like steel spiders, promptly exclaimed, "Where is your manager?" "Miss, I am here." A well-dressed manager, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, hurriedly approached Su Muching. "Quick, restock. Wang Hao may need more soon." Su Muching, unperturbed by the value of the materials worth millions, urged the manager to expedite the restocking process. The manager, with utmost respect, replied, "I have instructed the staff to open the storeroom and begin restocking." Wang Hao glanced at the manager, who wore a name tag that read, Mall General Manager, Rennie. At this moment, the manager was preoccupied with safeguarding the company's assets, urging the employees to swiftly relocate valuable resources. Observing the manager's focus on corporate interests, Wang Hao directed his gaze toward the chaotic crowd below. "Manager Run, customers are paramount. From your company's perspective, shouldn't the safety of the patrons within the mall take precedence?" He recalled that there was a shelter beneath the shopping center. "We should prioritize arranging for the customers to evacuate to the shelter." Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Manager Rin paused momentarily. The young man's reasoning was sound. Yet the outside was teeming with monsters, and he feared they were after the materials. If these precious materials fell into the hands of those creatures, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to a calamity of catastrophic proportions. Manager Ren's concerns were not without merit. If the monsters were to seize the materials stored on the 5th floor, the resources there could fully arm them. Some materials might even enable the monsters to evolve, summoning forth even more severe spatial disasters. However, Manager Ren soon recognized the validity of Wang Hao's suggestion. He turned to the staff and issued commands. "I will guard the warehouse. You all hurry to evacuate the crowd." One who ascends to the position of general manager is undoubtedly astute. He perceived the close relationship between Wang Hao and the lady, extending his hand to Wang Hao in a gesture of gratitude. "Young man, thank you for your reminder. There is too much happening, and I momentarily lost my head." Extending a hand to a kind-faced individual is a customary practice. Holding the position of general manager signifies that he is indeed a high-level awakened one. Wang Hao politely shook his hand, saying, "Manager Ren, your approach to guarding the warehouse is entirely appropriate." At this moment, Manager Ren curiously gazed at the terrifying spiders beside Wang Hao. "By the way, young man, you must be a puppeteer or perhaps a mechanist, correct?" Wang Hao replied, "No, my profession is marksman." Chapter 61. The Spatial Barrier, Isolating Everything. Upon witnessing the 300 terrifying spiders before him and hearing Wang Hao's declaration, Manager Ren was incredulous. "Explain to me, what do you mean by being a marksman? Is this what a marksman does? Which marksman can create 300 mechanical spiders?" The sight of these fearsome spider-like robots, glimmering in the moonlight with a cold metallic sheen, was reminiscent of a childhood sci-fi vision. Their 8 legs occasionally moved, producing mechanical sounds. The crimson lenses of the mechanical spiders scanned the surroundings, armed with machine guns, flamethrowers, and grenade launchers, poised for action. For those familiar with the game Red Alert, the image of these terrifying spiders was undoubtedly etched in their memory. What was once a figment of imagination had now become a tangible reality, equipped within our military. You may have thought it was merely science fiction, but it had transformed into reality. Compared to wheeled robots, these 8-legged spiders displayed greater agility, allowing them to navigate indoor spaces with ease. Their legs employed vacuum pumps and suction cups, enabling these nimble arachnid robots to ascend walls and even hang upside down from ceilings. The terrifying spiders that our mother had developed were indeed a science fiction concept brought to life. With a mere thought, Wang Hao commanded the 300 terrifying spiders to surge forth like a tide. Their emergence startled the customers within the mall. It was still Manager Ren who seized the microphone, announcing to the crowd to remain calm. Dear esteemed customers, these are our puppeteer mechanical beasts. There is no need for alarm. Please line up orderly to enter the underground shelter. Our mall shelter can accommodate 3,000 people. We kindly request that the elderly, women, and children go first. The panic induced by the terrifying spiders quickly subsided. After a brief moment of chaos, the young patrons began to take the initiative to maintain order. Let the elderly and children go first. Those of us who are able should stay behind to help. Parents sent their children or elderly relatives to the shelter, resolutely choosing to remain and fight. Although some cowardly individuals attempted to blend into the crowd seeking refuge, they were swiftly exposed and reprimanded. You, young and able-bodied, trying to snatch a spot in the shelter from children? You stay behind. Naturally, these were spontaneous actions by the people. The rugged-looking figures among them could not tolerate the cowardice of some. As the crowd was evacuated, it became more conducive for combat. Wang Hao stood behind the railing on the 5th floor, observing the 300 terrifying spiders he had created descending the walls. He was strategically arranging various firepower points. He positioned the terrifying spiders on columns, their gun barrels aimed at the entrance of the 1st floor atrium. Once the monsters burst through the tempered glass doors, the crossfire network formed by the 300 terrifying spiders should inflict considerable damage on the invaders. Wang Hao's peculiar actions perplexed Manager Ren. Miss, is he truly a marksman? Su Muching also found herself bewildered by Wang Hao's profession. He is indeed a marksman, yet he seems different from the rest. He has undergone a second awakening. I have never seen a marksman capable of creating mechanical beasts. Manager Ren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. This is quite strange. Can a marksman truly create such a multitude of mechanical beasts? Are you certain that Wang Hao's profession is not that of a mechanist, but rather a marksman? However, Manager Ren quickly turned his gaze to the outside. Given the magnitude of the incident, assistance would surely arrive soon. Yet, that ominous purple barrier appeared to isolate them from any rescue efforts. He shifted his focus to the outside of the shopping center. The entire shopping center was enveloped by a semicircular barrier, trapping those inside, while preventing entry from the outside. At this moment, a throng of reporters and anchors had gathered, with many attempting to breach the barrier. A host from Guangnan Television, microphone in hand, shouted into the camera, "We are now on site." The entire Suning shopping center is shrouded in a peculiar barrier. This is an unprecedented special event. We can see that security forces have arrived, attempting to breach the wall. The current progress remains unknown. We can only pray that those inside the shopping center can withstand the onslaught of these monsters. In a location close to the city center, the emergence of such an unusual dark purple barrier was indeed a significant event, particularly as Guangnan City is a super first-tier city with a population of 30 million. Drawing global attention, this peculiar barrier rendered even high-level awakened beings unable to penetrate it. Rescue personnel could only search the perimeter for an opening, attempting to enter without success, helplessly filming as they watched the monsters surround the entire shopping center. At that moment, a black sedan sped into view, from which emerged an elderly man in a traditional Zhongshan suit, his silver hair gleaming. Director Gao, you've arrived." Alongside the silver-haired elder was an acquaintance of Wang Hao, Gao Zhixia, who had been spending the weekend with her grandfather, enjoying tea and light snacks at the nearby Yufilu while discussing her studies. Just as they were settling in, the chaos erupted. Gao Zhixia's grandfather, Gao Yuanshan, served as the director of the Guangnan City Space Bureau, responsible for managing natural disasters, such as spatial tremors. The elite security force currently engaged in the situation fell under his jurisdiction. As Gao Zhixia stood beside her grandfather, gazing at the shopping center, a jolt of realization struck her. Suning Square? I remember Wang Hao had arranged to meet Su Muching there. This is bad. My junior is in danger. Suddenly recalling Wang Hao's date with Su Muching, Gao Zhixia felt a wave of unease wash over her. She had overheard their conversation in the car, feeling a pang of jealousy, thinking how her junior preferred the delicate charms of younger classmates. Now, upon learning of Wang Hao's entrapment, her anxiety intensified. Grandfather, has the barrier not yet been breached? Gao Yuanshan placed his hand upon the barrier, closing his eyes to sense its nature. His level of power was certainly beyond that of ordinary individuals, yet he too felt powerless against this mysterious barrier. Even I may not be able to shatter this barrier. It is a spatial barrier. If I were to strike it with a sword, the energy would merely be redirected to another dimension. A spatial barrier? This revelation implied that even if the elder could obliterate a city with a single stroke, the sword energy would be entirely absorbed and displaced to another realm upon contact with the barrier. With a heavy sigh, Gao Yuanshan lamented. We must call upon experts from the provincial bureau. Only specialists in spatial matters can unravel this barrier. Upon hearing that rescue seemed hopeless, Gao Zhixia's heart trembled. What shall we do? How long must we wait for the provincial experts? Wang Hao, he is still inside. Chapter 62. The First Battle, Annihilation. Just as Gao Zhixia was consumed by worry for Wang Hao, more dire news arrived. The southern entrance of the shopping center had been breached by the monsters. With the formation shattered, the tempered glass was smashed open by the assailants. Glass shards scattered across the floor as countless crawlers, their mouths agape to reveal serrated teeth, surged forth toward the crowd on the first floor. In the lobby, a tattooed man brandished a machete. Damn it! Our loved ones are in the shelter behind us, fighting these monsters. Opposite him, grotesque undead creatures crawled on the ground in unnatural postures. The tattooed man rallied a group to protect the escalator leading underground, buying time for the panicked crowd to evacuate. Just as the monsters broke through the door, a bloody battle became inevitable. On the fifth floor, Wang Hao trembled, summoning 3 Type 59 tanks from his spatial ring. The tanks plummeted from above, their several tons of weight crushing the monsters beneath them. With a resounding crash, the 30-plus level crawlers were ground beneath the tracks. The 3 Type 59 tanks successfully drew the attention of a multitude of monsters, who swarmed toward them, clawing at the armored plates. Although these tanks were only level 20 and of blue quality, their materials surpassed mere levels in durability. The crawlers' claws left deep gashes on the armor, yet the core of the tank remained intact, crafted from the immensely strong Starforge iron. If they were any other level 20 puppet, they would have crumbled under the crawlers' assault. But these tanks, a milestone in the history of armored vehicle development, had served the nation for over half a century. Even with the crawlers tearing at the armor, the automated tanks could still engage enemies autonomously. Equipped with a 100mm rifled gun capable of firing armor-piercing rounds and supplemented by a 127mm anti-aircraft machine gun and 2 7.62mm machine guns. These 3 tanks positioned at the entrance continued to protect the citizens. The tanks rotated their turrets, targeting the oncoming tide of crawlers. From Wang Hao's perspective, the tanks initiated automatic combat. Current mode, automatic combat mode. Tank's automatic loading system is operational, extracting energy from the mana crystal core to generate high-explosive shells. As the loading system whirred to life, the machine pushed shells into the breach with a satisfying click, a sound akin to the most melodious music. The breach sealed, and the shell's primer ignited. Boom! The tank belched forth a torrent of flames, drowning out the anguished cries of the crawlers. The explosion sent plumes of dust into the air as the high-explosive rounds detonated at the entrance, propelling numerous crawlers into the air. Limbs and severed body parts soared, creating a spectacle of chaos. Although the undead crawlers were tenacious, a single explosion might not suffice to obliterate them. However, blown apart, they could only squirm on the ground like maggots. These crawlers, mere fodder for the undead, may have been high in level, yet they remained corporeal beings. Your created Type 59 tank has killed 13 undead crawlers, fodder. You have gained 6,500 experience points. Standing on the 5th floor, Wang Hao surveyed the unfolding battle below, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, the undead crawlers were merely fodder, despite their high level. Their physical frailty made them vulnerable to the tank's firepower. Even if the tank's tracks were dismantled or the armor was torn, as long as the core remained intact, they could serve as stationary turrets. Using 3 tanks to draw the monsters and protect the innocent was, indeed, a brilliant strategy. Yet, Wang Hao's tactics did not end there. As he observed the tanks swarmed by crawlers, he declared, "Fire-spitting spiders, go." A horde of terrifying spiders descended rapidly from the columns, ready to join the fray. They are equipped with machine guns, flamethrowers, and grenade launchers. The flamethrowers are remarkably effective against these soft-shelled targets, particularly the undead. As the vicious crawlers swarm over the tanks, the flamethrower spiders above begin to spew flames onto the tanks. A little-known fact, our army's flamethrowers have an effective range of 50 meters, with a maximum range exceeding 100 meters. Contrary to common belief, flamethrowers are not merely capable of projecting flames for a few meters. They far surpass the antiquated models from World War II. Modern flamethrowers are pressurized, and the recoil is formidable. Those who have worked in firefighting would understand the force of a pressurized water gun shooting a jet of water. A layperson wielding a pressurized water gun for a brief period would find themselves sore and bedridden the next day. The flamethrowers mounted on the terrifying spiders can project flames over dozens of meters. These dreadful spiders, hanging from the ceilings of the shopping mall, are unleashing fire upon the undead crawlers. The roaring flames sear the crawlers, and once they catch fire, they are engulfed in a special type of napalm. This substance, upon contact with skin, burns directly through your fat, and is exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Even in water, it can burn for a brief moment, showcasing the horror of napalm. The tanks and the terrifying spiders stand guard at the entrance, leaving the tattooed brothers behind them in a state of shock. What are these? Are they security mechanisms of the shopping mall? What is this contraption resembling a tractor equipped with a turret? And those mechanical spiders hanging from the ceiling that can breathe fire? In their astonishment, the terrifying spiders and tanks continue to combat the crawlers. Although both the spiders and tanks will eventually be depleted and succumb to the claws of the crawlers, this is certainly a better alternative than sacrificing human lives. The cost of a level 20 terrifying spider is merely a few $1,000s, while a human life is priceless. Outside the shopping center, Gao Yuanshan observes the unfolding situation with his granddaughter Gao Zhixia. As a high-ranking cultivator, he can easily discern the events within. What are these? A tractor track mounted with a turret? And those iron spiders that can cling to the walls? Why have I never seen such things before? Additionally, that young man looks somewhat familiar. Gao Yuanshan realizes that Wang Hao, standing on the 5th floor, appears to be controlling these automatons. Upon hearing her grandfather mention this peculiar young man, Gao Zhixia promptly inquires, "Grandpa, is he the handsome young man with tousled hair?" Gao Yuanshan is taken aback. "You know him?" Upon learning that Wang Hao is still present, Gao Zhixia excitedly grabs her grandfather's hand. "He is the champion of this year's city simulation competition. My junior." Wang Hao. Chapter 63. The prototype of the Mechanical Legion at the southern entrance of the shopping center, 3 battered Type 59 tanks are engulfed in flames. Although their tracks, wheels, and armor plates have been torn apart by the undead crawlers, these unmanned modified tanks continue to faithfully guard the entrance, fighting until their last breath. Numerous flame-throwing terrifying spiders are also utilizing their flamethrowers to scorch the undead crawlers. The crawlers are high-attack, low-defense cannon fodder. Their claws can tear through steel like tofu. Yet they themselves are incredibly fragile, merely flesh and blood. Wang Hao's terrifying spiders have also sustained losses. Groups of these spiders hanging from the ceiling can be easily shredded by those leaping crawlers. Although the terrifying spiders are nimble, they lack the durability of tanks and are only advantageous in terms of cost. At this southern entrance, the ground is littered with charred bodies of crawlers and the wreckage of machine gun spiders. On the 5th floor, Manager Rin observes the situation below and lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, with the assistance of this young brother's automatons, our shopping mall is unlikely to incur substantial compensation costs. If customers are attacked within the mall, we are obliged to offer compensation out of humanitarian concern, regardless of the circumstances. Having Wang Hao create those peculiar spiders from materials is an exceedingly cost-effective solution. Hurry up and gather more materials for this young brother. Manager Rin urges the staff, encouraging them not to be stingy with the company's resources. He then speaks sincerely, "Rest assured, young brother. As long as you can hold off those undead monsters, we will cover the cost of any materials used." At this moment, Su Muching is somewhat curious as to why the formidable Manager Rin does not take action personally. "Manager Rin, with your level of strength, why are you merely observing from the 5th floor?" Manager Rin respectfully responds, "Miss, my duty is to oversee the materials trading center. Behind us lies the only passage connected to the underground vault, which houses a vast amount of rare materials and energy cores. Should these items fall into the hands of evildoers, it could result in catastrophic spatial tremors. If activated, those items could lead to disaster within a 5-kilometer radius." Hearing this, Wang Hao gasps in astonishment. This is a densely populated urban area. If, as Manager Rin states, a powerful spatial tremor occurs, the surrounding vicinity is filled with residential complexes, office buildings, schools, and hospitals. If a catastrophic spatial tremor were to erupt here, who knows how many people would be sucked into another world? At least tens or even hundreds of thousands could be drawn into the spatial rift, collectively traversing and never returning. This is also why Manager Rin prioritizes the safety of the underground vault over others. The underground vault connects to the 5th floor via a dedicated passage, surrounded by a runic array for protection. As long as this location is secured, the materials in the underground vault will remain safe. Presented before Manager Rin is a dilemma akin to a train problem. He could intervene to save the hundreds of individuals below. But if something were to happen to the materials vault he is protecting, it would spell disaster. Faced with the choice of saving a few hundred lives or safeguarding the lives of tens or hundreds of thousands, Manager Rin chooses the latter. He cannot abandon his post, lest some monsters infiltrate the underground vault. Were Wang Hao in the same position, he too would have to make the same choice. The lives of a few hundred pale in comparison to the lives of hundreds of thousands. While the decision is difficult, a rational person would ultimately choose the latter. However, as it stands, Wang Hao's terrifying spiders and tanks are more than sufficient to defend this southern entrance. Yet, Wang Hao is acutely aware that it is only a matter of time before the other entrances are breached. Suddenly, with the sound of shattering tempered glass, a horde of grotesque and fierce crawlers surges through the eastern entrance. The defenders at the underground entrance begin to unleash their skills, employing fireballs, lightning, and ice, alongside archery. Wang Hao anticipates this and swiftly gestures, sending 3 Type 59 tanks flying from his spatial ring. There is no time to waste. The 3 tanks, each weighing several dozen tons, crash directly into the throngs of monsters, using the flesh and blood of the crawlers as a cushion. The impact creates a scene reminiscent of a bloody meat grinder. The exhaust of the Type 59's engine emits billowing black smoke, while the revolving tracks are coated with grayish meat paste. The 3 tanks trample over the crawlers' bodies, protecting the citizens who have chosen to remain behind. The 100mm tank cannon belches smoke, and high explosive shells detonate within the mass of monsters, scattering gray, rotting flesh in all directions. One can observe the ceiling of the shopping mall smeared with the decaying remains of undead crawlers. Thick, gray blood drips from the ceiling, and the entire eastern entrance is stained with the foul blood of the undead. When the tank cannons fire, the sensation of vibration stirs the blood of all present, igniting their fervor. The concussive sound waves leave their ears ringing. Tank, a creation of humanity, stands as a steel behemoth, its 36-ton weight crushing the undead crawlers beneath it, accompanied by the chilling sound of shattering bones. The engine's roar transforms these iron giants into untamed stallions, surging towards the entrance, effectively barricading a majority of the invading monsters. With a mere gesture from Wang Hao, a multitude of machine gun spiders scuttles towards the eastern gate. Suspended from the ceiling, their light machine guns unleash a relentless barrage, showering golden bullets upon the doorway. The monsters, relentless in their advance, attempt to climb atop the Type 59 tank, only to be torn apart by the hail of gunfire, one after another tumbling down. As Wang Hao basked in the glow of a level up, breaking through to level 21, he noted that 20,000 experience points were required for the next ascent. However, the relentless tide of undead crawlers pouring forth from the spatial rift continued their assault on the shopping mall's entrance. The grotesque creatures would ultimately serve as fodder for Wang Hao's ascension. Even should some slip through, his comrades downstairs would ensure their demise. Wang Hao's strategy of using the tank as a barricade proved remarkably effective. Su Muching exclaimed with excitement, "Your iron beasts are quite useful." The monsters, trapped at the entrance, piled their corpses higher, creating a veritable mountain of bodies that further impeded their entry. Not only could tanks block the doorway, but the accumulation of lifeless bodies formed a bloody barrier against the undead. The foul creatures, made of decaying flesh, met their demise against Wang Hao's Iron Legion as they were shredded like meat in a grinder. Outside the shopping plaza, the elderly Gao Yuanshan wore a satisfied smile. Although Wang Hao had lost several mechanical beasts, he was fortunate to be near the material trade center, allowing him to continually replenish his forces with strange iron vehicles. Gao Zhixia, too, felt a surge of excitement. As long as Wang Hao had ample materials, engaging in a prolonged battle with the undead was entirely feasible. Once the provincial experts on spatial tremors arrived, they could rescue those trapped within. However, the old man soon noticed something unusual. Who was that person? Chapter 64. The disappeared man from 34 years ago. Onlookers outside also recognized the mysterious figure in the black cloak. He seemed to defy gravity, walking horizontally along the building's exterior as if magnetized, barefoot on the glass. Numerous media reporters directed their cameras toward this enigmatic individual, who appeared disheveled with unkempt hair, resembling a vagabond who had not bathed in years. Yet, this seemingly unkempt man moved freely among the monsters, the undead crawlers seemingly oblivious to his presence as he passed by, laughing softly. Interesting, after decades away from Blue Star, I can scarcely comprehend the new awakened professions. His gaze fixated on Wang Hao, strolling lazily along the glass facade. Wang Hao, raising his head, caught sight of the man in the black cloak. Who is that? Manager Rin immediately shielded Wang Hao and Su Muching, declaring, something is off about him. He exudes a strange aura. As a high-level manager, Rin could perceive what Wang Hao could not, regarding the disheveled man with a wary eye, as if he were a terrifying beast. His appearance was humanoid, yet he radiated the essence of an otherworldly creature. Hearing this, Wang Hao's brow furrowed. Could he be from another realm? The mysterious man smirked, waving from a distance. Young man, what is your profession? Would you be interested in working for me? I can offer you a deal that will entice you. With that, he raised his hand, conjuring a gleaming black ingot. That was abyssal black iron of golden quality. Join us, and we can provide you with unlimited materials of your choosing. Faced with the mysterious man's enticement, anyone with a sound mind would recognize it as a trap. Opportunities do not fall from the sky. While one might covet the other's treasures, the other might be scheming for their life. Manager Run, sensing danger, shed his suit jacket and drew a Tang Dao, positioning it protectively before the two. Miss, young brother Wang Hao stepped back. This individual likely surpasses me in strength. Yet that long-haired vagabond's gaze remained fixed on Wang Hao. He extended his hand, beckoning, "Join us. With your talents, you could achieve greatness. Embrace the glory of evolution and welcome the impending spatial tremors." His voice grew increasingly fervent, seemingly enchanted by Wang Hao's potential, murmuring praises for spatial tremors and glorious evolution. The man, resembling a beggar, appeared to be zealously brainwashed. Meanwhile, Gao Zhixiao observed Wang Hao with concern, noting the mysterious man seemed to be addressing him. At that moment, a security personnel rushed to Gao Yuanshan's side. "Director Gao? We have gathered information about that individual." Information on the mysterious figure in the black cloak? Gao Zhixiao leaned in, curious to see the details transmitted from the security department's database. The man was identified as Zhou Wei, the head of the investigation division. 34 years prior, he had been caught in a spatial rift during a cataclysmic tremor, long presumed dead at the age of 41. Upon receiving the data, Gao Yuanshan's brow furrowed, and his thoughts drifted back to that catastrophic spatial tremor 34 years ago. Could it really be him? Logically, Zhou Buohong, aged 41 at the time, would now be in his 70s. However, awakened beings often retain youthful appearances as they age. If he wished, Gao Yuanshan could maintain a facade of youth around 40. The crux of the matter, however, lay not in the man's age or appearance, but in the fact that Zhou Buohong had once been a colleague and comrade of Gao Yuanshan. During the explosion, he had pushed Gao Yuanshan aside, sacrificing himself to the rift. He was a savior, yet Gao Yuanshan's expression turned solemn, eyes filled with complexity. How could my former savior align with those monsters emerging from the spatial rifts? It was evident that the creatures obeyed Zhou Buohong's commands. He cannot be Zhou Buohong. The Zhou I knew led every endeavor from the front, willing to sacrifice himself to protect the populace. That accursed monster wears human skin, masquerading as my comrade. The elder could not accept that his noble ally would consort with such abominations. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Buohong would never betray the organization or forsake his beliefs. Yet, despite his denial of the man's identity, the disheveled figure had already begun to attack Wang Hao and his companions. Within the shopping plaza, the black-cloaked man lunged at Wang Hao. Manager Ren hastily reacted, raising his Tang Dao to block the incoming assault. The unkempt man struck with bare fists, emanating a foul stench of decay that instilled terror. To protect Wang Hao and Su Mucheng, Manager Ren intercepted the blow with his blade, staggering back as blood surged within him, a trickle escaping his lips. "Miss, young brother Wang Hao, you must flee. I will try to hold him back. You must close the vault door. It is imperative that he does not detonate the core within the material vault." Manager Ren had deduced the man's intentions. He was likely targeting the material vault. Once the materials in the vault are detonated, everything within a 5-kilometer radius will be consumed by a spatial rift. At that moment, the surrounding millions of people will be forcefully drawn into another world by the overwhelming currents. The disheveled man let out a series of cold chuckles. "Do you truly believe that the layer of seal on the vault's door can withstand me?" At that moment, Wang Hao gritted his teeth, his mind racing to devise a plan. Even if he were to flee into the vault, the door would not be able to stop this individual. Should Manager Ren be killed, no one would be able to thwart this enigmatic figure. If he were to detonate the crystal cores within the material's vault, it would unleash a catastrophic spatial tremor. Wang Hao would truly be forced to traverse into another world once more, and the mysterious figure would not spare him. A mere student. The worst-case scenario was that he might be captured by this enigmatic individual and turned into a puppet. How could he contend with this unknown, yet formidable foe? Just then, Wang Hao inadvertently caught sight of the outside of the shopping center, where senior sister Gao Zhixiao was holding up a sign, "Delay for 5 minutes." Chapter 65, Kill a level 50? Delay for 5 minutes. If they could hold this person off for 5 minutes, would salvation be imminent? Calculating the situation, Wang Hao assessed that the foe displayed combat prowess likely exceeding level 50. It was unclear if the adversary was concealing his true strength, but given his current performance, it appeared he possessed the capabilities of a triple awakened individual. The fact that he had not instantly eliminated Manager Ren indicated his general level, at only level 21, soon to advance to level 22. Wang Hao resolved to utilize Manager Ren to stall this individual for 5 minutes. He immediately grasped Su Muqing's hand and turned to flee. The man in the black robe, witnessing Wang Hao's retreat, revealed a look of disappointment. Ah, it seems this kid is not destined for greatness. In that case, you might as well come along with me. Manager Ren removed his golden-rimmed glasses and gripped the tang knife tightly. I will hold you off. You shall not enter the vault. I will not let you succeed, even at the cost of my life. Seeing the general manager blocking his path, the disheveled man let out a series of derisive laughs. Your spirit is commendable, but your strength leaves much to be desired. Do you wish to be a fleeting hero? Manager Ren grinned, revealing teeth stained with blood. Whether I am a nameless pawn or a celebrated figure, at least my life will be sacrificed for the protection of the people, and that is worth it. The long-haired man burst into laughter. Good, I shall grant your wish. Tomorrow, your family will read your obituary in the newspaper. Just as he was about to strike, a mechanical sound interrupted. Suddenly, a terrifying mechanical spider lunged forward, intercepting the man's punch. Oh! Without hesitation, the long-haired man unleashed a powerful blow against the mechanical spider. Upon contact, a violent explosion resonated through the fifth-floor trading hall. As the smoke cleared, the disheveled man flicked away the flames that had ignited on his arm. Self-destructing spider? How amusing. Do you think this can stop me? His gaze shifted towards the trading center, where he saw Wang Hao placing his hand upon the Star Realm iron, continuously producing numerous self-destructing spiders. Since the entire expenditure was covered by the Su family, Wang Hao felt no need to hold back. The terrifying spiders could hardly inflict significant harm upon the mysterious man, so it was best to initiate self-detonation. A suicide attack was practically the standard equipment. With unlimited materials at his disposal, what was there to discuss? Wang Hao intended to use the magical cores from these materials as explosives. The armaments engineer activated the manufacturing process, and one mechanical spider after another emerged, akin to dumplings being served. The cold materials on the counter swiftly transformed into a multitude of self-destructing spiders. The sheer quantity was more than sufficient. The dense swarm of spiders surged toward the long-haired man. Wang Hao and Manager Ren exchanged a knowing glance. He leaped back to create distance from the mysterious man, unleashing air blades with his tang knife in coordination with Wang Hao. Facing the pressure from the air blades and the relentless assault of the terrifying spiders, the self-destructing spiders, while not inflicting serious damage, accumulated over time. Coupled with Manager Ren's air blade suppression, the long-haired man found it increasingly difficult to approach. His gaze turned frigid as he ceased to regard Manager Ren and prepared to attack Wang Hao instead. The man in the black robe swiftly dashed towards Wang Hao, but he would not surrender easily. Expanding his arms, he summoned a swarm of drones. A multitude of drones materialized and surged forward, the dense explosions creating a fog that concealed Wang Hao's retreat. Quite an array of tactics, you little brat. The black-robed man emerged from the smoke with a hearty laugh, only to be met with the cold muzzle of Wang Hao's weapon. Bullet time. As Wang Hao retreated, he activated bullet time. You have activated LV2 bullet time, enhancing bullet velocity. Under bullet velocity, your movement speed and attack speed are increased tenfold. Energy consumption also increases tenfold. In bullet time, the world around him appeared to slow to a crawl. Yet, Wang Hao was able to move normally within this decelerated reality. He seized his electric whip and the Type 191 assault rifle, aligning the sights on the man's forehead. A headshot, with a 5-fold damage increase. As he squeezed the trigger, time within the bullet time frame appeared normal to him. However, to everyone else, it seemed as though Wang Hao unleashed 30 rounds of ammunition within a single second. Each bullet fired at a speed tenfold that of normal. It was as if a Western gunslinger had emptied an entire magazine in the blink of an eye. At such close range, 30 bullets traversed the mysterious man's forehead as if teleporting. With bullet time at tenfold speed, the bullets exited the chamber at an equally accelerated pace. This was the divine skill of a sharpshooter, bullet time. Everything transpired in a flash. The onlookers merely witnessed Wang Hao raise his weapon in a heartbeat and clear the magazine in an instant. The rapid draw and fire mirrored the swiftness of a sword draw. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the fifth-floor hall. Yet the mysterious man had already collapsed from Wang Hao's lethal shot. It was only then that Manager Ren and Su Muqing began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After all, bullet time unfolded at an extraordinary speed. In their eyes, Wang Hao's draw was so swift that it appeared to leave afterimages. The entire sequence, from draw to chambering around to pulling the trigger, was executed within less than a second. Once the magazine was emptied, Wang Hao gazed at the fallen mysterious man, a sense of trepidation coursing through him. Had he truly perished? Had he vanquished this enigmatic figure with a 5-fold headshot damage? Yet, given the target was his brain, even the legendary Hua Tuo would be helpless in this circumstance. Outside, onlookers witnessed the scene unfold. Gao Zhixiao's expression was one of disbelief. Through the glass, she had observed the event transpire. Wang Hao had used the self-destructing spiders and swarm drones to stall the man, and then suddenly drew his weapon with lightning speed. The mysterious figure had simply collapsed. Gao Yuanshan wore a complex expression as he observed Wang Hao through the glass wall. He possessed the abilities of a puppeteer, coupled with formidable combat prowess. His sharpshooting skills were utterly unique. Faced with a high-level opponent, he had managed to suppress him. A subordinate beside him remarked, "Director Gao, he also expended several hundred materials and had the assistance of a swordsman to defeat that mysterious figure." Indeed, without the resources available in the trading center, Wang Hao would not have fought so smoothly. Moreover, with Manager Ren's suppression, Wang Hao might have already perished. Nevertheless, Gao Yuanshan still held great admiration for him. What you see is merely the surface. If you were in Wang Hao's position, you would have fled in terror long ago. Yet this young man had the courage to remain, utilizing every resource at his disposal to counter a formidable foe. Could you have done it if it were you? The question posed by the venerable Mr. Gao Yuanshan enveloped the room in silence. Indeed, had they found themselves in Wang Hao's position, they likely would have sought refuge. At this moment, Wang Hao, still shaken, received a notification. You have slain a level 50 Abyss Puppet, earning 100,000 experience points. Chapter 66. The Company's Gratitude. 5 million shopping cart. You gained 100,000 experience. Level 21 has ascended to level 24. Experience required for the next level, 165,000. Random enhancement of armor skills. Power exoskeleton LV1. Armored exoskeleton LV2. New manufacturing option. Type 05 155mm self-propelled howitzer. Maximum range 30 kilometers. On the virtual screen before him, Wang Hao observed that his power exoskeleton skill had directly advanced to include an armored variant. Moreover, he could now manufacture self-propelled artillery. For those unfamiliar with military matters, it might seem that any vehicle equipped with tracks and a turret qualifies as a tank. However, this is not the case. Vehicles are categorized into various types, such as light tanks, medium tanks, and heavy tanks. A self-propelled howitzer employs a tank chassis, but mounts a larger caliber barrel on top. Unlike tanks, these vehicles have weaker armor and are primarily designed for rear support. In gaming terms, a light armored vehicle is akin to a lightly equipped scout. A medium tank resembles a balanced warrior in attributes, while a heavy tank is comparable to a heavily armored giant, slow-moving yet resilient, with formidable firepower. The newly unlocked self-propelled howitzer could be likened to a mage. It is relatively fragile and excels at dealing damage from a distance. As Wang Hao contemplated the newly added manufacturing option, the lifeless body of the long-haired man he had just defeated began to twitch. His eyelids fluttered as he instinctively withdrew and raised his weapon, only to witness the seemingly dead individual slowly rising. With a grin, the man addressed Wang Hao, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I never expected that, after decades away, a talented youth would arise in Guangnan City." As he spoke, the man's form began to disintegrate like ashes in the wind. Realizing he was merely a puppet and not the true self, Wang Hao sensed an absence of hostility in the mysterious figure's tone. What was his true purpose? As he began to fade, the enigmatic middle-aged man left behind a cryptic remark. "Trust us, we shall meet again. I look forward to your future growth. Do not disappoint your uncle." With those words, the man's body dissolved into a cloud of dust, and the spatial barrier isolating the shopping center from the outside world vanished. The security team swiftly entered the shopping center to eliminate the remaining undead crawlers, and the spatial rift sealed shut. At that moment, the beleaguered Manager Ren collapsed to one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Manager Ren had just helped Wang Hao subdue the mysterious figure. Without his intervention, Wang Hao might not have accomplished the kill so effortlessly. "Manager Ren, I'm fine." Blood stained his white shirt as he flicked his finger, retrieving a recovery pill from his storage ring. After consuming a few pills, his complexion gradually returned. Regaining his composure, Manager Ren recognized the immense potential of the young student before him. "Thanks to you, young brother Wang Hao, there were no casualties in the shopping center. The company's property losses were minimal. I must report to the president and ensure you receive your due gratitude." Having concluded the formalities, he added, "Were it not for you, I might have met my demise today. I shall remember this kindness." Wang Hao waved his hand. "If it weren't for Manager Ren's timely delay, I wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly." Classmate Su Muching chimed in. "Manager Ren risked his life to protect the company's assets. You witnessed it all. The two engaged in mutual praise, acknowledging each other's contributions. Throughout the ordeal, Manager Run had acted without flaw, arranging for staff to protect the company's assets and staunchly defend the material treasury, ensuring that the crystals within did not fall into enemy hands. Seeing Wang Hao unharmed while Manager Ren only suffered minor injuries brought a sigh of relief from Su Muching. She pointed to the surveillance camera overhead. Rest assured, your every move has been observed by my father. As if to validate her claim, the camera shifted slightly, indicating that President Su was indeed watching. Realizing this, Manager Ren felt a surge of excitement. An opportunity for promotion and a raise was at hand. He also expressed gratitude to Wang Hao, acknowledging that without his reminders to direct customers to safety and assist in guarding the treasury, the outcome could have been dire. This kindness weighed heavily on Manager Ren's mind as he pondered how best to repay it. Just as the barrier lifted, Su Muching's phone rang. She answered, "Hello? Dad." "Yes." "All right, I understand. I will pass on your message. Good night, Dad, love you." After hanging up, Su Muching turned to Wang Hao. "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow at her mysterious demeanor. "Let us hear the bad news first. Is there something else amiss?" With a playful smile, Su Muching replied, "The bad news is I was teasing you. There is no bad news." Wang Hao felt momentarily tricked by the wealthy classmate. Yet after the intense battle, her bright smile eased his tension. "All right then, what is the good news?" "The good news is that you have salvaged the company's losses. My father has credited 5 million to your black gold card. You can spend it within the Su Corporation's enterprises." As Su Muching spoke with uncontainable excitement, it was clear she genuinely rejoiced for Wang Hao. For President Su, transferring this sum was as simple as a few clicks on a computer. Given the extensive reach of the Su Corporation, Wang Hao could even use the funds to purchase real estate within their portfolio. While President Su could easily adjust the amount in the black gold card, it was still real money, applicable for transactions within the Su Corporation's domains. At that moment, as Su Muching enthusiastically shared the news, two figures emerged from the now operational escalator. Upon seeing them, Su Muching's expression stiffened, her smile fading. The newcomers were none other than the esteemed Senior Gao from school and Director Gao from the Spatial Security Bureau. Elder Gao approached with a warm smile, patting Wang Hao on the shoulder. "Young man, my granddaughter often speaks highly of you." Chapter 67. The audience with Elder Gao. Elder Gao scrutinized Wang Hao from head to toe, grinning broadly, as if evaluating a potential future son-in-law. He was already aware of Wang Hao's commendable actions, particularly during the recent attack on the shopping center, where, with his assistance, not a single soul was lost, a remarkable feat indeed. The absence of casualties allowed the entire Spatial Security Bureau to breathe a sigh of relief, sparing many from the burden of drafting accountability reports and alleviating numerous concerns. As the elder scrutinized Wang Hao, several security personnel approached. "Director Gao, there are reporters outside eager to interview this young man," they announced. The old gentleman waved his hand dismissively. "Tell the reporters to disperse. Our little hero is already quite fatigued. We must not allow them to intrude upon his rest. Furthermore, this matter must remain discreet. Let the reporters report as subtly as possible." After speaking, the elder patted Wang Hao's shoulder. "This lad is the ace of our new talent in Guangnan City. With the upcoming Newcomer King competition, we must ensure the reporters do not overly expose his capabilities." Although news of Wang Hao would inevitably spread, it was prudent to keep his strengths under wraps to prevent other contestants from targeting him. In a few weeks, once the competition had passed, the media could be permitted to detail the heroic deeds of our young savior. Upon hearing the elder's plan, Wang Hao understood. The old gentleman sought to conceal his prowess, allowing him to make an extraordinary impression in the provincial competition. After dismissing his subordinates, the elder patted Wang Hao's shoulder again. "You haven't eaten, have you? Come, I've arranged a private room for us to dine and converse." Wang Hao felt it inappropriate to decline, as he was acutely aware of the elder's esteemed status, the director of the Guangnan City Space Safety Bureau, and just then, Su Muching joined them. "Grandpa Gao, it's been a while." Gao Yuanshan chuckled, feigning ignorance. "Ah, the little one from the Su family. Why have you followed along? Shouldn't you be helping out?" The girl's bright eyes glimmered with mischief. "Grandpa, Wang Hao invited me to dinner tonight. I simply must join. Besides, I haven't eaten either. You wouldn't let me starve, would you?" Amused by the lively Su girl, Gao Yuanshan relented. "All right, you may join us. Jixia, look at your junior. How amusing she is. Why do you seem so reserved?" The elder chided Gao Jixia, contrasting her demeanor with Su Muching's eagerness to accompany Wang Hao. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Jixia's restraint stemmed from the elder's presence. In his absence, she would have revealed her true self without hesitation. After all, there was a certain shyness when in front of family. The short-haired senior's sister smiled awkwardly, feeling somewhat constrained in the elder's company. Thus, under Gao Yuanshan's guidance, they entered a dim sum restaurant within the shopping mall. Outsiders might misconstrue this establishment, assuming it was only for early risers. However, the truth was that the youth of today seldom rose early, and dining hours were flexible. One could simply order a pot of tea and a selection of dim sum, lingering over a meal for hours, enjoying the leisurely pace typical of Guangdong. As the chaos subsided, employees who had sought refuge in shelters returned to work, all too accustomed to life in a place occasionally shaken by spatial tremors. It was as if nothing had transpired, with staff diligently tidying the restaurant and serving food to the 4 diners in their private room. Had it not been for the cleaners on the first floor disposing of the remnants of monstrous carcasses, one might have believed it was merely a scene from a film. Seated together were Wang Hao, Su Mucheng, Gao Zhixia, and the elder Gao Yuanshan, sharing a pot of Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea. The table was adorned with common dim sum, crystal shrimp dumplings, char siu buns, steamed siu mai, chicken feet in black bean sauce, glutinous rice chicken, and rice rolls. The elder's demeanor was remarkably calm, sipping his strong tea while observing the safety personnel outside clearing the aftermath of chaos. Wang Hao, I shall refer to you as Little Wang, he said, a few twitches of Wang Hao's eyelids signaling his acknowledgement. Just call me Little Wang, Director Gao. Gao Yuanshan chuckled heartily, but soon his expression turned serious. What did that individual discuss with you? Which individual? Wang Hao recalled the mysterious figure and recounted the entire encounter. After listening, the elder fell silent for a moment. That person was once my comrade, the head of our bureau's investigation department. The 3 young companions exchanged shocked glances. Isn't it true that those swept away by spatial tremors are lost forever? Su Mucheng inquired eagerly. Indeed, Grandpa. I've never heard that someone could return after being taken. Wang Hao shared their astonishment. Everyone knew that those drawn into spatial rifts rarely returned home. In the realm of the internet, tales of travelers returning were scarce. In reality, finding a path back to Blue Star was a daunting endeavor. The consensus was that anyone taken by spatial rifts was presumed lost. Yet, Gao Yuanshan appeared resolute. That individual's demeanor was unmistakably Zhou Buohong. He pushed me aside and was consumed by the rift. His act of self-sacrifice was documented in newspapers from 34 years ago. Producing his wallet, the elder retrieved a newspaper clipping he had kept since then. Look here. He displayed the article detailing the rescue. Upon seeing the black and white photograph, Wang Hao recognized the figure. It was indeed the mysterious individual he had encountered. It's him, without a doubt. This revelation was chilling. A person taken by a spatial rift 34 years prior was now presumed dead, yet had returned to Guangnan City, bringing catastrophe with him. Was the late Zhou Buohong returning as a vengeful spirit? However, considering his noble actions in life and the tone he had used when speaking to Wang Hao, something felt amiss, though he could not pinpoint what. At that moment, Gao Yuanshan interrupted Wang Hao's thoughts. Enough of your worries. Leave the investigation to us. Wang Hao, your focus should now shift to the impending newcomer king competition. The elder's expression grew stern. This year's competition will be unlike any before. Prepare yourselves mentally. Chapter 68. This competition is different. Gao Yuanshan gravely informed the 2 young women that this year's competition would deviate significantly from previous years. Intrigued by the elder's enigmatic demeanor, Wang Hao could not contain his curiosity. Director Gao, might you share a hint? Yes, Grandpa. Can you discreetly reveal something to us? Why all the mystery? Gao Zhixia gently shook her grandfather's hand, hoping to elicit some information. Yet, Gao Yuanshan responded, in truth, even I, as the director of the Space Safety Bureau, have no knowledge of this year's competition details. It seems the provincial authorities are keeping everything under wraps, creating an atmosphere of tension. We are just as eager to learn. The fact that even someone of Gao Yuanshan's stature was left in the dark only heightened Wang Hao's sense that this year's competition would be unlike any other. Was there a significant change afoot, potentially altering the entire framework of the competition? With the elder lacking intelligence on the matter, speculation would yield little. After taking a sip of strong tea to invigorate himself, Wang Hao contemplated how to utilize the 5 million yuan prize bestowed by President Su to acquire a stockpile of materials. Once he finished his meal, he would head straight to the materials trading center on the 5th floor. Simultaneously, a video began circulating among the major universities in Guangnan City. The protagonist of the video was none other than Wang Hao, accompanied by the robots under his command. The footage depicted Wang Hao barricading a doorway with a tank and engaging in combat against the undead crawlers with a mechanical spider. The video spread like wildfire within school chat groups. Although it did not make the news, its viral nature on the internet was undeniable. In the Yangqing Women's University chat group, comments erupted. Isn't this an AI-generated video? It seems so fake. How could one person command hundreds of mechanical beasts? As a puppeteer, I could never control so many mechanical creatures at once. Clearly a fabrication. Trust him, or trust me, Qin Huang? Pay up. Meanwhile, within the Women's Academy, Gu Qinghan's younger sister, Gu Qinghuan, sat in the campus woods in a meditative state. She was not fond of playing with her phone and had not checked the school group discussions. Her roommate and close friend, however, noticed the content on her phone. Hey, Qinghuan, look. It's that handsome guy who saved you last time. Her friend exclaimed, tugging at Gu Qinghuan's sleeve. Annoyed by the interruption, Gu Qinghuan slowly opened her eyes. What is it? You're disturbing my meditation. Look at him. He summoned hundreds of mechanical beasts at once. As her friend shrieked, Gu Qinghuan's attention was instantly captured by the video on the screen. Her gaze fixated on the figure in the video, Wang Hao, the very person who had rescued her during the competition that morning. Memories flooded back of the moment when he had lifted her, weak and fragile, carrying her away from the spatial tremor. The girl, dressed in a white tracksuit with a single ponytail, gazed longingly at Wang Hao's silhouette, completely absorbed in thought. Suddenly, her friend waved her hand. Qinghuan? Qinghuan? Huh, what is it? Gu Qinghuan, still entranced by Wang Hao, had forgotten the video content. Look at him. Summoning hundreds of mechanical beasts. Could it be real? Or is it a computer-generated fake? Snapping back to reality, Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment. I think it might be exaggerated. But if it's him, perhaps the video is genuine. Upon hearing Gu Qinghuan's assertion, the other female classmates began to tease her. How can you be so sure? What if this video is fake, created just to gain clicks and views? As one girl spoke, Gu Qinghuan stood up, her emotions flaring. He could never be that kind of person. Don't speak ill of him. The sudden outburst caught her classmates off guard. It was the first time they had seen Gu Qinghuan so passionately defend a boy. Are you too close? Oh, could he be our goddess Gu's boyfriend? Such fierce protection. Gu Qinghuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered. No, that's not it. He is my sister's student. He would never fabricate a video for attention. Stop saying such things. Uncertain of why she felt compelled to rise to Wang Hao's defense, Gu Qinghuan acknowledged that she hardly knew him. They had merely crossed paths a few times during the competition. Her classmates stifled laughter at her reaction. Why not ask your sister for his contact information? Gu Qinghuan's face turned even redder, her tone urgent. Stop teasing me. Amidst the jests and laughter of her friends, Gu Qinghuan turned and walked away. How could she possibly ask her sister for her student's contact details? Besides, the upcoming competition would provide them another opportunity to meet. Gu Qinghuan quietly resolved to surpass Wang Hao in performance, hoping to capture his attention. Days later, within Guangnan University's SE building, a vacant classroom on the 6th floor was filled with 20 students, including Wang Hao, Su Mucheng, and Lu Ziyu. This gathering was evidently tailored for these 20 individuals who had participated in the previous simulation competition, preparing them for the imminent official match. Standing at the front was Gu Qinghan, the teacher from the cultivation department, exuding an air of elegance akin to a celestial being. As she approached the podium, both male and female students were entranced by her grace. Teacher Gu Qinghan began. Today, I have an important announcement for all of you. Everyone held their breath, attentively listening. With a wave of her hand, 20 wristbands flew from her grasp, landing on each desk before the students. Put these on and infuse them with your blood. These wristbands are crucial for your safety and can bring you back from dire circumstances. Upon hearing her words, the students straightened, their expressions turning serious. Wang Hao glanced at the wristband, reminiscent of the scoring wristbands from the simulation competition, which also possessed a life-saving function, detecting lethal danger and deploying protective barriers, along with injecting restorative serum in critical moments. This wristband appeared to be an upgraded version. Once the wristbands were distributed, Teacher Gu solemnly informed everyone. The upcoming official competition may pose life-threatening risks. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please come forward to sign your name. The school will not hold it against you. However, those who choose to remain and compete, your courage will be a testament to humanity's resilience. Chapter 69. Signing the waiver. Is the teacher a parent? Upon hearing the teacher's grave caution regarding the competition's dangers, Wang Hao, seated in the front row, fell into deep contemplation. He recalled a conversation with the elder Gao Yuanshan a few days prior, who had mentioned the exceptional nature of this competition. Now, the teacher was reiterating the potential life-threatening risks involved. Wang Hao raised his hand and inquired, Teacher, what exactly are the dangers? Could you elaborate? Gu Qinghan, standing at the podium, directed her gaze toward Wang Hao. Good question. Though this wristband can transport you to safety in critical moments, there remains the possibility of unforeseen accidents that could render the wristband ineffective. Wang Hao grasped the implication. While the wristband could ensure safety, it also bore a probability of failure amidst unexpected incidents. He surveyed the other 19 competitors, none of whom showed signs of wavering in their decision to withdraw. Being selected by the school meant they were already among the elite of their cohort, many carrying their families' hopes. To withdraw due to a certain risk of danger would be to disappoint their families and lose face at school. Moreover, in a world rife with spatial tremors, weakness and avoidance were futile. Those who had survived over the centuries were the products of natural selection. An old saying holds true: wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. Nor does poverty. The reasoning behind wealth failing is clear, but why must poverty also follow suit? Because after 3 generations of poverty, how could one expect to marry? Similarly, in this realm of awakened individuals, the weak had long since perished centuries ago. One could not rely on perpetual protection. A day would come when they must confront danger directly. Seeing that none of the students harbored intentions to withdraw, teacher Gu Qinghan produced a waiver for participation. All right, contestants, please take this consent form home for your parents to sign. For those whose homes are far away, you may sign online. As teacher Gu raised her hand, a surge of spiritual energy lifted 20 consent forms, landing them on the desks of the students. Wang Hao glanced at the form, noticing a section requiring parental consent, and felt a wave of hesitation wash over him. He held the paper, troubled, as he could not reach his parents. They were often away on business trips, and unless they called him, he found it impossible to get through to them. Who could he ask to sign the parental consent section? Teacher Gu, standing at the podium, noticed Wang Hao's dilemma and spoke. Today, you may leave class early. Wang Hao, please stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. As the other students rose to leave, Su Muching waved goodbye, saying, see you tomorrow, Wang Hao. Once all the students had vacated the classroom, teacher Gu organized her documents and motioned for Wang Hao to approach. Please hand me your consent form. As Wang Hao presented the form, teacher Gu's fingers moved, and a pen danced to life under her command. The ethereal teacher inscribed the words Guardian Gu Qinghan in the parental section of the form. I will sign for you. Should anything happen, I will take responsibility. Wang Hao felt a warm sensation in his heart upon hearing teacher Gu's words. This caring teacher was willing to help him solely because she knew his parents. Most people would hesitate to sign such guarantees, as any mishap would place the burden of responsibility on the teacher. Without a guardian's signature, Wang Hao would likely have to withdraw from the competition. Thank you, teacher. Wang Hao bowed slightly in respect. However, teacher Gu continued. Wang Hao, you are competing tomorrow. I would like to invite you to my home for dinner tonight. The very thought of being invited to her home made Wang Hao feel a flutter of nervousness. Dinner at the teacher's house? Teacher Gu's tone remained calm, her expression serene. Yet her stunning profile radiated an undeniable authority. This dinner will also serve as a means of encouragement for you. Come aboard my Qingya boat. With a wave of her hand, a flying artifact appeared before them. She ascended effortlessly onto the Qingya boat, and Wang Hao, feeling unable to refuse, leaped aboard as well. With a gesture, teacher Gu initiated the boat's flight towards the school exit. Meanwhile, Su Muching and her friends, just stepping downstairs, witnessed a green light streak overhead. Is that the teacher's Qingya boat? They looked up and saw the enchanting teacher Gu, her hair flowing in the wind, with Wang Hao standing beside her on the boat. What? Is the teacher taking Wang Hao for private tutoring? The classmates felt a twinge of envy but also acknowledged Wang Hao's prowess. Su Muching, however, harbored some concern. She placed a hand over her heart, murmuring, the teacher is so beautiful. I wonder if Wang Hao might be attracted to someone older. The Qingya boat soared towards one of the city's most luxurious complexes, Bay 1. Wang Hao sighed inwardly, realizing the teacher's wealth. As she resided in a lavish penthouse in the city center, the price was justified, as these opulent complexes offered protective formations. High-level arrays could shield against spatial tremors. Yet such arrays required costly materials to operate. These defensive formations, capable of withstanding spatial disturbances, were rarely found outside critical areas like the school's core zone or important government sites. The formations designed to counter spatial tremors consumed vast amounts of resources daily. Therefore, luxury was not merely about decor or location, but about safety. The ability to resist spatial shocks became the standard for luxury in this world. As teacher Gu navigated the Qingya boat through the protective array, a barrier displayed. Welcome home, Ms. Gu, owner of Bay 1. Riding the Qingya boat, teacher Gu brought Wang Hao directly to her 16th floor residence. Upon entering the balcony, it was evident that her space was even more expansive than Wang Hao's home. This 100 square meter rectangular balcony housed a variety of rare treasures, flowers, birds, and aquatic life. Some might consider Teacher Gu's living conditions excessively lavish. Yet everything here was earned through her own efforts. In a world where awakening was common, many impoverished youths became wealthy overnight after discovering their innate talents. Before turning 18, they might have lived in urban villages, but upon awakening to top-tier professions, they soared to success, attracting various prestigious universities and companies. This was not a dream. It was reality. While Wang Hao marveled at the grandeur of the penthouse, he was interrupted by a voice from within. "Sister, the dumplings are ready." Teacher Gu's younger sister, Gu Qinghuan, emerged from the kitchen, a plate of dumplings in hand. Upon making eye contact with Wang Hao, her face flushed crimson. Teacher Gu's sister stood there blushing. Clad only in shorts and a crop top, dressed rather lightly. She enjoyed sports and had fitness equipment at home. The southern climate was generally warm, and even in winter, she preferred cold showers to strengthen her will. Thus, she often wore minimal clothing at home without concern for being seen, as the luxurious residence offered privacy protection through formations. She had planned to cook dinner for her sister, who had promised to return home, especially with a competition looming the next day. Gu Qinghuan, skilled in the art of dumpling making from her northern roots, had prepared her sister's favorite dish. However, she was taken aback that her sister had brought a male guest home without any prior notice, especially Wang Hao, the one who had rescued her last time. Mortified at her casual attire, she quickly set the dumplings down and retreated to her room, slamming the door shut. From behind the wooden door, Gu Qinghuan called out, "Sister, you should have told me you were bringing a guest. What if I had just gotten out of the shower without any clothes on?" Hearing her sister's words, the ethereal Teacher Gu finally realized her oversight. Qinghuan, you make a valid point. I should have considered this. After all, I've never brought anyone home before and forgot to notify you." Teacher Gu, who was not adept in social interactions, led a life focused on cultivation and teaching, rarely participating in social gatherings. Her daily routine revolved around teaching, training, and resting, with little interest beyond self-improvement. Wang Hao, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor, turned away, not glancing towards Gu Qinghuan. He noted that while Teacher Gu possessed high intelligence, her emotional awareness seemed somewhat lacking. She was oblivious to certain social cues and appeared somewhat naive. Bringing a student home without informing her sister inevitably created an awkward situation. Wang Hao had inadvertently encountered the teacher's sister in such casual attire, shorts and a crop top, showcasing her long legs and flat abdomen. Thankfully, she was at least dressed. After Gu Qinghuan changed into a set of pajamas, she emerged into the living room, her expression slightly embarrassed, unsure of what to say. Wang Hao, equally at a loss, struggled to break the tension. Yet, Teacher Gu remained unfazed, calmly instructing, "Qinghuan, please boil the dumplings," as if nothing had happened. Due to her sister's carefree nature, Gu Qinghuan could only feign forgetfulness regarding the earlier awkwardness. Observing her sister cooking dumplings in the open kitchen, Teacher Gu sat on the sofa, shedding her stockings and casually tossing them aside. She crossed her long legs and solemnly regarded Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, I have yet to formally express my gratitude for rescuing my sister last time. I am uncertain what gift to bestow upon you, so I can only invite you to dinner. I hope you do not mind. It seems the only thing I can offer is money, which feels rather mundane." Upon hearing Teacher Gu's explanation, Wang Hao hurriedly waved his hands. "Teacher, there's no need. I didn't save her for money." He was aware that the items in Teacher Gu's possession were of high quality, and he had no use for them. Teacher Gu nodded. "Well, when you reach a higher level in the future, do let me know what you desire." At that moment, Teacher Gu appeared hesitant to speak, a rare sight for someone who usually swallowed back her words. Following her gaze to the kitchen, it seemed she had something to discuss with Wang Hao. Noticing her reluctance to voice her thoughts, Wang Hao took the initiative. "Teacher, you invited me for dinner tonight. You must have something important to discuss with me, right?" Teacher Gu was somewhat surprised. "How did you know?" "How could I not?" Teacher Gu typically maintained an aloof demeanor, rarely displaying any facial expressions. Yet now, her countenance was rich with emotions, revealing her inner turmoil. It was all too easy to discern Teacher Gu's thoughts. "Well, there is indeed something I wish to ask of you, but how shall I put it? This upcoming competition feels rather strange. No details have been disclosed, only that it is perilous. I must ask you, should my sister encounter danger during the competition, if you could intervene, provided you can ensure your own safety." Teacher Gu spoke with great restraint, not demanding Wang Hao act unconditionally, but rather requesting his assistance only if he could remain safe. With a sigh, she continued, "She is my only family. My parents sacrificed themselves to fend off the monster invasion. This request of mine may seem somewhat selfish. Wang Hao, Perhaps it is best if you forget what I said and focus on the competition. The thought of possibly distracting Wang Hao from the competition caused her to shake her head, abandoning her request. Although she had only this sister, she could not allow personal matters to divert Wang Hao's attention. Just pretend I never mentioned it. Her exquisite features were tinged with worry. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao replied, "Teacher, I will help if it does not interfere with the competition." Given Teacher Gu's kindness in advocating for him to join the cultivation club and supporting his participation in the newcomer competition, it seemed only fitting for Wang Hao to repay her by offering assistance, as long as he could ensure his own safety. However, Teacher Gu shook her head vigorously. "I shouldn't have said those things. I was foolish. Do not worry, teacher. I will exercise discretion." Just as Teacher Gu was about to say more, her sister, Gu Qinghuan, brought over a steaming plate of dumplings. "Dumplings are ready. Hurry, eat them while they're hot. I personally prepared everything, from buying the ingredients to rolling the dough. I flew to the suburban market this morning to get the freshest meat and vegetables." Upon bringing the large plate of dumplings, Gu Qinghuan noticed the peculiar expressions on her sister and Wang Hao's faces. "What's wrong? Did you two whisper something while I was cooking?" Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Her sister never invited anyone over for dinner, and today she brought a student home, which was inherently suspicious. Moreover, they seemed quite familiar with each other, unlike a typical teacher-student relationship. Surely, there couldn't be some clandestine secret between them? How suspicious. Gu Qinghuan's gaze darted between the two, her expression revealing her skepticism. "What's this? The moment I arrive, you both fall silent? Are you hiding something from me?" Wang Hao and Gu Qinghuan exchanged hurried gestures. "No, not at all. Sister, come on, let us eat." The more they insisted, the more Gu Qinghuan's suspicions grew about the secrets they were concealing from her. Chapter 71. The Competition? In the Rift of Space? Dinner proceeded amidst an eerie atmosphere. The dumplings made by Teacher Gu's sister were indeed delicious. Yet Wang Hao felt somewhat uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. After finishing the meal, Wang Hao intended to return to school, but Teacher Gu remarked, "It's too late to go back now. The school has a curfew, and you cannot enter or exit after 9 o'clock. If you don't mind, you can stay the night. You can sleep in my room, my sister and I will share." Wang Hao scratched the back of his head. "Isn't that inappropriate? I can find a nearby inn to stay for the night." Teacher Gu firmly insisted, "There's no need to waste money. Besides, we are heading to the competition tomorrow, and I can take you along." "That would be quite embarrassing." Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly, but with no other choice, he agreed to stay. The three engaged in casual conversation in the living room, discussing potential unexpected situations that might arise during the competition. Wang Hao observed that, in contrast to the reticent Teacher Gu, her sister was vivacious and engaging, effortlessly striking up a rapport with him as they chatted about various strategies and the monsters they might encounter. Teacher Gu sat on the sofa, watching Wang Hao and her sister converse animatedly, a rare smile gracing her face. Their home, usually quiet and cold, felt vibrant with Wang Hao's presence, as if he were a younger brother. With their parents having sacrificed themselves so many years ago, she had been preoccupied with work while her sister focused on her studies. The two of them seldom had much to discuss, and given Teacher Gu's low emotional intelligence, their conversations often fell flat. Typically, when they returned home, they busied themselves with their own affairs, making the house feel like an icebox devoid of warmth. Wang Hao's arrival had breathed life into their home. Suddenly, Teacher Gu thought how wonderful it would be to have a charming younger brother like Wang Hao. After an evening of pleasant conversation, both Wang Hao and Gu Qinghuan felt reluctant to part ways, but considering the competition the next day, they decided to retire early. Wang Hao quickly took a cold shower and changed into the clothes Gu Qinghuan had provided. This is my sister's old robe. You'll have to make do with it. I'll throw your clothes in the washing machine later, but I want to wash your underwear," she said, blushing as she pushed the laundry basket and while facing away from the bathroom door. Her final comment nearly made Wang Hao chuckle. From their dynamic, it was clear that Teacher Gu was accustomed to being catered to, while her sister, Gu Qinghuan, not only cooked for her, but also took care of the laundry and cleaning. Fortunately, as a cultivator, she could accomplish these tasks through magic. Wang Hao donned the old robe, treating it as a sleeping garment. As he lay down, he inhaled the faint, familiar fragrance lingering in the fabric, a scent reminiscent of Teacher Gu. That night, he slept soundly and peacefully. Residing in such a neighborhood alleviated any concerns about spatial tremors occurring unexpectedly. The luxurious community was equipped with spatial formations, providing a sense of security that was unparalleled. Sleeping here promised exceptional sleep quality. Wang Hao silently vowed that when he had the means, he would move to such a place. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being sucked into a spatial rift while sleeping. He slumbered deeply until dawn, stretching comfortably. He slowly opened his eyes to find a note floating before him. The handwriting on the note was exquisite, beautiful like the person who penned it. This is the teacher's sister, Gu Qinghuan, who used her spiritual power to send a note through the crack in the door. He picked up the floating paper and read, "The clothes were washed and dried last night, and they are in the basket at the door." Upon seeing this note, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile knowingly. The teacher's sister even drew an emoticon on the note. It was evident that this girl was thoughtful and gentle. She left such a note, worried about waking him up. Rising to open the door, Wang Hao brought the freshly laundered clothes inside to change. When he entered the living room, he discovered that the two sisters were already awake. It was just 6:30 in the morning, and they had risen early to practice and enhance their skills. Cultivators are quite different from other professions, as they can elevate their abilities through training. This is why cultivators in our country are regarded as elite professionals on a global scale. Noticing Wang Hao had awoken, Teacher Gu slowly opened her eyes while floating in midair. "Awake? Did you sleep well last night?" Wang Hao's face flushed. The atmosphere in the bedroom was so comfortable that he had slept exceptionally soundly. "All right, after breakfast, we must set off for the human fortress." Human fortress? Wang Hao recalled the historical event of the Opium Wars. Anyone who studied middle school history should remember. He did not inquire further and simply had a quick breakfast before boarding the green leaf boat with Gu Qinghuan to the competition venue. Upon their arrival, students from other academies were also beginning to gather. Wang Hao glanced around and noticed not only many unfamiliar faces, but also a significant increase in numbers. A rough count revealed at least 1,000 people. Why were there several hundred more than during the simulation match? Seeing Wang Hao's confusion, Gu Qinghuan explained. During the simulation match, some academies chose not to participate to conserve their strength. Additionally, some competitors who had undergone a second awakening were unable to take part in the simulation match, which is why they were absent. After hearing Gu Qinghuan's explanation, Wang Hao recalled the previous rules. Only those below level 20 and not having undergone a second awakening could participate in the simulation match. Many of those present were students who had already undergone their second awakening. Among the newcomers, those who successfully completed a second awakening were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among their peers. As he conversed with Gu Qinghuan, he attracted the attention of many around them. The students from Guangnan Academy noticed Wang Hao chatting with a young lady from Yangqing Women's College. Wow! When did Wang Hao manage to charm such a beauty? I've heard that all the students from Yangqing Women's College are stunning. The conditions to enter that school are incredibly stringent. What a guy! Wang Hao is being greedy, the students murmured, lamenting that Wang Hao was not introducing them to the beauty from Yangqing. So protective of his food, huh? Su Muqing felt a pang of jealousy and muttered under her breath. Yesterday, Teacher Gu from the cultivation department had taken Wang Hao away. It turned out she was introducing him to her sister. Teacher Gu, who usually appeared to be a role model, was unexpectedly mischievous. Moreover, seeing Wang Hao and Gu Qinghuan laughing together made Su Muqing's jealousy flare. When Wang Hao returned to the group, Su Muqing leaned in closer to sniff. "Wang Hao, the shower gel you're using doesn't seem to be the one you usually have. It smells like the one Teacher Gu uses." Seeing Su Muqing lean in, Wang Hao gently pushed her away. "Are you a dog? Your sense of smell is so keen." Just then, Wang Hao was captivated by a sight ahead. A spatial rift suddenly opened before everyone. What is happening? A spatial rift at the competition site? A sense of foreboding arose in Wang Hao's mind. Are we supposed to enter this rift for the match? Chapter 72. Welcome to my amusement park. All the students present were drawn to the suddenly opened spatial rift. In front of the ancient ruins of Human Fortress, this rift had appeared. However, the organizers remained remarkably calm, standing nearby and observing the students. The security personnel were also composed, standing close to the rift, indicating they had prior knowledge of its emergence. If Wang Hao's guesses were correct, the competition was indeed to enter this rift. As the participating students were captivated by the rift, a red figure appeared. It was the female host responsible for the last competition, dressed in a red qipao, high black heels, and holding a microphone. The contestants had a vivid impression of this beautiful host. Standing on the platform, she flashed her signature sweet smile at everyone. "Dear contestants, we meet again. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Tang Xini, the host of this competition and your guide, responsible for announcing various notifications during the event." Dressed in her qipao, Tang Xini's charming smile provided a soothing effect on the tense atmosphere before the match. Listening to her melodious voice, the contestants' anxieties began to dissipate. "Although this competition entails certain risks, I trust that you have all signed the consent form. Moreover, the wristbands provided to you are designed to ensure your utmost safety. Now, please raise your wristbands." The 1,000 contestants present raised their black wristbands. These wristbands were equipped with spikes that tightly adhered to their arms, piercing their veins. When the screens on the wristbands illuminated, they displayed the participants' various conditions. Wang Hao lifted his hand to inspect his wristband. Contestant, Wang Hao, ID 0007. Current stamina, 100. Current energy, 100. This device resembled those fitness wristbands that monitor heart rates. Anyone who enjoys sports would likely have worn one. They alert the wearer if their heart rate exceeds safe levels to prevent sudden cardiac events during exercise. The female host began explaining the wristband's functions to everyone. This wristband is known as the spatial wristband. Its full name is the Extraterrestrial Personnel Life Assurance Wristband. If your stamina falls below 5, it will pull you back from the extraterrestrial space. Besides safeguarding your life, it also serves as a scoring and notification device. Upon hearing the host's words, everyone recognized the wristband's significance and understood the competition's destination. Indeed, they were to enter the spatial rift for the contest. A murmur of disbelief spread among the crowd. Competing within a spatial rift was unprecedented. As everyone began to discuss, the female host interjected, "Anyone wishing to withdraw may leave directly. We will not insist." This experimental competition pertains to the fate of all humanity and the destiny of our nation. At these words, a chill ran through the crowd. The fate of the nation. These students were to partake in such a crucial experiment? This could etch their names in history. Participating in this competition could potentially alter the course of their lives. No student chose to withdraw. It was a time of youth and fervor. Who would willingly forfeit such an opportunity to engage in an experiment linked to the nation's fortune? Even if death awaited, so be it. In this era of spatial turbulence, death is as fleeting as the wind, always by our side. The female host, seeing that no one chose to withdraw, was not surprised. She asked, "If there are any questions, please raise your hand." At this moment, Wang Hao took the initiative to raise his hand. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to him. The elites from various academies began to murmur among themselves. Is he truly the champion of the simulation tournament? I have watched his match footage, and he certainly possesses remarkable skills. However, this time, he is likely to be targeted by everyone, as the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Those who have won the simulation tournament are often ganged up on in the official competition. The whispers of the crowd reached Wang Hao's ears. He understood the adage that a tree that stands out is bound to be uprooted. This competition featured many new faces, and many had already discerned his strengths and weaknesses, eager to exploit them. When Wang Hao raised his hand, the host, Tang Xini, smiled warmly and called upon him. "Classmate Wang Hao, do you have a question?" Seizing the opportunity to speak, Wang Hao candidly inquired, "I am curious as to why such an important experiment involves us students. This is merely my personal question. I seek clarity." He articulated the concern shared by all students. Why were they involved in an experiment of such national significance? Tang Xini seemed to have anticipated this inquiry and responded calmly. "The spatial rift has a level restriction. The owner of the rift requires that the participants must be freshmen this year. I cannot disclose more details. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety." Another bombshell dropped, causing a stir among the audience. What do you mean by the owner of the spatial rift? The implication was that this competition was being orchestrated by someone. The students fell into contemplation, but they could hardly doubt the organizers, given their official backing. With the safety features of the wristbands, the students chose to trust in the state's arrangements. "Now, please prepare to enter," the security personnel announced, clearing a path as 1,000 participating students began to march into the spatial rift. Leading the way were Wang Hao from Guangnan High Academy, Gu Qinghuan from Yangqing Women's College, and Su Muqing's brother, Su Tianrui from Canaan Academy. The three leading groups were determined by their standings in the simulation tournament, with Wang Hao, as the champion, positioned at the forefront. Exchanging a glance with Su Muqing, she whispered, "Let's stick together." As the first contestant to enter, under the watchful eyes of many, Wang Hao extended his hand. In the next moment, he felt a slight pull, as the spatial rift began to draw him in, as if someone had tugged him forward. Once inside, he surveyed his surroundings. The place felt oddly familiar. This isolated space resembled the old neighborhoods and commercial streets from the 1980s and 1990s, adorned with white mosaic tiles, security bars, and vintage Santana cars, alongside Phoenix bicycles. As he pondered this, a familiar voice echoed from his wristband. "Kid, we meet again. Welcome to my amusement park." Chapter 73. The inevitable demise of all contestants. That recognizable male voice? Images of a shopping mall flashed in Wang Hao's mind. This voice belonged to the scruffy-haired man who had summoned the undead to besiege Suning Square. This individual was once a comrade of director Gao Yuanshan, swept into the spatial rift during a spatial quake 34 years ago, and recognized as a martyr by the state. Now, his voice had resurfaced within the scoring wristband. Was it an auditory hallucination? Sweat beaded on Wang Hao's forehead as he stared at the wristband. Just when he thought it might be a figment of his imagination, a voice blared from the broadcasting tower in the city center. Welcome, students, to the City of Forgotten. All 1,000 of you have now entered the competition venue. Your task is simple. To win, you must protect this urban area. The students, now transported to various locations within the spatial rift, heard the mysterious figure's voice. You may be curious about this place. Indeed, this is Guangnan City from 34 years ago, a part of the city center. The spatial quake back then engulfed this 30-square-kilometer area into another world. Fortunately, the Spatial Bureau managed to evacuate hundreds of thousands of residents, with only a few casualties from that disaster. Listening to the mysterious figure recount the events of the spatial quake in Guangnan City, Wang Hao found himself increasingly perplexed about the figure's true allegiance. Was he chaotic neutral or lawfully evil? At that moment, the voice of Zhou Buohong echoed once more from the broadcasting tower. All right, the competition is about to commence. Countless monsters will surge from all directions. If you are repelled, this world will gradually shrink until you fail the mission and vanish entirely. Contestants, you are about to face the first wave of the orc assault. As the distant war horns of the orc tribe sounded, the students entering the City of Forgotten felt their nerves tighten. The enigmatic figure then dropped another bombshell. If anyone can hold out until the very end, I shall bestow upon them the ability of spatial teleportation and a legendary golden grade artifact, the Divine Iron. At this proclamation, the students felt parched with anticipation. Spatial teleportation skills? Who was this person? Yet, from his tone, it seemed he was not merely boasting. Amidst the excitement, the mysterious figure doused them with cold water. Students, this is a war without end. You will face an endless horde of orcs until you are slain and eliminated. Let me witness the performance of this new generation. Do not disappoint this old man. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Hao understood this was an endless tower defense. They must hold their ground, yet failure was inevitable. The enemy's numbers were limitless, and all were destined to perish here. It was merely a question of who could endure the longest. Was the outcome truly death? How intriguing this competition was. Of course, the mysterious figure's warning of certain death referred to students whose stamina fell below 5, resulting in their immediate return to the real world. However, the atmosphere in this urban area was steeped in sorrow. It felt as though countless predecessors had once battled here. Wang Hao glanced at his spatial ring. With no restrictions in this competition, his mechanical army should descend upon this realm. Just then, Su Muqing's voice resonated through the wristband. Wang Hao, where are you? A few of us are in Block 84. Hearing her voice, Wang Hao looked at a sign by the roadside. I'm in Block 99. Su Muqing was momentarily taken aback. So far apart, we are at least 10 streets away. Are there others around you? Others around him? Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings and realized he was the sole inhabitant of Block 99. No, it seems to be just me. Su Muqing's voice echoed with confusion. Strange. There are at least a dozen of us here, albeit from different schools. How come you are all alone? Could it be that he was expected to defend an entire street by himself? Su Muqing exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Hao chuckled lightly, glancing around. It appears I must indeed guard this street alone. He surmised that this arrangement was orchestrated by that mysterious figure, Zhou Buohong, who had battled him before and knew of his ability to summon a mechanical army. Thus, he had whimsically assigned Wang Hao to Block 99 alone. From a bird's-eye view, the 1,000 students were arranged in a circle along the outer city walls. Most of the buildings were 6 to 7 stories high, relics of the 1980s and 1990s. The students relied on the urban architecture to construct a circular defense line. A sorcerer began to construct earthen walls, while a wood mage erected thorny barricades. The brawny warriors, lacking spells, utilized abandoned cars and buses from the city to block the streets. It could be said that students from various regions were diligently building street fortifications, preparing to confront the first wave of the orc assault. Outside the Tiger Gate Battery, beyond the spatial rift, the female host, Tang Sini, stood on the platform. With a distinguished audience comprising city and provincial leaders, including the venerable Gao Yuanshan, accompanied by his sons and grandchildren, seated in the stands. The old man gazed at the live broadcast on the large screen, pondering the intentions of Zhou Buohong. Why did the leaders above consent to allow students to enter this spatial rift? What discussions transpired between him and the provincial authorities? The old man's expression was grave with concern. It was evident that Zhou Buohong exuded an aura of the abyss. Why would they permit the students to venture into such peril? What secrets lay behind this decision that even he, the director of the Guangnan City Spatial Security Bureau, remained utterly unaware of? Grandfather, do not worry, Gao Zhixia quickly reassured him. Zhou Buohong was once your comrade, even if he has been corrupted by the abyss. Perhaps his heart remains true. After all, you know him. He would sacrifice himself to save you. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Gao Yuanshan sighed. Let us hope so. I pray he does not succumb to the abyss's temptations and become a scourge to the nation. At this moment, Gao Yuanshan shifted the conversation. However, other students are grouped in 3s and 5s. Why has he assigned Wang Hao alone to Street 99? The live broadcast displayed aerial footage, revealing the vast magical screen annotated with street names and the positions of each competitor. It was apparent that other streets boasted at least 5 students, yet on Street 99, Wang Hao stood solitary. At this juncture, host Tang Xini announced, "Here comes the first wave of the orc attack." Chapter 74, The Last Place, Wang Hao. The expansive magical screen showcased the outskirts of the Forgotten City, where a multitude of green figures surged forth. From above, the verdant mass resembled a prairie swaying in the wind. Upon closer inspection, it was not grasslands, but thousands of green-skinned orcs, in stark contrast to the grotesque goblins. The orcs were imposing, with muscular frames and arms thicker than human thighs. They wielded massive hammers and axes, pushing siege towers and catapults. These orcs, with their tusks protruding, donned leather armor and horned helmets. This marked the orcs' initial assault, behind barricades fashioned from buses and metal sheeting. Su Muching and her companions observed the influx of green-skinned orcs with trepidation. The first wave consisted of level 25 orc infantry. What horrors awaited in the subsequent waves? If this initial wave represented the orc army's regular forces, the strength of the following waves was unfathomable. Su Muching gritted her teeth and commanded, "Mages, raise your shields and be wary of the catapults. Archers, find a way to take out the enemy's catapults. I will handle the siege towers." The orc horde collided with the barricades on her street. The towering orcs pushed the siege towers, attempting to breach the fortifications. Su Muching unleashed a fireball, igniting the wooden siege tower. Meanwhile, an archer fired a flaming arrow, igniting a catapult 500 meters away. A chorus of war cries erupted from the orcs as they attempted to scale the metal buses, only to be cut down by the berserker Lu Ziyu. Their battle against the orcs was broadcast back to the large screen in front of the audience. At the center of the Forgotten City, atop the steel broadcasting tower, the enigmatic Zhou Buahong observed Su Muching and her peers. It appeared that this cohort of students was indeed far superior to those of his era. Each generation surpasses the last, splendid. However, with enhanced resources and living conditions, what of their resolve? Do today's youth possess the ironclad will of yesteryears? Alongside their formidable gear, a smirk graced his lips, akin to a deity scrutinizing the mortal realm. His gaze then shifted to Street 99. This scruffy-bearded man eyed Wang Hao askance. Why had this youth yet to prepare any defenses? What was he concealing? While students on other streets commenced their slaughter of the orc infantry, racking up points, Street 99 remained eerily quiet. Wang Hao's peculiar behavior caught the attention of the host. Tang Xini's voice echoed with concern through the communication device. "Oh." Weivee noted that contestant Wang Hao has yet to make a move. He was the champion in the simulation match, yet he currently ranks last. What is happening? Wang Hao. The leaderboard on the large screen displayed individual rankings for the Forgotten City competition. First, Su Muching, Guangnan Institute of Technology, Elemental Mage. Second, Su Tianrui, Canaan Private Academy, Archer. Third, Gu Qinghuan, Yangqing Women's Academy, Cultivator. Fourth, Mo Wuyan, Guangnan Zhongshan Academy, Mechanic. The rankings reflected their base professions, omitting their advanced classes. While others began to reap a harvest of points, Wang Hao remained motionless, his score stagnant at 0. In the adjacent street, Su Tianrui couldn't help but revel in Wang Hao's apparent misfortune. Excellent. It seems that Wang Hao has encountered some issues, failing to make it into the top 10. Was his prior success merely luck? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Tianrui glanced at the ring on his finger, with the financial backing of the Su family. "I've brought a plethora of potions. This competition is a test of wealth, is it not? Watch as I crush you all." The competition rules were peculiar and unprecedented. They did not emphasize fairness and imposed no restrictions on what items students could bring. This meant that if Su Tianrui wished, he could transport the entire Su family warehouse without violating any rules. With his ample supply of potions and several skilled classmates by his side, Su Tianrui felt confident in his path to victory. Securing first place would grant him the peculiar man's teleportation skill and the legendary material, Abyssal Iron. That Abyssal Iron would belong to him. For this competition, Su Tianrui had depleted his savings to purchase various potions. His entourage comprised powerful second awakening individuals. Clearly, Su Tianrui's focus shifted to his sister, Su Muching, who was ranked second. "My dear sister, Let us see who can claim first place and earn our father's approval. The Su siblings, one in first place and the other in second, were poised for a fierce rivalry. Just as everyone believed Wang Hao had faded into obscurity, a gasp of astonishment erupted from Tang Xinyi. Contestant Wang Hao, what is he doing? As her words faded, the leaderboard on the device refreshed. First, Wang Hao. Guangnan Institute of Technology, gunslinger. What transpired? How did Wang Hao leap from last place to first so swiftly? Su Tianrui's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, unable to fathom how Wang Hao achieved this. What was the explanation? The scene shifted back 20 seconds as a throng of orcs surged into Street 99. In the footage, Wang Hao did not retaliate. Instead, he continued to retreat. To the audience, it appeared as though Wang Hao had relinquished his resistance, yielding Street 99. The venerable Mr. Gao Yuan was incensed upon witnessing the unfolding events, his foot stamping in agitation. What was Wang Hao thinking? Was he intent on endangering others? It was imperative to recognize that students from other streets were steadfastly holding their ground. If Wang Hao were to abandon Street 99, the orcs could infiltrate through the alleys, subsequently ambushing those valiant students who would find themselves beset on all sides, facing inevitable elimination. Though this was a competition, they were comrades on the same front line. Such an act of abandoning their position, thereby exposing their allies to danger, was deemed disgraceful and contemptible by all. This behavior was no different from that of a traitor. Was he willing to forsake humanity for mere points? Was he truly seeking to jeopardize the other contestants on adjacent streets? As the crowd grappled with their bewilderment over Wang Hao's actions, he abruptly halted his retreat. The street was now overrun with orcs, brandishing axes and salivating as they fixated on him with predatory glee. These creatures emitted derisive laughter, perceiving the slight figure of the young man before them as utterly terrified. They were poised to sever his head, intending to use his skull as a vessel for their libations. Yet, just as everyone assumed Wang Hao was succumbing to fear, he murmured, "It's nearly time. Type 59 tank, deploy." With a decisive gesture, he summoned 8 Type 59 medium tanks from his ring, sending them crashing into the horde of orcs. He commanded, 59, advance. The roar of the engines resonated as thick black smoke belched from the exhaust pipes. The tracks clattered ominously as the 8 30-ton tanks rolled forward, mercilessly crushing the green-skinned orc army. With engines at full power, the high-explosive shells were ready. Projectiles erupted in flames and smoke, while the 127mm anti-aircraft machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets, effortlessly shredding the orcs to pieces, simultaneously firing and crushing. The 8 Type 59 tanks advanced in unison, obliterating every orc in sight. What defined efficient destruction? This was efficiency, luring the orcs in and then plowing through them with tanks. Wang Hao then turned his gaze back to the ring on his hand. Having previously spent millions on materials and potions with a 5 million shopping voucher, he surmised he had sufficient supplies remaining. The orcs fought in large formations, and the materials he had set aside were just enough to construct self-propelled howitzers. Wang Hao raised his hand and tapped the virtual screen of the armory, initiating production of 155mm self-propelled howitzer vehicles. Production quantity, 20 units. Chapter 75, Resource Recovery Vehicle, Money Printer. Exclusive Armory Factory Production Sequence. Manufacturing PLZ-05 Basic Self-Propelled Howitzer, standardized in 2005. Configuration. Equipped with a 155mm artillery piece with 52 caliber length, powered by an 800 horsepower diesel engine. With a combat weight of 3,545 tons. Materials required. Per vehicle 5 pieces of astral iron, 10 magical crystal cores, level 20. Observing the virtual screen showing the self-propelled howitzers being generated within the spatial ring, Wang Hao recalled his recent purchases at the Su Family's Material Trading Center, where he had acquired various levels of astral iron and magical crystal cores at a 50% discount. However, he had been judicious in his purchases. Aware that this was a transitional phase, he had also procured a modest amount of astral iron above level 30, but still kept a tight rein on his spending. Even with the discounts, the quantity of astral iron required was substantial. Wang Hao realized that his profession as an armorer was akin to a money-devouring beast. Other professions typically required only a single weapon. Even the most extreme swordmaster, wielding 3 blades, would only need 3, apart from cultivators and puppeteers, who might require additional materials. Most others would manage with far less. For instance, cultivators could command dozens or even hundreds of flying swords. Yet each sword consumed only 1 or 2 pieces of astral iron at most. Conversely, Wang Hao's tanks and artillery were voracious consumers of iron. 5 million in shopping vouchers seemed ample, Yet casual purchases of 20 and 25 level materials, along with some 30 level materials, quickly depleted his funds. This was still under the condition of utilizing a 50 discount card, but he had managed to retain a bit of money for potions. However, on the bright side, while cultivators could control numerous flying swords, they still had to expend their own mana. In contrast, Wang Hao's tanks, artillery, and formidable robots could harness magical crystal cores, sparing him the depletion of his own energy, effectively rendering him a one-man army. The advantages of being an armorer were undeniably apparent. When resources were abundant, he was invincible among his peers. Just look at the current scene. 8 tanks lined up, dominating the street. The tank cannons belched high explosive shells, which detonated amidst the orc ranks, sending limbs and body parts flying in all directions. The machine guns atop the tanks operated like a reaping scythe. Do you understand what a combined harvester is? Have you ever experienced the exhilarating sight of wheat being harvested? The 8 tanks, complemented by 8 powerful machine guns, formed a golden line of fire, reaping the lush green orcs by the dozens. The bullets tore through flesh, creating gaping wounds as the orcs fell like wild grass beneath the relentless onslaught. The ground was soon stained crimson with their blood. One could only declare that tanks were indeed the kings of ground warfare. The green-skinned orcs were akin to weeds, mercilessly crushed beneath the combine. At that moment, the female host, Tang Sini, gazed at the screen with exhilaration. Her voice echoed in the contestants' wristbands. Contestant Wang Hao. He has surged from the last position to claim the championship. Wasn't he a sharpshooter? What new abilities has he awakened following this second transformation? We can see that Wang Hao has summoned armored vehicles, equipped with both cannons and rapid-fire artillery. The orc axes struck the vehicles, leaving merely an indentation. Even the orc catapults, hurling projectiles at these peculiar armored vehicles, were unable to do more than dent the metal. Wang Hao's vehicles were now rolling over the corpses of the orcs. The orcs, having never encountered these metal behemoths, were powerless against the sheer strength of the tanks, which effortlessly crushed their proud siege engines. Their once mighty catapults were obliterated under the explosive fire of a Type 59 tank. The fearsome green-skinned brutes fell as bullets found their mark, leaving them to watch in despair as the tank treads ground them into a pulp. With the last orc's head crushed beneath the tank's weight, the remaining green-skinned creatures began to cast aside their armor and flee the street. Having repelled the first wave of the orc assault, Wang Hao glanced at his experience points. Ding! Your level has risen to 25, requiring 13,506,000 points for the next level. Each level 25 orc infantry provided 1,000 experience points. Slaying just a few dozen would suffice for Wang Hao to level up. This was merely the first wave. The subsequent assaults would be even fiercer, making it relatively easy to reach level 30. However, as he glanced at his new skill, his eyes lit up. You have awakened a new skill as a level 25 armorer, resource recovery vehicle. You can deploy a resource recovery vehicle to salvage weapons, armor, and even flesh from enemies. The resource recovery vehicle can clear the battlefield and extract materials and energy. The first summon requires 10 energy points. Subsequent summons do not consume energy and can recover energy by devouring monster corpses. Upon seeing this resource recovery vehicle, Wang Hao immediately grasped its significance. A divine skill. Undoubtedly a divine skill. What a remarkable ability for battlefield resource recovery, so perfectly aligned with the needs of our nation. Despite our vast territory and abundant resources, the reality is that, when averaged across our 1 billion population, the resources per capita in our nation are relatively scarce. Thus, while foreign nations loudly advocate for environmental protection, it is only our country that earnestly engages in such efforts. Planting trees in the Gobi Desert and recycling all waste materials for reuse. I recall a time in my childhood when the news frequently lamented about garbage encircling cities and excessive packaging. Yet now, such reports have become virtually non-existent. Why? Because we have established numerous waste incineration power plants that utilize non-toxic, pollution-free methods for waste processing. We now generate electricity from waste, and the residue from the incineration process is treated harmlessly and repurposed as raw materials for road construction. In some areas, previously buried waste is excavated and transported to incineration plants for energy generation. While other countries continue to grapple with waste accumulation, we have successfully transformed garbage into resources, embracing the cycle of reuse. Meanwhile, Wang Hao has unlocked a new skill at level 25, the resource recovery vehicle, perfectly aligning with his preferences and embodying the essence of technological prowess from our great Eastern nation. Observing the battlefield strewn with the remains of orc corpses and their weaponry, Wang Hao gestures grandly, summoning the resource recovery vehicle. Before him appears a machine reminiscent of a cement mixer, equipped with a shovel-like suction mouth. The vehicle scoops up the remnants stuck to the concrete road. The scene evokes memories of roadkill, particularly the unfortunate felines crushed by heavy trucks. The resource recovery vehicle efficiently gathers the pulverized remains of the orcs, feeding them into the mixer for resource extraction. Inside the resource recovery vehicle, it is likely equipped with crushing mechanisms. Wang Hao watches as the machine consumes the debris strewn across the street. Soon, the vehicle expels several pieces of level 25 astral iron and a few level 25 magical cores. A large screen on the side of the truck displays the data. Current recycling volume, 94, beginning to discharge waste. Dust billows from the disposal outlet. As the orc flesh and weaponry are reduced to mere powder, the extraction of orc remains astonishingly yields magical cores, while the purification of scrap metal produces 3 pieces of blue-grade astral iron. Wang Hao slaps his thigh in realization. I no longer need to purchase materials. I can produce them myself. The defeated orcs and their discarded weaponry still hold value after purification. This means that, in the face of an unending horde of monsters, Wang Hao can simultaneously slay foes, gather resources, and bolster his forces. This is akin to a snowball effect. More tanks and artillery lead to more resources. However, the limitation lies in the fact that there is only one resource recovery vehicle. It seems imperative to hunt more level 25 elite monsters to acquire additional level 25 skill crystals. Wang Hao's thoughts are clear. One resource recovery vehicle is insufficient. To obtain more, he must upgrade his skills to level 25, which can only be achieved by defeating elite monsters at that level, who have a chance to drop skill crystals. This skill must be cultivated with utmost priority. It is a remarkable ability to extract and condense the essence of monsters into magical cores and refine their scrap into astral iron. I would deem it the most vital skill for an armorer. As Wang Hao immerses himself in resource recovery, students in other streets have also repelled the first wave of orc attacks. In a nearby street, Su Muching and her companions, though slightly slower than Wang Hao, successfully drive the orcs to retreat in disarray. Observing the fleeing orcs, the competitors display expressions of satisfaction. The task was not particularly daunting. I find it exhilarating. I can level up, and some monsters even drop potions. The orc potions taste rather unpleasant, yet I gulp them down nonetheless. The thrill of battle is invigorating. I can vanquish as many orcs as I please. Many competitors are excitedly celebrating their success. While it may seem that the orc siege is relentless, it matters not. The students can gain experience through monster hunts, and although the difficulty escalates, their levels rise as well. Many begin to dream of leveling up in this endless tower defense, feeling that defending this position is rather simple. At the center of the forgotten city, atop a television tower, the mysterious figure Zhou Buahong gazes down upon the scene. Observing the 1,000 new competitors, it appears that these young ones have begun to taste success. Initially, the experience is straightforward, but soon, as the tide of monsters inundates the streets, they will find themselves in distress. Zhou Buahong smirks, amused by the naivety of the new competitors. However, he is particularly intrigued by Wang Hao, who stands alone on Street 99. Is he merely clearing the battlefield? I wonder what he is up to. But how long can he sustain himself with just these few vehicles? I hope he does not disappoint me, for there are even more surprises awaiting these youngsters. Returning to Wang Hao, he has successfully cleared the entire street with his resource recovery vehicle. Just then, a voice crackles through his wristband. It's Su Tianrui. Wang Hao, impressive work. I inadvertently let you surpass me. Upon hearing Su Tianrui initiate a conversation, Wang Hao raises his arm and responds, What is the matter? Do you have an issue? Su Tianrui quickly adopts a more humble tone. No. But don't forget, this is a competition. I certainly have no hope of winning the individual championship. However, I still have confidence in competing for the team championship. Clearly, Su Tianrui is no fool. He recognizes that Wang Hao's individual prowess is formidable, and he cannot hope to match such an extraordinary opponent. However, this time is different. Su Tianrui is not aiming for the individual title. His goal is to lead his team of 19 others to seize the team championship. While he does not dare to dream of individual glory, he is confident in his ability to claim victory in the team competition. His confidence is not only present but substantial, bolstered by the supplies brimming in his ring and the 7 representatives from Canaan Academy's newcomers. Some jest that these 7 individuals are the 7 warlords of Canaan Academy. They are specially recruited talents from a private institution. Those familiar with elite schools know that they often enlist exceptional students, showering them with financial support and various scholarships, all to elevate the institution's prestige. Being admitted into such a prestigious school signifies that these students possess considerable strength, as they enjoy unparalleled student privileges. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the Su family is one of the stakeholders in Canaan Academy and a member of the board. Thus, the so-called 7 warlords of Canaan are, in essence, supported financially by Su Tianrui's family. Under Su Tianrui's leadership, they have every confidence in competing against Wang Hao. After all, the mysterious figure mentioned that while the individual championship offers substantial rewards, the team competition is equally lucrative. Wang Hao, you have 20. And we too have 20. This is fair competition, don't you agree? Su Tianrui's words aim to inspire his comrades. Competing for the title of team champion alongside Wang Hao demands utmost vigilance. The dialogue between the two was broadcasted on the large screen, inciting a cacophony among the audience. On stage, Tang Xini, adorned in a chi pao, grasped the microphone. Here comes the challenge. Su Tianrui has thrown down the gauntlet to Wang Hao. It seems that Su Tianrui has relinquished his pursuit of the individual champion title, opting instead to vie for the team championship. Presently, the probability of Su Tianrui's team securing victory appears significant. Meanwhile, the other members of Wang Hao's team have been scattered across various locations, rendering it impossible to unify their efforts. Could this be considered a stroke of luck for Su Tianrui? It seems that fortune is indeed a facet of strength. Upon entering the city of forgotten memories, everyone found themselves randomly positioned on different streets. The students from Guangnan University were dispersed in every direction, making collaboration exceedingly challenging. Most were grouped in pairs or trios. Thus, it becomes evident that Wang Hao's team is at a considerable disadvantage in this team competition. Chapter 77. Let us make our presence known, my darlings. The rewards for the team championship, as described mysteriously by the event organizer Zhou Buahong, have piqued everyone's curiosity. Many speculate that the prizes for the team champion will be the highlight of this event. Distributing accolades to 20 individuals must be no small feat. If that is indeed the case, the individual championship may pale in significance. Securing the team championship has become imperative. Wang Hao, standing alone, realizes the difficulty of bridging the score gap against his opponents with only his own efforts. Within Guangnan University's competing team, Wang Hao, Su Muching, and Lu Ziyu are the primary forces, while the new students, though not performing poorly, have not distinguished themselves either. These three are the shining stars of Guangnan University. Wang Hao's brilliance seems to overshadow the other students in his team. Positioned on Street 99, Wang Hao contemplates Su Tianrui's challenge. To claim the team championship, he is aware of his limitations regarding the individual title. However, concerning the team championship, he reflects deeply. In the monster siege, the number of monsters entering each street remains constant. Even if Wang Hao were to single-handedly vanquish all the monsters on a street, the points earned would be fixed. Yet, Su Tianrui's team is poised to accumulate more points. Why is this so? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao swiftly grasps the reasoning. They have advanced. He surmises that Su Tianrui's team must have rushed out into the wilderness beyond the street to engage the monsters. Although such a maneuver is riskier, it allows them to acquire monsters from other streets. By battling monsters outside the city, they can attract more orcs, thereby amassing additional points. With this realization, Wang Hao formulates a plan. He snaps his fingers, summon the medium-sized reconnaissance drone, Ascend. As the drone takes flight, Wang Hao gains a bird's-eye view of a significant portion of the city of forgotten memories. The city resembles an octagonal shape, surrounded by barren land devoid of life. The second wave of monsters has already mobilized, with orcs emerging from spatial rifts, marching toward the city of forgotten memories. To achieve higher scores, one must venture outside the city to confront the threat, but this poses no challenge for him. 20 self-propelled artillery pieces have been manufactured, and tanks are prepared to advance beyond the city limits, with artillery pre-aimed at a kilometer away, ready to strike a base target. As Wang Hao issues his command, these unmanned tanks and vehicles spring into action. The tracks of 8 Type 59 tanks begin to move, leaving imprints on the concrete road. The newly manufactured 2155mm self-propelled howitzer vehicles are also stationed behind Wang Hao. The 155mm howitzer vehicles deploy their stabilizers. Due to the immense recoil when firing, stabilizers are necessary to steady the vehicle. With all preparations completed, they await the second wave of the orc army's assault. At this moment, Wang Hao hears his teammates' voices through his communicator. Su Muching speaks up. Wang Hao, don't let him distract you. The others from our school will strive for points and definitely support you in reaching the championship. Yes, we absolutely won't let you down. Lu Ziyu's tone exudes determination. The gap in strength between them and Wang Hao continues to widen, with only Su Muching managing to keep pace with him. However, Wang Hao calmly responds through the communicator, "Everyone, don't overexert yourselves. Just approach this with a composed mindset." Much like a teacher before an important examination, he worries that his teammates might become overly anxious and underperform. He endeavors to maintain an air of tranquility, encouraging them not to let emotions sway their abilities. On the other side, Su Tianrui observes the scores on his communicator. Excellent. While our individual strength may not match Wang Hao's, our collective strength as a team is formidable, leading Guangnan University by a full 500 points. It's not about personal glory. This time, we shall seize the team championship. The members of the Canaan 7 Marshalsees, standing beside Su Tianrui, clench their fists in agreement. Absolutely. Last time, we weren't present, allowing Guangnan University to claim victory. This time, with us here, the championship is surely within our grasp. With the equipment and potions provided by young Master Su, we must ignite our spirits. The morale at Canaan Academy is soaring, while the Guangnan University competitors, scattered across the area, must fend for themselves. All await the arrival of the second wave of the Orc army. Suddenly, the voice of the middle-aged Zhou Buahong resonates from the broadcast tower. The second wave of the Orc army is now 3 kilometers from the city of Forgotten Memories. Contestants, prepare to face the Orc cavalry and siege crossbows. As Zhou Buahong's words conclude, the Orc army emerges on the horizon. The Orc cavalry leads the charge, advancing toward the city of Forgotten Memories in overwhelming numbers. However, it is apparent that these cavalry units are intended to exhaust the contestants. Their formations are scattered, and they wield longbows. As they approach the students, the Orc cavalry begins to draw their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows from 2 kilometers away. Many students hurriedly seek shelter behind street barricades. Quick, hide. The Orcs are suppressing us with a barrage of arrows. Damn it. The Orc cavalry is no fool. They begin shooting from a distance, and their arrows can travel 2 kilometers. The arrows raining down can easily penetrate wooden barriers, even sheets of metal several millimeters thick. Some students hiding behind barricades are struck by the piercing arrows. This marks the first time students have suffered injuries. The strength of this second wave of Orcs is markedly superior to the first. The difficulty has escalated rapidly. We had hoped to farm monsters, yet now find ourselves being overwhelmed by them. The deluge of arrows from the Orc cavalry prevents the students from lifting their heads. And what of Wang Hao? He cleverly takes refuge inside a tank. From within, he hears the clanging of arrows striking the turret. Fortunately, the armor absorbs the impact. Wang Hao cannot help but murmur. If the Orc cavalry were of a higher level, these arrows could easily penetrate the top of the tank. It is important to note that the tank's armor is thickest at the front. The armor on the top, however, is considerably weaker. Those who enjoy watching military videos may have seen tanks easily destroyed by small drones. Why is that? Because drones can strike from above. The Achilles heel of tanks is attacks from above. Prior to the advent of drones, armed helicopters were deemed tank killers. In modern warfare, the prevalence of drones has turned them into the harbingers of doom for tanks. Yet, fortunately for Wang Hao, his main forces do not consist solely of these tanks. Instead, it was the 155mm howitzer behind him. Let us show our might, my little darlings. Seated within the tank, Wang Hao issued the command to attack. The 2155mm self-propelled howitzers behind him began to unleash golden projectiles. The terrifying recoil was akin to Thor striking the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The 20 howitzers initiated a fearsome bombardment. Wang Hao's target was the elite monsters among the Orc army. The 25-level skill core beckoned to him. Chapter 78, Widespread Carnage. Level 32. From the vantage point of a drone, 2155mm shells arced through the sky. The rapidly spinning shells emitted an eerie whistle as they sliced through the air, prompting the Orcs to instinctively look up. In the next instant, the large-caliber shells struck the ground, wreaking havoc. The absolute kill radius of a single shell extended to 15-20 meters. Within this zone, the Orcs were instantaneously reduced to dismembered remnants, their entrails scattered like colorful ribbons. Within the 4,050-meter dense kill zone, numerous Orcs fell victim to the shrapnel, collapsing in groups. Many might lack a vivid mental image of the explosive lethality. However, Wang Hao could see it all too clearly. The lethal range was equivalent to the area of 3 basketball courts. Within this expanse, the Orcs were torn to pieces by the shockwave of the explosion, leaving no intact corpses behind. The dense kill zone spanned the area of 187 basketball courts. Orcs caught within would be struck by the fragmented shells, some dying on the spot, while others writhed in agony on the ground. What was depicted was merely the destructive effect of a single 155mm shell. Indeed, a single 155mm shell had an effective kill range of 187 basketball courts. The area covered by 20 shells was thus multiplied by 20, approaching the area of over 300 basketball courts. Naturally, Wang Hao could not afford to spread the shells too thinly. However, under one volley of artillery, it could clear approximately 63,000 square meters, equivalent to about 150 basketball courts or 88 football fields. This high-density artillery coverage was aimed at the complete annihilation of the orcs. After one round of bombardment, the orc-wolf cavalry before Wang Hao had been reduced to a mass of flesh. The scoring interface chimed in with calculations. You have killed 532 orc-wolf cavalry, earning 1,064 points. Your ranking in Guangnan High School has risen to first place. Meanwhile, the upgrade interface flashed with frenetic numbers. You have gained a total of 798 million experience points. Your current level has risen from 25 to 32, 19,000 experience points required for the next level upgrade. Golden light emanated from Wang Hao as his level surged dramatically following the barrage. Everyone present bore witness to the terrifying lethality of the 2155mm self-propelled howitzers. 3 rounds of simultaneous fire had obliterated 532 orc-wolf cavalry, turning them into mere remnants of flesh scattered across the ground. In the open space outside number 99 Street, the area was littered with corpses, entirely cleared. When this scene was broadcast outside, a profound silence enveloped all. Wasn't this creature summoned by Wang Hao a bit peculiar? Old man Gao Yuanshan stood up excitedly. This lad, Wang Hao, is a one-man army. These strange cannons possess power comparable to several sorcerers unleashing their ultimate spells simultaneously. The firepower of modern weaponry has astonished the people of this world. Those iron behemoths, equipped with long-barreled cannons on their tracks, exhibited such ferocity. It must be noted that the understanding of cannons in this world still lingered in the Ming Dynasty, when the red-coated cannons fired solid projectiles. At most explosive shells with limited power. Since the awakening of professions several centuries ago, no one had bothered to invest time and effort into researching such cumbersome weapons as cannons. In the eyes of the people of that era, who would argue that a sorcerer's fireball was less potent than a cannon? From the perspective of Blue Star's past few centuries, there was indeed no reason to waste time studying weaponry. Cultivators and sorcerers were far more effective than those antiquated, cumbersome cannons. It was also because no one pursued research that military technology stagnated. They had never witnessed a cannon like Wang Hao's, highly precise and immensely powerful. Old man Gao Yuanshan could not help but exclaim, Wang Hao is truly a genius, capable of creating such formidable artillery. The host, Tang Sini, dressed in a qipao, gazed at the screen with astonishment. Wang Hao has once again utilized a brand new skill, a colossal cannon we have never seen before. It appears that he possesses a unique understanding of firearms. The sharpshooter class begins to shine in his hands. We can observe that Wang Hao has cleansed the northern region of the forgotten city of hundreds of orc-wolf cavalry. As his level skyrockets, what new skills will he awaken? Let us eagerly await the revelation. With his 3 rounds of simultaneous fire, Wang Hao had entirely cleared the monsters from the open area outside the city. He secretly rejoiced. Participating in such competitions grants immense experience, making the breakthrough to level 50 and the third awakening within reach. However, the third awakening at level 50 would likely prove more challenging than the previous ones. The third awakening was not the same as the second. Many individuals remain stuck at the level 50 threshold to this day. The materials required for the third awakening were unattainable. Indeed, they were unattainable. One must possess the freshest Lord's core. The conditions were exceedingly stringent. First, they must be personally slain by oneself. Second, one must encounter 3 level 50 lords within a single day. This difficulty is rare and unpredictable. Of course, the aforementioned pertains to perfect awakening. For a regular third awakening, gathering sufficient crystal cores suffices. However, after Wang Hao opted for a perfect second awakening, he could no longer revert to a standard awakening. Once one embarks on the path of perfect awakening, one must exert more effort than others, by 1,000-fold, a 10,000-fold. The challenge is immensely high. Naturally, contemplating the perfect awakening at level 50 was premature for Wang Hao. He redirected his focus back to the competition. Wang Hao's actions had effectively robbed others of their monsters. On the other side, Su Tianrui and his companions beheld a battlefield strewn with corpses, with only a handful of orc-wolf cavalry remaining. From several streets away, Su Tianrui was unable to contain himself. Wang Hao had just annihilated over 500, earning himself more than 1,000 points. He had wiped out most of the monsters in the northern area. What would they kill? All the experience was consumed by Wang Hao. Every ranking point was claimed by him. This lad had taken all the advantages, leaving nothing behind. Su Tianrui and his cadre of the Canaan Seven Seas were momentarily filled with frustration. Su Xiao, Wang Hao has just cleared a vast area. If we continue like this, we will suffer too much loss. I have a suggestion, proposed Lu Chuanfeng, the leader of the Canaan Seven Seas and a melee mage. When we charge out, Wang Hao will be unable to use his wide-range bombardment. If he were to strike us, he would be in violation of the rules. Upon hearing Lu Chuanfeng's suggestion, Su Tianrui nodded vigorously. That makes sense. If we charge out of the city, he can't bombard us. Lu Chuanfeng, your suggestion is excellent. I will ensure the board grants you a substantial scholarship. Yet, just as they reveled in their newfound confidence, Wang Hao, now at level 32, awakened a new skill. Chapter 79, 8 Resource Recovery Vehicles. As Wang Hao's level ascended to 32, the virtual screen before him displayed his new skill. Your level has surpassed 30. Awakening the 30-level Armory Master's primary skill, Army Aviation Manufacturing Plant. The ability to manufacture armed helicopters, specifically the WZ-9, had been newly added to the arsenal, catching Wang Hao momentarily off guard. However, any military enthusiast understands that the Army is not devoid of aviation units. Armed helicopters fundamentally belong to the Army's organizational structure, representing the airborne branch of ground forces. After all, their primary operational role often involves low-altitude infiltration while evading enemy radar detection. Simultaneously, as he leveled up to 7, Wang Hao randomly awakened new skills with enhanced potency. His exoskeleton skill escalated to LV3 and subsequently to LV4, culminating in its evolution into an exoskeleton mech. The rapid elevation of his level, along with a myriad of dazzling modifications, did not fluster Wang Hao. He maintained his composure as he gazed at the large screen. Now at level 32, it was evident that older tanks would be inadequate for the forthcoming battles. The outdated Type 59 tanks would merely serve as fixed targets to draw the fire of the Orc forces. It was imperative to expedite the production of level 30 tanks. Wang Hao's profession afforded him an armaments manufacturing facility, enabling him to alter the form of astral iron, transforming it into tanks. Remarkably, all of this transpired within the confines of a spatial ring. One could say that this spatial ring, a gift from the Academy, greatly facilitated many of Wang Hao's endeavors. Without it, he would be compelled to construct tanks on the open road. Nonetheless, the spatial ring provided by the Academy had limited capacity. To accommodate more items in the future, he would need to devise a means to acquire medium to large spatial rings. Observing the modest spatial ring in his possession, which could roughly contain the equivalent of a football field's worth of materials, he realized he might need to store hundreds of tanks, rendering the current ring somewhat insufficient. He tapped the screen to initiate the manufacturing process of the Type 79 tank, level 30. The resources required were 10 pieces of level 30 astral iron and 5 level 30 magical crystal cores, with a production quantity of 20 units. However, the materials at his disposal were limited and exceedingly expensive. Producing 20 tanks would deplete 200 pieces of level 30 astral iron from his stock. Having already consumed a significant portion of the materials acquired from the shopping center, he noted that manufacturing 20 tanks would have his material reserves. It appeared he would need to rely on resource recovery vehicles to gather more materials from the battlefield. As he contemplated this, Wang Hao turned his attention to a resource recovery vehicle diligently cleaning the battlefield. Just as he lamented the inadequate number of recovery vehicles and their inefficiency, one approached him, releasing 3 crystal stones from its output. Could it be level 25 skill crystals? Crystals from the Wolf Cavalry Centurion? To his surprise, the resource recovery vehicle had assisted him in reclaiming these valuable items from the fallen. Without hesitation, Wang Hao seized the 3 level 25 skill crystals and crushed them. These crystals had dropped from the elite Orc Wolf Cavalry Centurion, and upon shattering them, they would directly enhance his skill levels. His primary skill, the resource recovery vehicle, ascended to LV2, then LV3, and finally LV4, increasing the number of resource recovery vehicles to 248. With the elevation of his skill level, the quantity of his recovery vehicles doubled. These recovery vehicles, resembling cement mixers with their shovels, effectively functioned as battlefield cash printers. As he witnessed the skill reach level 4, resulting in an increase to 8 recovery vehicles, Wang Hao's joy was palpable. At level 5, that number would grow to 16, and at level 6, to 32, with quantities multiplying exponentially with each level. This was splendid. He raised his hand, expending 70 energy points to summon an additional 7 resource recovery vehicles. These vehicles promptly began utilizing their equipped shovels to extract the remnants of orc and wolf corpses, processing them in their grinders. Soon, an abundance of magical crystal cores and astral iron began to flow in. The solitary recovery vehicle had previously operated at a dismal efficiency, but with 8 operational vehicles, the resource recovery capabilities experienced a qualitative leap. A substantial accumulation of level 25 astral iron was piling up before Wang Hao. The automated resource recovery vehicles lined up continuously, discharging their loads at the output. At this rate, Wang Hao could achieve material abundance without concern for shortages. The more he killed, the faster his equipment would accumulate, akin to a snowball effect. Observing these recovery vehicles at work was akin to watching mining trucks in a game, diligently clearing the battlefield. Regardless of whether the monsters were slain by him or others, all were absorbed. As it turned out, the resource recovery vehicles were eager to collect the corpses that other contestants deemed useless, gathering everything without discrimination. The sight of these recovery vehicles in action was a true pleasure. The blood-soaked ground and scattered flesh were efficiently cleared away by their shovels, which fed into the grinders. How could one describe this process? It resembled a household robot vacuuming, meticulously cleaning every stain in a straight line. The experience was immensely satisfying, akin to the joy of a perfectionist watching a video of hoof trimming. The crucial aspect was that this endeavor could yield tangible materials. Wang Hao's satisfaction with the 8 recovery vehicles was evident, and the audience shared in this spectacle. They observed with clarity as the large screen captured aerial views. Amidst the crimson landscape, the recovery vehicles moved in a straight line, leaving behind a clean and orderly path on the blood-stained earth. Oh, Wang Hao has deployed a new skill. What marvelous vehicles are these? They are cleaning the battlefield, absorbing the remains of monsters and crushing their weapons in a mixer? Has Wang Hao truly begun to reclaim battlefield resources? Is he not a sharpshooter? Could this be akin to an alchemist's skill? The crowd erupted in astonishment. This sharpshooter's ability seemed extraordinary. Not only was he usurping the tasks of puppeteers, but he was also encroaching upon the domain of alchemists. Alchemists could very well find themselves weeping in the restroom, as Wang Hao had effectively taken over their work. Such skills were typically the province of alchemists alone. Fortunately, Wang Hao was merely an anomaly among sharpshooters. Otherwise, alchemists might face unemployment. Meanwhile, contestants in other areas, upon hearing of Wang Hao's resource reclamation, were left in utter disbelief. Su Tianrui's eyes widened in shock. What? He suspected he had misheard the host's announcement. Could it be true that Wang Hao, like an alchemist, could reclaim battlefield resources? Was that truly a task befitting a sharpshooter? Chapter 80. Was Wang Hao the first to be eliminated? As he watched the 8 recovery vehicles tirelessly siphoning away corpses and weapon fragments, it was evident that among the 1,000 contestants, there were a few alchemists. They were visibly agitated. Wang Hao, this sharpshooter, had effectively usurped their role. Yet, they were left with no recourse. The corpses were unclaimed. Whoever could refine them would lay claim to the spoils. Wang Hao's 8 recovery vehicles brazenly passed by, leaving the alchemists feeling somewhat defeated. Wang Hao consumed more and refined faster than they could manage. What were they to do? They felt utterly powerless. The alchemists contemplated reporting him, yet they knew deep down that Wang Hao's actions did not violate any competition rules. In this brief moment of respite, Wang Hao seized the opportunity to recover resources. But the orc horde was clearly unwilling to grant him any breathing room. In the distance, vast formations emerged upon the ground, where the orcs, wielding imposing shields, formed an impenetrable phalanx. The onlookers shifted their focus forward, contemplating how to breach this formidable defense. These shields, crafted from astral iron, were not only robust but also enchanted, adorned with runes painted by orc shamans, rendering them magical barriers. The orcs stood tightly pressed together, moving in unison. Arrows, spells, and flying swords unleashed by the contestants collided with the shield formation, all rebuffed. The shields were inherently sturdy, fortified further by the shaman's blessings. Composed of dozens of shields, this was undoubtedly a magical shield barrier. Su Muching and her companions attempted to blast through with magic, but the mysterious runes upon the shields glowed red, countering her fireball spell. They were exceedingly resilient. These shields are virtually impervious. Wang Hao, do you have any ideas? As Su Muching's voice echoed through the communicator, Wang Hao pondered briefly. The strongest fortresses often crumble from within. We must identify the weak point in the formation and breach it from the inside. His words were light, yet the execution posed significant challenges. The shield formation was seamlessly interlocked, exhibiting almost no vulnerabilities, providing comprehensive protection. The orcs, shielded within, advanced towards the street. Should they breach? the students would be forced into close combat. The mages and archers, who thrived at range, dreaded the prospect of melee confrontation. At that moment, Wang Hao waved his hand. T-59 tanks, fire a volley of self-propelled grenades. T-59, load armor-piercing rounds. Wang Hao stood atop the tank, observing the turtle-like iron shield formation ahead. The turret emitted a mechanical hum as the autoloader extracted an armor-piercing round, inserting it into the chamber. With a click, the firing pin ignited the propellant, sending a scorching blast outward, and the sharp armor-piercing round was discharged. Bang! The sound of steel clashing resonated as the round struck the shield formation, ricocheting off at a 45-degree angle. We failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. A male electronic voice emanated from the turret. Reports from other tanks echoed similar sentiments. Unable to penetrate. The shells were deflected. Continuous reports, coupled with Wang Hao's own observations, revealed the true resilience of this turtle formation. The combination of iron shields and shamanic magic significantly enhanced their defensive capabilities. Even with armor-piercing rounds, the 20-level T-59 tanks were unable to breach them. Subsequently, the howitzer roared. 20 large-caliber grenades fell upon the shield formation, yet the terrifying explosions failed to tear open a gap. The orc warriors sheltered behind the magical shields were merely jolted by the blasts, igniting their primal instincts. So resilient? Wang Hao frowned. Completely unprepared for the shields to withstand direct artillery fire. Not only was Wang Hao's side unable to breach the shield formation, but contestants on other streets were also being repelled. A reminder from the hostess crackled through the communicator. This is bad. Streets 68, 77, and 61 are falling. The orcs could encircle other contestants through alleys. As the contestants were pushed back by the turtle formation, orc infantry began to traverse the alleys, emerging behind the contestants. Even behind Wang Hao, a dozen orc warriors sprang forth from the alley. Armed with battle axes, their mouths gaped wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. As they charged towards Wang Hao with a battle cry, Wang Hao, unfazed, swiftly turned and fired a few shots, dispatching the approaching orcs. Did these simple-minded orcs really expect me to let them close the distance? Although these ordinary orcs were lacking in intellect, their commanding officer was quite shrewd. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that a Lord Commander existed among the orcs. He shot down the orcs that appeared from behind with his Type 191 assault rifle. But he now found himself caught between two fronts. The turtle shield formation remained unyielding, and with enemies both in front and behind, could he afford to abandon Street 99? To prevent the self-propelled howitzers from being dismantled by the orcs, Wang Hao swiftly stowed all 20 howitzers into his spatial ring. From a high vantage point, Wang Hao faced the orc iron shield formation ahead, while the orc assault warriors threatened from behind, surrounded by wolves and tigers. The hostess expressed her concern for Wang Hao's safety. Will the contestant Wang Hao not consider retreating? Other contestants had already forsaken the outer defense of the city, with orcs occupying the streets from all directions, leaving Wang Hao ensnared in a perilous encirclement. While the encirclement is not yet complete, contestant Wang Hao must conserve his strength. Everyone understood that this predicament could not be blamed on Wang Hao. Contestants on streets 98 and 100, flanked by the orc iron shield formation, were compelled to abandon their positions. This resulted in orcs emerging on both sides of Wang Hao. The orc assault warriors, wielding immense axes, bellowed their war cries. Sworn to capture Wang Hao, surrounded on all sides, Wang Hao had little choice but to act swiftly. Everyone's hearts raced, tightening in their chests. Teacher Gu Qinghan clenched her fists, anxious for Wang Hao. Elder Gao Yuanshan nearly forgot to breathe, watching Wang Hao ensnared on the screen. Standing atop the tank, he faced the shield formation, flanked by orc assault warriors. The rear was also being fortified with shield formations. Was Wang Hao and his armored legion destined to be enveloped by the orcs? Seeing this, Wang Hao remained utterly composed, as if fishing like Jiang Taigong. Observing the encirclement complete, the front and rear shield formations blocked his retreat. It seemed inevitable that Wang Hao would be the first to be eliminated. Just then, he murmured, "It's time. T-59 charge." As the exhaust of the T-59 tank belched black smoke, the engine roared like a warhorse. As the enemy closed in, the shield formation activated, marking the perfect moment for his charge. Go, terrifying spiders. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed hundreds of mechanical spiders created in the previous endeavor, charging alongside the tanks. Chapter 81. Trillions of Orcs? Wang Hao, standing atop the tank, commanded 8 tanks to collide with the shield formation ahead. Engines revved to maximum output, metal clashed against metal. The orcs behind the shields exerted all their strength against the metallic behemoths. The tank engines strained under the pressure, operating at a fever pitch. In that fleeting second, as the orcs exhausted their strength, Wang Hao seized the opportunity. Fire-spitting spiders, 8-legged mechanical spiders, equipped with flamethrowers, unleashed torrents of flames into the gaps of the shields. Once this napalm surged into the iron shield formation, it would transform into a massive iron canister. White smoke began to emanate from the crevices between the shields. Wang Hao, standing atop the tank, caught a whiff of a distinct aroma of roasted meat. Orc-style barbecue. The defining quality of napalm is its ability to burn continuously. Within this airtight iron shield formation, the orcs could not withstand the heat. The flames not only generated intense heat within, but also consumed the oxygen. Regardless of how resilient the orcs were, they required oxygen, and the airtight iron shield formation collapsed in an instant. The ignited orcs writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. The disbanded orc shield warriors, stripped of their protective formation, became exceedingly vulnerable. Wang Hao, positioned behind the tank turret, operated the anti-aircraft machine gun. He unleashed a fierce barrage upon the orcs from the tank's top-mounted machine gun. The 127mm caliber bullets swept through, mowing down a multitude of green-skinned orcs like blades of grass. The large screen displayed the unfolding battle of Wang Hao. Elder Gao Yuanshan's face turned crimson. This young man possesses both brawn and intellect. Other competitors, when faced with the shield formations, were compelled to retreat time and again. Yet this young man defied convention, boldly challenging the orc shield wall head-on. He even discerned a gap to unleash flames within, and I must admit, I find this lad rather likable. On the battlefield, one must possess such audacity to confront the enemy with unwavering resolve in a narrow encounter. It is the brave who prevail. The old gentleman seemed to see a reflection of his youthful self, battling the monstrous invaders of his city. At that time, our nation was in dire need of revitalization. Although impoverished, our spirit was unyielding. Life was harsh, yet everyone was imbued with the fervor to fight to the bitter end against the invading beasts. The younger generation has basked too long in peace, and with the absence of large-scale monster invasions, they seem to lack that fighting spirit. Now, let us observe Wang Hao. While most competitors were fleeing for their lives, he charged toward the enemy. He stood atop a peculiar war chariot, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the orc horde. This scene ignited a fervor within Director Gao. As he watched the fireworks of spent shells accumulating at Wang Hao's feet, the screen even adorned Wang Hao with special effects, revealing his bared arms, veins bulging as he aimed. His resolute and focused gaze stirred the hearts of countless young women present. In their minds, sharpshooters were typically delicate, lurking in the shadows. Yet Wang Hao was different. He wielded not only a firearm, but also mechanical beasts and war chariots, completely subverting the conventional image of a marksman. While Wang Hao fought valiantly, no one noticed a small hill in the distance outside the city, adorned with several red flags. Those familiar with orc culture would recognize these banners as symbols of their tribes. Beneath the imposing black and crimson banners sat the orc chieftain. With his crimson skin and protruding tusks resembling ivory, he surveyed Wang Hao on Street 99. Pointing at him, the chieftain remarked, "This human-engineered war chariot is quite intriguing. Can our goblin engineers replicate such a vehicle?" Beside him, a diminutive goblin engineer, standing at just 1.33 meters tall and wearing spectacles, grinned widely. "Chief, we could construct a similar chariot using shield frames and wheels, and then affix orc cannons on top. What do you think?" The chieftain tapped his temple thoughtfully. "I believe it can be done." The goblin, grinning, turned to commence work on his little invention. Just as he departed, another figure appeared beside the orc chieftain. It was the mysterious figure and guide of this competition, Zhou Buahong. The chieftain seemed to recognize him and did not attack, but gazed calmly at the scruffy human. "Angry Wind Chieftain, how do you assess the strength of these youths in comparison to your orc warriors?" Zhou Buahong, as a representative of humankind, was able to converse amiably with the orc chieftain. The chieftain scoffed, "These human youngsters are rather lacking. Before our orc iron shield formations, they retreat in fear." "Oh, but you jest, Angry Wind Chieftain. Have you not mentioned Wang Hao, Su Mucheng, Lu Ziyu, Su Tianrui, and Mo Wuyan? They fight with unyielding resolve, having slain thousands of your orcs." Upon hearing Zhou Buahong's taunt, the chieftain exhibited disdain. "They are but a handful," Zhou Buahong countered. "Yet history is shaped by the few. The heroes who stand before multitudes to raise their banners are ultimately rare. It is these few, like stars illuminating the night, who guide humanity forward." The chieftain, lacking Zhou Buahong's eloquence, fell silent for a moment before pointing at the fallen orcs below. "My people shall return to the beast goddess hall and be resurrected. The orc race numbers in the trillions across various planets. A single spit from each of us could drown you blue star humans. Seeing the chieftain resorting to numerical superiority, the unkempt Zhou Buohong chuckled. On Blue Star, a single awakened individual can surpass 1,000 troops. Even if you possess trillions of orcs, what of it? After an extended debate, the orc chieftain realized his verbal skills could not match the cunning of this articulate human. Narrowing his eyes, he stroked his protruding tusks. Words are futile. This contest between humans and orcs is of great significance. I am more curious about whom you truly serve. The chieftain scrutinized Zhou Buohong, the orchestrator of this contest, who could harness spatial power to bring orcs and humans into the same arena. Zhou Buohong smiled mysteriously. Survival of the fittest is the natural order. An unseen hand guides the spatial tremors, bringing you here to compete with humankind for territory. The entity behind me is not human nor a living being, but a principle. Upon hearing Zhou Buohong's explanation, the chieftain pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. This is indeed fascinating. Allowing our youth to confront yours, with no one perishing, and the victors receiving the blessing of national fortune. This is a deal too good to pass up. Let us continue this game until one side's forces are exhausted. The dialogue between the chieftain and the enigmatic Zhou Buohong remained unknown to outsiders. The rules of the entire competition were known only to a select few at the top. After all, such explosive news, if leaked, could potentially cause global upheaval, even prompting foreign nations to request participation, leading to chaos. Meanwhile, the hostess in a cheap Hao, Tang Xini, gazed intently at the large screen displaying Wang Hao battling the orcs. She murmured softly, "This war of national fortune requires the students of Guangnan City to participate. What exactly is Zhou Buohong's agenda, and who is pulling the strings behind him? Moreover, why the demand for secrecy? The intentions of this peculiar individual are beyond our comprehension." Clearly, Tang Xini's identity was not ordinary, as she had access to such high-level secrets regarding the war of national fortune, yet no information had been publicly disclosed. It seemed like the whims of a shadowy puppet master, desiring to have everyone participate in the competition without their knowledge, to witness the most genuine reactions from the competitors. The one orchestrating the contest had thoughts unknown to Wang Hao, who remained focused solely on the thrill of battle. The orcs were aware that they would return to the beast god temple and be resurrected. Thus, each of them fearlessly charged towards Wang Hao's gunpoint. Wang Hao relished the combat, as the orcs, with their singular focus, continued to hurl themselves at his weaponry. At that moment, a voice resonated from his wristband. It was Su Muching. "Wang Hao, your allies have retreated. You must withdraw quickly. We have re-established our defensive line in the park." Most had been repelled by the Iron Shield formation and could only fall back to the People's Park in the Forgotten City. The students utilized earth magic to reconstruct a wall, effectively halting the orc army's assault. Hearing his teammates' messages, Wang Hao understood that he had ventured too far alone. Surrounded by orcs on all sides, remaining steadfast on Street 99 was not a wise decision. However, Wang Hao was no reckless fool. He had drones surveying the area. Should danger arise, he would choose to retreat. For now, he remained for the exhilarating experience points and the abundant materials, particularly the latter. After vanquishing a horde of orcs, he deployed 8 resource recovery vehicles to refine the iron shields, recycling the debris to purify into level 30 astral iron. Glancing at the materials within his spatial ring, he noted, current level 30 astral iron, blue. Quantity, 1,042 pieces. Current level 30 magic crystal core. Quantity, 831 units. By annihilating a shield formation, he harvested a substantial number of shields, leading to the refinement of a considerable batch of astral iron. After eliminating several orc shield formations, his supply of level 30 astral iron exceeded 1,000. The scrap collected on the battlefield was astonishing. If sold, each piece could be worth tens of thousands. In no time, he had amassed 10 million. Yet, Wang Hao was not driven by greed. The more materials he acquired, the more confidence he gained. While others grew impoverished from battle, he was here to compete for wealth and resources. Of course, he was also mindful that a gunsmith was a resource-demanding profession. Lacking a privileged background or affluent parents, he had to rely on his own efforts to accumulate materials and forge a formidable army. Observing the resource recovery vehicles continuously processing nearby corpses, a steady stream of materials poured from the output. How could Wang Hao bear to leave under such circumstances? The previously formidable level 20 Terra robots had nearly been depleted. It was time to manufacture level 30 Terra robots. Wang Hao tapped on the virtual screen to access the arms factory. Level 30 Terra Machine Spider. New additions: Shotgun Spider, Rocket Spider, Repair Spider. With each level increase, The arms factory unveiled new functions for the same equipment type. For instance, the newly unlocked repair spider could mend damaged spiders and even assist in tank repairs. Observing this, Wang Hao sighed inwardly. The complexity of a gunsmith's abilities was overwhelming. During upgrades, a flurry of notifications appeared, leaving him no time to process them thoroughly. As the arms factory expanded its inventory with each upgrade, he noticed that tanks were indeed the kings of land combat, boasting remarkable defense. In the face of the orc's blade and fire, tanks effectively drew aggro. Conversely, the level 20 terror spiders, crafted from a single piece of astral iron, had almost no defense. A single blow from an orc could cleave them in two. These terror spiders were more akin to cannon fodder, cheap to produce and quickly generated in bulk. However, their fragility was undeniable. Tanks were robust, yet lacked the agility of terror spiders. Each unit in the game played a distinct role, shining in different arenas. While fewer tanks were needed, their primary function was to withstand the orc onslaught. Amidst the ruins of 6- or 7-story buildings, the terror spiders could easily navigate the exteriors. Wang Hao glanced upward, noting the mechanical spiders armed with machine guns and grenade launchers, engaging the orcs from above. These agile terror spiders maneuvered through the structures, evading the orcs' flying axes. It was the perfect opportunity to utilize his level 30 astral iron to manufacture an additional 300 terror spiders. Chapter 83. A Marksman and a Berserker in Close Combat? Wang Hao issued production commands on the arms factory screen, yet he increasingly felt that his spatial ring was nearing its limit. The small-sized ring was on the verge of overflowing. It was filled with tanks, self-propelled artillery, terror spiders, and a plethora of materials. Storage capacity had become an issue. The ring could hardly accommodate the growing inventory. Frustration mounted as the ground was littered with materials, yet he could only carry a fraction of it. Watching the relentless orcs charging to their demise, Wang Hao was troubled. Stop coming. If you keep sending yourselves to die, my storage ring will burst from the influx of materials. Just as he began to deplete his inventory by crafting terror spiders to free up space, an ominous sensation coursed through Wang Hao's body. A drone had locked onto a high-risk target, alerting him to potential danger. He pressed his temple and scrutinized the footage relayed by the drone. There, atop a high building, stood a level 40 orc berserker with crimson skin and dual axes. Stealthily approaching. Was it planning a surprise attack? The berserker donned a cloak of concealment, which blended seamlessly with the surroundings like a chameleon. Absent the thermal imaging from the drone, it would be nearly impossible to detect the cloaked orc with standard optical cameras. The level 40 elite orc berserker aimed to ambush Wang Hao, seeking to slay the elite human below. Grinning with arrogance, the young berserker thought, this human must be one of their elite. Slaying him should yield considerable experience. With a sudden flourish, it shed its cloak and leapt from the 7th floor. Axes raised to strike Wang Hao. At that moment, everyone at the competition realized the presence of the orc berserker. This is bad, exclaimed the female host, Tang Sini. Wang Hao has been targeted by the orc berserker. As a marksman, he may not escape if the berserker closes in. It was common knowledge that marksmen had poor close combat capabilities. Given Wang Hao's previous lack of melee prowess, spectators predicted an impending ambush. However, Wang Hao had sensed the danger in advance and executed a skillful roll to evade the descending axes. The axes struck down, cleaving through the armor of a Type 59 tank, exposing its core. Flames erupted from the tank, which exploded in an instant. The level 40 elite orc berserker had obliterated a level 20 tank with 2 blows. This is disastrous, a level 40 orc berserker. The audience gasped as they feared for Wang Hao's safety. Although marksmen were known for their agility, the berserker possessed a skill known as berserker's bloodlust, which could exponentially enhance all its attributes. Particularly as a level 40 elite, its stats far surpassed Wang Hao's. Wang Hao's primary profession is that of a sharpshooter, inherently ill-equipped for close combat. Those familiar with the game understand that once a warrior closes in on a marksman, the latter, being exceedingly fragile, is easily dispatched. The orc berserker, renowned for obliterating tanks, guffawed. Quick reflexes, are we? But you shall have no opportunity. Once I am upon you, escape is futile. A defenseless sharpshooter facing a frenzied orc berserker is bound to meet defeat. As other competitors heard that Wang Hao was ensnared by the orc, they did not revel in his misfortune. They had all witnessed the terror that orcs can invoke. Su Tianrui, a young heir, wore a grim expression. Surely, Wang Hao will not be eliminated so easily. This competition is akin to a hellish trial. Without a skilled ally, our chances diminish. If the orc breaches the city and seizes the television tower, we are doomed. There will be no rewards. Although they were rivals, they were united on the same battlefield. The competition rules displayed on the wristband were unmistakable. Should the tower fall, all competitors, regardless of their scores, would be eliminated, with no victors in sight. At that moment, Su Tianrui, having expended 1 million worth of potions, would face complete ruin if the competition was lost. Wang Hao, do not let us down, he lamented. Meanwhile, in the park, Su Muching was preparing to soar away on her flying broom. Su Muching, where are you going? Fellow competitors from the same school urged. Wang Hao is in danger. I must assist him. Ignoring their pleas, Su Muching brushed aside their hands and took off. He saved me last time. This time, I must find a way to save him. Excellent. I shall accompany you. From the crowd emerged a student clad in a white combat suit, Gu Qinghuan, representing Yangqing Women's Academy. Both were the pinnacle of combat prowess within their team, eager to reach 99th Street to lend aid. Observing the two primary competitors risking their safety, some attempted to intercept them. Do you comprehend how many elite monsters lurk outside? What if a high-level elite monster ambushes you from a building? The outside is perilous. Su Muching, Gu Qinghuan, you must not venture out. Yet, faced with the crowd's admonitions, both remained resolute. Stand aside. Whoever dares to obstruct me will face the consequences after the competition. With a fierce countenance, Su Muching's determination compelled those around her to retreat. Internally, the onlookers mused at Wang Hao's inexplicable charm, enabling these two top-tier competitors to willingly risk elimination in their quest to find him. With orcs surrounding them and elite monsters poised for ambush, the outside world was indeed fraught with danger. As Su Muching mounted her broom and Gu Qinghuan prepared to launch on her flying sword, the voice of the female host emanated from the wristbands. Impossible. Wang Hao is engaging the orc berserker in close combat. The students were left dumbfounded by the announcement. Tell me how a fragile sharpshooter dares to engage a level 40 elite orc berserker in melee. Yet, on the grand screen of the competition, Wang Hao truly was locked in a close-quarters struggle with the berserker. Uniquely, however, he was adorned in a suit of exoskeletal armor. Chapter 84. The first battle of the powered exoskeleton. The students were bewildered by the news from their wristbands. Were they ensnared in an illusion? It seemed unfathomable that a sharpshooter could hold his ground against a berserker in hand-to-hand combat. It is difficult for the human mind to conceive of scenarios it has never witnessed. Envisioning a sharpshooter and a berserker engaged in close combat was beyond their comprehension. Yet, in the audience outside the City of Forgetfulness, all eyes were glued to the live broadcast. Wang Hao was indeed fighting the berserker in close quarters. The berserker, towering at 2 meters and 3 centimeters, prepared to deliver a lethal blow, gazing down upon Wang Hao, who stood at 1 meter and 93 centimeters, appearing diminutive in comparison. The red-skinned orc, wielding dual axes, viewed Wang Hao as a mere insect. Consider this my experience, little monkey. As the orc's axe swung toward him, Wang Hao's mind raced. Escape? It was too close. Evasion was impossible. The orc berserker had him ensnared. Fight? How could he engage in close combat? In that fleeting moment, Wang Hao made a decisive choice. Summon exoskeletal armor. Summon exoskeletal armor. Skill level LV4. Consumes 50 energy points. Exoskeletal armor, capable of absorbing materials of equal level to craft a suit of steel battle attire. Current construction of exoskeletal armor requires 2 pieces of level 30 astral iron. Without hesitation, Wang Hao consented. In the briefest of instants, as the berserker's axe descended, exoskeletal armor erupted from his arms and thighs, forming a framework akin to a suit of steel. In mere moments, 2 pieces of level 30 astral iron fashioned a sleek black armor that enveloped Wang Hao entirely. The armor unfolded in under 5 seconds, successfully intercepting the dual axes. Had Wang Hao not made this decision, he would have faced immediate elimination. It was the exoskeletal armor that preserved his life. Yet, a warning materialized before him. Warning: chest armor has sustained damage. Requires 5 pieces of level 30 astral iron for repairs. As the armor plates expanded, they were cleaved by the berserker's axe. The clash sparked a dazzling display, sending Wang Hao staggering backward several paces. Quickly regaining his balance, he examined the damaged plate on his chest. The level 30 armor had been utterly destroyed. He shuddered at the thought of what might have occurred had the axes struck his body directly. Repair, he silently commanded, and the cracked armor plate fell heavily to the ground. As new astral iron melted and formed, a fresh armor plate slid into place over Wang Hao's chest. The sight left the host and spectators in stunned silence. What skill is this? The armor is damaged, yet he can immediately replace it? Intriguing. This sharpshooter, barely in his 30s, was able to withstand the blows of a level 40 berserker, thanks to this peculiar armor. Mechanical armor? This profession is becoming increasingly enigmatic, murmured the audience. Initially, they believed Wang Hao was doomed. The axes would surely leave him gravely injured. Medical personnel and ambulances stood ready, anticipating his imminent need for emergency care. No one expected this young man to unveil such a novel tactic. As the saying goes, the layman watches the spectacle, while the expert perceives the nuances. The venerable Gao Yuanshan, head of the Spatial Safety Bureau, fell into deep contemplation. Although Wang Hao's armor had been cleaved by the orc berserker, he possessed an ample supply of astral iron, while others needed potions to heal. He could simply replace his damaged armor, thus saving on healing costs. To ascertain the price of high-grade recovery potions, one must acknowledge that they are rather exorbitant. When faced with lethal injuries, the timely availability of such potions can be deemed priceless. Generally speaking, potions tend to be more expensive than metallic materials. Regardless of how wealthy an awakened individual may be, they can only possess a limited number of weapons, ranging from dozens to perhaps 100. Therefore, the price of metallic materials remains relatively stable. In contrast, recovery potions are consumables. With a global population of 8 billion, one can only imagine the daily consumption of potions. Conservatively estimating, if each individual consumes merely 10 bottles a day, the global pharmaceutical factories would need to produce at least 80 billion bottles daily. This is still a conservative figure. The prices of consumables are steep, with raw material costs rising daily. While certain soft drinks have remained unchanged in price for over a decade, recovery potions are subject to daily increases. This implies that while others prepare for close combat with ample stamina and healing potions, Wang Hao, in close quarters, merely requires a few hundred or 1,000 pieces of astral iron. When an armor plate is damaged, it can be directly replaced. The old piece. It can be dismantled and sent to the resource recovery vehicle for material extraction. After replacing the armor plate in front of his chest, Wang Hao appreciated the benefits of modular design. When the torso armor cracks, simply replace it with a new one. Indeed, it reflects the essence of our military's modular design. Previously, he had seen reports of our military's exoskeleton equipment, and now he found himself clad in an upgraded version. The individual exoskeleton armor, often depicted in science fiction films, has already seen experimental versions in reality. Observing his own equipment instilled an overwhelming sense of security. Despite the level 40 elite berserker's ability to cleave through armor, one must consider the disparity in levels. Opposing him was a level 40 elite orc, while he himself was a fragile gunslinger. Clearly, the elite orc was equally astonished for a moment. What kind of equipment does this little monkey possess? It can withstand my full force strike. The orc's guttural language was lost on Wang Hao. Yet, remarkably, the wristband he wore translated it for him. A glance at the translation displayed on the wristband clarified the orc's utterances. Wang Hao silently mused about the weaponry that could be equipped with this exoskeleton. Exoskeleton armor LV4. Weapon options available. 1. Consumes 1 piece of astral iron and 1 magic core to manufacture the fire god cannon, an octuple Gatling gun. 2. Consumes 1 piece of astral iron to manufacture a chainsaw blade. 3. Consumes 1 piece of astral iron to manufacture an engineer's shovel. 4. Consumes 1 piece of astral iron to add a small rocket launcher on each shoulder. Upon seeing 4 weapon options, Wang Hao decisively selected the fire god cannon. What uses a gunslinger without a firearm? The fire god cannon, functioning as a machine gun, was undoubtedly appropriate. Furthermore, Wang Hao was eager to witness the effectiveness of the chainsaw blade. Chapter 85. Chainsaw Blade, Fire God Cannon. Currently, his possessions were limited. With his spatial ring filled with recovered materials, he promptly consumed several pieces of astral iron and a magic core. Witnessing 2 pieces of astral iron and a magic core soar out, the molten astral iron slowly solidified into a fire god cannon. This octuple cannon was affixed to Wang Hao's back, connected by mechanical arms. The second weapon was the chainsaw blade, a knife equipped with a chainsaw chain, with a virtual screen displaying an introduction. Republic Future Engineering Equipment. Chainsaw blade, originally designed for engineers to cut through barbed wire and fell trees. It was later discovered in close combat that the chainsaw blade proved remarkably effective. Republic Engineering Equipment? Which dimension does this Republic belong to? Never mind that. Gripping the chainsaw blade, and with the octuple Gatling hanging on his back, he pondered why the Gatling was referred to as a cannon. It is because weapons with a caliber smaller than 20 millimeters are classified as guns, while those exceeding 20 millimeters are termed cannons. The Fire God cannon boasts a caliber of 25 millimeters. Thus it is rightly designated as a cannon. Fire God cannon, quality, blue, level, 30, caliber, 25 millimeters, firing rate, 6,000 rounds per minute. Note: continuous firing for 15 minutes will deplete the internal magic core. 6,000 rounds per minute. Upon reading this, Wang Hao nearly burst into laughter. Within mere seconds, he had armed himself with these two weapons, bolstering his confidence significantly. He turned his gaze towards the orc berserker wielding dual axes, feeling not fear but eagerness. The orc berserker, however, was thoroughly bewildered. He had previously hunted humans from another world, who would flee in terror at the sight of him, leaving their vulnerable backs exposed. Yet, this little monkey not only showed no fear, but began to approach him. This little monkey, whose aura was merely around level 30. Did he truly not fear me? Little monkey, don't think that just because you hide in a metal can, I will fear you. The orc's blood boiled. The level disparity was overwhelming. The information-rich orc berserker lunged at Wang Hao. Rather than evade, Wang Hao tightened his grip on the chainsaw blade. Buzzing. The chainsaw chain whirred as it clashed with the orc's axe. The high-speed rotating chain sparked as it scraped against the sharp axe, creating a jarring metallic screech that sent Wang Hao's adrenaline soaring, allowing him to fully appreciate the formidable power of the exoskeleton armor. Exoskeleton armor additional attribute boost. Movement speed 50, strength 50. Detected the engineer's strength is inferior to the enemy's. Activate overload mode. Consuming energy from the magic core will grant you an additional 100 attribute boost. There's an overload mode? Wang Hao currently lacked nothing but magic cores. Activate overload mode. Overload mode activated, consuming one magic core every 5 minutes. Magic cores gradually recharge after depletion. They are not merely consumables. However, professions capable of utilizing magic cores are limited. Aside from the arrays of cultivators, the formations of mages, the constructs of puppeteers, and the mechanisms of mechanists, very few professions can employ magic cores. Wang Hao's exoskeleton power armor, however, could absorb magic cores to convert them into combat power. Compared to others who rely on potions, this iron monstrosity that consumes magic cores is remarkably cost-effective. To the onlookers, Wang Hao was engaged in a fierce struggle with the orc. The orc's veins bulged as he relentlessly pushed Wang Hao back. Just as Wang Hao was about to be cornered, he activated the exoskeleton's overload mode, igniting the magic cores. Accompanied by a surge of power transmitted through hydraulic arms to his legs, his strength surged from 50 to 100. Current strength attribute, 320 points, with a 100 boost. The current armor strength is 640 points. With the chainsaw blade in hand, Wang Hao finally stabilized himself, his legs firmly planted on the concrete floor. Gritting his teeth, he began to push back. The orc before him wore an incredulous expression. Why is this little monkey so strong? The orc berserker's face reddened as he realized he was being gradually pushed back by Wang Hao. How could this be? He was a berserker, specializing in strength. Yet, he was being steadily forced back by Wang Hao. His heels dug into the concrete, attempting to maintain his ground against Wang Hao's strength. However, the exoskeleton power armor continuously overloaded, exerting relentless force. The orc's heels dragged deep grooves into the concrete, nearly wearing down to calluses, sparking as they scraped against the ground. However, the orc realized that despite exerting all his strength, he was still unable to push Wang Hao away. What a joke. Human. You have utilized powers that do not belong to you. I scorn you. Wang Hao had no time to glance at the translation on his wristband. What was the orc babbling about? Taste the righteous iron fist of our republic. With a blade in one hand, Wang Hao unleashed a powerful strike with his other hand. His fist, reinforced by armor, bore down with a force of 640 points, crashing into the orc's face. One of the orc's two tusks shattered under the impact, sending several teeth flying. The sensation of his iron fist landing upon flesh was exhilarating, a palpable vibration resonating through his hand. With one blow, he sent several of the orc's large teeth flying. The orc stumbled back, infuriated by the loss of its prized tusk, an emblem of masculinity and beauty among its kind. This punch had marred its appearance significantly. Meanwhile, behind the defensive fortifications in People's Park, Su Muching and her companions listened intently to the broadcast by the female host, Tang Sini, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Oh, Wang Hao has struck. Wang Hao was cornered by the orc, in peril. Look, he has countered. He pushed the orc away with sheer force. Wang Hao delivered a ferocious punch that shattered the orc berserker's tusks. What a spectacle. A group of contestants pressed their wristbands to their ears, absorbing the ongoing updates from the host. Their faces bore expressions as though they had witnessed a ghost. Huh, did I mishear that? Su Tianrui, the young master, rubbed his ears. I just had my ears cleaned last night. This cannot be an auditory illusion. Lu Ziyu, also a berserker, understood the ferocity of their kind. He wore a perplexed expression. Is Wang Hao a berserker or a sharpshooter? Is he truly competing in strength against the orc berserker? Did I really not hear incorrectly? Others quickly chimed in, questioning whether it was an illusion. This must be a hallucination induced by spatial radiation. It certainly is. The spatial radiation has interfered with the signal. And this is all false, merely an illusion that cannot deceive me. Several students outright attributed the phenomenon to spatial signal disruption, asserting that the broadcasts from the wristbands were surely inaccurate. Upon hearing this, Su Tianrui found it plausible. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "If a sharpshooter could match a berserker in strength, I would wash my hair upside down."